We were off for a few hours, so they may have gone their merry way. So if you can retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live, that would be awesome. On the YouTube, if you can let me know if it's working, that would be awesome. Lots to speak about, lots to get through, lots of news. We'll go through the news first and then we'll take it from there. But yeah, guys, if you can retweet the space, reshare the space, that would be awesome. I don't know what happened. What happened with the chicks? What did they do to the space? What did they do to the space? This is going to be the $1,000,000 question. This is why we reject any form of regime change. Okay, we're gonna get into the news in a second, but just guys, send the link out to your friends, your family, anyone you know. And we're live on YouTube as well, but I'll put that link out in a bit. In the meantime, it does say the YouTube is live. Is it working? Working well, working brilliant. They are saying it's working. And we were live on YouTube, we're live on X, we're live everywhere. Okay.
Is it true, Suleiman? They shot down a terrorist jet, a genocide or terrorist jet?
Yeah, that was yesterday. They shot down an F-35, but I'm hearing reports. We discussed this at length as well yesterday, but yeah, I'm hearing that there could have been possibly a second F-35 fighter jet that has been taken down. So I am hearing there is a possibility that a second F-35 fighter jet has been taken down. Just want to welcome the entirety of the audience. Just want to welcome everyone who's come on the space. Appreciate each and every single one of you. I'm gonna pin this and then I'm gonna retweet people's tweets. And we'll take it from there. We'll have the conversation from there. Let's bring some people up as well in the meantime. Okay, let's see. Only 79. Oh my god, guys, we need more retweets than that. Okay, let me just retweet. We need more retweets and quote tweets than that. We need hundreds. We normally get about 300-400 by now. So Hope was the first one. Wellness is here, so I'm just gonna retweet all these guys. Bro, where's my ED, bro? Where's my ED? I was just Eid now today, bro. Boy, needs to do it's Eid now, bro. Okay, just retweeting Wave 66. Someone is saying, let's see what this is. Wave 66, F-35 down, Al Dafra airborne stroke, Kuwait, Mina Al Ahmadi burning, 3 simultaneous missile waves on Zionist cities, Gulf air defense exhausted, no Eid, pause, the Strait is ours, we are winning. I like that quote tweet, golden. Golden quote tweet indeed. Okay, let's see what else people have wrote. Someone's wrote, the pedophile state of Israel is losing. Oive. It's not Oive, it's Goive. It's Goive. That's what it is. So yeah, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, quote tweet the space. Anyone who is here, quote tweet the space. Let everybody know about it. I have retweeted everyone who quote tweeted up to that point. So make sure you quote tweet in the space. That would be awesome. Okay, I've done that there. And yeah, we've got lots of news to speak about. So whenever we start this at the beginning, I'll always give you a recap of the news and the information about what's going down. So let me do that first, actually. Let me do that now, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, let's do it. Okay, news. And retweet the space, guys. Reshare, like I said. Let's get as many people in here as possible. Okay, so Tel Aviv. I'm seeing images, people saying, so there's some Zionist reporter, Trey Yingst, who works for Fox News. I tweeted this out where he's showing all the red alerts. Every few minutes, there's a red alert in Tel Aviv. Also, a second F-35 possibly has been taken down. I've just read that. A possible second F-35 has been taken down. Guys, do what Morfit does. Retweet the space, reshare the space. Try and put it in as many of your group chats as possible. Send it in enough places as possible. We're doing this on either day. Like, I had to like cut off the phone with my family and kids just to make sure we do this space at 1 o'clock. So if you can retweet the space, reshare it, let as many people know about it, that would be awesome. Okay. Washington is deploying 3 additional warships and about 2,500 Marine Corps assets to the Middle East. What does that tell you? That tells you they are ready for, it seems like they're going for physical ground deployment, because why would you be moving such large assets across the Middle East unless you were ready for ground war, a ground invasion? What else have we got? Okay, here we go. NATO pulls its security advisor mission from Iraq after the Iranian attacks. And then UK is complicit in Iran war. The B-52 aircraft belonging to the US are returning to the British Air Force base in Fairford, England, after their military mission in Iran. Keir Starmer is lying to you. US soldiers are literally loading 2,000-pound bombs onto B-52s at Area Fairford to drop on the Middle East. We had images of Truck and he was struggling to sit down. So I don't know what's happened there, if he's going through severe illness, dementia, or they've got something on him. He's getting tortured every time he doesn't do exactly what they say. Who knows what's going on with Donald J. Trump? The resistance has started the "Where is Netanyahu" movement. Maybe it should be the "Where is the real Trump" movement. This is the million-dollar question.
Ramadan just hitting him a little hard.
Trump said, we have the greatest military in the world. We've been proving that when you take Venezuela in a matter of minutes. He said, Trump says he will have much more power in his second term. He said, I want to begin by just saying we're doing extremely well in Iran. What else did he say? He said, when I mentioned the Navy that we just destroyed, are they good ships? Yeah, they're great ships. Then why didn't we save them? We could have used them ourselves. I don't know why he's saying that. Okay. We have Channel 4's Kathy Newham asked Iran, she said, you're attacking a gas facility in Qassar. The Iranian the Iranian spokesman said the reality is the United States and Israel are abusing the soil, territories, and assets. But you're not merely attacking US assets. But guy, I was explaining who started attacking our gas field, South Parts of gas field. But a gas field is not a military asset, is it? Was an Iranian gas military field a military asset? No, it wasn't, is what he said. Many drones going towards the Middle East. It says, without the USA, NATO, this is what Trump said. He said, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They don't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won with very little danger for them, they complain about the high oil prices they're forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military maneuver that is a single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards. And I will remember Trump not happy that the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. He's not happy at all. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez said the following: there is an illegal war that we do not support. A no to war message that is no longer just Spain's voice, but a can full of conviction and truth that is now embraced by the entire world. Even those fighting who don't know how long this war will last. So he himself is saying they don't know how long the war is going to last. Switzerland has stopped approving weapons exports to the United States of America, citing its neutrality during the Israel-US conflict. There was more boom boom Tel Aviv as well. We saw fires in Tel Aviv after Iranian fragments hit Rehovot. Impact on Rehovot in Israel. Abbas Araghchi said, for a man so reliant on goodwill of Christians in the United States, Netanyahu's open disdain for Jesus Christ is remarkable. His unbridled praise of Genghis Khan, the worst slaughterer our region has ever seen, also fits with his current status as a wanted war criminal. We saw airstrikes on Iran earlier today as well. And the Houthis had a statement. They said, we warn the Arab countries, especially Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, against intercepting the missiles coming from Iran and Yemen and the entire axis of resistance. Any country that intercepts the Axis missile will be treated as an inseparable part of the Zionist entity, and he who is warned has no excuse. Joint operations are coming. The Houthis have joined the battlefield. Let's see some more of the news and then we'll get the conversation going. Okay, we had some Iranian cluster bombs drop in occupied Jerusalem. This was about an hour ago, so I need to tweet that out. But I'll tweet that after I give you guys the news. A statement issued by Hezbollah. Hezbollah basically condemned the briefing presented by the UN. We mentioned that the US is going to be sending thousands of more additional troops, in addition to the ones that we mentioned, towards Israel. So that's happening. One of Iran's Shahid drones actually had 4 Rachel Corrie. If you remember, Rachel Corrie was the person who was killed by an American who was killed by Israel. By Israel, yeah, while she was in Saudi. Okay, sorry, while she was in Palestine. Okay, guys, let's get into the conversation. Lots to speak about. Obviously, we'll give you the news as and when we receive it, but let's get into the news. Let's go to Morphet, and then we'll go to Resistance, and then we've got Omar as well. Morphet, anything you want to add?
Yeah, man. Huge time shout out. You know, this is a good way to start off the Eid. Eid Mubarak to everybody. Kul sana wa antum salmin. You know, this is great news. Like when I read the title and you started the space, you know, when we first saw the genocide happen, my biggest irritant was the thing that I was most irritated about was these terrorist jets that like seem to not be able to get handled. You know, they're very hard to get because these what these genociders do is you know, they keep the planes flying super high, 10,000 feet in the sky, and then what these genociders do is they bomb kids. They kill a lot of, massacre a lot of kids with these, you know, so-called fighter jets. I call them terrorist jets. So I'm very happy, man. This is one of the best gifts I've been given. I think Iran has the technology to defend itself, like that. Unfortunately, Hamas didn't when it came to defending yourselves against this terrorist jets, because it requires a lot more, far advanced, more technology than just like the typical militia, you know, tools. So this is amazing. You know, I hope that more of them get taken down. I think it's important that the resistance takes down as many down, because a lot of the times these Zionist Western cowards, they think that they could just get in these planes and it's an easy 40K a year job with the healthcare. You just got to bomb kids, press buttons, and you're fine in that little terrorist jet. So that's why I'm really happy that Iran is shooting down these terrorist jets and smoking these terrorist jets. And we even heard when this first started, like one crashed in Kuwait. And you know, the Kuwaitis just in a disgraceful fashion are like welcoming these terrorists, like, oh, you just crashed your plane. Oh, let me help bring you to the embassy. It's like, bro, like that chick was probably the chick who bombed kids, G, and like and these Kuwaitis are like, you know, acting like allies, you know. So I'm glad Iran is handling the job the way that I've been almost begging for. I've been begging for this, you know. I've been praying for this every single day. I've been praying for this, for these terrorist jets, these fighter jets that have massacred most of the civilian massacres. Call are from these terrorist jets. That's where they're from. So if the resistance is able to handle these terrorist jets and continue like performing extremely well, which I agree with Suleiman's assessment yesterday, I believe Iran is actually, their game plan is on par right here. They're handling the octopus. The octopus, it reaches from Israel all the way to the GCC. So, you know, unfortunately, the GCC does have to also get hit, as we've seen it get hit. Hopefully, everybody's safe, and we know everyone's going to be safe because Iran only targets the bases over there. So, if anything happens to civilians, it's most likely an Israeli interceptor that's doing things to the civilians. So, this is great news. Iran War Day 21, even seeing day 21, I'm loving it, because the first time around, it was just 12 days. I don't think 12 days is enough to get rid of this genocide or entity. It's going to be a year or two. So massive shout out to you, Suleiman. Thanks for letting me. Before I give you the mic, guys, everyone repost the space too. This is massive. This is amazing news. Make sure you guys repost the space because we're being massively censored. They don't want people. They don't want Americans knowing these F-35 fighters are getting, shot down because they want you guys to continue being slaves in Goyim and thinking you're untouchable, but you really can be touched. And that's what this proves. So massive shout out. Make sure you guys repost, hit that arrow up, arrow down, repost, smash this, and make sure you join Suleiman's YouTube too if that's live. Subscribe to it because Suleiman's the only one telling this news. I'm in America. I just heard this news, guys, that the F-35 fighter jets are getting shot down. I literally, they will never tell this news in America, ever, because they don't want people knowing that they could get touched. So massive shout out to Suleiman again. This is why it's important to follow him, man.
I appreciate it, brother. Just want to welcome Omar, Brother Resistance, Brother Omar, Rahul, and Tasnimo onto the space as well. Resistance, where's Netanyahu? Where is Netanyahu? Give us your thoughts anyway on the news.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, Netanyahu, did you see the scene of the room where they were in, where Netanyahu was conducting the press conference? So they were all together with Netanyahu there. So I'm thinking he might actually be there. He might actually be alive, because I can't really explain that scene because that's a room with him there. The only thing I could say is, why was a journalist from Newsmax or whatever with 5,000 or 5K followers basically, and some random and one Israeli journalist, which not Haaretz, not any of these other big ones, Times of Israel journalist or whatever. Why were they selected in the room? Why was also one random NBC people selected in the room? What I'm hearing in Arabic news channels or Arabic Telegram channels is that they signed some sort of documents to say that you have to agree if you want to interview Netanyahu, you have to agree to the conditions of that interview in the room. So that's all I know. But I'm leaning towards the fact that he's actually alive based on just those images as well, that I can see of him walking in the room, coming in, and that room looks like. And I looked at high definition videos of the guy standing near the doorway, clasping his hands, and it wasn't molded. That was just generally a clasped hand. I looked at everything, all the other inconsistencies in that live press conference, even the sleeve. Now the sleeve everyone talks about, and I'm thinking actually, when you see, it's not the cuff that comes out, the white from his shirt, the white shirt cuff that comes out of his sleeve. It's actually the suit sleeve that withdraws back as he sort of goes back, as he positions his body back. So that seems like that's a normal, natural sort of reaction, in my opinion. So when I tie a lot of these things up, it looks like that is a person, that's Netanyahu, in that room in front of lots of people. Now, that's all I can say for that. There's still lots of unanswered questions of why he wasn't there for 8 days or whatever, but that could be because he was injured deep down in the bunker. Who knows? I'm sort of like now 80% thinking that he is alive. But for me, the proof will be in the pudding when he goes to America or he invites heads of state. He's now seen walking around with everybody in the Knesset and in making public meetings, etc. Because if this is just a one-off thing, then just more doubts start to creep in, because it doesn't disprove or doesn't dispel the fact that the last 5 videos or 4 videos were all AI generated, or at least in part AI generated. So that's what I just want to know. So for me, I'll go with the data. So as far as I'm concerned right now, it seems like he's alive. Abbas Arakchi is quoting him, which a lot of people should be, given what they've seen in that live press conference. And so that's potentially one aspect of this whole thing is that has been uncovered. But so the content of what he said in the speech was quite interesting, to be honest. There's on lots of things, on his comparison with Jesus and Genghis Khan, the fact that he quoted Will Durant from his book, to use that to propagate this war and his thought process. The thought the ability that he can that they should create this pipeline from the Gulf and Saudi Arabia and UAE all the way west through to Israel to pump oil west. And he said that's the solution to the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el Mandeb Strait. But he just completely ignored the East, which are the biggest buyers of things. So buyers of oil and gas. So yeah, so these are all elements. And he said obviously the ground invasion is a ground invasion component, which obviously any war that if you want to win a war, every war that's won so far has been utilizing a ground invasion, not just an air assault. So yeah, so I guess we are going to be leading to a ground invasion if Netanyahu's saying that. And also, the interesting thing is, one of the interviewers said, if Trump says no, we'll stop right here, because they asked him, is Trump leading this, or you're leading this? And he said, no, Trump is the leader of this. I'm just his ally. He's the one. He's leader of this operation. I'm just his ally. And he said to me to stop it hitting any more oil fields, and I cut it out, and I will. So that's what I'm going to do. And then he said, okay, so well, if Trump says let's stop, we're going to stop the war, will you do it? And he declined to answer. So if the United States decide to end this war, will you go on because of that? Because you said that Trump is leader, and he declined to answer. And then all of a sudden, one of his staffers came and said, "That's the end of the interview. That's the end." And he said, "You've had enough questions," he said to that interviewer, the Israeli one. So yeah, make of that what you will.
I'm more like 60-40. I think they actually might have got Netanyahu. Only cause like look at how much the genociders are posting now. Like they're trying to prove like, oh yeah, he's alive, guys. Like look at there's this video of him in this coffee shop. But the 40% of me though, the reason why I'm only 60-40 though, is because like what you said, resistance, like I think this coward is hiding in a bunker. I'll be really, really surprised if this coward is in a different country, hiding in a bunker in a different country even. So I'm like 60-40 though, only because the genociders seem to want to prove us wrong though. Like, oh no, he's still alive. So that's the only reason why I think they might have got him. They maybe a missile did hit his head, hopefully, but we'll see.
That's funny.
I mean,
Okay, let's
just
go
to
to
add
Brother
on,
Oba. Okay, Brother
yeah.
Omar, I hope you're doing well.
th-
Give us
th-
your thoughts.
Thank you, brother. Happy to everybody. Hope everybody's having a great day. I mean, just to add onto what the resistance was saying, that's what I was saying from when we were debating if he was alive or not about all the videos. أعوذ بالله من كلمة أنا. I don't like, I'm not saying that I'm saying I said or this or that, but it's too obvious that someone like him is obviously going to be trolling us with AI when they have technology that we still don't even have. From here to 30 years we won't have. So they're going to be trolling us. They're going to make us look into Epstein files. They're going to be looking at, oh, is he alive? Is he not alive? It's very obvious and very, very, very easy to see that he's alive. He's well, and they got a different agenda now, and they're going to make the U.S. look even worse and worse and worse. And then this is going to keep getting worse, honestly. And just to add on to the fact, my point really was to talk about something that I saw. A listener here sent me something. I appreciate it, and it was a bunch of thousands of Israelis leaving the occupied land and illegally to Cyprus. So her comment on that was that Cyprus was promised to them 3,000 years ago, and I shared the video with you, Sully. So it's something amazing to see that just how they came in cruise ships, and we took them in. Now they're running like rats on rubber boats to Cyprus just to evade the damn bombings that they've been going through. And honestly, that the way they victimize themselves now, it's just like so crazy to see that the world's not even sympathizing, even with them losing. I mean, it's very hard to say, losing family members and kids and children after everything. No one would want that upon their worst enemy, because war is war, and you only deal with the people that are engaged in the war. But these people, I mean, they got exactly what they sent over to the whole world, and to Gaza and to Lebanon and Syria and Iraq and Yemen. And they got it right back tenfold, and now they're victimizing themselves, and there's no sympathy whatsoever. So this is a blessing and a Eid gift from Allah. So it's very something very, very, very nice to see. So Sully, I hope you get a look at it and share it maybe, or talk about it. It's something beautiful to see.
Yeah, it's golden indeed. Golden. Obviously, when it's not your land, you're willing to run. Willing to leave it and run away because you have no connection to it.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just saw this video also, sorry to interrupt. I just saw this video of this 60-year-old Iranian man, mashallah man. He lost two of his kids and they were blown into pieces. And he said, if I'm gonna have to surrender this land to a foreigner, I'd rather give my life away than give away my land. So it's the same with every oppressed country and every oppressed nation that you would rather die, forget martyrdom, forget everything. It's about principle. This is mine. And if someone comes over to your house and says, get out, let me take this, I like this, you're not obviously going to hand it over. You're going to be like, this is mine. You're going to fight till the death, and whoever wins takes it. So this is exactly what we're going through. So we're seeing it around Palestine, we're seeing it around in Iran, in Iraq, and people are finally united, and the resistance is united after so much time that they were trying to be connected and united. But the thing is that the United States always intervened and always made deals with Iran and always deceived them, that they were never able to comply fully with the all the resistances. But once they all realized that this is something we all need to do, and then they had China and Russia also invite them over. I mean, things took a change, and now we're seeing just people like going crazy the way we've been going crazy for the past 79 years. And hopefully next year will be the 80th year that finishes everything off, man. So, ya Rab.
Thanks for that. Okay, some more breaking news. Let me read this to you, and then I've got some chats to read as well. Okay, so this is a statement by the IRGC, and it says, okay, let me just sort it out first. IRGC statement. Okay, it says, we destroyed with Khorramshahr 4 and Qadr multi-head missiles, 25 locations in Haifa and Tel Aviv. Drone unit launched a multi-layered cyber attack targeting a large number of US bases in the region. Naval forces targeted Al Dhafra base and destroyed part of the Patriot system. That is the breaking news, and we've got some super chats. I got some ED from some people. But I read this super chat. It says, this is the first one. It's a huge super chat. And it says, God loves you, brother, and so do we. Well, I appreciate that. He says, by the way, Karg Island is a map in the video game Battlefield 3, released in 2011. Game is made by Dice Studio, Sweden, owned by EA. Kushner owns 5% of EA, I think, unconfirmed. Maybe they believe real life is a video game. Yeah, or maybe they were sending these codes through these video games is something what these demonic people do sometimes. Actually, funny enough, they think it's part of the fulfillment of demonic ideas. I know it sounds weird because you don't think like that. It sounds conspiratorial because we don't think like that. But those who believe in these dark arts believe that you need to relay this information to the public, and then that way it fulfills the accomplishment. Another super chat from Jessica, who says, someone put me on a time out on YouTube. I'm friend not far. I realize you're exhausted, but try not. Well, okay. Just okay. Well, look at that. Okay, appreciate it, Jessica. And then a huge one from Andrew, one of our. Oh, crap. He said, don't. Appreciate that. And then we've got another one here, a huge one. And it says, here is my message from Anonymous. All followers participating. Oh, sorry. All following participant listening. Oh, wait a sec. I'm so bad at this. All following participants, listeners of Suleiman's X Space and YouTube and TikTok with Beatrix, please send some love by a financial donation. Suleiman and Beatrix, thank you for fighting the good fight against evil and tyranny. Love you both dearly. Appreciate it and appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are trying our best to give you guys the real news and real information. So yeah, we appreciate that. Completely. Guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. We have so much to get through. It's the only place for real news, real information. You heard it, More Fit say they weren't even aware that the F-35 fighter jet had been taken down, but I've heard not one, but two fighter jets will be taken down. So that's going to be awesome. Okay, let's go to Rahul. Rahul, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, Eid Mubarak to all.
Eid
I've
Mubarak.
been incapacitated for the past week and a half, and in that time, I must say, Suleiman, it's appropriate that you get a lot of fan mail because you do a fantastic job in bringing people together to give us the latest on what's happening and also to advocate a message of justice. It's not about religion. It's not about anything else. It's simply about the fact that we need to have some kind of geopolitical justice, and that's what brings us all into your space. So we appreciate you, brother. So just a couple of things. I think what we are witnessing right now is quite historical. I like to term it, I think the last time I was on your space a couple of weeks ago, a great reset of some sort. The fact of the matter is that for decades now, all of these other Gulf states, in particular Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia, have been part and parcel of the US imperial agenda that is, in a large way, dictated to by the Zionist agenda. And the fact that you've now had over the past few days and the past couple of weeks, for example, the Qatari government and the foreign minister complaining on the basis of Islam. I don't know if I can't give you the exact words of his statement, but he was questioning, why does Iran attack other Muslim countries? Well, what the fuck were they doing for the past few decades? They've been allies with the Zionists. Why should Iran suffer alone? Why should Yemen suffer alone? Why should Lebanon suffer alone? So I think it's a great reset. Also, it makes us, those who do not live in the area, also realize the fact that those respective governments, and they're not governments per se, they are not elected, they are monarchies. So they are, in essence, dictatorships. They do not necessarily have the support of the people. You will recall, Suleiman and colleagues, that the reason that the Saudi monarchy is in place is because of the Faustian Pact that Kissinger made with them on behalf of the US government, not to protect the people of Saudi Arabia, but to protect the monarchy of Saudi Arabia. So we're seeing this great reset. I don't want to take up too much of your time because I know that there are others who would like to speak, but just a couple of other points. Yes, if Netanyahu has been killed, I will be among the first to jump for joy. He is a brother of Satan without a doubt. But whilst we celebrate that fact, if it has happened, let's also remember that, look, the entire Zionist agenda itself is evil. So even if Netanyahu is not around, there's going to be someone else, Ben Gvir, whoever it is, to take up the cudgels. Ariel Sharon was a bastard himself, whoever it is. Even Yitzhak Rabin, even though he won the award or whatever, while he was winning that award, he was still capturing land in the West Bank and whatever else. They've never had any intention of peace. So the only way that there will be peace is that Palestine has got to be free from the river to the sea. And we say that not on the basis of religion, but on the basis of democracy, human rights, and whatever is just geopolitically. On the side of Trump, my last point is that Trump is fucking mad, man. Trump is an idiot. He takes his instructions, obviously, from Netanyahu and whoever else has whatever it is on him. And it's not just him, it's the entire White House cabinet. I mean, he's talking about taking over Karg Island. They can't even open up the Strait of Hormuz. How are you going to get right into the Gulf itself, where Karg Island is much closer to the influence and protection of Iran itself? So whatever it is they're saying about that, it's not going to happen. And I wish and hope and pray that America dares to have boots on the ground, because then they're going to get their asses handed to them, and the world is going to be able to see that this mighty cowboy that they made themselves out to be is not, when faced with real men with real passion to fight for a just cause. And lastly, let's not forget as well that much of the aggression by America and Israel is to deflect both from the Epstein files and from the fact that Gaza is still facing a genocide. People are still being starved to death, and we must never forget that. So with those few words, thank you very much, brothers and sisters on the space, and glad to be part of this movement. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Rahul. Appreciate your thoughts as always. Thank you for that. Guys, do retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. I know we took a couple of hour break, but we need to get back in it. I know it's Eid as well, and it was hard for me as well. Like I was, I was on the phone with the kids and I was like, oh, I need to leave you and do the space. I understand it is Eid and people want to spend with their families, but if you let everyone know and let's get everyone back in here, we took the morning off, but we can't take the rest of this war off. So we need to make sure we're going hard. We can take the mornings off, but we got to be hard for at least 16, 17 hours if we can. Retweet the space,
Real,
reshare
real,
it, let everybody know about it. That would be awesome. Would really appreciate you a lot.
Sully,
Yeah.
they're saying with all the AEDs you got, you're buying apartments in Dubai. That's what I
With all
heard.
the what, sorry?
With all the AEDs that you're getting, the dirhams that you're getting from the super chats, you're buying
I mean,
apartments in
unfortunately,
Dubai.
we're not getting them. We got that one from that guy. And also, because of the boom boom, I'm guessing the AEDs are not going to be worth much. The AEDs are not going to be, the AEDs are going to be valued less than the Pakistani rupee, and that is not very valuable. Actually, it'll be valued less than the Lebanese currency, the currency they destroyed. Less than the Iranian currency, the currency they helped destroy. That's all I got.
Hello. Can you guys hear me, Suleiman?
Yeah, I'm just gonna give it you a second. Let me
Okay.
just give some breaking news, and then I'll go to Conscious, and then I'll go to you if that's okay, Tanzimo. I'm just gonna read this news out, and then okay. So this is from Ryan Dawson. He's put a tweet out on it, and he's also put it on Telegram. I think he's gonna join us later as well. So Hezbollah targeted the Beranit barracks, headquarters of the 91st Division, with a barrage of rockets. Also, they targeted a Merkava tank in Badr al-Fakani in the town of Al-Taiba with guided missiles, achieving a direct hit. They also targeted a gathering of Israeli enemy army soldiers at the southern outskirts of the town of Alma al-Shab with a rocket barrage. They also targeted a gathering of soldiers from the army of the Israeli enemy at the southern outskirts of the town of Dahira with a rocket barrage. They targeted a gathering of soldiers from the army of the Israeli enemy at Khalit Warda in the town of Ait al-Shab with a rocket barrage. They also hit a gathering of Israeli enemy army soldiers at the Kaaba Heights at the southern eastern outskirts of the town of Merkaba with artillery shells. They, in addition to that, targeted a gathering of soldiers of the Israeli enemy army at the newly established position on the southern outskirts of the town of Merkaba with a rocket barrage. As you can see, they know all the staging areas and are attacking them as soon as they gather. Israel is not adapting, and they just keep getting taken out. Not looking good for Israel whatsoever. Not looking good for them at all. Let's see what else we got. So that's the latest news. Okay. Okay, wow. So Bloomberg are reporting that 16 US military aircrafts have been taken out in the war since the start of this war. So it is not looking good for the Zionist military industrial complex. Okay, let's go to Conscious, and then we'll go to Tasnima. Go ahead, Conscious.
Thank you very much, Suleiman. I have the updates for the casualties for today. So Let me start with Israel today because the numbers started going up, I think, due to the intensified attack to Haifa yesterday. So the numbers for Israel is 22 now confirmed deaths.
I don't want to be rude.
Deaths.
I do apologize. I know Ryan's come and he's only got a short period of time. It's like 3 a.m. in the morning there. Ryan, can I just quickly go to him and then I'll come to you straight away, Conscious? I know it sounds rude, but I apologize.
Sure.
Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're doing well. We read your update out. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Thanks. I started writing it out and I was like, shit, I'll just say it real fast. So much has happened. I wrote a long bit on Hezbollah. They took out another tank. To summarize, they're hitting all the staging areas. Every time the Israelis gather, they get smacked. And what's hilarious is they're hitting them with rockets. In a few instances, it was drones, but just rockets, not missiles, rockets. They have absolutely no air defense left and or radar left. I think it's the radars that are out, at least in northern Israel, and they're losing personnel. And they don't adjust. They just keep gathering in big groups and getting killed, which is fine by me. Of course, the big news, the F-35 was shot down, which means a bunch of different things. First of all, my prediction that they're running out of standoff munitions is true. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened, which means they do have air defense systems, at least covering inside Iran. It also means they do have radar, despite Trump saying he blew it all up, because that would be impossible to do without radar hitting a stealth F-35. And if you can hit the F-35, then you can hit the F-22, 18, 15, 16, whatever, because that's the newest, the latest version with the most computation, the most support, the most everything, and they tagged it anyway. So, and then this incident of Trump saying, oh my God, Israel hit Iran's energy. I had no idea. Don't do that again. And, you saw his Truth Social post and he only responds this way because Iran blew up LNG in Qatar as well as a helium plant and started spiking Saudi Arabia as well. So Trump tries to do the good cop thing and be like, oh, Israel just did that without me knowing, but let's knock that off. Don't do that. And if you do, then we'll wipe it all out. Kind of contradictory. He absolutely knew Israel was going to strike the energy sector, signed off on it. They probably told him, don't worry, Iran will go to their knees if we do this. And instead, Iran just started blowing up all the oil and LNG all over the Gulf. So Trump comes out and says, oh, no. Then he turns around to the Arabs and gets billions of dollars. This is an extortion racket. He's like, Israel, do it, because then Iran's going to respond this way, and then I'm going to get them to pay me like a protection racket. He can't protect them. The only reason they're targets is because there's U.S. bases there and because U.S. Used to leave from there. And if whatever Israel does, desalinization, oil, LNG, infrastructure, Iran's going to do it back. And they're going to do it back to the Gulf because it's easy. But Israel's day is coming too. So I'm worried. Vietnam. Oh, by the way, little bit good news. You know how bad things were in Cuba? Lights were off in 2/3 of the country. Havana couldn't run electricity in hospitals, elderly care. Well, Mexico has come to the rescue. They've broken the blockade. They're sending oil. Another thumb in Trump's eye. And probably the most beautiful news today, and I saw them actually say this on Fox, America is going to allow Iranian oil to be shipped. Oh, yeah, you're allowing it. They're just doing it. But they're lifting sanctions temporarily on Iran. So first it started with special waivers for Russia, then Iran. Now, last night, my time, Putin was doing a live broadcast. To boil it down, he essentially was telling the Europeans, look, Asia's pretty thirsty for this gas and oil, and we're happy to oblige. We're willing to work with Europeans too, but not in this temporary framework. We're not going to bail you out because you have no other options and now you want to buy from us. Like, we're only going to send you gas and oil if it's long term and you can cement some kind of guarantees, then we're happy to work with you and happy to send you gas and oil. But we're not going to do this 30-day shit and then scrap. So that was the gist of what he was saying. Japan did get a 30-day waiver from Russia, but that's normal. They've been doing 30-day since like 2019. So whatever. People are mad at Takaichi because she went and met Trump and they think she solidified the deal. That deal was already made by Ishiba before she was in office. She isn't going to renege on what was already contracted, but she did add conditions to it. I don't think people understand that, and they're all ripping her a new one and making memes and stuff, but she actually made a already bad deal by her predecessor a little bit less bad by adding conditions of U.S. energy going to Japan. And honestly, they really don't have a choice. They import 99% of their fossil fuels. Korea is getting now 10% of their oil from Iran. They always did, but it was paused for a while. They are allowing that. They did not make them pay in yuan, though. I think they're paying in won. So they're not paying in dollars either. So that's all that matters. What else? The Pearl Harbor comment. Everyone's fucking furious about it. What a stupid thing to say. They hit Pearl Harbor, which Hawaii was not part of the United States. It wouldn't be for another 10 years. But they did that as a response to the McCullum memo and the blockade on oil to Japan. The Doolittle raids and all that ended up coming. Harassment in Manchuria, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't out of the blue. It was not a surprise attack. But even if it was, and they had the communications, and the USS Ward sunk a Japanese mini-sub hours before the air raid on Pearl Harbor, so they knew they could. This is absolutely crap when they act like they got surprised. But let's say it was. The analogy doesn't work because that would be like telling Iran you're about to bomb them, not your allies. The question was, why didn't you inform your allies you're about to do this? Because a lot of them, like Vietnam and Philippines and India, for example, they had basically no oil reserves. And he just didn't care and did it anyway. But I think that he didn't know that would matter because they thought that it was all going to collapse and the Ayatollah would be killed and Iran would fall apart within 48 hours. They did not anticipate Strait of Hormuz being closed. They did not anticipate all their bases and Gulf allies getting smashed. And I don't know why. If you listen to myself, Larry Johnson, Ritter, Colonel Wilkerson, Ray McGovern, the kind of Judge Knapp Rolodex, what have we been saying? There's going to be a war with Iran, and they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to hit all those U.S. bases in Gulf area. That's what all of us have been saying. Pepe Escobar and I have been saying this since 2014. They will close the strait. They can also close the Red Sea, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I guess the last thing, they said the Houthis have been activated. That is fake news. Somebody AI'd an Arabic speech. But they could get into it at any point, but that has not happened yet. All right, there's the update.
Ryan, just quick one about
the Hezbollah stuff is on my page. It went in detail if you want to know what town got hit and where, and one tank taken out, and a lot of dead Israelis. Makes my day.
Yeah, Ryan.
Happy anniversary to me. A whole bunch of Israelis got killed.
Yeah, Ryan, I read your tweet out. Just a quick question about the F-35. Have you heard anything about this second F-35 that's been taken out?
A second one was forced to land, but that means it was probably hit. That's different than being blown out of the air, though.
Okay, and someone's asking, there's unconfirmed reports that the IAGC have sensors that bypass the F-35 stealth, scoring history's first combat hit by. Okay, so what's your thoughts on that? Obviously,
long radar will catch the F-35 and F-22. That's in my book. I have a book called The Separation of Business and State, and there's a whole chapter on those two planes and how terrible they are, and what a waste of money they were. And let's see if I can grab it. There. That's always been the case. So it's not even special sensors. It's just long radar. Old tech beats new tech sometimes.
Ryan, you made a point about Trump is creating this protection racket. I'm hearing from BBC Arabic. There's a video from international affairs researcher in Oman, Salim Al Jahouri. He said on BBC Arabic that according to leaks, he says that Trump is demanding GCC states pay $5 trillion to sustain the war, or $2.5 trillion as a fee for stopping it, framed as a payment for whatever has been accomplished. It's almost like a protection racket without any protection.
Well, like, what else can they do? They are defenseless. They're on fire. They're at Iran's mercy. They've all said, okay, U.S. can't use our airspace or bases, but the U.S. is going to violate that. I mean, when I say they, that does not include Jordan and Saudi Arabia, but, you know, the ones right there on Hormuz, the little ones like UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain, Qatar. Yeah, they they don't know what to do because they don't have defense. They're super vulnerable. Iran can smash their energy, smash their desalination, their power plant, whatever. It's all above ground. They're not bunkered in under the mountains like Iran is. They're super vulnerable. They're out of interceptors. They realized they were only placed there to protect Israel. This was Israel's war and Israel's ambition the whole time. They've already lost billions of dollars. They're just like really want this war to end. They want the strait to be open. They want to get back to business. But they picked the wrong team and they're siding with the U.S. And Trump's just like, he's a Yankee from New York. If he can extort somebody, he's going to. He's just absolutely ruthless. There's no relation after this war anyway, so he's going to be like, pay.
One of the
and they're
Qatari
dumb enough to do it.
Ryan, did you hear about the earthquake fraction that was launched in the Czech Republic? That
The Czech Republic burned down a weapons factory.
oh yeah, there you go. You're on top of it.
Hey,
Yeah, I heard.
Ryan, how you doing?
I'm good.
Good to have you on the space. I'm loving the collabs you're doing with Suleiman. They're getting a lot of traction. People are really enjoying that on YouTube. Let me ask you, I really appreciate you joining the space as well, Ryan. Let me just ask you a quick question. And I don't know if you've been asked this because I've just joined and I don't know how you're doing for time, but Trump's giving a lot of mixed signals. Sometimes it's boots on the ground, sometimes there isn't. It's obvious. I just heard what you were saying about they picked the wrong team. No off-ramp in sight. Where do you think this goes? How long do you think this will go on for?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's the biggest losers in this are the Gulf states and Cyprus, because Cyprus has to put up with all these Israelis running away, and that's where they're going. So they might take the biggest L of all. But it's not really sustainable, and you can see the fact that Trump is now allowing Iranian oil to go in the market, that he is feeling the pressure from the whole planet, really, of you need to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and since you don't have the ability to do that by force, what's the only other option? You're going to have to meet concessions and do what Iran wants, and he's going to have to eat crow. But he'll find a way to declare victory. But isn't it amazing when you've got everyone on the whole planet, big energy, big tech, like all the industries that are suffering from this on one side, Israel on the other, and he does what Israel wants. And that's why we call it Epstein Fury. It's terrible, but he's got it. You know, Joe Kent resigned. I think Tulsi Gabbard's going to resign soon. I think he's going to start losing cabinet members. The CIA is mad at him. Half of the Pentagon is mad at him. He totally embarrassed an ally with his stupid Pearl Harbor comment. Like, Japan is pissed at him. The public is really mad at him. They're even mad at her. But yeah, he just keeps digging a hole. Turkey, Cuba, and Indonesia have now condemned what they call Israel's war. So, you know, more that's in addition to obviously almost every Muslim state already did, but like Egypt and so on. But yeah, that's just more global outrage. And they're all going to remember, they're not going to blame Iran for closing the strait. They're going to blame Israel for starting a war, knowing that this would be the result. And, Trump's the only one that can end it. You can't talk to the Israelis. They're psychopaths. And without America, Israel would, they'd lose within weeks. So, yeah, I mean, it needs to de-escalate. And I think the signals of them allowing Iranian oil out and him announcing this crap about the Marines, think this through. Why would you say, we're going to send this many Marines and they're going to that island and it's going to be in this ship? Like, why would you announce that to the enemy? Because that whole thing ain't going to happen. That's just him running his mouth to try and calm down the market panic by acting like, don't worry, we're going to go seize this. And then we're like, you stop, we'll stop. They're not going to Krug Island. They're not going to open the Strait of Hormuz. There's no international armada coming. There's no Kurdish faction coming. Al-Qaeda in Syria is not going to go into Lebanon. Like, nobody everyone can see how bad they're losing this war. I don't think there's 292 injured Americans and only 12 dead. And the Israelis are dying. Northern Israel is demolished. Up in Haifa, that port, gone. Power plant, destroyed. All the radar towers, gone. They can't even stop rockets from coming in. Rockets, not missiles. They don't have propulsion system. You just, and then they go and gravity sends them in. They can't even stop a rocket. They're just getting peppered. Netanyahu is hiding. He has to put out AI videos and stuff. And it's just going to get worse. And now they're declaring bull crap like Iran is out of weapons. They're not. They just shot down an F-35. Like, they're not out of weapons. They're not even close to being out of weapons. You're out of weapons. You're out of the good weapons. You're out of standoff munitions and you're out of interceptors. And the Israeli public is having fits because they're hiding in shelters and their sons are getting killed. Imagine how that feels. So I think with all that combined and his, people in his cabinet resigning and public pressure, international pressure, like, it's the whole world versus the Israeli cabal. But the reality of physically losing the war is going to catch up with him. Like, Trump can lie to himself and everyone else only for so long. And when he says, why can't we get that island? What do you mean we can't open the strait? Then he's going to have to capitulate. So maybe another month of him being retarded and wasting money and getting people killed. And hopefully we can end this by what I said a long time ago: remove the U.S. footprint from the Middle East, pay some portion of reparations, hammer something out on the nuclear deal, maybe inspections for Israel as well. But they're going to have to demilitarize to the point where they cannot just do this again 6 months later. So all those Gulf bases have to go. And I imagine America will make the Gulf pay for it, even though Israel and the U.S. started the whole thing. And they'll do that because they can. And I'll count my crocodile tears for the UAE and Qatar and all these people that finance ISIS and the civil war in Sudan. Like, boo hoo, I don't care.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I've got a question for you here. It's funny what you were saying, Ryan, because you just the way it is true, but the way you put it together, it is actually, it makes it, if it wasn't so tragic and people weren't dying, you could actually just laugh at this situation that Trump's created. But one of our longtime followers really appreciates you on YouTube, says, can we ask about Netanyahu and if Ryan thinks it even matters whether he's alive or not?
Yeah, it matters. It matters for my own satisfaction. I want him to be dead. It matters. He has a lot of leverage. He has a lot of blackmail. He has a lot of contacts. He speaks English perfectly well. He's a very powerful politician in Israel, and it would do the Likud great damage were he to die, and it would be a huge morale boost to Iran and Lebanon and the Houthis and the Palestinians to see that demon go back to hell. But he would just be replaced with the next psychopath. The thing is, as evil as all of them are, from Gavir and like, it doesn't matter who it is, they all suck. But none of them have the political clout and sway that Netanyahu has built up over the years. Not even Ariel Sharon, Barack, none of them. He's a 3-time prime minister, longest standing prime minister, I think, at this point. He's got the Epstein files, like he's got a lot of power. So getting rid of him would be huge. It wouldn't change Israel politically because they're all psychotic, ethnic cleansing, land grabbing lunatics, but it would reduce their power over the United States, which means, that's the most important thing they have.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ryan. Sorry, Suleiman, do you want to jump in?
If he does die and it gets confirmed, how do we celebrate? I think we should make a holiday. Like whatever day he dies on becomes a global holiday.
Yeah, a global holiday.
It should be like
Free
a second
celebration.
Christmas/Valentine's all together.
We'll celebrate in Japan or Korea, Ryan, if that happens. Ryan, we in terms of Trump, he's deployed more troops. This was about a couple of hours ago. Bloomberg, I believe, were reporting. No, it wasn't Bloomberg. I forgot what the outlet was that was reporting it. So now it looks like they're getting close to possibly around 10,000 troops. What's your thoughts on that?
It's insignificant. What are 10,000 gonna do? You need like 300,000. Okay, 10,000, even 10,000 Marines, well, la-di-da, whatever. The crews on the carriers can do some damage. I've said that from day one, and every time they give you an AI, they look, Lincoln's on fire. Like, no, it's not. 10,000 more soldiers, it doesn't matter. He's just, let's send in the 82nd Airborne. Like, you're not going to do that. You don't have a staging area. It's logistically impossible. He's just running his mouth to try to reduce the market panic. And look, the panic is coming. I thought these guys would be smarter than that and see through it, but apparently they're as stupid as anyone else. A lot of people didn't see this. They lost a lot of money. People who were invested in the UAE and all that. Like, how fragile that is, right? A war in Iran's coming for months and months, like since June, at least, when they already been attacked for the 3rd time. The big one's coming, and you still invested in these Gulf states. You're mental. But they did, and they probably lost millions of dollars. I had friends that did not listen to me. I'm like, go headquarter in East Asia like me. Put your investments here, here, and here. No, nope. They went to UAE and lost everything. UAE is just getting smacked too. And they're like, they were giving these reports saying we shot down 200 drones today. Like, yeah, sure you did. Like, look out the window. You didn't.
That's hilarious. Ryan, I've got another question for you. It says, please ask what prevents the nuclear option. I feel like Israel will keep escalating no matter what. They will want to nuke at the end.
What I think preventing it is the ambiguity of did Iran spin up a nuke or not? And they're worried about getting nuked back. And having it be a question mark is that kind of Goldilocks area where, like, whoa, we didn't build a nuke. Because if you have a nuke, you might get nuked. But they don't clearly not have a nuke either. So they're like, well, if we nuke them, are they going to nuke us? Israel, one nuke, they're out. 77% of their population lives in Tel Aviv and Haifa. So you just plop it, and those are pretty close. You just plop it right there. So I almost hope they do it, just because it would be such a net positive. to rid the world of cancer. But I'm being facetious, but it's the threat of being nuked back. That's the only thing. That's the only thing these psychotic creatures understand is pain. You can't negotiate. They don't have empathy. They don't have reason. They don't possess these things. They just lie and steal. But they don't want to get nuked. And Iran did have, you need 90% enriched uranium to build a bomb, like even the smallest, like Hiroshima style bomb. And they know that they had a stockpile of 60%, but there is a way to roll that up with hexafluoride and get like 1 to 3 nuclear yields out of it. And that's all you'd need. So I think they're afraid of that. I also think there would be some global consequences why the U.S. doesn't want to use a nuke, because that would be the end of the non-proliferation, and there'd be a pariah, and you'd lose all leverage, and you'd get nukes everywhere. Saudi Arabia get a nuke, Turkey gets a nuke, everybody starts getting nukes, Brazil, like, and then you're in a mess, because then you can't invade anybody anymore. See, you don't invade countries that do have weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, that's the point, and that's why I think they've always made a mistake of not getting the nuke. They should have got that nuke a lot earlier than they did.
They couldn't know. Like, that's what everyone says, but the thing is, like, if you start making a nuke, you'll get nuked, because they're trying to build a nuke. We got to get them now before they get the bomb. The only way to get to the nuke is the way North Korea did. You have to have such strong conventional weapons that you already can't be invaded. Then you build a nuke.
Which is what Iran already has.
It is. Well, they didn't know it, though. They didn't know that they had this capacity and this many ballistic missiles and how they're underground and so on and so on.
So, Ryan, from your perspective, how do you see the next so many days going?
I don't think there'll be any dramatic shifts. Trump's gonna talk up a bunch of hot air. I don't think this Marine misadventure is going to happen. They'll find some excuse, blah, blah, blah. More pain on the Gulf states, much more pain in northern Israel. Hezbollah will continue to win. I don't see that changing either. The interesting thing is going to be the economic fallout, and that's too complicated to predict, because there's too many players. But what will Europe's answer be to what I said about Putin? He was saying, we're willing to share oil and gas, but only if this is long term. Are they going to take that deal or not? A rational person would say, yeah, take that deal. But you're dealing with cultural suicide. Like, Germany would rather wither away and die than do the right thing. And UK is like 60-40 on that, so it depends. So these are what all will happen with trade depends on each place and each leader, and that's going to be interesting. But as far as the war goes, it's going to be more of Iran bombing whatever it wants because they're out of defense. Hopefully they can shoot down a few more planes. U.S. is going to have to be more standoffish there, cook up some other plan to open the strait, or at least keep the Red Sea open. Yeah, I just don't see them turning this war around. From now on, it's in Iran's favor because U.S. is out of standoff. They're almost, and they're out of interceptors, clearly, since they're being hit by rockets. So I just see northern Israel continuing to get diminished, and probably since Hezbollah can't reach it, that Iran will start hitting the Negev more next, down south.
They hit Haifa quite hard over the last few days. What's your understanding of the situation at Haifa?
Yeah, but that's 90% Hezbollah doing that. I mean, it's right on the border of Lebanon, so it's Hezbollah can take care of that, and that's what I was saying. I don't know if you heard at the very beginning, but I was like, they're hitting them with rocket barrages. That used to never work, not missiles, rockets. Some drone attacks, but they're hitting their personnel and staging areas. So Israel's been attempting to gather their forces and move north. They even tried to go up through Syria and then cut west and get into Lebanon. That didn't work either. So they're bombing Beirut, and that's awful. We knew they were going to do that. And they'll call and say evacuate, whatever. But it's all in the south between the Litani River and the Blue Line, where it's guerrilla forces. They learned don't use cell phones because Israel can track you on those and hear you, and it's like a spy. So they got rid of that electronics, and so now they're invisible. And Israel doesn't know how to fight this. They realize they're so tech reliant. And so when Hezbollah's like, just get rid of the phones and pagers, get rid of all that and disappear. They're sending tanks and armor up, and they're just getting blown to bits. Every time they gather at a staging area, they get hit with rockets. Every time they repair the radar, it gets blown up again by a drone. They have that eye in the sky. So I just see Haifa continuing to get more and more diminished. Now, they're not just like bombing apartment buildings or anything. It's not like what Israel did to Gaza or Beirut. They're hitting military targets, which are mixed in with civilian things in Haifa because Israel does use human shields. Always guilty of their own accusations.
This is actually factual. I've just seen a video.
Although some apartments have been hit. But that's, collateral damage, actual collateral damage. Go to the shelter,
Well, yeah, it's not comparable because these guys have got underground bunkers for this type of situations. Ryan, just on the American military kind of perspective, they're basically struggling now to get close to Iran, as per what you said. They've had the F-35 fighter jets being taken out. Where does Trump go from here?
He's going to bomb the shorelines with very big bombs and very big fireballs and say, hooray me. Look, I'm blowing up the land batteries so we can open the strait any day now. Don't worry. They're out of radar. They're out of weapons. We're so big and mighty. And I've explained this, but there are lots of new listeners, so I'll say it again. I'm going to explain how stupid bombing the shoreline is. Like how it's so dumb. The shoreline for the Strait of Hormuz, which it's called the Persian Gulf for a reason, all the way from basically up until, the edge of Kuwait down to Oman is Iran. It is the size of Vietnam. Okay. That's big. And you're trying to hit something the size of a gun or the width of a speedboat in a stretch of land as big as Vietnam. Good luck. You don't know where they are. Some of them are mobile. They know when you're coming because they do have radar. You're just pounding sand. That's all you're doing. You're not going to destroy those land batteries because you cannot find them. And you cannot just bomb miles and miles and miles of bedrock, and it doesn't work like that. You have to know where it is and go get it. Randomly bombing the shoreline doesn't do anything. It looks impressive, but total waste of munitions. Just a complete. It's so stupid. Plus, that's not the only method for sinking the boats. The land batteries, I would place them at number one. But you also have underwater mines. You also have those kamikaze drone boats. Iran does have some Navy left, despite them always saying they sunk it all. No, they didn't. They even have boats underground. They can release one at a time. These are slow-moving tankers. It's not like they can zip by. You can see them from a mile away, and they're slow. You cannot protect them from all sides, as well as underwater coming up. You're not getting the strait open. Even if you did find and bomb the land batteries, it wouldn't work. And they'd just replace them with new ones. They're cheap. So, and I hear that they got some anti-ship weaponry from China. Like whatever the Chinese equivalent of the Neptune is, they got it. I think it's called the CB390 or something, but whatever.
Ryan, how? So we know that there was a lot of transportation of Chinese military equipment to Iran after the 12-day war, but these like radar systems, don't they take a long time to get across to Iran and then put them in place and these type of things? Some people say that it takes up to a year for some of these like advanced radar systems.
Well, they can patch like they can get feeds from Chinese satellites to Iranian consoles. It doesn't have to be like replaced with all Chinese radars and things. Those Q9s that help with air defense, I don't think it takes a year. And we don't know that that's what was offloaded anyway. People are guessing. But there was cargo plane after cargo plane, so it's like, what are they bringing? Who knows? But China's got a vested interest in Iran not failing. And you notice nobody's firing on the Chinese boats. Now, China is suffering from, even though Iran allows oil, okay, they get oil from Iran, but they're not getting it from the Gulf states, which is where the majority of it used to come from, because they're not producing it. So they still have to burn through their reserves. And this is another reason Asia isn't going to let this last all summer or whatever, because they only have about 200 days of oil. That's even with, well, maybe with Russia and others, and Iran oil, it'll be a little bit longer, but ultimately you have to have the Gulf oil and gas. You have to. So they will step in at some point with whatever they got to say. And the only way to end this is to get America out of it. Iran is fighting for its existence. So it's just going to be like, fuck you. Israel, same. But yeah, one of those has to go. My vote is get rid of Israel.
And if only your vote.
Because Iran has oil and gas and things to offer, and Israel doesn't.
Well, Israel does have degeneracy and destruction to offer. But
the only thing Israel gives America is more demands and a safe haven for pedophiles.
What's your thoughts on this new? Yeah, facts. What's your thoughts on this new bill that's coming in with $200 million being sent to? Sorry, Trump asking for another $200 billion.
They'll probably pay it. It's just, if you think about it, I mean, they gave a $100 billion away to Ukraine, but not really, because it got recycled through FX into the DNC, some of it. And they've given billions to Israel, but $200 billion on a war we don't need, that Israel started and we got stuck with. But I call it the AIPAC tax. They're going to pay, because other than like 4 or 5 of them, they're all AIPAC whores. So, but then they'll turn around and then they'll have the Gulf Arabs pay too for their protection racket. Like, if you want to stay in charge after the war's over, you got to pay. It's sad, but I don't mind extorting people who supported ISIS and all that. So, whatever. But $200 billion for America isn't that much. I mean, they're $39 trillion in debt anyway. What they need to worry about more is people no longer buying treasuries, and they're forcing people off the dollar. They're ruining relationships that took 50 to 100 years to build. He's just sabotaging everything. You've pissed off Asia. You've pissed off basically the whole planet, the entire Middle East, Europe. Like, only Russia is benefiting from your stupidity right now.
And that they're doing. Russia is benefiting quite a lot. It would be in Russian interest to keep this war going, right?
Well, It's in Russia's interest to get sanctions lifted. And if we, it ought to be the case where you could do that without having war anyway, just because you need oil and gas, we have it, you should buy it from us. Should be that simple. But they're all threw in with Ukraine. But again, the whole purpose of handcuffing Russia to Ukraine was so they couldn't support Syria, so that Israel could topple them and disconnect Hezbollah from Iran. That way, didn't work, because what ended up happening is Assad's weapons caches went on the black market and ended up in the hands of Hezbollah, so they don't need Iran. They have all of Syria's gear, and Syria got a lot of that from Iran anyway. And they were just whooping that ass in Haifa. But yeah, Russia is not in a hurry for the strait to be reopened. They can act like that, like, oh yes, reopen it, sure. But every day it's closed. They're selling everything at a premium price. So very good for oil exporters. So I guess you could be like, maybe this is good for Norway too. But at the end of the day, everyone's living standard is going to go down because that so much LNG and oil came out of the Gulf. Australia sells a lot of LNG too. I think they're number 2, actually. Not so much in oil, but a lot of liquid gas. Hey, it's good for them. But, if the consumers don't have the money, they're not going to pay. And just everything's more expensive. That's the whole thing about market competition, is it brings down the price. And the closer you get to monopolies, the more expensive everything is. And a lot of people are going to get priced out of the market, meaning like those who are already living hand to mouth, when your grocery bill goes up and your gasoline bill goes up and everything's more expensive, because anything connected to travel, which is every item that isn't digital, requires trucks, they're just going to have to lower their living standard. Heating your house needs fuel. All these things are related to oil and gas. So this is why the war cannot be sustained. It's not the damage each side is taking, like soldier-wise. It's the damage to the entire global economy. And Kevork was right. Closing the Strait of Hormuz was Iran's Samson option.
Yeah, that it was for sure. And they've used it immediately. We heard yesterday that there was basically one vessel was allowed through and they had to pay $2 million. Have you heard anything about this?
I don't know about the $2 million. I would point this out. Do you want to go through the Suez Canal? You have to pay Egypt. You want to go through the Black Sea Strait? You got to pay the Turks. Everyone else has set up like a little toll booth, except Iran. Iran has always allowed oil and gas to go back and forth freely without forcing a toll. They could change their mind in the future. They've proven they can close it. They've proven this is ours. This is our water. We can do this if we want. They allowed ships from China, India, and Greece, I believe, to go through, but they have to pay in yuan, which China has no problem with doing. Thing is, that's still only Iranian gas and oil, because if you're not producing, it doesn't matter if your boats are allowed, because you can't fill them up. I think soon they're going to have to cut some kind of deal and do whatever Iran says. Like, please, like nation by nation, how about me? How about me, sir? Can we have our oil? Okay, sure, but you're going to have to pay this and that. And ultimately, they're going to turn around to America and say, you need to pay reparations for all the stuff you blew up. Then America's going to turn around to the Gulf and say, pay it.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. In terms of a deal, do you see like any kind of framework of what a deal could look at the end?
It's going to be whatever Iran says. And so far, their demands are reparations, removing the U.S. footprint from the Gulf, and long-term guarantees this can't happen again. That's what they've been asking for. I would like them to add inspect Israel for nuclear weapons, and get rid of the settlements. That is achievable if we can get another 2 or 3 weeks of pain. I think you can add those conditions. The longer it goes on, the more demands that Iran can make. If it were to stop tomorrow, that would be the framework right there. Just the reparations, sanction relief, and removing your footprint from the Gulf. No,
I've been thinking
they're
about
going
this
to
a
get
lot,
it.
though, Ryan. I've been thinking about this a lot in terms of removing the footprint from the Middle East. Other than doing it kind of a little bit more overtly, I can't see it happening because I just think that these Gulf states are so cooked and so beneath the feet of the US, and then they're beneath the feet of Israel. I just can't see that. It'd be like taking a kid off drugs. Like, I just think that they wouldn't be able to survive.
Yeah, but they'll still be doing what the U.S. says. The U.S. is going to say, okay, we're leaving because that's the condition that Iran has set out. I would say, like in Bahrain, it doesn't matter. It's already destroyed. So that one is off the table anyway. They still have places in Qatar because Iran has not been hitting that airfield that much because everyone left. So when Qatar is like, get out of here and you can't use their airspace, and they did, Iran stopped attacking them. So like there is a way. UAE, they keep letting spooks and stuff in there and they keep getting burned. And then they could not allow their Kuwaiti airfield, no way. So they destroying that. But it would be interesting. I don't think they'll be able to get rid of the bases yet in Saudi Arabia and Jordan, but all along the coastline, they're going to have to scat. Iraq as well, I'd say they're going to have to get rid of those too. Erbil especially, and in that huge city in Baghdad, the U.S. Embassy can't keep it. They're at that point now where they can leverage that out. The longer it goes on, the more they'll gain, and the more demands they can make. You're right, though, that probably the UAE is stubborn enough and cucked enough to try and still get a protection racket with the U.S., and they wouldn't want to allow such a deal. Okay, let them burn a few more weeks and then see what they say.
Yeah, bro, that's like an Eid Mubarak. That's like an Eid gift for me, right? Let them burn for a few more weeks for sure. I'm hearing that the UAE is struggling. They are having a huge exodus, both in terms of wealth and people. And what they've done is they've blackmailed a lot of workers to basically remain in the country through basically saying that, look, you can't leave because you're in contract. So there's a lot of people who are in
Yeah, but like
contract.
right now, it's fixable. Like if the war would end, people would return, reinvest, repair Fujairah, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai. Like you could survive. But if you let this keep going, they're not coming back. And if you don't have a long-term framework where the U.S. gets out of your country and they're still there, and so no one's going to invest because, like, no, if you still got an American base, that's not safe. It's suicide to keep America there. But I still see your point because because there's that the greatest counterpoint in the world. Yeah, but they're retarded. Like, oh yeah, I forgot it. True.
Exactly. This is the great equalizer. Most people can't understand it. That is an important point.
It's like I heard all this stuff you said, Ryan, but they're retarded. It's like, yes, I know.
That's hilarious and actually true. So yeah, what I was saying was they're basically forcing a lot of people to remain in the country through saying that through their contracts and deals and various other things. But there's only so much time they can do that for. If it gets to like towards the end of the contract, so like for example towards August or whatever, they're gonna have even more of a max exodus. I think people right now are just afraid to leave.
I guess after the war, the new contract will be construction work.
They're gonna have to get a lot more cheap slave labor for that, unfortunately, and they probably will. They'll abuse more, so that's actually not a good thing. Because in order to rebuild, they'll probably abuse the underclass even more. You saw what happened during building of Qatar. How many underclass workers died during that period of time.
Yeah, it's them losing their wealth and grip was really going to hurt global terrorism too, because that's who sponsors all of these groups.
Facts. Well,
couldn't happen to better people. Oh well, yeah. I mean, the UAE, it's the great gold heist, right? And they keep the RSF afloat, and Hamidi and his men, they've been going around butchering other Sudanese people. And it's not like there's like a good character in that war. It's not like the Sudanese forces are some charming, benevolent faction themselves. But that endless conflict is because the UAE sponsors the Western faction to take the gold mines and, slaughter. It's tribalism. It's disgusting. And there's no... It's like ISIS. If you just got rid of the money, the mercenaries will quit. And, you stop paying them, and that war ends.
Yeah, I got a question here for you, Ryan. It says, are you able to ask Ryan? Oh, I asked about this, but okay. Are you able to ask Ryan about the $200 billion budget and what this amount signifies to him and how long this could last? Keep in mind that Hegseth said that this amount can change. So basically, they're asking, I think, let's to reframe that in a more unique way is, the $200 billion, how long would that last before they want more, or would this increase?
They already got like a general $800 billion NDAA, right? Or 700 and something billion. And they've already blown through like 14 or 15 billion, probably more, just in what are we on, day 19, 18, whatever it is. So 200 billion, I'm like, well, that'll float you through what, a month? They don't plan on it going that long. And the U.S. knows, like, yeah, we can negotiate and end this. But it's the Israeli pressure. They want to keep it going. They just want to destroy Iranian infrastructure and kill as many as they can. And yeah, it's a battle between economic interests at this point. It's like America, at the end of the day, all their cities are intact, their countries together. It's the Gulf that's getting destroyed and Israel's getting damaged, but not one grain of sand in the United States has been disturbed. They lost some planes, whatever, and ammo. They can make it again. So they can do this all year long, like physically. But the political will isn't there. Their allies are pissed at him. Their own public is mad at him. His own cabinet is resigning. Like, the pressure is from it being a completely immoral thing that nobody wants to do. It's not because, like, oh, we're scared Iran's going to invade Chicago. Like, you can't even get across the ocean. Like, that's the problem. It sucks. America's strong. Deal with it. So, morally, is the only way out of this. We're like, it's a waste of money. You're hurting your own people. You do lose some soldiers. Like, knock it off. Well, it is the point of this. This is Israel's war. It's not in our national interest at all. And they're like, la-di-da, we don't care. We're making money. So up yours. That has to be pointed out. You have to show all the profiteers from Kushner and Levine and all these little Jews that started this war. And Hegseth and the Christian holy rollers and stuff. Like, they're disgusting. And it won't last because the public is mad. And what makes me mad is, like, and I said this on Telegram yesterday, like, oh, so murdering all those children in Gaza, murdering babies too, bombing hospitals, mosques, churches, houses, slaughtering all those people, starvation, shooting them at food trucks, raping them in prison, all the torture, that didn't bother you enough. But paying $3.50 a gallon for gas, oh, now you want the war to end. Okay. And that's just how people are. You want to move them, aim for the wallet, not the heart. But I'll just take it as a W, because whatever gets us out of this war, fine.
Ryan, we've got a question here for you. This is actually a really good one for you to answer. It says, can you ask about funerals for returning soldiers being classified and no public info or photos being allowed? Will that be accepted, and why are they doing it? And are they trying to hide something?
They did that in the Gulf War. I remember a journalist from the Seattle Times went and took pictures of the flag draped coffins, and they fired him over it. Bush the Lesser was doing that. Much harder to pull that off in the age of internet and cell phones and stuff. The real casualties will get out. They always slow roll them, as Colonel McGregor says. There's far more injuries. A lot of them are concussions, hundreds, by the way. The death toll, we don't know what it is, but I can guarantee you it ain't 12. But as far as funerals and those are private, and most families don't want, but it's going to get reported eventually. And we don't know how many in Ramstein or wherever they've taken them, the European hospitals, but that info is impossible to suppress forever. They can try to hide the death toll for the Israelis and the Americans, in the beginning, so during the war, but their family members and things are going to say, "Hey, wait," and they compare notes, and you figure out how many people really died. It's not something they can hide. It's not like, oh, everyone who died didn't have a single family member. Like, it doesn't work like that. But as far as, at least you're not going to see it. You won't see the pictures of it, stuff. They're not showing you the wreckage. They won't show you the coffins, the screaming children and stuff. They're not going to show you that, of course. They learned from Vietnam. They used to announce so-and-so and so-and-so died. They'd say their name, their age, and that they died that day. And so it just became like every day, 19, Smith something from Oklahoma, whatever, they would hear it. It was real. But these combat deaths, it's just, they learned, hey, don't announce that on the evening news. But it'll be in local papers and things, and it'll get around the internet, and we'll figure out how many died.
Ryan, I've not heard your view on Joe Kent. What's your thoughts on him and his resignation?
I think he's great. I mean, he's saying what we all said. This is Israel's war. So was Iraq. So was Syria. They got dragged into it. He had a great interview with Scott Horton recently. I think it was better than the Tucker Carlson one, actually. It's all stuff I know, all stuff I've been saying, but it's like, hey, here's someone from the administration saying it. So for those people who need an authoritarian source, so like, there you go, one of Trump's own people telling you it's all about Israel. All these wars have been about Israel. And he's admitting it.
Yeah, that's it. That's what, because it's different when it comes from us, and it's different when it comes from someone who's right now in the administration receiving their intelligence in real time. It adds a bit extra to it. Another question for you is thoughts on the petro yuan and multipolar world. Sorry, the petro yuan and the multipolar world. Are you there, Ryan? Okay, Ryan might have glitched out. So we'll see if we can get him back up. If not, we'll get him in later. Let me send the mic back. But yeah, we appreciate Ryan as always, guys. Do give Ryan a follow. You saw his handle. It was Rye Liberty. The guy does great work. So make sure you're following him on X, which on Rye Liberty, and also on his Substack. He has an awesome Substack. It's Ryan Dawson. His website is called ryandawson.org, and you should join his Substack. It's only $6.50 a month to join his Substack, and you can even join for free as well. He has loads of awesome movies on there as well if you want to know the truth about 9/11 and various other things. Appreciate Ryan. He may have jumped off completely. I'm not sure. I'll go to Conscious, and Conscious, I apologize if he ends up coming back again. And but yeah, go ahead. You were speaking, Conscious.
Not at all. Actually, I really enjoyed the positive outlook which Ryan projects. It made me more optimistic than the numbers I have been digging all morning. Yeah, back to the numbers. I will start with Israel because their numbers started going up a little bit because of the intensified attack on Haifa yesterday. So the numbers now are 22 killed and 4,100 injuries. These are the confirmed numbers. Of course, as Ryan was saying, these numbers can be much higher. For the US, we are still at 14 killed and 200 injuries. And unfortunately, now we go for the other side, and the numbers are climbing up. And I just want to say that, like these numbers, every single one of them is a life. Every one of them is either a child or a woman or a man who had a life and a story. So please just think about it when you hear these numbers, because unfortunately it becomes like a statistic, like just a number. So Iran now, it is 3,186 killed people, and the injuries are more than 19,300. Lebanon is really going bad. More than 1,000 killed and 2,580 injuries. The numbers also changed in Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain, and the rest are similar. So I will just say the numbers in the countries which changed. Iraq, now we have 61 deaths and more than 23 injuries. UAE, now the confirmed are 13 deaths and 200, more than 200 injuries. Kuwait, they have 6 deaths and 86 injuries. Bahrain, 2 killed and more than 43 injuries. The rest, I didn't see significant change from yesterday.
Thanks for that. Conscious, I always appreciate your updates, as always. Let's go to Tasnima. Tasnima, jump in.
Yeah, Eid Mubarak, Sulaiman, and everyone that is celebrating. Sorry, my space is like completely glitched, so that's why I was like, "Can you hear me earlier?" I couldn't see anybody that was on the space, but I wanted to just remind everyone as we are, celebrating Eid, and just a reminder with the Al Aqsa Mosque that is completely closed for the first time since 1967. I mean, this is very unprecedented. My entire family lives in Jerusalem, so this is very hard on all of us to witness this. And then on top of that, we've seen rabbis come out before, like Rabbi Yusuf Mizrahi, who said that the best time to bomb the Al Aqsa Mosque is during the war with Iran. And if you saw earlier today, there was shrapnel, or they're blaming it on Iran, but that it was hit near the Jewish compound in the old city of Jerusalem. I actually have family that live right outside of that in the city of Silwan, which is right behind the Al Aqsa Mosque. And they are going to try to blame Iran if anything hits the Al Aqsa Mosque. Earlier today, I was on a call with some of the guardsmen of the Al Aqsa Mosque. They're called Al Awqaf. And they are not even allowing, because there's the night shift and the day shift. They are not even allowing, though the day shift have to completely get out of the gates of the doors of the Al Aqsa Mosque for them to come in. But we've seen actually settlers walking in, and that is something very important that people understand. Even in Hebron, outside the outskirts in the village outside of Hebron. There was an Israeli interceptor. It was an interceptor missile that hit the home and that killed 4 Palestinian women, amongst them a child. They're blaming that on Iran, but we know if we've seen the footage, and we know that it was an Israeli interceptor missile because of this low impact that it had, and that it would have been much wider devastation if it was an Iranian missile. So it's very important that we are aware, and I'm sure most people here are that listen to your space, Suleiman, that this is something that is not, far beyond them. We know that their goal is to completely take over, take down, and demolish the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and it could be coming here. So it's very important that people understand that, because in the Hebrew and Israeli media, they keep emphasizing that what was hit today in Jerusalem was near the third most holiest site of Islam, as if that concerns them, right? Because they are the ones that have that third holiest site closed. So it's just very important that people are aware of that, and just to be awake as we witness that. And my family, alhamdulillah, I was able to speak to them. They are okay. They mentioned that the house was just completely shook, the entire home. And I want to remind everyone that there is no shelters and bunkers for Palestinians that live inside of Jerusalem. It goes beyond that, where Palestinians aren't even allowed to build on top of their homes or to build their homes. The entire city of Silwan, right behind the Al-Aqsa Mosque, is under threat to be demolished. All of those homes, amongst my own family. So I think it's just very important that I shed light on that if you haven't already.
Appreciate that, Tasneema. Great points. Totally agree with everything you said there. And yeah, I do think it's a false flag as well. So complete agreement, great points. Appreciate you coming on the space. Let's go to, I wanted to welcome Simon and Darkside onto the space. Appreciate you both coming on. Simon, hope you're doing well. Give us your outlook on what's happening from a financial perspective.
Yeah, Eid Mubarak. I just wanted to
Eid Mubarak,
kind
brother.
of thank you, bro. I just want to kind of we do get caught up in like talking about these things, but it just hit me hard as people talk about the real human cost, and sometimes we get caught up in analysis and have to remember. I was just in a Lebanese restaurant. I always try to eat with like local places where the money goes back to their family, and the owner of the restaurant, two of his cousins were killed. He was talking about this is the sixth time that he's had to rebuild his house. He tries to send as much money back as he can, and there's over 300,000 people in Lebanon displaced. And he was saying, I was asking him, he's like, there's no Hezbollah targets around me. They're not under my home or anything. He said this is completely residential. We just want peace. We just want to get on with life. And he was just telling me. And so sometimes we just have to remember like the real human costs of these things, and we just have to remind ourselves like why we're here and why we're doing this stuff. But it's just complete terrorism. It's just like, imagine that. You know how we talk about, oh man, the gas prices are going to go up, and last time there was that war, people were like, am I going to be able to eat and heat? Imagine trying to afford rebuilding your house 6 times, because every time you rebuild it, they just blow it up again. Like, can you imagine trying to afford that? That's some serious cost of living crisis. But this is like the things that civilians in the region have to normalize. And it's just always important to remember these things. It's just the human cost of these is just absolutely tragic. And at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of fat cats that profit from dropping bombs. And then they get the American people that are going through a cost of living crisis, in order to bloody send them some new paychecks so that while they're trying to figure that out, and then whatever inflation happens in America, like you get 9% inflation in America, and it takes the whole damn thing down because everyone's in a cost of living crisis, and that leads to 900% inflation in Zimbabwe, and then the only choice you got is to consume currency that ends up lending back to the very same government that is making your economic circumstance that way, so that you can send some more bombs to Israel, so that you just end up in this circular money laundering economy of just destruction and rebuild and destruction and rebuild. And Meanwhile, a guy's hustling in London, like all of his profit and revenues go into the renter class in in London, and whatever he gets left, he has to send back home so his family can bloody rebuild a house that someone just bombed down. Like, you know, what? There's something that's not working here. Like, just put it together. Like, there's just something that's not working. And like, you know, I wanted to buy some dates, and you couldn't buy any dates because obviously the strait is closed. But I'm trying to figure out, are these dates that are meant to be Palestinian, are they bloody being held by Israelis, and are the settlers getting the money, or am I helping the Palestinian people? And you're trying to work through the supply chain and figure it out. And I'm not even sure if I'm helping the Palestinians or I'm supporting some Israeli terrorist that has just stolen those date trees and taken away someone's living just so they can steal their house and expand these settlements. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but behind all this stuff, like at some point we have to recognize that we're just brothers and sisters, like, you know, trying to get along, and like the obfuscation of all of these things is just you know, pretty crazy. Like, he's lost two of his cousins just like that, children. Like, you know, the human cost is just, it's just inhumane. It's crazy. So I appreciate, you know, the brother that came up and said, just remember, these are numbers, but these are real people. They got children, they got cousins, they got family, they've got dependencies. There's people that relied upon. Um, and you know what I mean? Scott Bessent sat here in his ivory tower after working with George Soros. He says, screw it, let's just destroy the Iranian currency. Let's just crash it so everyone's savings gone. And I got a good idea. We can just bloody create an uprising and try and get people to like overthrow their government, knowing like it's just absolutely crazy. Like, just get back to what we're all just trying to do on this earth. And everyone deserves the opportunity just to be able to work hard and look after their family. And now we're going to get this massive inflation on top of inflation. And like before, people just couldn't put, you know, they couldn't make ends meet. Now they've got to figure out how to make ends meet. And all of their work, all of their labor, they're going to put their whole family to work just to pay the interest on their mortgage for the bank, and these exorbitant energy costs. Like, and there's nothing left over after that. You know, like the wages ain't going up at the same rate that these costs are going up, and that's structural. That's like literally structured into the construct of this, and that's why, you know, we just need to remember this thing. So anyway, this war is going to be incredibly inflationary. Like, everyone needs to adjust to the costs they're going to be faced with. You know, those that are prepared, the tiny percentage of people that have the assets in order to sustain it, they'll be fine. I'll be fine. But everyone else is, you know, got to figure out how to adjust to this. And remember who caused this. Remember who caused this. If you are tempted to say that was Iran, Iran didn't want this war. You know, it was Israel that did strikes. It was the Trump decided to declare war. And whoever he works for, I don't want to, you know, we can blame Trump, but we all know that there's something greater behind that. But they declare war. They created this inflation. The reason that things are again unaffordable for you and unbearable for your family is because, you know, this war was created. It didn't need to be created. And the strait is closed. People ain't going to get their food. People ain't going to get their supplies. Everyone will figure out how to survive it. You know, everyone's got to adjust to that accordingly, but none of it needed to happen. You know, all because Iran made the stupid mistake of wanting to actually just use its oil for its own people. Like, that's the crime here. You know, since the 1950s, The crime that Iran committed was wanting to use its oil for its own people. And look at the shit show of events that have happened, just this cascade after cascade of all sorts of impacts. You were talking about Sudan earlier. Like, there's millions of people that are displaced from their home just simply because the crime that they had is they had a shit ton of gold and a shit ton of resources. Like, that's the crime. And you pit everyone against each other. And you know, I was listening in when Ryan was saying this, quite right. None of these groups survive without state sponsorship. They don't survive with it. Like, they are always sponsored by a state interest. And you're fed a bullshit narrative because the media is completely captured, so that you think this is about religion or something else. It's just pure for rent militia that are there to steal assets, engage in piracy, engage in mercantilism, so that these resources can get in the hands of a bunch of if the few people that are able to control these resources. And now they decide that we need to renegotiate any energy supplies. So they engineer a series of events that leads to the complete change in flow and renegotiation of every energy, every commodity, every component. 50 different supply chains have to all be renegotiated. Do you think it's going to be the small business that benefits from that? Do you think the one that was paying the tariff, you know, the real small business on the street that's trying to survive, do you think they're the one that paid the tariff? You know, that $350 billion of tax revenue that came from the tariffs, it wasn't the large multinational corporation that was paying that. They managed to offset that. It was just the small business. And those same small business ain't going to be able to get the supply chain, and they haven't got the margin. You know, and now they've got to renegotiate all their contracts and figure out how to factor in these costs. And then they've got to pass that cost on to the consumer. The consumer's going to say, well, I'm sorry, I just can't afford to pay that anymore. And so they can only go to the place that has the cheapest labor. The whole system is broken. We've just hit that end of cycle. And I'm sad to say it, but this is completely a global reset. And this global reset needs to happen. And we're going to have to just get through the pain that comes from this, and everyone's going to have to adjust to that reality. That is the reality today. The Strait was the only way to enforce upon an over-aggressive empire that has just hit the stage where it's not working for their own people, it's not working for the world, and it's just servicing a small group of people. And that's what this whole thing is about. Like, this whole thing is just about resetting chains from people that are never going to have their cousin blown up, never going to have to rebuild their house 6 times, never going to have to worry about the increase in costs, you know, because they own the assets that benefit from all this stuff. Like, at some point, we got to recognize, and we've hit that, you know, that breaking point. And they want us all fighting with each other. They want us all blaming each other. They want us to think that it's you because of your religion. It's you because of your race. It's you because of your color. It's you because of whatever. Like, they just want us all focusing on that shit. But the reality is, you know, that's just a distraction. You're just blaming the people that are also impacted and don't have a effing clue what's going on here. Like, it's not exactly easy to piece together because there's so much disinformation, misinformation, like deliberate, you know, the media has just become deceitful. The algorithms are just making us focus on the wrong things. Like, you know, we're brothers and sisters here, and you know, we've got to be able to see through some of this stuff, and I think we are. So, you know, that's just I just wanted to bring that down right now. But we are definitely nothing. You know, the world that we live in the next few weeks and the years ahead. This has already created decades of change. There is no changing this path that we're on right now. And at some stage, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some kind of negotiated outcome because that's just it. And in order to get there, rather than humans just being able to or power just being able to sit down and resolve this. The only thing you can do is blow up infrastructure, blow up people, blow up homes. You know what? The very same people will profit from rebuilding them as well. And that's just the reality of the situation. But we got to put all that together. We got to recognize the game that we're in. And somehow we got to try and remember. Imagine if that was your cousin. Imagine if that was your house. Imagine if that was your bank account. Imagine if that was your currency. Like, that's what's happening here. So anyway, thanks for bringing me up.
Thanks, Simon. Appreciate it. And I think that was an important point to state, especially today when it's Eid and all the suffering that's going on. So really appreciate what you said there. But Simon, if separate to that, if you can give everyone a financial update and a financial outlook, we've got Dark Side here, we've got Gary Cardone here. Just want to welcome both of them onto the space. Yeah, if you can give like a kind of financial perspective, it'd be good for people to get a financial update.
Yeah, sure. So we got some of the powerhouses up. Good to see you, Doc. Good to see you, Gary. Look, it's more of the same essentially.
Hey, Simon.
Yeah.
Simon, can I just say, hey, first off, I just popped up because I was listening to what you were saying, and I just really think it's important for every citizen of every country to understand these are real human beings. When I was younger, in my younger life, I kind of aggrandized war and the weapons of mass destruction and how cool America was and our F-35s. Dude, like, we're killing people. Okay, you cannot take this back now, and it's tragic, and it's unnecessary. Anyway, I just wanted to commend you, Simon, for hey, what do we need to do, right? And stay positive, and really, like, we're being overwhelmed with so much negativity. Some of this makes me think that we are in a matrix, man, and they're just spinning us up like little tops. So we really got to band together. Okay, we cannot be pointing at each other about our flaws and inconsistencies and mistakes we make. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Okay, otherwise we don't really have doesn't matter how much Bitcoin or Lear or whatever you have. This looks like it's going to be a shit show, sadly, but we got to get together, and this is cool that we've all gotten to know each other. So thank you for letting me cut in on you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gary. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you over the years, definitely. So, yeah, look, reality is reality. There's no stopping this inflation. Supply chains are broken. The cost of refinancing the debt for all governments globally, the yields are all going up. Energy prices. Interestingly, gold is crashing. That gives me a little bit of hope in terms of analyzing the markets. Even the share prices of the defense companies are going down.
I don't understand that, Simon. Like, I don't understand why silver and gold. Now maybe it's because the AI trade is destroyed, but you would think the whole market would be going down right. I mean, by the AI trade being destroyed, I mean the price of crude oil, the most important input to AI is energy. There's no energy, there's no fucking AI. So, why can you build me a case why gold's held or gone down actually?
Yeah.
I do have one answer for that, Simon,
Okay.
too, after you're done.
Yeah. Because the market's saying that this is going to lead to a very quick solution. And those in the know are saying that the deal's going to be done. That's the only way I can interpret it. Now, obviously, there may have been, it's retail that have been buying and it's institutions that have been selling. So the smart money is saying that there's going to be a deal and this is going to be done. Otherwise, oil and gold would be going up together, and oil and gold is not going up together. Oil's going up and gold's going down. So the market is still telling me that this was an operation, a global reset. All new contracts have been negotiated, and at the end of this, a deal is done that ends this, and then we just have to deal with the years of supply chain issues that are going to be resulting from this. I don't really have another explanation. I just don't see a set of numbers that mean that this goes on for months and months and months. In every scenario, China has the key lever point, and if China just wants to end this, then they can just close supply chains to the US military, and they can rug the whole damn thing if they want to. It will cause lots of problems, lots of destruction if they do that. But Xi Jinping and Trump, whether their meeting is cancelled or whether it's happening, I can't help but think that by the time they meet, this is going to be resolved. And then we'll just be dealing with the fallout. And that's what gold's telling me. That's what oil's telling me. The cost of the debt's going up, yields are going up. I think real estate is going to have a real hard time. I don't think mortgages are going to be resolved. I don't think private credit's going to be resolved. There's a massive print coming, and it's going to look very similar to Operation Warp Speed 2.0 in terms of how do you crash the price of oil. It's the modern day vaccine. In terms of how do you put that vaccine into the economy to keep it rolling over for a little bit longer. And the only way to do that is to crash the price of oil. The only way to crash the price of oil is to reach a deal and everyone declare victory, and then just deal with the massive shakeout that comes from that. I don't know if Manco, you got a better answer?
Well, I've got a little bit of a twist on that, which is, so I think something that's underappreciated about what's going on with some of these equity prices or asset prices is there's a big issue right now where the Chinese people do not know what to do with their money. Chinese people have a lot of money, and traditionally they have been putting it in the real estate market in China. That's been a slow motion train crash for the last few years. They don't want to be putting their money in Chinese real estate anymore. And so one of the things they did was they pivoted big into cryptocurrency. And this caused a big rally in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency. But apparently they had become disenchanted with that. And you've seen a big movement out of cryptocurrency, which obviously why, Bitcoin fell quite a lot. It's not 100% Chinese. It's other Asians also follow this sort of herd mentality investing. One of the things that we saw was they moved out of cryptocurrency in a big way into the Korean stock market, and the Korean stock market suddenly, inexplicably, went up really hard, really fast for a while, and then it crashed. And gold and silver was something that the Chinese then pivoted into.
Well, wonder why that happened.
Yeah, it's individual. People don't have a good window into. There are some people who spend a lot of time on the Chinese internet and are Chinese language speakers, and they talk about it and stuff like that. But sometimes you just get these investing sort of like hype bubbles that happen. And in China, it can take off really big. And because China has so much money now, it has worldwide implications. So the Chinese stock market massively went up because they started crowding into it. Then it became a crowded trade. People started taking profits selling, and then everyone panicked and they all sold out. And then the Korean stock market crashed again. They did something similar with gold and silver. And we know this because I saw reports where people were buying gold in China with massive amounts of leverage. There were people that the spot price for gold inside of China was significantly higher than the global market price. And they were literally like just pulling the gold into their system there. And then that has sort of unwound. So you saw the price of gold weakening too. So this is going to continue happening. Whatever becomes trendy and starts blowing up as a major investment thing in China, people tend to pile onto it really big, and you get these big bubbles. And if you can guess what the Chinese are going to be into next, you can make a lot of money because you can get into it first and sell off after they pile into it.
Guys, what's happened? Is this space?
So
Simon dropped.
Is Simon there? I don't see him.
No, he dropped.
But yeah, that was my analysis. That's all.
Yeah. Gary, what's your oh, where's Dark on as well? Has everyone dropped? I just literally just went to the toilet for like 2 minutes.
Everybody dropped us, buddy.
Bro, I don't know what happened. I literally
I didn't
went
know.
to two.
I think that's an interesting perspective on the Chinese market, and it sounds spot on. Look, I don't know where we go. Just the scenario that even Simon painted just a little while ago, which is this is quick, it's a done deal, contracts have been renegotiated. You've impacted the supply chain for. I mean, maybe not. Maybe the damage isn't as bad as we heard it, but I don't know how we're going to live with. I mean, look, crude will come down to $62 very rapidly, and that's fine. I mean, it's at 98. It'll come down to 68, $65 very rapidly if that, and you're just gonna. That's doable. People can most certainly live with the pain, short term. Uh, and I'm not even sure there's going to be that much short term pain because I think the companies that are going to be most impacted were going to go out of business anyway. I mean, let's face it, right? There's companies that just don't really belong in the 21st century. I mean, like, the German car makers, I don't see how they make it. So stuff like this could push some really large players over the edge that are energy centric, very dependent on energy inputs. I do think it impacts the AI trade. But look, the stock market should be down a lot more than it is, in my opinion. So this is manufactured and managed, I think. I love input on that because I'm not a big believer in, hey, the whole market's always manipulated because I don't think you can actually do it all the time. And I don't think they're that good. They're that smart. But this market should be much lower and freaking out, and it's not. I mean, everything should be freaking out. I love somebody's input on that. Maybe I'm just a little paranoid this week. Can't imagine why I'd be paranoid, huh?
Yeah, it's a fair question. Resistance, have you got any thoughts on that question? Resistance. Okay. Let me quickly give you guys an update. Gary, I'm not really an expert on that, so I can't really.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. No problem. Like we can move on if it's not an interesting conversation.
No, it is an interesting conversation because I've got the same thoughts. Can you really manipulate the market to this extent? I know a lot of people are saying that the market has been manipulated, it has been suppressed considerably, but so I get that, and it makes sense as well because based on the current
Well, the
situation.
10-year treasury, the 30-year treasury just popped above 5, which hasn't happened, I don't think, ever. So they don't really like this is like holding a balloon in, man, and the balloon's massive. Everywhere they push one area down, another area is going to pop up. I mean, like you can't control the whole global market, right? And you saw it because you got $160 crude oil prints in Oman, and the market's frozen. I mean, it's hard to get a really fresh print. So by print, I mean a fresh price.
Yeah.
So I just don't like. And the longer this holds up, you're going to see people just not, they're not. Anyway,
Well, Simon, yes, sorry.
if it goes on a long time, though, this is a huge problem. Like, I like Simon's viewpoint. That would be an administration that's done an excellent job if that's really what they're trying to do. I think and if they can execute it, that would be really impressive. But I disagree. This is going to be long and drawn out, sadly. Because you have to assume you can't control the other side, right? Whoever the other side is.
Yeah, but they do have terms and conditions, and those terms and conditions can be met. You just need to find a way of framing it as a victory. And so yeah, we're you know, um, but yeah, did you say they've passed 5%, Gary? That
So
was the
so
key.
hey, your view is then this will kill Trump, and so it's going to get settled. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying?
Yeah, well, I think the powers above Trump, they've renegotiated all of their contracts, all the supply chains. The goal of the war has been achieved from
Yeah.
a large power play. This is going to create the consolidation of all the small business into the large multinationals. The world has been split up into parts based upon energy routes. All of that has been achieved. And now, everyone already has their exit narrative. Like, we got strange things going on in Israel in terms of who's still alive, who's not, like questions about AI. Netanyahu's already, I think, hinted at an off ramp narrative. They've already said that Iran has no ballistic missiles. Not true, but he's saying it. Why is he saying it when it's not true? Trump has already said that, we've taken out the head of the snake. The nuclear program's done from last time. The ballistic missiles are done. And I think he just needs a Hollywood movie to end it. So, like last time, Operation Midnight Hammer, just say, yeah, we blew it up. The nuclear program's over. And the hard part is, you know, there's been lots of the decapitation campaigns, quote unquote, that have happened within the IRGC. They've already flexed to the point where they show the world that they control the global economy. And now, whoever is really negotiating behind the scenes, that's negotiating these strategic choke points and these strategic energy flows, and the oil pipelines that they want to build from Iran up to the north, all that type of stuff. I think anyone that's not on board that plan is no longer with us today, and anyone that's on board that plan has already got China, and China has all the contacts, and China can pull the rug on everybody if it wants to. And so China behind the scenes is doing what Trump claims to do. Trump can take credit for it, and China would have done the deal. And the Middle East has effectively, all the US bases and presence, anything significant, is ready for renegotiation. And I think in line with those oil and energy contracts, they were negotiating defense pacts, security guarantees. But the market and the people that know what's happening behind the scenes, they're not moving their money. They're making money out of this, and the market's not reacting. Even the defense companies crashed. Not much, but to a certain degree. You're right, Gary. The market should have crashed, but the truth is what the bondholders are saying, which is 5%. Suleiman, we said about that 5% mark. If the 30-year gets to 5%, then bondholders will apply pressure, and that means that they don't like this price of oil, and they need to get it down. And so, um, China is, whatever you want to say, rhetoric aside, Iran is China at this stage, and China and Trump, Xi Jinping and Trump are about to meet, and I think everyone who needs to pull the levers once all the deals have been made can pull the levers, and that's what I think the market's telling me.
Simon, real quick, can I add on here to back you up 150% from a military point of view? When the United States moved the Fifth Fleet, that is the PowerPoint of the United States naval forward presence right there in the Persian Gulf. That was removed. There's no arguing that it happened, past tense. Now the United States Navy has withdrawn to deep water, blue water Navy. We have it, facts. So absolutely, it backs it up militarily. There is a major political shift coming on. We see it happening from a military point of view. It's very clear.
Just on.
Did we lose Darkside?
Yeah. I think you and him dropped at the same time. It was a bit weird.
We got booted, didn't we?
Oh, did you both get booted? Damn. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the space is being attacked quite a bit. Like, I've sent you the co-host. I don't know if you got it. It may be glitching. Let me resend it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump off in a bit, but
Okay.
just wanted to pop in and give some support.
Yeah, there's so Pentagon officials have made detailed preparations for the possible deployment of US ground troops inside Iran. This is according to CBS. So they made a detailed preparation for the possible deployment of US ground troops inside Iran. What's your thoughts on that?
So, just on that, right? We're still of the opinion that you need 600,000 in order to actually invade Iran. So if you want to occupy some kind of island or some kind of operation that's going to happen in the Strait of Hormuz, then these 6,000 people would be something to do with those types of things. So it's not the. I mean, yeah, if this is you would deploy 6,000 and then you get mission creep, and then this turns into a forever war. Like the numbers just don't make sense. There's no it's just that the markets will be absolutely decimated in that scenario. So to me, it has to be leading to the Hollywood movie that Trump needs in order to have the off ramps. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. I can't make sense of anything else.
So if you remember with Vietnam, they didn't deploy the 500,000 they needed straight away. They initially only started with a very small number. I believe it was 18,000 or 20,000. And then they slowly start building on that to the point where they had almost 200,000. Now that was a terrible decision from a military perspective. So, I mean,
Yeah, this isn't Vietnam though, in terms of financially and economically. This is the strait is closed and there's no way to open it. And it will take years to build infrastructure that gets around that. So there's absolutely no solution other than an agreement.
And U.S. had total air superiority in Vietnam too. Remember on that one too, Sully, as you know. That's why those Marines were even able to land unimpeded there in Da Nang and up in central Vietnam and into the Saigon Delta region. But now, there's absolutely no air superiority. I had breakfast this morning with a retired Air Force Special Forces guy, and we were talking about this, and we were laughing. I mean, he's laughing out loud, and he is connected with some serious people. He's laughing. I mean, laughing hysterically. He said, "No, it's all theatrics. It's not. It's unthinkable because there's not only air. Now he's an Air Force guy, right? He said there's no established air superiority. They have it's Iran's game. We're not going to. It's crazy. We don't have any air superiority to even begin to do it."
yeah.
Yeah, I don't see how the political situation works because I don't think we're going to have inflation anyway, but to get everything worse, I don't see a political solution other than we achieve the mission, and Trump needs to tell everyone mission accomplished, we won.
Well, that would be a good out to get out of the situation. And the fact that he's not done that yet kind of demonstrates what I've been saying, that just the fact that Israel controls the United States of America is the reason why they can't pull out. Or really, he could have took a win. He could have took a win a long time ago and just pulled out and said, look, I killed the supreme leader. I've done X, Y, and Z. I'm the best. So the question's going to become like, what, you don't think they're going to go in?
Israel loses though. Israel loses. If you enter into an inflationary cycle, America gets weaker, Israel gets weaker with America.
Yeah, I agree. But I think with Israel, they're willing to take that hit in order to have Iran be taken out. And then for them to...
See, I beg the question: when is America going to cut this weight loose?
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's been going
$1
on since forever.
I mean, they're
$10
never
million
gonna
question.
they're never gonna because the level of entrenchment there is and in terms of control there is. But what I was gonna say was, do you guys think? Sorry, Simon. You don't think that they're gonna go into Kag Island either?
Maybe that's the final scene. My overarching theory is that something's happening, and we're leading to the end, and everyone's meant to be absolutely petrified. My overarching theory is that this ends at some point this month, and we're leading towards a final Hollywood movie.
Okay. The thing is, if with the Karg Island, what you think America's going to succeed in taking Karg Island?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't pretend to know. I think Strait of Hormuz is more important. I think financial powers want that there's something being negotiated with the Strait, and the whatever the end result is, it involves serious concessions for Iran to eventually have sanctions removed and various other things, as long as they agree to build certain energy ports, everything they've always been happy to do, but America wouldn't allow them to do it. If they do all those things, then I think the concession on Iran's side will be something to do with ensuring that the strait doesn't close again, and that would
Well,
involve both
just to
America and
add to
China
your
somehow.
point, the if so I mean I do agree with you to some extent. So just to add some credibility to your point, or not add credibility, but you know what I mean, add some more point to your position, is there are reports, this is according to Mersheimer, he said that there actually was a backdoor channel agreement between Iran and the United States of America. And the agreement was that Iran would be able to sell oil and allow oil to be sold. I can't remember the amount now because it was yesterday, and I'm like, I just got over. It was something like it was a large amount anyway. So that agreement was done. So basically, the moral of this, just to paraphrase, is America has a backdoor deal with Iran to say, look, we need you're going to be allowed to sell oil because you need to save the financial market. That it's an oil crisis, and the Israelis found out about it, and that's why the Israelis actually bombed. But then that's one narrative. The other narrative is that actually not Trump's lying and he actually was aware of the South Pars oil field bombing and he was part of it and he was complicit in it. But then if you look at the sources of that, it's people like Axios who are Israeli as well and a few others. So those are kind of the two prevailing narratives about that. But if the former narrative is right, that goes with your kind of point about some deal being made. But then what it shows is Israel's kind of like the wild card again because they killed the deal.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like that guy because it's ridiculous. You know,
You're
it's
already
right.
that guy, Sam. You're
No, but
already that guy, bruv.
no, but you know, like when they say, "Oh, it isn't Israel, it's Russia." But Russia does stand to benefit from this, so they might be using an additional bit of leverage as well, with a false flag narrative, and then obviously everyone will jump to it's Israel because Israel always does it. So there's a little bit of, but yeah, I'm not being that idiot guy spreading propaganda saying it's not Israel, it's Russia.
So, no, just about what you're saying. I think there's two separate points. So, if your point is that there will be some false flags, which possibly the Russians could be part of, I think I'm in total agreement. I'm not one of these like pro-Russia guys, push Russia's. Where's David Z? David Z, close your ears. David Z, close your ears. But yeah, I'm not one of these guys who thinks that like Russia's like some innocent whatever it may be. So yeah, if some of the false flags, I've actually been thinking that yeah, they could be Israel and actually they could be Russia. But this specific one, Israel's actually taken ownership. Where the disagreement isn't about whether it was Israel. The disagreement is whether the U.S. knew about it or not. So one report says that, or one line reporting says that Trump knew about it, was complicit about it, and then just lied afterwards after he got embarrassed, and the GCC lost their minds at him. Not lost their mind, but start crying to him. The other one is so someone said Larry Johnson said Trump definitely knew about the attack at the gas plant. Well, I'll ask him on Monday. We got him coming in on Monday. We got tomorrow we got Daniel Davis, and I think we got Ryan either tonight or tomorrow night as well. But anyway, coming back to it. So that's one line. One line is that he knew about it and he just lied. The other line is, according to Mersheimer, is that actually he didn't know about it. He actually had a backhanded deal with Iran to let them sell oil so that they can save the financial global market and reduce the oil prices. The Israelis found out about that. They bombed South Pars oil field and basically killed that deal. Does that make sense, Simon?
Yeah. And I do believe that while in the front line, we're led to believe that, all channels are closed. I believe that in the back end, like countries always have channels open, whether it's via Qatar or whatever it is. So I think negotiations never stop and people continue to talk, and everyone's allowed to say what they want in the front end, but in the back end, I think the way you run countries is you continually talk, even though you look like you're not talking. That's just my kind of theory. Not that I'm not that I'm party to such conversations, but I just imagine that's how it works.
Simon, to back you up, secondary backup to you, militarily speaking, we saw the United States Navy forces pull back. Okay, of course, it's very clear. We know clearly that aircraft carriers are obsolete. But now let's look at the submarine threat. Our attack submarines are sitting right down there just waiting. If we were truly at war and wanted to escalate, they'd be either dropping to the bottom of the ocean, those tankers that have been allowed to come out, we would be sinking them without a doubt, or boarding them and taking control of them, but we have not. We've allowed them open free passage. That to me is extremely clear that the United States is totally part of this. Okay, we see a global shift. We're participating in that global shift, and we recognize that global shift.
Yeah. Sully, I'll definitely be jumping back in later, but I just wanted to come in and offer some support, and then I just got to do a few things. Thanks, everybody.
Sure, yeah. Simon, we did have a super chat question for you. Have you got 1 minute, or
Sure,
should we
yeah.
carry on? We'll do it after, or you can do it afterwards.
Yeah,
Okay,
give me 1 minute, yeah.
Yeah, okay, let me quickly get it up. Okay, I'm gonna get on here because I'm flopping on the other one. Okay, here it is. The one to you is this one. For Simon, so two, I'll read them both out. For Simon, is the right time to install solar and a complete switch over to electric? And the other one is for Simon. Do oil companies risk drilling at today's high cost and selling at low after war prices? Two, on Japan oil prices, can the carry trade tank US markets and pressure Trump to end the war?
Okay, so the first one, I don't know the economics of how much it would cost to install solar, or your particular circumstance, but if it makes sense to have solar, I think everybody should be thinking about their alternative energy routes. Obviously, that depends on your financial position. I don't know whether it's a good investment, feasible, but yeah, everyone should always be continually planning for these supply chain breakages. What was the second question? There was solar.
The drill,
Let me
baby,
get it.
drill. Gary's thing.
Yeah, it's a big risky bet, but people on the inside track will be looking at maximizing higher prices. It also depends if they've got investments in alternative infrastructure. Often you think of a country as a country, but often they're invested in a portfolio. So like Exxon and Chevron, they've got access to global supplies. So if one chain breaks down, they've got partnerships in every country or as many countries as they can. So it's not quite as simple as thinking about countries as countries, because there's private sector interest and various other things to factor in. So it also requires a speculation on something that you're either on the inside track of or you're not, in terms of what the negotiations are going to happen. All I know is that at some point oil is going to crash, and that will be based upon geopolitics and something that we're not on the inside track of. But it is going to crash at some point, and how you time that is something you're probably not privy to. What was the final question?
Japan oil prices.
Right, yeah, the Japan carry trade is also
Yeah.
connected to. I covered this on the last market update with Suleiman on his YouTube channel. We did like 10-minute updates 3 times this week. But the Japan carry trade is deeply connected to the basis trade, where US is refinancing its debt. But Japan and America need to be singing in sync. The new leadership within Japan is Trump aligned. But prior to this, the Bank of Japan was kind of deviating. Now, the Bank of Japan is connected to the Bank for International Settlements, the Federal Reserve System. So these central banks, they go off on their own path quite often. But at the moment, America and Japan need to be coordinating together, and the Bank of Japan and the Fed need to be coordinating. If that relationship is breaking down, or there's a covert operation in order to make Japan align eastward rather than westward, then they have all the levers in order to break that Japan carry trade, and break a lot of things. So it all depends on the people pulling the strings. They can make they can break the U.S. market with Japan, as they can with the petrodollar, as they can with the euro dollar. So those European, Middle Eastern, and Japanese relationships are kind of like the key to the U.S. economy. And a lot of those levers are breaking with private credit, with Gulf sovereign wealth, and you know, if Japan goes on its own path in order to focus on its own people and combat some of the inflation that's about to happen. So the moral of the story is that all of these trades are kind of controlled by a handful of people, and we're not in those circles, and we're not invited to those parties. So you're just gambling on what they're going to do next, and what their decisions are. I'm gonna have to jump off. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Appreciate it, Simon, as always. Thank you so much for coming on. We'll see you in a bit. Yes, let's bring some people up. Okay, cool. So let me just give you some news, and then we'll take it from there. Trump goes, we don't use the Strait of Hormuz, the United States, we don't need it. So this sounds like backtracking because of what's going on. I'm also hearing there's some boom, boom, Tel Aviv. I just seen it now. Tel Aviv is being hit right now. Tel Aviv is being hit right now. So I'll give you some more information on that. I'll just post on this one out.
There's plenty of sirens. I just didn't want to interrupt because it was an important conversation.
The sirens right now, is there, yeah?
No, not right now. While everyone was speaking and about the financial markets and all that, I just didn't want to interrupt.
Okay. Let's check that out. Just 1 second. There we go. Okay, let me just check the news. Hegseth accuses Iran of investing in millions of weapons instead of people during a speech in which he's asking for 200. Okay, this is old. Okay, let me just look at this. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Yeah, direct hit on Tel Aviv. Direct hit on Tel Aviv right now as well. So, Eid Mubarak to Tel Aviv. Eid Mubarak to Tel Aviv right now. Let me get this up. So direct hits on Tel Aviv. Direct hits on Tel Aviv. Okay, so we got direct hits on Tel Aviv. Let's see what else news we got. Okay, I got some more stuff being sent to me. Sirens all across Tel Aviv. Sirens all across Tel Aviv. Apparently, there's 3 missiles in total that are going towards Tel Aviv. Sorry, 3 in total to Israel, to Tel Aviv right now. So that's happening. Obviously, we'll give you the news as and when we receive it. Let's go to what we got here. Kelfs. Go ahead, Kelfs. Kelfs, you got your hand up. You've been asking and tagging to come up in the space.
Oh yes. Sorry, the space bugged a bit, so I didn't hear when you called me. But thank you for allowing me to come up. I just have a few things to say regarding the US and Iran war. So I also want to ask, will I say, where is, I don't, okay, it's like he dropped off. I want to ask, how this would affect US and Israel relations, because I've seen a lot of people comment about how this whole war was rushed because Israel realized that there's a time frame that they need to take advantage of because of the narrative is shifting. So that's why he kind of did like Netanyahu, that's what I'm talking about, did a Hail Mary kind of move to make sure that they drag the US into this war. So I understand that after this, the relations will be sore, but there's one thing that I'm not seeing people talk about enough, especially on the space. Okay, they talk about it, but this is how I view it. The US and Israel relationship is not, from my perspective, is not just some kind of symbiotic relationship or parasitic relationship. I believe the only word that can describe it is neocolonialism, in the sense that Israel has their hand in every factor of the government, from their media to their education to the policymakers to their congressmen, and even has their hand in the presidency. I don't understand how people don't realize like that is actually some crazy level of capture. The only word I can call it is neocolonialism, because me being an African, I'm from Nigeria, I understand what it means to be neo-colonized because we're currently living in it. So like when a foreign government has almost like de facto power over your whole government, to the extent that they will make you do something that is definitely wrong, that will hurt your own economy but benefit them, you will do it regardless. So I don't see people as the saying like, oh, when Trump gets out, this will end. I want to hear other people's perspective about it, but I don't see something like this ending, because for the only way this can end is maybe, I don't know how possible that would be. The only way I've seen neo-colonialism be defeated is through like a military dictatorship, because people already know, especially people that are active in American politics, they understand that the Democrats and the Republicans are basically two sides of the same coin. So I don't understand how I know Andrew may not want to speak on it because he had military background before, but I don't understand how they'll be able to climb out of this hold that Israel already has, because the hold is in the Republican system, it's also in the democratic system. So I'm not exactly sure on how they're going to climb out of this. People say they will vote them out, but like you literally have people like Lindsey Graham saying he does not care about the American people but the interest of Israel. So like these are people that are making the decisions. These are people that would like talk about the budget on whether your children will have safety equipment, or teachers will get paid more or less. I don't know, just main basic life amenities. These are people that are completely devoted to a foreign interest. So I don't just see it like you cut off the head of the snake and the snake dies. It's more or less like I don't know, will I say hydra? But it's more than a hydra. It's like a centipede. It has so many bodies, and it's just completely captured in a way. So the only, from my own experience and the examples I've seen in countries in a continent like Africa, the only way to get rid of neocolonialism is to completely flip the script, in the sense that forget anything about democracy because it's already gone. You need a military dictatorship, someone that is ideologically driven to be sovereign on its own. But it's also crazy because America is also having like a economic crisis, in the
Hmm.
sense of their dollar is going to
Thanks for that. Let me
become
just give some.
lower in the sense.
Appreciate it, Carlos. Let me give some breaking
Yeah,
news.
sorry.
Appreciate it. Fall on the right. We're reading that there's been some missiles that have fell in the center of Israel. So fall on the center of a parking lot. A building was hit in Ad Halom. Uh, they left Tel Aviv. So it hit directly on Tel Aviv. I mentioned that sirens are ablaze in Tel Aviv. Explosives, heads falling in central Tel Aviv. A building in the center was hit due to Iranian shelling. So that's the latest news. So Tel Aviv is being hit right now. Tel Aviv is being hit right now. Wait, have I posted this? You see some. No, wait, sorry. Yeah, I did. Let's go back to this. Yeah, it is cluster ammunitions that are going towards Tel Aviv. They've lit up the skies of Tel Aviv. Okay. So, yeah, they've lit up the skies of Tel Aviv. Let's go to Robin. Robin, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple questions, Salamani. Is it how do I pronounce your name?
Suleiman.
Solomon. Okay, thank you. I believe that the United States is completely occupied by Jewry. And I've been following some of what Netanyahu has been saying. First off, how much of it is AI? Are these videos? Because I saw one that said that it was him speaking, and he said that the Greater Israel Project is about oil, and he'd like oil to flow from Israel to the West. So, what are your thoughts on that?
So you think the Greater Israel Project is for oil, did you say?
That's what he said.
So no, I don't think the Greater Israel Project is specifically for oil. I think the Greater Israel Project is an expansion of the land for the Jewish supremacist state. I think it's in order to expand. It's in order to take control of as much land as possible, and then in addition to that, the Greater Israel Project, as per what you call it, but the expansionist idea they've got isn't just based on land. They control all aspects of life, whether it's media, tech, whatever it may be.
Yes, there's a lot of control here with media, tech. Geez, they're just taking over everything. And how do we come out from underneath that? How do we decouple with them?
If I can jump in here, I don't think there's going to be any ability to decouple. I think that the media is distorted. They're using AI right now to kind of try to persuade us of his the fact that he's still alive, if he is. I think what we're witnessing is the entire global market at a crossroads. And in general, I think that there are competing nations, the greatest powers, for that number one position right now. I think that the BRICS formation is a movement that was started because they felt that the U.S. dollar and the petrodollar was not something that was stable anymore, especially after COVID and after we saw the inflation and the printing of U.S. dollars. And we are all going to witness in the course of the next 10 to 20 years the fall of regular currency as it is. We may see the rise of CBDCs and cryptocurrencies in the near future, but there's no way to sustain the printing of paper dollars. People are starting to wake up. Social media has woken a bunch of people up. People have seen the atrocities committed by Israel, by the United States, and there's no end to any of this until there is a complete monetary and financial collapse of the entire system.
Okay. And what do you make of Netanyahu saying that Israel is like turning into a global superpower.
I know nothing about that.
Okay.
Well, Robin, you may be getting into what Suleiman has been saying for, well, weeks now. He's had some, go into Suleiman's YouTube channel. I know
Okay.
you subscribe to it, and go look at him talking about and we used to have Pax Americana. Look at the Pax Judica, and that's a whole different big deal that we could go on for hours on. But Suleiman could probably obviously talk about that. But that is Pax Judaica, and that's a whole separate subject there. But Israel itself, as we know it, National Zionist Israel today, we're going to see them put basically in a major change in their position. United States, as who was that? Discipline said, the United States of America is being repositioned in a completely different global geopolitically position that what we enjoyed for over 157 years. So yeah, we're going through major changes here in reset.
Yeah, we're not will no longer be the superpower once this is all done.
Well, on the
Exactly.
global stage, it's going to be over the next 5 years a competition to try to see who is going to hold that position, and I think that position is probably going to be held by China.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
agree.
United States won't go away completely, of course, but yeah, absolutely. That's what we're observing right now. But eventually, it'll be a realignment where we're more central to our hemisphere, basically going back to our hemisphere, and that's why we're seeing all this activity in South America, where we're now going to start beating up on the Cubans, and I won't even go into that right now.
Yeah.
So you also see a lot of high power individuals holding dual citizenships and different visas with different countries. As the world itself becomes more global, you're going to start to see a lot of people have more passports and visas and hold them in different countries just because of instability as a whole. The world itself feels like it's just hanging from a thread at this point.
Right, which is what's meant to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, and one thing, Robin, you being a boomer, I think we have our job right now is to get the word out, share this space. We have to let people know we're in a psychological warfare right now. Share this, wake people up against this tyranny of being under National Zionist Israel. And that,
Okay, I will. I'm Gen X, but I'm not quite a boomer, but I will definitely.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
okay. I will definitely keep sharing the space, and thank you for answering my questions.
Time.
I see a hand up with Danielle who wants to speak. I'll go ahead and mute my mic.
Same here.
Assalamu alaikum and Eid Mubarak to everyone. Suleiman, I got one question for you. I'm not sure if you're on a speaker or not, but my question is that I've heard a lot of stuff coming out of Pakistan in regards to the war with Iran and US. Is that not too long ago, Army Chief has held a meeting with all the ulama Ikram of Shia sect and basically told them, if you guys have too much sympathies for Iran, you guys should go to Iran and not stay in Pakistan. And how do you see this development going? And at this point, I talked about it some 2 days ago with Beatrix as well, that my concern is that if Pakistan does stab Iran in the back, that will create a civil war. I would like to know your take on it. How do you see this development? Thank you.
Suli, hello.
I think
Beatrix?
Sorry, what was that?
What's up, guys?
Sorry, what was that, Daniel?
So, about a few hours back, or I believe yesterday, Pakistani army chief held a meeting with all the ulama Ikram of Shia sect, and basically told them that if they really love Iran, they need to leave Pakistan and go over there and fight with them. And my concern is that how things are turning up. What if Pakistan does stab Iran in the back and let US do whatever they need to do, try to go in for a land invasion? That will create a massive civil war in Pakistan. How do you see this development?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think there'll be a land invasion through Pakistan. I don't think Pakistan are going to make that mistake. And if they do, then yeah, there will be huge civil unrest in Pakistan. So I think it would be a stupid decision to make. I don't think they're going to make that decision.
But I don't know, why would he come in and tell them then that it seems like he's trying to get ahead of it and basically pressuring them to stay quiet.
Where's the source of this clip? Can you send me it and let me look at it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I do not have you on DM. A bunch of ulama Ikram basically came out and said it on their videos. A bunch of clerics from Shia sect.
So Shia clerics from Pakistan came out?
Yes. And they recorded videos in Urdu, and they're basically telling people, because they had a meeting with the army chief of Pakistan.
Send me this, because what you're saying just doesn't make sense at all from a geopolitical perspective. It's like no logical sense whatsoever.
I had a question on this. So yeah, just like Eid Mubarak, bro.
Eid Mubarak.
How's everyone doing? I had a question, just like just a regular question. Don't you think? I feel like the army might side with the USA. I don't know how the army, like our army, like the Pakistani army, doesn't really think sometimes. That's what I think.
It's possible.
And also,
yeah, go on.
I had a question, like 2 days ago, then like Iran attacked the LNG in Saudi, the port. So how does that affect Pakistan as well? Because they're in an agreement with them, right? So they should help Saudi fight against Iran. So I'm kind of like, how does that work? Are they doing under the table? Are they like mitigating, like bringing them on the table and something? I don't know how would that work too. Can you explain that?
Yeah, of course.
What's your thoughts on it?
It's typical Pakistanis who just care about Pakistan. But let me just answer these questions. So in terms of each point, so what that Daniel Hass was saying, I think that just makes no sense. And that, from a political perspective, is illogical and quite nonsensical. I don't believe that's going to happen. That makes no sense. In terms of what you're saying, and I have got actual collaboration in 20 minutes, it's also going to be fast on this, which is, so this guy's not even sent anything to me yet. But anyway, in terms of what you said, so first thing is in terms of the military. Could the military side with the United States of America? It's possible. At the same time, they are heavily relying on China as well. So I think that's unlikely, but possible. So we'll have to wait and see on that one, because I'm kind of 50-50 on that. I don't think that Pakistan would attack Iran though, or get involved in it, because it would just be completely impact their sovereignty significantly. What we can only base it on is their recent actions. So during the 12-day war, Pakistan did help Iran. They helped them hide their fighter jets during the war to basically from ongoing Israeli attack. And during this war, they've come out and condemned Israel and Zionism quite a bit. So it seems to suggest that they're not going to get involved. And if they do, I don't think they'll get involved on the side as well. So I think they're just neutral as per what they are now, with condemnations against Israel, which is what they've done. I don't think they would get involved because they already have their own issues with Afghanistan and India and various other things as well. So that's where I see Pakistan. In terms of your second thing about the Defense Pact Agreement, Yeah, this is why I always thought defense pact agreements were just a joke. Like, no one actually is gonna, when it comes down to it, no one actually will come out and defend each other. So it's like, it's just a fake agreement. Just like Article 5 in NATO, just like these defense pacts between various countries. I don't think anyone actually, when it comes down to it, when there's actual war, that they actually come and help each other.
I agree.
I mean, I agree with you, I guess, because NATO hasn't done anything. Like, not NATO, United Nations, they didn't do shit of all the issue that happens with Israel. No, nothing. They just, they don't even send troops to like peace to deal with. Nothing at all. So I totally agree with you on that.
Well, they wouldn't be getting involved because that would cause escalation, right? And then people are labeling this World War III. And before I continue, Solomon, thank you so much for hosting this space for everybody to pitch in. It really is an amazing place where all of us can share our thoughts and provide our input. So thank you for providing the space. Going back to what I'm saying is, if these defense pact agreements are in fact something that people are going to follow and partake in, it would just escalate things overnight, and we would definitely be involved in a true world war. As it stems right now, I think the only reason we're seeing some involvement from other countries is to de-escalate and kind of mediate the situation. Why? Because everyone's economy is at stake. So, we will see oil at 130, 140, who knows, possibly even 180, $200 a barrel. And when that happens, then people will start to riot in the streets. People will think twice before taking their vehicles out. And these are people that are living day to day, paycheck to paycheck. But you'll see some people leverage that and take advantage of it, price gouge. You're starting to see it at the pumps here in the United States. And it'll just be a free for all. And I really hope it doesn't get to that point. And I hope that, for the sake of all of us, this war ends soon. And when I say soon, I'm hoping in the next 30 to 90 days. I don't think this is going to end in the next couple of weeks, as you're saying there that it is.
Thanks for that. Disciplined. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see on that. Let me just quickly. Yeah, I just watched your video, what you sent. It's just like, this is just exaggeration what you did. It's just a random Shia cleric talking about how they should support Iran. This has nothing to do with a geopolitical perspective whatsoever. This is why I don't like normies, especially, people who just make no sense. Like, that has nothing. I knew what you were saying didn't have any kind of real geopolitical implications or made any kind of geopolitical sense. If you actually understand, like, geopolitics, it's just a random Shia cleric saying what he wants. Go ahead, Daniel.
The only reason I was asking you this because these are the clerics that held a meeting with the army chief, and that's why I was kind of worried. I lived in Pakistan.
So basically the link. This is the link you're making. Please, like, one of the things about our spaces is it's actual real geopolitical news, which is logical based on real news and real information. None of these kind of like coffee shop. Like, I get it. It's either day. A lot of the aunties and uncles go to each other's houses and they talk about politics, and maybe you got it from there or something, right? But the thing is, this isn't geopolitics what you're saying. So what you're basically saying is, because the army chief, who basically has a huge amount of control over Pakistan, had a meeting with Shia cleric, and that I think is a good thing. I think people from minority communities should be given those opportunities to converse as opposed to being segregated in society. So because they had those conversations, that now means somehow that they're going to invade, or they're going to help invade Iran, or they're going to help send a battalion to Iran. Makes no sense whatsoever. Okay, I'm moving on from this conversation. It's kind of dragged it to Eid conversations at home and the auntie and uncles talk, and it's like, okay, whatever. So let's go to...
Thank you, Suleiman.
Sorry?
I was just saying thank you.
Problem. Thank you very much. Let me go to Mystic Traveler. Go ahead. Mystic? Okay, let's drop this. Oh, God.
Hi, Hi guys. I'm not sure how I got on speaker. I'm just usually a listener to you guys, and I enjoy the conversation. So I have no question. Thank you. I'll drop myself. I
Why would you
appreciate it.
come up then? This is ridiculous, bro. God. JG, go ahead.
Thank you, Suleiman. Eid Mubarak. I hope you guys had good times with your family. I just wanted to clarify something with Andrew. I had DM'd him a few days ago about the Munt guy. That's the guy I was referencing when he was talking about the issues he was talking about. So I appreciate you getting back with me, Andrew. I appreciate that. I really think there's a deal. It looks like it. We might not know about it for a while, but I have a feeling that they keep us a week behind on anything, anyways, before they announce it. Anything critical. So, anyways, cool. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Andrew, let me bring you into the conversation. Andrew, quick, well, not quick, I want to elaborate explanation on this from your perspective. When you look at the Marines that are going into the region, into the area, from your perspective, well, actually, two questions. One is, many of us have heard that there's a mutiny on board the USS Gerald Ford. What's your view on that? And then the second thing is this something that you would expect? And the second thing is, these soldiers, these Marines, these sailors who have been sent across the Persian Gulf to join this war, to fight this war. What's your thoughts on the fact that they could be, what's going to happen and how they could be sacrificed?
Yes, Sully, thank you. First of all, on mutiny on board the Gerald Ford or mutiny on board any U.S. naval vessel, yes, of course, that's always, of course, a possibility. We know there's actual evidence of it happening in the Royal Navy, no substantial evidence of it ever happening in U.S. naval history that actually where a crew completely took over a ship. Now, the Gerald Ford, there's no doubt in my mind there may have been, well, let's say there's no doubt there were 1, 2, 3. I don't have a number. We won't know exactly who these, and I want to use the word unhappy or malcontent sailors were. But there's no doubt with today's internet age, the sailors, the average sailor on a ship, a platform out there knows a lot more than obviously we did even 10, 20 years ago. So word gets out and they're like, hey, what's going on here? But there's one thing that the average person, the listener, has no comprehension of, and that is I call discipline at sea. No one could ever begin to explain the extraordinary high level of discipline that's established in the highest discipline and order, and that's called the chain of command, and that's run by our non-commissioned officers, our chiefs, and then the chiefs, and then to the junior officer level, the division officer level. When and if that happened, it would have been immediately squashed. And I was on a long deployment once. It almost went into 1 year. The average person has no idea of the mental and psychological impact and suffering that takes the toll it takes. Up toward well over 15-20% of the crew came back to broken families and divorces, and it was just horrible. And it's mentally like you can't believe. But what happens is because of tradition and training, the discipline is ratcheted up. So it could have happened. I'm sure it did happen, but it would and has been immediately squashed. Those malcontents or unhappy sailors would have been removed, and if it's a large platform like a carrier, they would have been put in the brig, incarcerated, and then removed from the ship and sent for military discipline. And it is severe. And I won't go into the details on that. I personally witnessed as a division officer and later as a department head, even in the highly disciplined organization of a fast attack nuclear submarine, we had under an extreme arduous deployment that was extended 3 times. We had 1 and 2 minor incidents. One became almost big, but it was immediately shut down. So yeah, there's not a massive removal of that. But what we will see, and I think we're hearing, is the senior officers. They are the ones, and the NCOs, the chiefs, are responsible for getting word up to the Pentagon, up to the type commander, and to the fleet commanders. Look, enough. What is going on here? We have to examine this. It all goes back to the Pentagon. And that's why Vice Admiral Ketcher, a great Vice Admiral, a great man, he was fired immediately, because I guarantee you, behind closed doors, that as the director of the JCS, he was saying, "What the hell are we doing here?" And Trump fired him immediately. Well, you can squash 1 and 2 down, but Raising Cane, I have no respect for that man. What he's doing, he's a lapdog, and other officers and senior officers, and also retired military. And I've talked to several of them. We're pushing back hard. I'm pushing back hard. I'm contacting everyone I can, saying, stop this insanity. Now, next subject, about the amphibious ready group that is now deployed and been sorted out of San Diego. That's the Boxer. That is an LHD. That platform is a heavy marine amphibious unit using landing dock ships that carry a well deck underneath them that actually will launch Marines. We're looking at 2,500 Marines that would be assaulting a beach. And that's on the move. And coming out of San Diego, we're looking at roughly at battle height speed, not between between flank and full standard speed. We're looking at 15 knots speed over ground. So we're looking at approximately 3 weeks to get on station. But this is all rhetoric, I believe. This is like the saber rattling. And Simon Dixon has been saying, looking for the theatrical Hollywood movie, we're coming to get you. We're going to beat your ass with the club. That's moving into place. It's a slow roll. But I think Iran sees clearly it's a joke. We see it. All of the audience who's awake and who reads and studies, sees it as a joke, because all Marine Corps doctrine is clear. Without air superiority, that cannot happen. It's impossible. When I say impossible, it's a bloodbath. It's going into a kill box that will destroy and slaughter thousands of innocent lives of our Marines. And no Marine Corps officer, I don't care, they're not going to sacrifice their men like that. And I don't see it happening. Could it happen? Well, that would be the unthinkable. But I think by then we'd see that's when I think we'd see a massive revolt inside of the high structures of the military at the Pentagon level. So what I think will happen is, as the Boxer amphibious ready group comes into position, we already know we have the Tripoli LHA there. It's all posturing. I don't think they'll actually do it. They can't. Look, only a child with a reading level of maybe a third grade reading level that can read understands of the insanity of it. I won't go into the asymmetrical threat of the IGRC. I've talked about it for now going on 21 days. The Iranians have the control under the sea with their underwater asymmetrical threat of the mini submarines. I could talk an hour on that. The mines, I could talk on that. But also, the bottom line is they have the missiles. And Ryan Dawson, I pray people heard him speak today. Imagine the size of the country of Vietnam, the landmass along the Iranian coast, with hundreds and hundreds of deep penetrated hidden missile sites just ready to launch. It will be a bloodbath. And if I were Iran planning this, I would say, come on, please come in. Please come into my kill box so I can destroy you. And if the United States ever attempted to actually do it, I have no words to describe the insanity of that. And this is beyond treason. This is insanity. So I won't elaborate more on that. Hopefully that kind of helps there. I'll land it here.
Appreciate that, Andrew. Appreciate that. Guys, Resistance Squad, are you going to jump in?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I subscribe to this controlled sort of theatre that we're experiencing. I just think that there's just so many variables that are not in the hands of the United States or Israel. It doesn't look like you might think, oh well, Simon and Poe might think it's the Iranians are just play acting or just pretending, but to be honest, in my opinion, it doesn't look like that. I mean, this is their fight for survival. So in my opinion, I don't think they're going to just play ball so willy-nilly or very quickly and have some sort of ordered agreement. And certainly the GCC don't look like they're in control. So this idea that this is a sort of a silent or under the table agreement between China, between US and Russia and the GCC countries, and that it's for the benefit of Iran and Israel's going to suffer, etc. I don't think that the Israelis will want that, will agree to that, and they'll exert every lever they can over the United States to make sure that any agreement will be somewhat in their favor. So they're the chaos factor, and Iran doesn't trust any of the US or the Israeli or the European side. So you're essentially saying that they're putting their trust, their survival, in the hands of China and Russia, which I think that would be quite naive to do that, because we already seen that China and Russia, as great as they are allies, they don't seem to exert much sort of overt force, and anything that's covert is quite I don't know, it's a little benign. I just think that for me, that sort of power is exerted if you are really, really dominant. What Simon describes.
Resistance. Only thing is your mic's really bad, and I didn't expect you to go for that long, so I thought if it's a quick that one jump in, but your mic's horrible.
All right, hold on a second. Let me just take off my.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, I don't think that the Iranians can afford to make some sort of agreement under the table with parties they don't trust, which is the GCC, US, and Israel, and place their trust in China and Russia. And with all due respect, I obviously. They do hold a lot of cards, China and Russia, but I don't believe that it's enough. They haven't shown it in the past 2.5 years of genocide. So, and it's all, right now, it's just all talk at the moment. So there's no evidence that if I was an Iranian, if I was an IRGC chief or the supreme leader, I'd be questioning what sort of under the table deals are there. And I'd be questioning how can they guarantee that any deals will be worth the paper it's written on.
Yeah, true. I agree with that. Guys, just to let you know, we're going to be having a collaboration with Simon Godek. And how do I move this, bro? So that's going to be in a few secs, but for some reason, I can't even figure out how to use this Apple properly. So yeah, that's going down in a couple of minutes. Simon Godek is a well-known. So if you're on the YouTube, hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can. Got interview with Simon Godek. Let me put the tweet out for it. There's collaboration with Simon on Iran war. Cool. Sweet.
We've not heard from Simon Godek for a while. We've not seen him on our spaces. This should be good.
Yeah, should be good. Should be good. We got him coming on now in a couple of minutes. Hopefully, guys, sound is good, audio is good. I know I don't need to ask you about the suit. I know you love it. You're obsessed with it. So yeah, we're gonna be joined by him in a couple of seconds. Should be a good interview. I'm not really in the middle here, am I? Let me get in the middle. There you go. That's more better. So it should be a good
British Museum suit.
Yeah, don't hate on the suit, guys. Don't hate on the suit. Okay, we are live, I think. Let me just put the volume up. Okay, I need to move this. Let's move this. There we go. So everyone online can hear it. Hi, Dr. Simon. How you doing?
I'm sitting too high.
Hey, I'm good. Hey, what's up?
Great. Okay, let's go for it. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
We're streaming live right now as well, so
Oh, okay, all right.
everyone can see you. Cool. Okay, I just want to welcome Dr. Simon Godek onto the stage. He is a social media influencer. He has been pushing back against a lot of propaganda over a number of years. There was attempts to censor him because of his positions on COVID and his positions on a wide range of things, including the kind of Zionist control over Western society. I'm aware that he went to the United States of America and was stopped. And his phones were searched because of his positions, which are not congruent with the establishment. Dr. Simon Godek, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. How are you?
Yeah, for you, it's Simon.
Appreciate.
Look how I'm dressed. I mean, I'm not dressed like a doctor, right?
Well, you're dressed in
my
your
case.
You got is that the hearts top you got on?
Yeah. Oh, you know. Oh, yeah. You're from Britain, you know.
Yeah.
I love the hearts.
Yeah, nice. Well, as long as it's not the Rangers, we allow it. So Dr. Simon, thanks for coming on the show. So we've seen the war with Iran. We've seen kind of what's happening in terms of the lack of support in Europe and the United States of America. I know you cover US politics. I know you live in Brazil. You're from Netherlands. Give us a kind of overarching view of what your thoughts are about the war.
Where to start, right? Like 60 years ago, 70 years ago, 100 years ago. But in general, war is wrong. Let's start with this, in any case. I think there's hardly been in human history any justified war. It's very difficult to find, because it's always, always aggression, reaction, aggression. It always goes forth and back. But this one was war of aggression. I mean, they just call it like airstrikes, or what do they call it again? Like ridiculous names, just like surgical strikes. This is not war, That's what they're always saying. And yeah, it's wrong. I mean, like, I've been predicting the war like 2 years ago. You can look at my accent, like it's gonna happen. Everybody knew it's gonna happen. Charlie Kirk knew it's gonna happen. Everybody knew it's gonna happen. It happened because those people who are pulling the strings, they've been quite vocal about it. So just like, literally nowadays, it's reading social media, reading those big accounts. They have connections to the ruling elite, and whatever they're saying is literally an agenda. Where it's going. Yeah, I think the last couple of years, the only thing that surprised everybody was COVID. Although now we know it was planned, but it was like planned in a different way, because you cannot like predict an outbreak like this. So they didn't make it. They weren't vocal beforehand. But otherwise, yeah, we knew it was going to happen. But I think Iran surprised everyone right now, because they said like, oh, it's just going to take a couple of days. They're talking. Then they talked about weeks. Then talked about months. Now they talk about years. And yeah, let's hope the madness going to end soon.
Well, we can only hope that the madness ends. And as per what you said, initially we heard it was going to be 4 days. Then we heard it's going to be 4 weeks. Then we had 6 weeks. Then we had possibly till September, maybe even longer. What's your kind of thoughts on that?
I think they underestimated Iran. Totally. They thought they would just like drop a couple of bombs, and then like from the inside people would raise against the regime. And commit regime change. I mean, this is what they've always been doing. But I mean, like, Afghanistan already took a bit longer, and Afghanistan kind of worked and then didn't work. So it worked to have a regime change in Afghanistan. I mean, like, it worked for a couple of years. So European countries and the United States, I mean, like, they invested billions. I think it was even hundreds of billions into Afghanistan. And I know in Holland, Germany, and Central Europe, they said like, oh, we're doing this to build girls' schools, the same things that Israel just bombed in Iran. So they were like, okay, we're going to build, we want more equality in Afghanistan. That's why we're doing this. And it's weird. Now the Taliban is stronger than ever, and they're quite radical, in my opinion. They could just have let it go. But yeah, on the other hand, they wouldn't have gotten access to all the minerals in northern Afghanistan. I mean, that's what the war was about. but still the justification is, is always the same. It's always human rights. We are the good ones. They are the evil ones. We don't commit war crimes. They commit war crimes. You can see it in Ukraine, Russia. You can see it in Iran. You can see it in Afghanistan, Iraq War 1, 2. So every time they're saying like, we are the good ones, they are the evil ones. But it's not that simple. I mean, like, I think no single country attacked more other countries in the last century than the United States. And most of these were war of aggressions.
No doubt about that. Now, in terms of sentiment, what's your view on what the sentiment is like in Europe and the United States and social media in terms of this war with Iran?
Yeah, it's difficult to tell in Europe. I'm not in Europe right now. As you said, in South America. In South America, people are like, I would say, indifferent. So here you have evangelicals, it's like the Christian sect, I would call them. And they are totally pro-Israel. So they love Israel. There's nothing more important than Israel to these people, even though they're Christians. But I think like most Catholics here, or informed people, they're not on this side of Israel and America. Unfortunately, I'm a right-wing person, but literally the whole left segment is against this war, I guess, against Israel. In Europe, I think it's a bit more difficult because they were, many people are like, in Central European countries, they're told like, you did so bad, you caused all the harm to the Jewish people, and that's why you have to be pro-Israel. And many countries behave like this. So even in many countries in Europe, you cannot question things, you know what I mean, right? What you cannot question there without going to jail. So people are not vocal about it. So they stay quiet, and they even feel still guilty for what happened to these people, and happened to, by the way, another 60 million people. It's not just them, right? And in the United States, I mean, like they're more distant to this topic, and that's why you see what you see online. Literally 80% of people are against this war, even though CNN is trying to tell us that 100% of MAGA is pro-war. I mean, you all know it's a lie. You just have to check the big accounts. You just have to check, read the room. Just check whenever as Mike, Levine or Shapiro, when they're saying things, like check the comment section. It's literally 99% contra.
Yeah.
Or Laura Loomer, or whoever, you just pick one of these shills. So I think the table is totally turning, and we are beyond the point that it's reversible, especially as if you check the younger generation, Gen Z, they're literally all on the side of Palestine, of even Iran, which is kind of surprising. But they all despise Israel, and they all despise Zionists, and they all despise, that Zionist Jews are running the United States. And the only ones who are pro-Israel still are the boomers, and they're like, 70, 80 years old. They're gonna be dead in 10, 20 years. So all you gotta have left is like, people who despise Israel, people who saw live on social media. It was like a genocide. It was a genocide live stream for everybody. The media didn't have chance. The Jewish-owned media didn't have chance anymore to spread their lies and say like, oh, nothing of this is happening, nothing is happening there, because many people in Gaza were streaming live what's happening to their families, to their friends, to their country. So people are aware of what's happening. People are aware how they're manipulated by the very people who own the media, and who are pro-Zionist, and who own literally 75% of U.S. Congress. And once you see these things, it's very hard to unsee them or to just like close your eyes, because it's all interconnected. So, AIPAC Congress is like making other decisions as well, which are against American people or against Western society in general. It's not just America. They like, they have an impact also on Europe and on South America and everything literally in our Western world.
For sure. Now, one of the things that you've alluded to is the Zionist control over Western society. Yeah. One of those things that makes America unique compared to anywhere else in the world is this notion, this idea of free speech. We know there's been a direct attack on this freedom by the Zionist lobby. I know you went to the United States of America, and because of some of your comments you made on social media, you were apprehended, and apparently your phones were taken off you and they were hacked. if you can let everybody know what happened, A, and B, how the wider implications of free speech pertain into that.
Oof. It was last year during the summer. I was going to where was going? I was going to Florida. I was invited to a podcast on, like, you know, Rift TV. I think it doesn't exist anymore, but on Rift TV. And I arrived in Miami. Like, I've arrived in Miami many times before. It was never an issue. And then this time they were like, one was looking at me and was like, your visa, your visa is not valid. I'm like, of course it's valid. Like, oh yeah, but you know, we retracted it or something like this, or like, you know, you have to follow an officer. So they led me to a room, like, you know, closed room, literally. Maybe it was 15 Celsius, and I was like in a t-shirt. It was like super cold. There were some officers that all looked like they just came from a Mexican drug cartel. So not normal people. These were like people who would like literally, they looked like they're torturing people every day, like super scary people. And yeah, he was like taking my passport and saying like if I could, you know. And he was at some point after half an hour, he was calling my name, and I was walking up there, and he was like screaming at me and asking me what I'm doing. And I'm like, I'm just going on a podcast. And he was like, no, what are you talking about? With whom? And they already knew it. I mean, like, I was like Elijah Heffer, and we were talking about, you know, stuff like code and stop lying and all this. Stop lying. I'm like, I'm not lying. And then he was like, you know, show me on your phone. I'm like, oh, I know where I'm going. I need to show you a phone. He was like, show me. I was taking the phone, unlocking my phone. He grabbed it off my hand. I was like, give it back. He was like, no. I was like, you're not allowed to have it. You know this. He's like, I don't care about law. I don't care about it here. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I took it into another room. He was like, you know, at some point he got logged out of it again. He was like, okay, what's your password? I'm like, I'm not going to tell you. What's your password? And he took it and literally hold it in my face to have the face scan. And yeah, and then they were just going through all my stuff. I mean, I have nothing crazy on my phone. I had like lots of anti-Israel memes, but I mean, like, that's all I had. And then they were like getting me into an interrogation room, and they were always asking me about, what are you talking about Thomas Massie? They were always talking about Thomas Massie. Oh, you're in contact with Thomas Massie. What do you talk with him about privately? You know, what is he saying? You know, and stuff. And then they switched the topic at some point. They were like, why do you hate Kash Patel? I like what? And then they were like, there's another politician in Florida you hate, right? I'm like, I don't know, but any politician in Florida? And they're like, are you sure you don't know? I was like, no, I know they were talking about Randy Fine, right? They were asking me all the time, are you sure you don't? I mean, like, even if I hate one here, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm allowed to hate whoever I want, right? And then like, yeah, it's true. Yeah. They were like, yeah, the First Amendment, etc. also comes for you. I mean, like, you can do whatever I want. I was like, oh, here we go. And then they kept asking me about Thomas Massie and MTG as well, which is super weird. And yeah, I was like, hey guys, you know, whatever, what you guys are doing is not cool. And then they were like, okay, we let you go, but we first have to do a check whether you're not. And they always accused me of terrorism. They're like, you know, we can take your phone if we think you're a terrorist or terrorist supporter. And I was like, what? They're like, yeah, you heard it right. We think you're a terrorist supporter. And it's a serious crime. And I'm like, whatever. You know, it was crazy because they were screaming. They were not talking to me like a human being. They were screaming and threatening with violence and all this stuff. So once in this interrogation room, there was like this good cop, bad cop, this nice lady, you know, blonde, nice, and I mean, I got what they were playing, and I told her, like, you know, First Amendment, whatever. Either you show me some evidence, or you have to let me go. And she was like, no, it's fine. We're gonna let you go, but we just have to do a background check on your phone, whether you have been to terrorist countries like Iran, Palestine, etc. Like, you know, you have my phone. You probably copied it anyways, so just do whatever. And then she came back, gave me my phone back, my passport, and was like, yeah, welcome to the States. Enjoy your stay. And then she even brought me outside, and I was telling her, it was like, is there anything you would change so this doesn't happen again? She's like, no. I mean, like, off the cameras here, just remain yourself, keep doing what you're doing. That's what she said. And I was like, okay, that's because, you know, there was no reason she was supposed to say it. But anyways, she said it. And then I wanted to use my phone again, knocked my phone. There was like everything literally broken, so I couldn't access anymore to Wi-Fi. 4G was not available, you know. It worked before. Just when I got out of the plane, of course, I checked, and And sometimes there were weird glitches. So when I was scrolling, there were super weird glitches in the phone. So the first thing I did was like, it wasn't a new iPhone. I destroyed it right away. Destroyed. So I destroyed the phone, going to the next Apple store and bought a new phone. Simple as that. And yeah. So there's the story. So now I'm like kind of, you know, I don't want to say afraid, but you know, I don't know what they're doing the next time, because I was when they did this to me, I wasn't even that vocal. And now since I'm super vocal, I don't know what they're capable of, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, one of the other questions I got for you is to bring this conversation back to the war with Iran. Is there are conversations right now that the United States of America have sent more troops to Iran? There's an extra...
I think 2,500 or something, right?
Sorry?
2,500,
yeah,
right?
In addition, I believe there's some more now. Today there was another Pentagon release of more troops to the region. And so the question to you is, what's your thoughts on this possible ground invasion into Iran?
I think they're going to get the island.
Karg Island, yeah.
The Strait of Hormuz, exactly. I think they're going to get this one. Put pressure on, because I mean, like, that's how Iran makes money, and that's how they would even have, you know, control over their resource, or part of their resources. So I think this is going to be their goal, so they can negotiate with Iran afterwards. And they're like, hey guys, you know, you get this island back if we can just like finish this war amicably.
So you think they're going to try and commandeer Karg Island and try and use it for negotiations?
Yes, I think so. And they might also, you know, try to convince the Kurds to attack Iran in a ground offensive.
That is a possibility. Although the Kurds have rejected those overtures at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment. Yeah. But I mean, like, how many times have they already convinced the Kurds, right, in Syria?
Many times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And in terms of what about the money that is going to be spent for it on it, $200 billion were requested by the Trump administration to spend on this war. Yeah. Figures show that they've spent at least about $30 billion already. Other analysts say that over these last 3 weeks, if you take everything into consideration, like the movement of the flights, the movements of the planes, sending the armada there, you're looking at already $250 billion already being spent. What's your thoughts on this sheer volume of money that's been spent on this war?
No, this is of money, right? I mean, it's making rich people richer, as always in war. So it's unnecessary. I mean, like, I've seen some calculations here. You know, the U.S. could pay every teacher more than $65,000, you know, instead of going to war for Israel. So yeah, at the end, it's like money spent for Israel, not for the American people. I mean, like, who's going to profit? America's going to profit, not at all. I mean, like, I think it's a net negative for their economy. But we all know that the American government is run by Zionists, is run by Israelis. So actually, Israel is making the decisions, and sometimes Trump is saying, like, "Hey, you know what Israel did? They bombed like this gas field. This was not cool. It's not going to happen again." And if it happens again, like, Trump is going to say it's going to do nothing, you know, because he's a puppet.
Yeah. Dr. Simon, I really appreciate you taking your time out to join us. We always appreciate your comments, and we do watch your page. Where can people find you? I know you've got an excellent X page, which is, I believe it's called Godek, but what's your X page?
It's just like my surname. I'm just on X because I don't have too much time for social media.
Right.
But just like my surname, and then you find me. So there are many fake accounts. Just like take the one with the most followers.
Yeah, take the one with the most followers. I believe you got like 1 million followers, right?
A bit more. I don't know. I think 1.1, 1.2, something like this.
Brilliant. Okay, so obviously do check out Simon Godek. I think it is Goddek.
Yes.
On X. He's got an excellent account where he's pushing back against a lot of this propaganda. He's fighting against this war occurring, and he's standing against any kind of basically establishment points, I'd say, over the last, from what I've been observing over the last 5 years at least. So, Dr. Simon, thank you so much for joining us. Any last comments?
No.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for taking your time. I appreciate you as always, Dr. Simon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks a lot. That was Dr. Simon. Great. Do give him a follow. Give his X follow. Appreciate him taking his time out to join us. And Dr. Simon, we'll see you next time. Appreciate it. That was Dr. Simon Godek. I think it was a good interview. Appreciate him. Do check him out. He's probably changed his opinion a lot on a number of issues pertaining to this. Wait, why is Joe laughing? What is going on? But anyway, do check out Dr. Simon. Do check out his views and his opinions, and we'll take it from there. So appreciate him. I'm gonna end the YouTube. Let me just quickly end it. Let me put the stream back on, and then we'll see why. Got excited. Is he because his people invaded Brazil and he doesn't like the fact the guy's in Brazil, or what is going on here? Got excited. Is he because okay, we've okay, let me drop this person. Like, why would you come on a space and then just be eating? Okay. Okay, let me get this up. Okay, Joe, what's the crack there? What's going on?
I'm getting double audio. Is it me?
Are you on the YouTube?
Can you hear me?
Are you on the YouTube, Joe?
No. Hey, hello.
Hi.
No, we're okay. We don't hear it.
No, I'm getting. What the hell? Let me unconnect. I'll be right back.
Okay, guys, if you let me know if it's Joe or it's us, because I can see that there's a lot of people being thrown out of the space. So I don't know what the reason for that is. So
You're normal.
okay. Okay, why is it? Wait, that's weird. Here we go, Joe. It's the Mossad. Okay, guys, on YouTube, is everything working? This is true.
Yes, I watched it, Sully, on YouTube, and it's coming across clear.
Brilliant. No, sorry, I meant the X space.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Brilliant.
5x5.
Brilliant. Okay, let's get back into this conversation.
Yeah, Solomon, I was hearing.
Is it okay now, Joe?
Yeah, I hear it now.
Brilliant. Okay, give us your thoughts. What was the emojis all about?
No, well, I mean, at the end you said he's changed his opinion a lot, so I'm wondering, what the hell? I'm hearing myself back talk. No, I'm hearing myself talk.
That's because is that Davos? Is that Davos basically tracking you in case to make sure you stay in order?
Is this coming from Solomon's audio? Or is it from just me?
Shall I mute and see if it helps you?
As long as we're not hearing it, it's bad enough listening to you once, but hearing you twice over, it's like, oh my God, torture.
It seems like it's on your end, Joe.
No, it's not. I reset Twitter, and it's still happening. But now that Solomon muted, you guys hear me okay now?
Yes, sir.
We heard you okay anyway. That's why I said to you, I said, it's glad that you're hearing yourself twice and it's not us. Do you know what I mean? Because no one wants to listen to you twice, Jonah. Once is bad enough.
But Joe, you're fine now, right?
I think it's his mic.
I know, because I was thinking, shall I reset or is it him? Because it does look like a lot of people have dropped off on the space, so I don't know if it's because of the Simon Godek interview or it's actually that people have been thrown out.
No, I think they got thrown out, Suleiman. Like people are having difficulty even joining the space. Something's been done to these spaces and your account over the last couple of days. Because I'm getting a lot of people saying they can't even join. And Joe, look, his mic's unmuted, but he can't speak.
Let me reset from my side just to see if it helps.
Yeah, so far I think it's just Joe for something with his mic or something because I can hear you clearly and I don't hear myself in the background.
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Let me go through the news and then we'll take it from there. Hopefully things have improved. And guys, if you wanna do me a favor, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. Obviously, they're attacking the space, hence why people have been thrown out and people can't take part in the conversation. We have the Turkish Foreign Ministry said the Israeli attack that targeted the military infrastructure in South Syria is a dangerous escalation and we strongly condemn it. This is, as you know, after the Israelis also attacked Syria yesterday. So that was interesting. Joe, are you back now or is it working for you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't hear it for a while. It was like I would speak and then a minute later I would hear what I said back to myself, which was strange, but it doesn't seem like it's happening now.
Cool. So what were you saying about Dr. Simon?
No, I mean, you said at the end, Doctor, me and Simon have had many heated debates prior to Israel, although we're very aligned when it comes to Israel, but it was more so about Lula and Bolsonaro. And I was wondering if his stance was still, at the time, he was defending Bolsonaro when I was calling him out for doing so in many spaces before. And that's why I was wondering if he's finally realized that that man is a Zionist puppet or if he's still defending him.
Oh, that's a good question. I could have, should have asked him that. If I had to assume, I'd assume that he still supports Bolsonaro. I remember he lives in Brazil, so he's like probably things are obviously in terms of some aspects of Brazil because of a range of things not great in Brazil. So they always end up blaming or thinking that Bolsonaro is going to be the opportunity out of the situation.
Yeah, look, Lula was exactly what's happening to Kent, what happened to the FBI agents, where when the power goes against you, all of a sudden you have legal issues that pop up. That a lot of times, yes, there's evidence there, but even in the case of Lula, they had to let him go because there was no evidence. They found out that it was fabricated, but half of the country still believed that that man was a criminal and that he was taking money from the banks and blah blah blah. It's not true to the point where they have to let go, and the judge is just barred because and that's the only reason why people support Bolsonaro. Bolsonaro in Sao Paulo was having a parade supporting Israel right in the middle of Sao Paulo, right? Saying that they have a right to defend themselves and blah blah blah. And he's more Zionist than even Trump is, which is insane. But that man is now in jail, so I hope he stays there because he was actually caught on TV calling for an insurrection and an overthrow of the government.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on Bolsonaro. I don't like him at all. He's definitely a Zionist puppet. And this is why when you see the marches in Brazil, which are these pro-Bolsonaro marches that are completely astroturfed, obviously, all of them are Zionist. And if you look at these influencers who are pro-Bolsonaro, then oh, flipping hell, bro. What am I hearing right now? So, guys, I don't know. I've got some bad.
So you're probably hearing what I was
No,
hearing.
no, no, not that, Joe. Joe, stop making it about you. This is big news. Joe, it's all about him, bro. The world's about to end, and he's like, oh, but I think we're all having audio problems. Good sir, and my audio isn't up to perfection. No, Joe, I'm hearing from some of my sources, and remember, my sources have been on point about everything, right? But obviously, I'm telling you it's from my sources as opposed to my own assessment or whatever it may be. And it's the same sources who told me about every single, like the war was going to start and stuff like that. They're saying that actually inside sources within the Pentagon have told them a ground invasion is coming. So this isn't speculation. Ground invasion is coming.
Well, as soon as they said they're going to start charging $2 million per ship to cross the strait, I mean, that's kind of inevitable, right? And I do think other countries might join in that case.
Oh, you think it'll be a coalition?
If the story is true that Iran said you can go through, but you got to pay $2 million, then you now have an issue, and it is a global issue. It is not just an American-Israeli issue.
Yeah. So I'm.
Do you see what I mean? That wasn't a smart. They've been making smart moves. This was not a smart move.
But we don't know the specifics of it because it depends on which country it was, who it was, and the reasoning for it. So, like for example, if you remember, they allowed Indian ships to go through, and people thought at that time it wasn't a smart move. And then later, what we found out is that actually, that this was a specific agreement because India had taken control over 3 Iranian oil ships, and so for that reason, they'd basically said, "Look, release our 3 oil ships, and your oil ship can come through." So that 2 million, it could be because they've not given us the details of it. They've not given us information of what ship it was. It's like
Yeah, it's true. I'm waiting to see
because it's
as
very
well.
weird in terms of the way they've disseminated the information, and so there you go, Joe. You got to see me twice, hear me twice, which is a dream come true for Beatrix. But my one was I opened the YouTube up. Guys, guess what? We have got a video that's come out. The tweet is in the nest. The tweet is in the comment section. It was the collaboration we did with Jackson Hinkle. Do check it out. Do watch it. Put it on a separate tab. Try and support what we're doing. That would be really helpful and we would really appreciate it. We'll try and get more awareness as possible. Look, at the end of the day, we're trying our best to stop this war from happening, stopping it from escalating. And now we're hearing that likely a ground invasion is coming. A ground invasion is coming. This is going to be a lot of American lives and Iranian lives that are going to be lost for this war. Beatrice, are you there? Okay, she's not. Okay, yeah, guys, if you can do me a favor, that tweet is in the nest. If you can try and push it out to as many people as possible. Let's see how many people are on there. We've got 26 legends who opened up. How come you guys are awake 24/7? You're welcome, Suleiman. Appreciate you all for coming into this. We've got Walk Joke, we've got the Wellness Warrior, we've got Silver Sailor, we've got Helena, we've got Siddha, we've got Silver Sailor. Appreciate all of you guys in there. He says salute to the veterans. Yeah, I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of veterans who possibly are going to be losing their lives for this war for Israel. And that's the major issue that we have. This war is for a foreign nation. It's been done for them. And it's highly, highly problematic.
Solomon, there's something going on financially, by the way, that's really strange.
Explain.
There's a ton of volume buying options for gold at $15,000 to $20,000 by December 26, 2026.
What?
That means there's a lot of people who are expecting gold to triple in price in what, a year and 3 quarters?
No, you said December 2026, right?
Yeah, December
Which is not
2026.
Yeah.
No, sorry, no, yeah,
that's
this
9
year.
months, bro.
Yeah. This year. Yeah. That's crazy. It's big volume.
That is crazy because basically, I'm so glad got Dark Sides on here. But basically, what you're saying is that there's an expectation and a lot of volume is being placed on this, that they expect gold prices to rise from $4,500, which it is now, to go to $20,000.
Yeah,
That is
15 to 20.
crazy.
But I mean,
And something.
that's massive inflation. Massive
What do
inflation.
you mean by massive inflation? Because what would be the reason?
Well, typically inflation drives drives prices, right? That's what inflation kind of is. So they kind of go hand in hand in this scenario.
So
it's not 100% direct. Anyone who's financial will understand what I mean. But to make it very layman, typically inflation goes up, asset prices go up, and that's what happens.
But just from the gold perspective, obviously this is not my expertise; it's yours and Darkside's. But from
I'd get dark side because I'm more stocks and options, even derivatives, but not when it comes to commodities.
yeah,
That's more
Darkside, do
dark
jump in. So
sides.
the question is this: from my understanding, and do clarify, elaborate. From my understanding, gold prices go up when people are not confident about what's going to happen with the market. If there's going to be some kind of swan event, black swan event, some kind of concern that's occurring with the market, people then consolidate on commodities. If the view, as per what Joe is saying, that the gold prices are going to increase by 4x, what does that suggest? What does that suggest other than, or does it also suggest a ground invasion? Because my sources are telling me just now that the ground invasion is coming.
Yeah, that's a great question. So Joe, what Joe is pointing out is that people, hedge funds, institutions are making large leveraged bets. Right? So these aren't just bets. When you're in the options market, you're getting leverage. So you're making a leveraged bet that gold would increase to $15,000, $20,000 by the end of the year. Now, I don't think that's a bet on inflation. That's a bet on dollar collapse. That's a bet that the US military loses its standing. And therefore, remember, the US dollar is backed up by the US military. So that's a bet that the US military tries to go into Iran and gets repelled, or ships get sunk, and the emperor's wearing no clothes. That's
But dark, just so people understand, dollar collapse also includes inflation.
Yeah. Oh, well,
Right.
I mean, it's hyperinflation, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
if we saw again the U.S. dollar is in many ways backed up by the belief that the U.S. military can enforce U.S. dollar hegemony, right? And if the U.S. military is repelled or left to bear, or put it another way, the emperor wears no clothes, then you could see dollar collapse, people wanting out of the dollar all over the world because they don't view the dollar as a safe currency because the military cannot back it up with force. So that would lead to a dollar, what we'd call a dollar collapse. Now, we're already starting to see that. We're seeing that in the US bond market, right? Since this thing kicked off, the US 10-year has gone from under 4% to now, I think, 4.35 as of today. That's a big move, 35 basis points. And remember, the US started, the Fed started cutting interest rates before the election back in 2024. I think they've cut 5 times. And interest rates went from 4% in the 10-year to 4.35. So we have gone up with 5 interest rate cuts. That does not lead you to believe that the Fed is in control of the market. It leads you to believe that the market is in control of the Fed. So that's a really worthwhile point to take note of.
And Dark, can you inform the audience, but especially Suleiman, that his bet of Bitcoin's going to 50 before it goes to 250 is a losing bet based on your analysis?
Well, who knows? I mean, again, you could see a spike down for sure. Again, in crises, you sell what you can and not what you want to. Bitcoin happens to be the most liquid asset on the planet Earth. So it's very possible it could get sold hard. But if what we're describing here is an event where the US dollar begins to lose or slip, and we're seeing that, right? One thing to take notice of on the Bitcoin front, Bitcoin has substantially outperformed gold and silver. I mean, substantially since the start of this war. So there is a move into Bitcoin because, again, Bitcoin is portable. Bitcoin is the best form of money. Now, obviously, I'm biased in my approach towards Bitcoin, but it has been outperforming, and it's a better form of money than gold. It's very hard to transact in gold. it's very easy to get final settlement and transactions in Bitcoin.
Yeah, Solomon, if you remember the spaces when Danish was hosting, and I would get hell for saying the dollar's going to fall in the next 5 years, and they would say that I was crazy. It's not going to happen for 50. You're already starting to see the signs of it.
So I just want to
Without, yeah,
clarify,
yeah.
because I don't want this to be influenced by what I said. So Darkside, you mentioned that this likely could be based on the fact that America goes to war, ground invasion, and they lose really badly. Could that be the only reasoning for it, or could there be another reason that causes such a situation?
No, there's obviously other reasons. If the oil fields are destroyed and the U.S. is seen as, let's say, the root cause of the problem, which obviously that's the Iranian goal here, is to keep the strait closed and potentially to destroy the oil fields. You could see what I would call as a whipsaw of public opinion against the U.S. Right, and if that happens, and people say, "Look, I don't want to be aligned with the United States anymore. I don't want to be aligned with Israel. Right, I want to be aligned with the Chinese experiment, with the Chinese yuan." That could also additionally cause some type of collapse. Now, you could also have a coordinated attack by China and others to absolutely attack our treasury market. Right now, remember, the U.S. Treasury market is the largest market in the world. It's a $39 trillion worth of debt market, and it's the basis of all of the global bond markets. If they begin to come unscrewed, and today was certainly a very ugly day in the U.S. bond markets, then the only reaction that the U.S. government could possibly have is to start yield curve control. Right, where they say, we're just going to buy we're not going to let our bonds get sold into zero. We're going to buy them. And then you see the Fed's balance sheet go. Sorry about that. I got a phone call. Currently, the Fed's balance sheet sits at about $6 trillion. You could see that go to 16 or 26 trillion. Right, and that becomes a real problem. So now you're monetizing your debt, and you're devaluing your dollar.
And the Fed is threatening Trump right now too. Like what the Fed said today is basically their way to pressure Trump to stop, because they know it's an attack on the banks, right? They said, look, raising rates is no longer off the table if you keep attacking oil assets.
No question. It's been my base case for the better part of a year and a half, and you know this, Joe, that what we're really witnessing with the Trump administration is a war between the Treasury and the central banks. And I say central banks, I don't like to use the term Fed, because the Fed is a central bank, but it's one of many, right? It's actually a European construct. The central bank of central banks is the Bank of International Settlements, and that is the ECB, the Bank of Japan, the Swiss National Bank, all these different central banks. They're essentially European banks, right? And we've seen this kind of developing tension between Europe and the Trump administration. So, in many ways, I've been saying for a while that the deep state that we refer to, in many ways, this financial industrial complex that Simon refers to, is a European construct. Now, of course, Simon believes that they're in charge, right, and that Trump just works for them. Now, I've had sort of a differing opinion, which is that these people are ready to declare war on the central banks, and maybe that's what we're seeing. But certainly, these leveraged bets in gold are telling that somebody thinks this is coming unglued.
Yeah, and if you understand the history of central banks, the first central bank was taken down by the people of America. The second central bank was taken down by the people of America. And then they had the meeting on Jekyll Island, and they decided to call it the Federal Reserve, which simply was a central bank, but it was a way for the American people to not know it was a central bank, because that's not what they called it. And that's how they were able to get it in to America.
Yeah, and it's not federal, and it's not a reserve. It's a private bank that we as American citizens get the good pleasure of paying interest to this bank, to these banksters, for the ability for them to print our money. So to be clear, if the Federal Reserve were to come in and start buying up our bonds to protect our interest rates from going sky high, when they buy bonds, guess who gets to pay them interest for the pleasure of buying our bonds? We do, right? We Americans do, and our interest expense goes through the roof. So we've gotten to a point in our country, in America, where we can't even print our own money without paying these banksters interest for the pleasure of doing so, which is ridiculous. It makes no sense. But that's where we stand. So that's why I believe there is this this war between the Treasury, the Trump administration, the executive branch, and the European banking cartel. And now that's very different than Simon's take. One of us will be right, one of us will be wrong. He'll probably be right because he's smarter than me. But that's just a different, I'm just putting a different spin on what could possibly be happening.
But Dark, I'm with you. The only difference I have is I think they're doing it to bring in stables. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. So the concept there, Joa, is that the Treasury could go direct to the stablecoin providers, right? So if you want to take the Federal Reserve out of the game, if you want to bankrupt them, then you have the Treasury sell bonds to the stablecoin companies directly, bypassing the Federal Reserve completely.
Yeah, and that way you have a fully reserved currency instead of a fully reserved currency.
Right. And instead of paying the Fed 4.5% to buy our bonds, because the stablecoin companies basically are printing free money, they'd be happy to get 1%. So then the US government would be borrowing money at 1% instead of 4.5%. That would be wonderful for the US economy. It would bring our interest expense right, screaming down. It would certainly help our country tremendously. But of course, there's always it would sink the European banking system. It would sink JP Morgan. It would sink Wells Fargo, UBS, right? And you can't just sink these banks without consequences. So yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, Joa, that's one theory of how this plays out. But in order to get there, you're going to go through a massive banking crisis. That's the answer to the problem. But first, you got to create the problem.
Wait, the dark side, aren't we really seeing that the market really sees that the impossibility of a U.S. full ground insertion invasion from the U.S. forces?
No, I think it's quite the opposite. I think these Wall Street knuckleheads think that the U.S. is unstoppable, that we have the largest military in the world, we have the best weapons. I mean, just listen to what Trump says, right? We have weapons, and we do. We do have weapons that we could wipe Iran off the face of the map. But of course, that doesn't come without severe consequences. So the question is, can Iran sink one of our ships? Because remember, we have to pitch a perfect game, and they got to sink one ship, right? Like they got to kill a few thousand Americans, and then the appetite for this war goes away. And further, we talked about Joe Kent the other day. He's making the rounds. He's doing these interviews. Tucker's all over this. Joe Kent's going to be on Sean Ryan's show. This kind of feeling amongst Americans that we don't want to do this again is real. It's real.
Yeah.
So,
And just before you go,
Yeah,
Joe,
and Andrew.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, and Andrew, what the market's showing when you look at oil prices, that is the market telling you that it doesn't believe this is going to last for a very long time. But we're starting to see the shift now of people who believe what me and Dark believe, that this is not going to go well. But you're only starting to see very small sign of it. And it's not like you're seeing a huge sign of it. You're just starting to see people convert. Oil prices should be way higher if you think this is going to be like a 6-month thing, ground invasion, everything else. It's not high enough for what the reality is on the ground, or at least the way we're seeing it.
Yeah, and further, the backwardation in oil, right? If you look out 6-9 months, the price of oil is much cheaper than it is in the front month. So that's the market telling you they believe the U.S. is going to go in there, clean house, open the Strait of Hormuz, and everything's going to go back to somewhat normal again. I just don't buy that, but that's what the market's telling.
or that it never will happen. We'll go there for a big show, and then there'll be a deal cut, like Simon
Yep.
says, and then this is just a little show, maybe some blow up some stuff, but it won't be full blown. I mean, I think that's maybe what we're seeing here. That's what I think.
Maybe, but again, you know, you can only do so much damage. And of course, we're all so focused on oil. I always say this, right? But that straight is far more important than just oil. And I was on a space last night where we had a really big Canadian farmer who was explaining to us that he was in a meeting the other day where major big food, big ag companies were telling them, do not plant. Like, we cannot afford the fertilizer. We can't get the fertilizer. Do not plant your product. We'll pay you not to plant. We'll pay our leases because the guys that buy McDonald's French fries, they pay the potato farmers their leases. So they're telling the potato farmers, do not plant potatoes. We'll pay you our leases. We'll make sure you're okay. But we don't want the potatoes. We don't want to pay $10. You know, we can't sell McDonald's potatoes for $10, you know, a serving. So this is spreading way past oil. It's already hitting food. The diesel prices are really starting to go up, and that affects everything that moves, right? So trucking. So I'm in the cementitious cement business through an investment I've made, and we just paid $2,200 to move a truckload of cement 500 miles. That was $1,500 3 weeks ago. So, you know, you can just do that at scale and it doesn't work. Things are going to break. People are going to stop doing business. It's just getting too expensive. So at some point we will hit demand destruction, but this whole thing's getting crazy, and you can't fix this with money. You got to get that straight open, and you need it opened yesterday. And it doesn't appear to me that it's getting opened anytime soon.
And just on that dark side, I want to ask you a question, but just before I do, guys, I want to thank every single person who's on that YouTube chat, all 104 of you. I want to thank, let's see who's on that. We've got only so in addition to the people I mentioned, Christo, Xplay, Pinto Conrad, Christopher, Ghost, Sheikh Junaid, Love Truth, Freedom, Ikram, who says he loves Jackson Hinkle's hair. I'm not gonna ask if it's a guy or not. Twin Doctor says Suleiman is a real one. Keep it coming. Appreciate you. Wellness says it's the least we can do. Thank you for bringing us the truth. In terms of he means, because I thanked him for coming on the video, so I really appreciate them. So yeah, guys, do open the video on a separate tab, guys. Let's pump that video out. People like Jackson Hinkle. He's a big name. People like that will only do these collaborations if they're getting big numbers. So if you can open the tab up in a separate tab, or if you listen on YouTube, just click on the YouTube link and just listen to it, just so you can get get some extra eyeballs on there. In addition to that, there's some propaganda that's going around. It's about this wrestler Saleh Mohammadi, who was given the death penalty, and the reason he was given the death penalty was because he slaughtered 2 police officers with a machete in cold blood. There is video evidence of it. And they're like, oh my God, he's been killed by the regime and all this kind of stuff. But no, he was given the death penalty for murdering 2 people. You can disagree with the death penalty, and that's a worthy conversation to have. But yeah, many countries have the death penalty, including the United States of America. So I did put out a tweet debunking that as well. But yeah, that's just some of the fake news and fake propaganda that's going on. Darkside, just from your understanding, where do you and guys, the tweet is in the, actually, let me quickly put it back on here. The tweet is in the nest if anybody wants to open it, open a separate tab. And if it's if you're on the YouTube, it's there as well. Thomas says, love you, Sully. Appreciate your support. I put the link in the YouTube chat as well, and the link is above in the nest. Let's try and get a couple of 100 people in there. I would have got Beatrix to do it, but I don't know, she just disappeared. This chick's a part-timer. She ain't putting the graft in like we are. Darkside, question to you. You're talking about the system being broken, but I guess Other than, for example, let's say America was to invade and end up losing really badly, or they were to not be able to get the Strait open. So you're saying those are the two main scenarios that would result in what Joe is predicting?
I think so. I mean, there's always the third, that is you have a coordinated attack by owners of our debt to start selling it. So that could be China, Japan, Korea, right? Things could go wrong on the Korean Peninsula. Things could go wrong in Taiwan. Those are two outliers. If something went wrong in Taiwan, that would be catastrophic for the United States. That would make the strait being closed look small in comparison. Likewise, if something went wrong with North Korea attacking the South, those types of events are, I guess, black swans, but they would have the same effect. They would be hyperinflationary, and Taiwan being the biggest one. So again, talking big game, the U.S. talking a big game about how we're going to do this and do that in Iran, and we're going to marginalize China. Well, China actually ultimately holds the cards. If they were to attack Taiwan, that would be hyperinflation and the end of the US dollar. Because 95% of our chips are made in Taiwan. So you wouldn't be able to find a car part, you wouldn't be able to find a toaster, everything would hyperinflate at an alarming rate.
Did you see what happened with the new AI that was beating? I'll tell the story. There was a new AI that was launched called Cursor 2, which was used for coding. It was launched and it was beating Claude and on par with OpenAI. It was launched yesterday. It was revealed today that it was actually just a Chinese model that they unleashed on their terminal and actually performed better than all the other ones at 1/10 the cost and 1/10 the energy. So, when people are like, oh, Chinese come and copy our technology, that's not true. We're copying their technology, have been for a while. That's why 60% of the AI devs work in both places. They're ahead of us in terms of AI. And even in certain chip manufacturing, not all of it, but some. They used to steal technology. When Israel used to sell them our weapons designs and ship designs and airplane designs illegally, and in the 80s when technology started coming around and they started to copy, but that hasn't been going on for a long time. If you look at Grok is basically based on a Chinese model. You look at his battery system for Tesla, it's based on a Chinese model. We're copying them. It's not really the other way around anymore on the most innovative areas in technology right now.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of truth in that. I invested in an AI company, and we were doing an experiment over the past weekend, and we used Qwen 32B. That for the audience is an open source Chinese model. It's a 32 billion parameter model, and we compared it to the results we got with Grok 4.2, which is a trillion parameter model, and the Chinese 32 billion parameter model killed Grok at tasks. So
are you playing with Mirrorfish?
Well, I can't go too deep.
No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot happening. A lot happening. And Taiwan is a risk because that'll just accelerate the how far ahead they are in AI right now. Since Solomon took a vacation, go ahead, Andy.
No, I didn't take a vacation. What are you talking about, bro? What's this propaganda?
You let it go silent for a while, so I took over for you.
Thanks for taking over, bro. Thanks for helping out, Joel. Let me.
I was helping out. Oh, look, even Beatrix comes back now after she heard that.
Bro, she ain't even doing nothing, bro.
Smash him, Suleiman. Smash him.
Beatrix, you need to know. Basically, I'd basically replace Joa for you, bro. I might just do regime change and drop you down. So have some respect for Joa, please.
All right, Jonah.
Jonah's next to me. You're away now. Jonah's number 2 in command. Joa, just this financial conversation I think is really important. What Darkseid just explain what he thinks it is. What do you think's going down based on from a real life perspective?
I mean, that's what I think is going down. I mean, the reason why I spoke about inflation, and Dark Side says it more correctly, it is the collapse of the dollar. I just look at it how it hurts the person, right? Because the average American doesn't feel the collapse of a dollar. All they're going to see it as is inflation. But I'm seeing it the same way. When you see that much money going into, options going out until December 2026 at 15K, 20K, that's insane to me. And historically, when you see something strange like that, I'd be very curious as to where that's coming from. But we're never going to find out where that buying is coming from, I'm sure. But it's definitely what I have up on my trading view now to check every day, to see how much more volume comes in on that play.
It's
Because
interesting.
that's a shift in sentiment.
Yeah, for sure. And what's really interesting about this, and you've heard me refer to this before, Sully, the US dollar is the world's largest religion, and it requires tremendous faith to keep going. So anything that damages the faith in the US dollar, the confidence that the US dollar is built on, will destroy the system. And that's why I kind of refer back to Andrew's kind of military theory on the Strait of Hormuz. You sink a US destroyer or a US battleship of some type, that is directly an attack on the US dollar and the confidence and the faith that people have in the US military's ability to defend the US dollar. So we're kind of saying the same thing. I guess for me, gold at 20,000 is not an inflationary story. It's a hyperinflationary story. So you're basically betting on the US dollar to collapse. And what that looks like here at home is trillions and trillions of dollars being recirculated into the US system and hyperinflation, like you saw in Venezuela, where you see $100 bill on the ground, you don't pick it up because it's not worth anything. That's the risk. So this is a high stakes game we're playing over there. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, and Solomon, what did I tell you at the beginning of this? This was a play to collapse the dollar, control the trade routes, and try and maintain over 50% global reserve currency, which I think fails miserably. I never heard it being called a religion, but that's actually probably the best description I ever heard of the dollar. And why I've always said we have 5 years, because when you have 47% of countries trying to join BRICS, that's not like a small signal. That's a huge signal. Faith collapses very fast. And people saying, "Oh, the dollar will erode slowly over the next 5 years, over the next 50 years, they'll lose a couple percent a year and then they'll be below 50." That's not how it works. It's never how it worked. It's not how it worked for the Romans. It's not how it worked for the Germans. It's simply not how it works. Faith collapses as soon as you're not seen as a superpower, and it happens fast, really fast. To most
Yeah,
people, it feels like it's overnight.
can I chime in, Joa? Because
As long as it's not about AI videos, I'm cool. Go
yeah,
ahead.
no. So Paul Krugman, that economist, American economist, he said the value of the dollar is really it's tied or it's made because of the barrel of the gun of the American military, right? If, as Joe said, if it's perceived that actually the American military and the American hegemony no longer is as powerful as we all think, then the need to hold dollars because America says so all of a sudden becomes a lot weaker. So what that means is, as Darkside said, is that no one's going to be buying the treasury bills, or they're going to be buying it, and then the rates they'll have to charge higher yields so for people to buy it, but they're not going to. So it's going to flood back into the United States, and all of a sudden you're going to get the value of the dollar is going to really inflate away. So everything's just going to be more expensive. And if that's the case to the person on the ground, that means businesses will start cutting jobs very quickly, like so quickly, because operational cost is a lifeline. So margins is the lifeline of a business, right? And if your cost is so high that it's greater than your revenue, then all of a sudden you have to cut costs. And the first thing they do is cut staff. And all of a sudden you see a lot mass unemployment. Then you see on the streets all and malls and strip malls and whatever, there are a lot of shops and businesses all shut down. And overnight basically overnight, when I mean overnight is like a space of a year, then you see a rapid degradation of the economy, to the point that you start people declare lots of defaults on the houses. You have a housing collapse. You have a crisis. The Fed tries to print to try and say that we're going to stimulate the economy, but with what? Because they deindustrialized. They gutted the industrial sector of America. They made themselves as a consumer nation without actually building any sort of infrastructure or tech, and all they were relying on is AI that doesn't really produce any revenue so far to speak. So what happens, right? They're going to try to do some sort of deal, but I just don't see how. Already we're going to start to see UBI being implemented in governments around the world, universal basic income, because of cutting. Because it's not so much about AI or automation, but it's the fact is that we're in a cycle of low growth and low demand, because private credit debt is so high that everything is so illiquid that businesses are not making really good long-term strategic decisions anymore, right? They're actually cutting costs because everything just costs more, and to make a goods or provide a service in your economy. So if that's the case, and so the first thing they do is they look to cut jobs. And that's what you're going to see. You're going to see a lot of people. You're already seeing the labor market is tight. I don't believe what the Fed's saying. It's just tight. I believe they're fudging the numbers, and there's a lot more there's a lot more unemployment rather than what is published.
Yeah,
A lot.
I think that's right. I would take issue with one thing you said, which is that rates will scream higher. So let's kind of analyze where we stand today. I would ask the audience this question: would anybody loan the U.S. government money for 30 years at 5%?
Yeah.
And the answer is no, right?
Exactly.
So
dark side, they're going to scream higher, and then they're going to collapse, because then everyone thinks, well, it's worthless. What's the point of buying it? But at the beginning, they scream higher.
That's not exactly how it plays out, right? So what happens is we as a society cannot have rates go higher the way you're describing. And that's because everything that you just laid out would happen at an accelerated rate. So what they'll do is they'll go into full-blown yield curve control. So that's where the Federal Reserve says, okay, look, we can't have rates go above 5%. We're going to buy our own debt. We're going to buy, the Federal Reserve is going to print money, and we're going to buy the debt. And they will lock down the interest rate at, let's say, 4.5%. We'll buy all the 10 years you want to sell at 4.5%. The problem comes is when everybody that owns a 10-year sells it to the Fed, and they have to print $25 trillion to buy these bonds, right? And that's printing money, right? So once you print that money, that's that big print that Larry Lepard talks about. Once you print that money, then you have to deal with all the second order effects, the inflation, the potential hyperinflation, and other things that could possibly go wrong once you make that policy error. But they're in a box, right? They can't.
They're in a bind.
Yeah. Go ahead, Resist.
They're in a bind of low growth because of rising unemployment and inflation and weak economy, so low demand. So it's a stagflation equivalent of the 1970s, but on a much greater scale because of all the private debt. The fact is that it's exacerbated by this the energy crisis on top of that. And a lot of the statistics are all fudged, in my opinion. When you look at in the street and you look at the amount of people employed, they're massaging the numbers to the point to create this illusion that all is well or all is fine, and we just need to get out of this by printing money. They're going to have to print dark side. They're going to have to print easily if this continues longer. They're probably going to be 2-3 trillion.
Just
from this.
I think multiply that by 10.
More than that. Way more.
Multiply that by 10 because you got to realize that this isn't just a USA problem, right? This is a global bond apocalypse, right? So it's not just the USA, which obviously is the biggest player in the game, but Europe, Britain, Japan.
That's right, Japan.
It's global,
And
right?
China.
And nobody's
Yeah.
going to want to hold sovereign debt, which means the only buyer of sovereign debt is going to be sovereigns, going to be the nation states themselves. And when
Yeah, but
you do that, you risk hyperinflation.
dark side.
And the
in the
reason
next
it's
6
higher
months,
resistance is we printed, what was it, 7 trillion, 8
yeah.
trillion during COVID. You have to print double because now you have to take that
Well,
into account. And our
we
second largest bill is interest when it goes above 4.5%.
we
And
printed
they can't
4.4.
make America default.
Yeah. We printed 4.4 trillion. That's according to Fed balance sheet during COVID, right? I mean, just in the next 6 months, I think we're going to have to print 3-4 trillion just there, as this war continues. I'm not talking about next year. I'm not talking about what's going to happen, because we have to print a lot more. I'm just talking about this particular crisis right now is already baked, forcing the Fed and the ECB and the Japanese bank and the PCB as well. They're all going to have to print in unison.
Yeah, but I
But
think that
the Fed alone,
$4 trillion number. So remember, the way they print it is to go out and expand the Fed's balance sheet.
yeah,
And the second the Fed announces we're going to pay 4.5% for the 10 years and the 5% for the 30 years, they're going to end up getting sell orders for 14, 15 trillion. And they're going to have to buy it all. They can't, once they declare war on the bond market, they can't lose. Right.
Well,
And given the opportunity, I'll just land it here and then I'll hand it back to you. Given the opportunity, if you look at the history of fiat money, when given the choice of defending the currency or defending the bond market, 100% of the time they defend the bond markets, right? So once they start defending the bond market, that's not a battle they can lose. They just can't, right? Because then it's over. Then it's checkmate. So once they say we're starting to buy these bonds, they can't stop. There's no limit. The answer is we'll buy as many of them as it takes. And that number is probably going to be 15 trillion.
And I just checked. QE was 8.9. QE was 8.9 trillion. The very first was 4.3.
yeah. Do you remember the great financial crisis? 9.2 trillion was printed. That's what they said. It was like a blank check, but it turned out to be 9.2 trillion. Anyways, I was going to say, didn't the Fed make a policy decision where requiring banks to hold treasuries as a one-to-one asset equivalent to dollars? Do you remember? Did you see that, Dark Side?
When?
It was they just passed it like was it a couple of months ago. This is before they started the money printing.
No, it's not 1-to-1, not even close, right? The reserve requirement.
Let me just bring it up.
Yeah, the reserve
That would be
requirement on
crazy.
banks. Yeah, the reserve requirement on banks is zero ever since COVID. So they have a 0% reserve requirement. Now, they probably have 5 to 10% in US Treasuries. And now they're required to hold Treasuries. Actually, they're not required, but if you look at Basel III, and I think that's what you're referring to, any other asset other than Treasuries is punished on the bank's balance sheet. So yes, the Treasury has a way of forcing market participants to buy bonds, but again, they're not those buyers can turn sellers, right? You just want your money out of a money market. You want to own gold, you want to own silver, you want to own Bitcoin, and you start selling down this. I think the current numbers like $7.5 trillion are sitting in money markets. That's U.S. government short-term debt. If that number drops to 1 trillion, that means the government's going to have to buy that $6 trillion worth of U.S. bonds. So like that's the negative spiral, the negative feedback loop that's possible in a bond apocalypse. And again, I can't stress this enough. It doesn't have to start in the United States. It can start in Japan, spread to Europe, and spread to the United States in a matter of hours. Right? That's how these things work. Once you lose confidence, confidence is lost and it's not regained.
Can we take this back to the straits there, Dark Side, Joa? Resistance, take it back to the straits. If the straits open and that's done by deals, then we're not in this extremis. Couldn't we agree on that?
Depends on the deal, but yeah, in theory.
Well, I would say we're not out of the woods, but it certainly takes this one collapse off the table. Now, remember, the whole Taiwan thing is 10 times bigger than the Strait of Hormuz. And most people don't realize that. But
Absolutely.
if the goal here is to squeeze China and they do a deal in which China feels they've been squeezed, China has the trump card, right? They just go ahead and take the strait or just blockade the strait and dare America to come do something about it. I mean, blockade Taiwan. Like all
So,
of that is
Doc, let me
checkmate.
just jump in. Yeah, let me just jump in here really quickly because Donald Trump's just issued this statement. And I want to know what you guys think of it because it sounds like a bit of a, well, heading towards an off ramp. He says, we're getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. Number one, completely degrading Iranian missile capability, launchers, and everything else pertaining to them. Number two, destroying Iran's defense industrial base. Number three, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. Number four, never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability and always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation should it take place. Number five, protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies. Fricking.
Testing. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Are you there? Guy there. Testing. Guy there. Can you hear me? Guy there. Anyway, if you can, I'm going to start anyway. Okay. Iran has shut down an F-35 fighter jet. Yes, Iran has shot down an F-35 fighter jet. It is America's most advanced aircraft. An aircraft that was lauded amongst the world. F-35, the elite, the supreme, the most advanced fighter jets the United States of America has. They claimed it was the most advanced jet in the world. It was so stealth you could not detect it. No one could take it out. And now reports say that one F-35 fighter jet has been taken out. Possibly a second has also been hit and had to have an emergency landing. Not one, but two F-35 fighter jets have been taken out by Iran. And it's not looking good for the United States of America. It's not looking good for the American military-industrial complex. It was lauded by many. People thought the Americans were making the most advanced technology throughout the world. They said, who can even compete with the American technology? Well, we now are finding out major frailties within American tech. And the reason for that is because the American corporations, the military-industrial complex, are one of the elements that run the United States of America. The corporations dictate. And so because the corporations, whether it's Raytheon or Lockheed Martin, because they've been able to dictate the direction of the United States of America, but also they've been able to dictate the policies and the weaponry that's going to be produced. There hasn't been great oversight because they've controlled what is being produced. The quality of what's being produced has been far lower than what they should really be producing. And because once you have competition, you're able to produce better and better and better products. This time, because there's no competition, what's happening is the quality level has decreased significantly. And an example of that is the American military prowess. We've seen the fighter jets being hit. We saw the F-35. The other day was the F-15, the F-22. They're all claiming all of these accidents. The KC-135 refueling planes were also taken out. Many of them have been the Merkava tanks. The American tanks also, in addition to that, have been taken out. And it hasn't been really great for the American military. The defense interceptor missiles are running out. Just think about that. You're producing weapons. The THAAD systems have been produced in a way that they just can't be produced in mass scale. The PAC-3, the PAC-2, the David Sling, whatever, all the different defense interceptor missiles have just not been up to standards in a modern day war. And what's happening is when they're now getting engagement from a country like Iran, who doesn't have the most advanced military equipment, such as, for example, China, that despite that being the case, the American military capability has been reduced significantly. And what that's going to result in is countries, they're not, unless you're the GCC, who are going to buy irrespective, because they are so cooked. But others who are not will be thinking, wait a sec, the American products aren't that good. We're paying extraordinary amounts, a lot more than we would for the Chinese products, and they just don't do the job. And you saw that during the Pakistan-India war, where the Indians were using French tech. And because the Pakistanis were hitting them so badly and taking out a number of their jets and hitting them very hard, and they weren't able to defend themselves, they basically realigned their military position and now no longer going for French equipment, and they've replaced that with the Chinese and American equipment. And I think what's happening is you're going to see the exact same thing happen pertaining to the United States of America. They're realizing American equipment, American military equipment just can't defend them. And this is what's happened throughout the GCC. The radars were taken out. The timing in terms of the defense was unknown now, in the sense of it was significantly reduced. The defense interceptor missiles are not able to do the job. The B-2 bombers that were meant to be stealth are being noted, and basically Iran is becoming aware of those bombers. For example, we had a report 4 or 5 days ago that a B-2 bomber was going to Iran, and as soon as, because it was detected by Iranian tech, they had to turn around and go back. And so their stealth equipment isn't working in terms of the B-2 bombers. The F-35, which is also meant to be stealth, was identified by Iranian equipment. It was either done by the Chinese tech that was given to them, such as the YLC-AB advanced radar system, or it was done by one of their own specific systems. It could have been by for example, the Russian, the Rizon, or their own one, which is the Gadia. And so what you find is that they are not able to, their own advanced stealth is no longer stealth due to, through low frequency, they're able to identify what these fighter jets, and they're able to lock in to them. They're able to realize, oh, look, these are there. They're not stealth. We can actually see them. We can actually view them. And then what they're able to do is take them out. And they can take them out again using either Chinese equipment or the Russian equipment, such as or even the S-300s, the S-400s, or even their own systems, such as the Bavar 373. And so we know that they were detected, and then they were taken out by the Iranians. And my own view is, I think that they were detected by the Chinese equipment. If you saw my video in the past, I explained how I believe that the Iranians have Chinese equipment, what Chinese specific equipment they have, and they've received this since the 12-day war in June. And one of those was, as I mentioned, the YLC 9B or AB it is. I think it's the YLC AB. They received that and they've used that to detect it. Then I believe that in order to hit the F-35, they use their own Bavar 373 system, surface-to-air missile, in order to take out the F-35 fighter jet. It could be they use the the Chinese one, such as the HQ-9B. That is also possible. But I think more likely that when they actually hit it, they hit it with the own Iranian missile. So what we've seen is Iranians are taking out American fighter jets. And the reason is because now their weapons are no longer working from a further distance. They don't have air superiority. And because of the fact that they've got, basically, they want to use these bombs and use more higher payload bombs, they're having to go closer to Iran. And so because they're having to creep closer and closer to Iran, they're being able to be hit out from the sky by Iran. This war is not going the way of the United States of America. The entire defense in the GCC is gone. The entire defense in Israel's gone. Iran is hitting them at will. Offensively, they've been able to hit a lot of infrastructure, but they're not being able to hit Iran's military depots, which are deep underground bunkers, 200 locations, completely decentralized. Even the Strait of Hormuz, they tried to bomb it with a 5,000-pound payload bomb, and that just did not work. That did not work because you're using a huge bomb for a very small area, and that didn't work. And so it seems like Trump is resigned to the fact that he's not going to take the Strait, and because of that, He's saying, oh, look, it's Strait is not our problem. It's everybody else's problem. So that's what's happening there. But I do think that they're going to have to escalate now because things are not working. They're not able to retreat. They're going to have to advance. And then you're going to get escalation in terms of ground invasion. But let me show you what happened in terms of the news perspective, because I always think that is very important, because one of the things we do is give you the progress of the news so you're exactly aware of what happened. So the first thing what happened was we heard the news. A US F-35 jet made an emergency landing in the Middle East after being hit by a suspected Iranian fire during a mission over Iran. The Americans denied it. They said it wasn't hit. There was an emergency landing. And then that got debunked because the Iranians came out with a video and they showed the F-35 fighter jet, and what did it happen to it? Boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Let me show you that again. Fighter jets there, boom. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. So they got hit really hard. The fighter jet got taken out and they couldn't do anything about it. So that we heard that news. And then what we saw was they lied. The Americans said, oh, guess what? Our F-35 did not be taken out. So we got the first visual that the F-35 got taken out. And then you saw this tweet of mine that got viral. But this account here said, I concur. This is a search and rescue pattern. The F-35 must have crash landed. CENTCOM lied again. And I wrote F-35 crash. They're still looking for it. They lied to you again. And you can see the pattern where they're trying to observe and find the F-35 fighter jet. It got taken out. Didn't even have an emergency landing. They just couldn't locate it. They weren't able to find it whatsoever. And then we got initial reports of a second US F-35 struck by Iranian defenses over Bandar Abbas in southern Iran, with the aircraft making an emergency landing at Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE. And so what you saw was a major hit. They were not able to stop it. F-35s are basically being taken out by Iran. America is scrambling. The military industrial complex is down. Everything is in disarray. The financial market is in disarray. Iran has just completely obliterated any kind of defense they had, in any kind of American defense there was, any kind of American attack there was. And this war is completely going their way. Let me know in the comments what you think about Iran taking out the F-35 fighter jets. Not one, but two. Do you think it's one? Do you think it's two? Let me know in the comments. Do you think this is going to get worse for the Americans? Let me know in the comments. Do like this video, share it, use your high points on it. Get this video out there to every single person, and do put a comment in the main section. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening, and for sure we'll see you next time. Like, comment, and subscribe. Appreciate you.
Is when you make these gambles, you don't know how they're going to turn out. None of us here know how this is going to turn out. None of us here know what China's thinking, what Russia's thinking, but we can kind of speculate that the Russians aren't happy with what we did to them in the Ukraine. China's certainly not happy with us the way we took over Venezuela and took their oil. So look, things can go wrong. Things can go right, but things can go wrong.
Yeah, and why would China want to do that when they are the manufacturing hub of the world? You can't become the global reserve and be the manufacturing reserve of the world. That doesn't work. They don't work together.
Triffin dilemma, right? We get the Triffin dilemma, but the fact is that China is much more. Their trade, they got 170 trading countries. And I think it's, I need to double check, but 30% of their trade, is now declined to like 26% of their trade comes from the United States. So really, whereas what's United States trade with China? How much of their trade comes, how much of their resources, the minerals, the chips, everything comes from China. It's a lot more.
It doesn't matter. You're looking at it isolated in a silo, and the dollar is not a silo.
I'm not saying
this affects. If you have to look at how much things from China are bought in dollars, that would be a better analysis, and I'll guarantee you it is the large majority, right? It doesn't matter if America doesn't have a lot of trade. What matters is how much is being bought in dollars.
Yeah. All I can say is, did you see Putin float the BRICS $100 or BRICS currency? He floated it last year. Was it a year and a half ago? Did you see that? Because that's and then him and Xi Jinping. They were both really like excited. And all of a sudden, after some sort of American Western backlash, saying no, then Putin said no. It was just an idea. That's what Putin said. You can check it, Google it, whatever. It's there.
I've been
He's
following the BRICS in 2012. It's been like my major hobby
yeah. Okay.
ever
So
since they took Crimea, because I understood that was about trade routes.
yeah, so they've been fortifying a lot of business deals, relationships within the BRICS, and also some of their partners, member partners, and non-member partners, as well as all applicants as well. Now that so many are applying to be part of BRICS as well. So I think that this could help, because in some ways, if Iran is really making it semi-permeable for all BRICS members and anyone who wants to join BRICS, this is a great accelerator ramp to be part of BRICS and to use a BRICS currency or a yuan or ruble or whatever it is, an amalgamation of that for the next few months, 3 months, 4 months, and that will cause unbelievable destruction to the dollar. And unbelievable, they'll drop the dollar like a stone, and to the point that it works in Iran's favor, because then all of a sudden the Americans will come begging back and say, look, what is it that you want? What terms do you want to agree to? And that's what I think they'll continue. They'll probably continue in a much more smarter way than just military conflict. They'll continue in making it really, as they keep saying, we're not going to stop until we put them on their knees. So what does that mean? It means that just because they withdraw, they said, we're not going to stop. We don't care what they do. We're not going to stop them. We put them on their knees. So just withdrawing is not them on their knees. They have to make it even more uncomfortable, because they said, well, the reason why we're not going to stop is because we need to ensure that our survival is number one, and also that they got no chance in the future of ever doing anything like this again. So how do you do it? And if I was part of the Iranian government, I'd be looking at ways of really putting them on their knees, and certainly to stop just because they withdrew. That's it. No, that's not going to help us in any way, shape, or form. As an Iranian, I'm not Iranian, but that's what I would do.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking past each other here, brother. We're talking past each other. We both agree that the United States is definitely going to get kicked in the nuts. We have got kicked in the nuts. We're suffering. We've removed our presence. There will be deal, and the deal will be Iran will have sanctions lifted. Iran, there's no doubt on that. Iran will get reparations to a great extent. They're going to come out as the winner of the deal, but Trump will come out saying he won when the whole world knows the idiot is lying like hell. But we're really talking past each other. We really are. When you really step back and look at it, we're all saying the same thing. There's a major shift here that will happen, is happened, and has happened.
The key thing is, what guarantees are in place?
What's going to make Israel agree to that deal? I just don't see it,
Exactly.
man. I don't get it. They'll go ahead and false flag. They'll go ahead and carpet bomb the Saudi oil fields, and reignite this entire thing. That's just my 2 cents.
So Darkside, what would you do if you're Iran? They would withdraw, but then you're having to pay for all the losses that you just incurred. They basically damaged your country and inflicted all sorts of destruction and killed lots of your people, etc. And the threat is still there. And just because they withdrew, what would you do, Darkside?
Yeah, I just don't see this working. I mean, look, I don't believe a word. Trump's been, like I said, within 4 hours, we went from we're sending in the Marines and we're going to land and we're going to take over Iran to we won, we're pulling out. Like, it's just all noise, right? Like, let's see what they do, because that
Do
strait's
you know
not
what,
getting open.
Darkside? I agree with you. He's probably planning something big, and this is just hoodwinking people into thinking he's backing out. He's actually manipulating the market. Something else is going on. But I agree with you. He cannot be taken at his word.
And Beatrix, just to add to what you're saying, Daniel Davis, who we've got coming on tomorrow morning, he has got connections in the White House and in the Pentagon. And if you remember, when I interviewed him before the war, he was told we're going to war, and everyone in the Pentagon were convinced that the war was going to happen and that they were going to win. And so he's saying that it's been confirmed that they are going to be doing a ground invasion. They're going to try and take Karg Island and the Strait. But sorry, back to you guys.
Wow.
Yeah,
So Dark
that would
was right.
be an incredible objective. Yeah, that would be an incredible objective. Basically, but the plan, the execution, doesn't look like that objective is going to be successful. I don't see what exit. I mean, even like I haven't watched recently Mearsheimer, but I just saw the titles that it says Mearsheimer says Trump has got no exits available, and that Iran holds all the cards. So how does
Oh
America
yeah, I
and
agree with your resistance. I think you're talking past. Everyone's talking past. If you're talking past what we're saying, so if your point is that they're gonna lose, in agreement, this is what Darkseid said. Darkseid, if you heard the beginning of the conversation, he literally said that the reason him and Joe
no?
believe, if the reason him and Joe believe that the gold prices are gonna go so high is because America's gonna go to war and there's gonna be such a catastrophe for the Americans, it's going to be a total collapse of the dollar is what they're predicting. So them going,
Yeah,
so this is in line with what you're saying in the sense of, if you're saying they're not going to do it, that's a separate point. But what what it seems to suggest is they're going to invade Karg Island. They're going to try and go for the Strait. They're going to lose. There's no doubt about it. I can't see any way they win. So we're all in agreement
yeah.
about that.
It's not that. It's the conversation before that. It's where they said, the Americans, Trump and Israel, are just going to withdraw, and that's it. And I said, so what? How? I mean, nothing is resolved. Like, what do you think Iran's just going to allow that? They're going to lick their wounds and say, okay, thanks, go, and then we're just going to cover all the losses that we've been incurring and still have
Oh,
these
well, they
sanctions.
can't. How can they just withdraw? Because if they
That's what Joe was saying, and I was saying, I agree with you. How can you withdraw?
if they
How can
withdraw, Israel doesn't exist anymore. There needs to be a withdrawal with some kind of agreement in terms of to agree to the demands. They can't just walk away.
that's
If
exactly
they
it? Yeah,
walk
that's what my
away,
point.
there is no Israel.
Yeah, that's so they're saying that they can withdraw and that's it. We'll just remove our troops, withdraw, and that's it. Call it quits, guys. That's it. Goodbye. And that's it. That's what
That's not
basically Joe.
exactly what I'm saying. You're saying something completely different.
No.
That they have
You
to give
said
in to all the
Joe.
demands, and I'm telling you, they're not going to give in to
No.
all the demands.
Yeah, no. You said they not they could withdraw, and they could say no. We're not going to keep any demands. We're just going to withdraw, and then we're going to invite you to attack us if you want to, and then you'll be a pariah state. That's essentially
Yeah,
what
and
you're saying.
what I pushed back on was the fact that you said they're going to keep going for months, and I'm telling you, they can't go on for months.
Yeah, they're going to keep going for months because they're going to continue making the Strait of Hormuz semi-permeable, and they're going to make sure they're going to ally themselves and make trade deals based on them choking or making that the Strait of Hormuz very semi-permeable, and so encourage countries to buy oil with yuan and ruble and maybe
But
some and that allows.
you're making it seem like there's a teleportation machine, that things don't need to go by the ocean, and that countries that are being affected by this wouldn't blockade anything coming out of Iran if this was happening. Like, that's not true. Like, do you understand? Like, they are in a fortress.
I said
They
before
can be
this, they
cut
can't.
off. They can be cut off just as easily as they're cutting us off. Do you understand?
Well,
That's why they don't want to do. They wouldn't do this for very long, and it would affect them if they keep this closed. It would affect Russia. It would affect China. It would affect anyone that uses the dollar. And guess what? They use the
but it's not
dollar.
closed. It's not closed. They're keeping it semi-permeable. They're allowing the ships to be to supply oil to China and all these other countries that they've done deals with
It doesn't
already.
matter. It affects the economy. It affects the.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't think you're getting it.
Iran. Wait. Iran. Listen. Iran is very self-sufficient, right? If you listen to all the Iranian experts, they said we're very self-sufficient because we've had to be because we were under crippling sanctions for 45 years. So a lot of our stuff is, but there are some secondary things that if the sanctions were lifted, then of course they would benefit. But they're not. This is the problem. Right, but if they can, so they've been living like this for a very long time. The difference is they've had to endure a war and a lot of tens of billions of dollars of destruction, and then all of a sudden, United States and Israel just back away, and that's it. And then they call it, and then nothing. The same sort of threat exists. They're still under tariffs, under sort of sanctions, and any deal. Could you trust them? You can't trust Israel or United States. Certainly, you can't trust the United States certainly to ratify or implement or continue to implement any sort of agreement, right? So, where are the guarantees there if they do withdraw? You're saying that actually no, they will. We'll stop all the ships. Everyone will stop, just the Iranian ships as well. Well, to be honest, at the end of the day, Iran feels they're in an existential crisis right now with the war. right? And just because just because United States and Israel have withdrawn, it doesn't mean to say that they can come back in a few months' time or a year's time and do the same sort of destruction. And all the while, they'll start funding all these inside terrorist cells within Iran on a much greater scale to further destabilize the country, which they're going to do. So
Yep,
it's a
resistance. We got your narrative, sir. You've hammered this into oblivion. You are a profound, powerful speaker. We've got it. We've got it. We've got it.
But just let,
But what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Andrew. We're gonna respond. I wanted George to respond, but go ahead, Andrew, first.
Okay, I don't think resistance. Please understand this. The United States has not lost the battle over the Strait of Hormuz. Let me tell you why. We have to broaden that out to the deep water, the blue water navy. Our submarines will sink anything we want from Iran, anyone. We could sink it. Just go start sinking it. I know China will respond. We have Russia involved in it, but we haven't. We are still players in this. But and Iran knows that. Russia knows that. China knows that. But now we're talking World War III and total the end of the world here, and we're not there right now. I don't see us there. We don't see ourselves there. This is not the total lay down destruction, wiping every country out. But what we're talking past each other, sir. What Joe is saying, and clearly what he's saying is this is affecting the entire world, and China will be cutting off they will be cutting off their own heads here, sir. It's all affected. We're all connected here. We're a global economy. We're all connected, including Iran.
Okay, so George, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, I said it before. It's just resistance. I think you're thinking in silos, and there's not a single country that's in a silo, right? If they decide to cut it off and they let some ships through for China and for Russia, but they don't let other ones, the global economy still falls. And if the global economy still falls, those countries that are still getting trade also fall. So you need to you can't keep it closed forever without making yourself a target by the world. If they kept doing that after America stopped targeting, and then U.S. subs started sinking any cargo ship coming from Iran or going to Iran, the world's going to support it. So
I don't think that it's just they're doing just deals with China and Russia. They're also inviting the European Union, who at this stage would be very desperate to make a deal with Iran. And all the others, the global south. So anybody that actually does not disassociates themselves with United States and Israel, they will do a deal with. And so all of a sudden, you're going to see isolation of the United States and Israel.
I think you're just thinking very like your scenario to me just sounds very idealistic. And that's just not how it works. Europe cannot turn its back on America, although I believe they should. They won't. Iran just attacked 30% of their LNG problem. Do you want to go with the guy who just attacked your LNG? I don't think so. Europe is not all they're going to cut and run from America. And Europe doesn't do anything fast. Everything is slow. So that's not going to happen.
Yeah, except when they're in a crisis, they do things fast. And this is a crisis. They're already fissures.
So one more thing to consider. We've seen a lot of reports, and I'm no military expert, but we've seen the reports that the interceptors are running critically low. It's hard for me to believe that Iran would back off now. If they can fly their drones in unabated, and the interceptors are critically low, I don't know if they are or aren't. Good reason to believe they are, I guess. Then I just don't understand why they would back off. I don't get it.
Darkside, even if they withdraw, even if the United States and Israel withdraw.
Again, what does withdraw mean? Right?
Exactly.
I don't understand that. They learned after the 12-day war. I don't know. I mean, look, I want to see peace. I want to see, I don't want to see people die. I don't want to see war, but I just don't get it, right? Just that my core instinct is if you're winning, you don't stop and give the other guys the ability to go build more weapons to come attack you a year later, right? Like
100%.
I just don't get that.
But Dark, do you see this? Do you see this narrative, which is they open America pulls out. Eventually, they open the Hormuz, but they continue to attack Israel.
I don't see it. I just don't. I don't think. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think. Given what I've seen so far, I don't think America sits back and lets Israel get destroyed. I don't see that.
Yeah, I agree. I
So
agree.
I just want to say something here. Okay, so first, I think this is a red herring by Trump. I don't think he's walking away at all. He's not going to, because Israel's not going to let him. So it's a mute point we're kind of talking about. But even in that mute point we're talking about, I don't see what the issue is, because if American and Israeli ships are not allowed through, it's not just going to be Russia and China that are allowed through. Every country's ships can go through there,
That's it.
providing they pay in Chinese. Sorry, I don't know who's speaking, because I've been listening for ages and I've not spoken yet. So I just want to give my point of view. Every ship can go through there, providing they pay in Chinese yuan. And if they have an Israeli and American ambassador, they expel those ambassadors. That's their choice. So yes, Europe is struggling and suffering, but then Europe has to make a choice, doesn't it? Does it want to be stupid and pay over the odds and make their people suffer? Or does it want to get rid of the American and Israeli ambassador or get rid of their bases? I mean, Lindsey Graham's practically tweeting out saying, I think we should remove our bases from every country that doesn't allow us to use it to attack Iran. Yes, that's what we want you to do. Remove your bases. And Iran's been very clear. Pay in Chinese yuan. We ain't going to take no dollar, nothing, no more. And expel the ambassadors and get your ships through. It's simple. So they all have a way to do this. They're just choosing not to.
That's my point exactly. I was agreeing. So myself, Darkside, you, Beatrix, and I think Andrew and Sully were saying, why would they, if just because they withdraw, they will continue choking the Strait of Hormuz, making it semi-permeable to everyone that wants to do a deal with Iran and isolate United States and Israel. I 100% agree with you. That's what I think. Withdrawing is for me is not an option, and if it was, it doesn't solve anything for Iran.
Look, no one's disagreeing, resistance, that it's not an option to withdraw. I've been saying for a long time, I don't think America's withdrawing. They can't. They lose, right? What I'm saying is, I don't think if Israel, if they did withdraw, which I don't think they're doing, they did withdraw, I do think Iran would open Hormuz Strait, because then, or else they would become the pariah and make all their vessels targets by every country
Wait,
in
the
the world.
U.S. Yes, but Joe, the U.S. has withdrawn its force out of the Persian Gulf, and Iran made sure it's closed because they've been destroying Bahrain for days now, weeks.
Yeah. I mean, from being attacked, not from that area.
Oh yeah, right. Well, again, I'm going to say this one more time, and I know people are going to get tired of hearing it. I saw this happen exactly in Vietnam. We will win. We will win this war. We did not waste 57,000 lives for nothing. Well, we did. But how was the deal cut in Paris? If you can research that, the deal that was cut was you will completely withdraw from us. There will be no more military intervention in Vietnam. We will establish our country the way we want. You will make reparations. And it went on and on and on. It was so embarrassing. And the Americans were like, what the hell? Wait a minute. We didn't win. We lost. Yes, we did. But what happened? A deal was cut. What was that deal? The IMF cut that deal. And I know people are going to say, yeah, but that's under the petrodollar. That's under all that. Whatever it was, deals are cut because Vietnam couldn't survive. There's no silos here. We don't live. There's no man is an island. We're all globally connected, like it or not. We hate each other, but we're globally connected. China is, I was in Beijing, China. I was there. The U.S. is exchanging ballistics. Experts are exchanging data. Scientists are exchanging data. I was like, what the hell? Why was I in a meeting for submarine weapons launch systems in Washington, D.C. As a contractor, and we have Russian. They're freaking, they're speaking Russian. Dobry utro, как вы поживаете? I went, what the hell? They're programmers. Let's see. I'll rest it there.
The only thing, Andrew, with that is that Iran has the Strait of Hormuz, which is a vital sort of point for energy for the world. So they have some leverage there as well. On top of that, and I think also it's like the other factor is Israel, and they are this maniacal state that is an existential threat to Iran, and they're not gonna.
Yeah.
They're unpredictable as well.
I know, brother, but here's the thing. If you had let's say you had a wild pit bull, and I said, hey, look, Resistance, your pit bull is a danger. It's a threat. It chewed up some kids in the neighborhood. We got to put that dog down. But let's say you had whatever pull in the neighborhood. You say, hey, I give you my word, I'm going to lock the dog up. Nope, that's not good enough. We want it more isolated. Okay, I put it in solitary confinement. Okay, no, I shipped the damn dog off. In other words, Israel is going to be brought to heel and put on a leash. And I know people are going to say it's impossible, but you're going to see the rhetoric up front. But what happens behind closed doors is what is astounding. We don't see what's going on behind closed doors, but the markets see it. Why are the markets doing these crazy things? Why is oil just continually coming up, but gold doesn't drop? Something. I'm just listening to I'm not a financial expert, but the markets don't make sense because there's deals happening. And Simon really upsets me sometimes. I'm like, Simon, what the heck? But I've been listening to the man for over a year. And then there's a couple times I'm like, Simon, please shut up. But I've listened to him and listened to him. I put the pieces together. I believe Simon is really right. There's a deal that's being cut. People don't want to hear it, but it's going to benefit Israel to not get what they want, but they have what they want. And I know that sounds like double talk, but that I'll end it there. What Simon was saying there.
Yeah, I'm just going to say I'm freezing outside, shivering because I went for a run. So apologies for the endless rant here. But yeah, I mean, I'd love to think that that's doable and tenable, but I just don't trust the United States or Israel.
Brother, I don't either. I'm an American. I don't trust them either. And keep pushing back, brother. You know, you bring in a tremendous amount of intelligence here. You're a very intelligent man. In fact, brilliant. And Andy, I'm like, how old are you? How old are you, young man? He has knowledge. So we got to push back on each other, push each other, and say, no, look at this. And I'm listening to what you're saying, brother. And I'm just putting in my stuff on it. But we're in a very crazy world here.
Thank you, Andrew. You're so gracious. Honestly, love you.
I love you too, brother.
Hey, Mancos, I brought you up. Do you want to add anything to the conversation? I see you were been listening. I guess not.
Well, even I said I was asking Simon Beatrice what is Michael's, but he pushes back now, and every once in a while I even agree with him, but 99% of the time I don't. But again, that's why this space is so phenomenal. This is why this is the most overall comprehensive geopolitical, financial, military analysis space on X, because Suleiman and Beatrice, they lay it all. They say, "Come on, lay it out here so we can examine it."
Mancos, you want to go? I see you waving your hand, but
No, I was just saying hi. I just got here.
oh, okay.
Just say hi to you, Joe.
That's one time I agreed with Mancos on the why aren't we boarding those tankers, right, Mancos? Why aren't we boarding those Iranian tankers coming out? We could do that, but we haven't, and why?
No, I mean, I think we should. I haven't liked it from the beginning that we've been letting it go, but I think probably it's because Scott Bessent is saying, "Oh no, we want as much oil to come out as possible, and we don't care who's pumping it."
There you go, folks.
It does seem like if Mershama is right, then they did want this oil to get out, and there was some kind of agreement for Trump to allow the Iranian oil out, and then this is why the Israelis went in and bombed to kind of derail that opportunity, because Trump's objective is to keep the oil prices down. He knows that if the oil prices continue going the way they are, there may even be there'll be a big conversation against him in America, maybe even move to like some kind of rebellion or revolution. So he knows it's in his interest to keep the prices down. Iran needs to sell in order to make money. So it was a decision that was made in both interests, but it seems like Israelis were like, Goy there. Why are these guys making sure that the guys are going to be working? It's going to work out good for them. So I think they came in and basically.
Suleiman, Trump does have a way to keep oil prices and gas prices down in the United States. So he doesn't really have to worry about a global oil crisis. And the fact that he tweeted earlier, or truthed earlier, that he's like, hey, you know what? We don't really need the Strait of Hormuz, so you guys need it. Maybe you should worry about that. Maybe you guys should get over there and patrol the Strait of Hormuz, because we're wrapping up over here. I think we're going to be done bombing pretty soon, and then I think we're just going to leave so you guys can deal with the mess.
Yeah, I think that's totally wrong. That totally misses the entire Western financial system and how it's built. Yes, we could enforce oil embargoes that you can't ship oil out of the United States. Fine, but then the entire Western banking system fails. So it's not that easy, right? We've gotten ourselves into this mess. We're tied at the hip to the ECB, to the Bank of International Settlements, to the IMF, to the Swiss National Bank, to the Bank of Japan. We cannot just abandon that system without being taken down ourselves.
Yeah, so I think what's going to happen is that Trump is going to make moves to insulate the United States to some degree and send the message to all these other people who are going to bear the brunt of the pain, like in Asia and elsewhere, that, well, this is your problem now. And the reason is he does that to get leverage on them so that they will go and all sort of unite against Iran, which is exactly what Israel wants, which is the maximum economic and political isolation of Iran after the war.
We've got some more breaking news. This is right up Dark Side and Joe's alley. $1 trillion more has been wiped off the US stock market today as major indices dropped 1 to 2% amid escalating Middle Eastern tensions. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's just more of the same, right? And look, the markets recognize that the global bond apocalypse that we were talking about earlier is at our door. And I don't think Manco's solution works, because what he's suggesting is, save the U.S. bond market, but sink every other bond market in the world. It just doesn't work that way. These things are all tied together. What we saw today was, U.S. bonds taking it on the chin, European bonds taking it on the chin, and we're in a sovereign debt crisis. So that probably has nothing to do with the war, obviously being exasperated by the war. But we have a private credit crisis, we have a PE crisis, private equity. We got a lot of things going wrong all at once, and I just don't think you can solve this problem by becoming isolationist. Our entire system is built on a global bond market. Everything's tied together. $1 quadrillion in derivatives tie us all together. And to think we could walk away from it without, seeing an absolute apocalypse is I just don't see it, man. It's not happening.
United States walked away from Vietnam completely clean. We walked away, but then we walked right back in through the banking IMF system. And I know people are saying, no, we're BRICS. We're not involved in the petrodollar Western financial system. But still, the program that's working, which eventually will be digital currency, I really believe that, will be the new world currency. There will be deals cut. And I've now repeated this 1,000 times. The anger and the rage that happened in America in 72, 73, and 74, and then I'm not even talking about the petro crash, but I'm talking after Vietnam, was how in the hell could we lose 57,000 men and lose? How could we lose and walk away with dignity? It's the same thing. Yeah, we still lost it, but the banksters in the world, the big players at the top, they sucked in the billions of dollars, trillions and trillions of dollars, and the deal goes on. And Simon repeated that 1,000 times. And again, I think in a lot of ways we are talking past each other, that there are deals being cut. That's impossible for us to figure out all the moving levers and parts here at this level. Even with financial experts like yourself, Darkside, and Simon, all of us can only see through parts of it, because we don't have the overall big picture. And I think even Gary said it. He said even those at the top are trying to figure out, exactly how fast this is moving. But we are all connected.
Just some breaking news. So we had the Trump statement, the Truth Social statement, that seemed to suggest they were going to pull out. Well, now he was asked a question by some reporters, and he said the opposite. This guy's hilarious, bro. He's just content. He said Trump says he has support for a ground invasion. Trump on the troop. He was asked about the troop deployment. He said, "I seem to have great support." CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. They said they have never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%. Let me play this audio for you so you can hear it from the guy.
I'm at 100%.
Wait, no.
Polls have shown that MAGA is essentially unified behind you, as are Republicans.
Oh wait.
Polls have shown that MAGA is essentially unified behind you, as are Republicans when it comes to Iran. There's been reports that the United States might be sending 2,500 Marines to the Middle East. Are you concerned that a move like that could potentially change the unity? Well, I don't know. I seem to have great support because CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. And they said they've never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%, and they've never seen that before, which is an honor. I was impressed that CNN would do that. But as far as troops are concerned, I can't tell you what we're doing. Mr. President, polls have shown that
There you go. That's Donald Trump being the guy he is. He is content.
I'm surprised he didn't say 1,000%, to be honest, because I'd expect him to say 1,000%. I've got or 5,000%. I've got some news here unrelated to Donald Trump, but I will go back to what we were talking about in a second. So Huma's kindly posted on the YouTube chat some breaking news. I think Suleiman, you got a hot mic, and it says Netanyahu will not be speaking at CPAC conference in Hungary. She says he was the featured speaker for CPAC in Hungary, but has cancelled. So either he's dead or he's too scared to go out. So thanks for that, Huma. Also, I do have some news. What you guys were talking about just there, right? About how these countries are going to manage financially and stuff. So Spain, the Spanish PM is an absolute G. He's approved a 5 billion emergency package of 80 measures to offset energy price shocks from the Iran war. Key steps include cutting VAT on fuel and energy to 10%, up to 30 cents per litre cheaper fuel, reducing electricity taxes by 60% and providing a 20-cent litre subsidy for transport, agriculture and fishing sectors. The plan targets 20 million households and 3 million companies. So things are already starting to happen. Let me just have a look if there was anything else here. Gold and silver continue to fall in price after a second rise in the first 2 months of the year. Gold today fell below 4,500 per troy ounce. And silver fell below $70. This is what I was looking for. So Senator Graham made a statement saying we should consider removing US bases from countries who won't let us fly from them as we confront the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, who's been hell-bent on developing a nuclear weapon and was extremely close to achieving that goal. These guys are mental, man. How these guys have been elected, I don't know. He said Spain's refusal to allow American aircraft stationed in Spain to fly in support of Operation Epic Fury is an insult and an outrage to the alliance. Mr. President, I think America's interests would be well served to move those aircraft from Spain to a country that we can actually rely on in a time of great need. I trust your judgment. Go for it. I wish they'd do that. I wish they'd do that to us as well. And then Trump, a couple of hours ago, said we don't use the Strait of Hormuz. We don't need it. Europe, Korea, Japan, and China need it. They'll have to get involved a little bit. Yeah, I was just going to read one more thing out, then I'm going to that tweet in the nest. I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. He said that an hour ago. So I've got a whole bag of statements. Right, guys. Right, let's go. Everybody on YouTube, let's go. We've got a video. Some of you may have seen it. Huma, interesting question. I'm going to come to that in a second. But listen, guys on YouTube, please help out with this. I think Siddharth is a G has already started posting it. So let's all go over there. 2 F-35 fighter jets were taken out. Suleiman gives the breakdown. Somebody was asking about this earlier. Was it 2 or 3? So you can watch this video and find out. 2 F-35. This is unheard of. This is unprecedented. That 2 F-35 American fighter jets were taken out by Iran. You'd get an update on this, how they were taken out, what happened, and how it occurred from a military perspective. So this video has gone live now. I'm going over to it. Hopefully, I'll see you guys over on it. Perfect. Love you guys have already joined. Please join everybody. Come on over and say hello. Let me say hello and make sure you like the video. I love these videos. You know, people come on the space, you probably heard them, and they come on and say, why don't you guys do these recap videos, blah, blah, blah. Well, we do them. It's right here as a quick recap. Come on over. I see Deborah's over. Nick is over. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you deleted that message, Nick, before I read it. Well done. Nujans is over. Let's have a look. Samira, always over. Present. Thank you so much. All our mods are over. Mitspitz is over. Thank you, guys. Cool Green Heart Investment says, Bish Bash Bosh. Appreciate you, Cool Green Heart Investment. Guys, come on over, please. And everyone from the X Space, if you're on the X Space, if you go above to where you see Suleiman and Jonah, if you go to the nest above, them two and myself, of course, there's the tweet pin there on the left-hand side. Click on that tweet, press that YouTube link, and then the first thing you do, if it opens up with a live chat, is minimize the live chat by pressing, it's free, guys, just minimize the live chat by pressing the X on the right-hand side under the video, and then give the video a thumbs up. And then click the bell icon. That's really important, because if you click the bell icon, it's free to subscribe. That means you subscribe to Suleiman's channel, and then every time he goes live, you'll get a notification, so you won't miss anything. So let's get it going. Oh, look, Soul Infinite is saying, shout out Darkside. Darkside, you're getting your own little fan base on here. So cute. Sully, when's Boom Boom Tel Aviv? Nick wants to know. Oh my God, Toffee, you're so rude. Toffee says this is Chinese equipment being tested. Dynamic, welcome to level 1 membership. Appreciate you very much. What do I think of Sully switching from a suit to a hoodie? I prefer the hoodie, to be honest. Always do.
Don't
Christopher,
hate
thank
on
you
the
for joining.
suit.
I
It's
really
a
appreciate
legendary suit.
every.
It's actually in my profile picture as well. That's how long this suit has been going.
Oh my God, is it the same one?
Of course.
Your profile picture is like about 30 years old or something, though, isn't it?
Exactly.
Guys, come on over. I really appreciate you. And then for anybody who's coming over from X, press the bell icon and then open up the chat again and say hello. I want to see who's come over from X. It'd be great to see you on here. I'm chatting on here. Thorvald, thank you so much. Toffee Me says you're testing American equipment from the 1990s. These guys are so damn cheeky. I'm not joking. Kathy likes your hoodie. Wendy says hi from Belgium. Thank you, Wendy, for joining. Guys, come on over. Get everyone from YouTube to come over, please. I know the mods are on there. Ask everyone to come over on here. I'd appreciate a little hello from everybody. Arsinan, thank you very much. Arsinan 007, appreciate you coming over. Some of those that make the most noise on that Spaces chat have not even come over on here. What is going on? Von Ventura Mosotti 907, thank you. Appreciate you joining. Come on over, guys. I see you, Kathy. I see you, Siddharth. All right, Suleiman, I'll pass it back to you. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
I think our space has been botted as well. Oh, no, it's gone.
Who's botted?
No, the space was botted, but it's
How is
dropped.
it? What did it go up to?
Just over 3.
Okay. Cool. Guys, yeah, let's get back into the conversation. Retweet the space, reshare the space. Let everybody know we are live. American F-35 fighter jets being taken out. That is huge news. Huge news indeed. You saw Inevitable China. The Chinese are happy. They are celebrating. You had David Z. The Russians are celebrating. This isn't great news for the United States of America and its military. Joe, what's your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was replying to comments. What was the question?
The question was F-35 fighter just been taken out. The Russians are cheering. The Chinamen are cheering. Everyone's cheering. This is the end of the American military-industrial complex. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I have to see proof still. I still haven't seen anything that kind of proves it, although I think it's highly likely. But this really hurts America.
Bro, have you not seen my video? I demonstrated. They took the F-35 out. We got the video of
I've,
that. We got visual evidence of them looking for it because they just couldn't find it where in terms of where it got taken out. And then we've got a lot of evidence. Obviously, we can never be certain. Like, we're not gonna have a picture of it, but
yeah,
there's a
I mean,
lot
I
of
haven't
evidence.
seen your video, so I have to go see your video, and everyone should go see your video. Let's see.
Joey, you sound like Manco Man. I need all the receipts. I need to
Yeah,
see
I
all the
do.
evidence. I'm
I
on the
do,
establishment
but I
side.
don't sound like Manco. Don't say that. That's an insult. So I do look at evidence when I say things.
Ooh, rude.
Right. I look for facts. I don't try to opinion on unless I can prove something. And you guys know, Beatrix, you know me for 3 years now. You know that anything I say, I pull up receipts for if needed. And on the F-35, I don't know yet. Like the AI videos, I don't know yet. I wait till I can confirm it. That's all.
Well, Suli, I think it's pretty obvious that we have a problem here. We're not in Kansas anymore here. The F-35, okay, we understand that to be our premier stealth fighter, right? And now there's one, two. All of a sudden, they're falling out of the air. I don't think they're shooting each other down. I think let's look at the obvious. They're being shot down. From what I see. So I think there again, we're seeing the dominance of American air power, like we've seen the issues happening again, as I've repeated 1,000 times, with the Fifth Fleet. We're seeing a decline in the global reach of the American empire. And that hurts to say that as an American, but I'm looking at this from a bigger perspective, if you will, and not look at it from a straw. I tend not to look at the world through a straw here.
Also, guys, some more breaking news, and we've got the person who broke this story coming on tomorrow for an interview. Oh, sweet. Okay, crap. I almost clicked it. And I'm gonna tell you the story in a second. Just give me 2 seconds. Let's go to Angela in the meantime while I'm quickly doing this. Go ahead, Angela.
Okay, if Angela doesn't want to go, I'll go
Oh,
back to reading my breaking news.
hi. I was trying to find the mute button. Sometimes people are not close to their phone, they're busy doing other things. So, you never know when you're going to be called on. And so I didn't expect it. So thank you very much for the mic. And again, you guys are doing a fantastic job. This morning, I had a bit of withdrawals because I woke up and, I expected you guys to be on and you weren't. But I remembered the new schedule. So I'm excited that just to be part of the community. So I've made a couple of observations, and I just want to get feedback from the panel. I think Israel is playing the long game, and everyone seems to talk that this is going to be it. But I think for Israel, you know, they just want to create chaos. They want to destroy Iran, just sow the seeds for a rebellion. And it could happen this time around, it could happen several years later. But whatever happens now, I don't think it's going to be the end of them going back. They're just not going to stop. Okay. And so, and in addition to that, the Strait of Hormuz.
the world now sees how important it is. And I just can't see the US leaving and not thinking about, hey, wait a second, we need to control this or we need to get money from. And so y- I just think that there is more to come. And this is just kind of the opening salvo. Um, and, I'm real worried about that. Um, and so I wanted to see what the panel feels about. How do they feel about it?
Angela, you just said the world's now figuring out how important that strait is. Well, give you as a retired naval officer, believe me, we, the United States Navy and the military, all military, we totally have understood for well over 100 years how important that strait is. Excuse me. So we know very, very, very well what that strait is. But there's other straits that people never talk about in the world, like Strait through Taiwan, the Malacca Strait. No one ever talks about off Sicily, Italy. There's a lot to be said about that. I could talk to you for an hour on that. The North Atlantic choke points, the Greenland trap. We set bear traps up there. There's thousands of places in the world, globally speaking, from the ocean perspective, the United States Navy. Oh, we really, truly understand it. I lived most of my adult life holding those points. So again, I'm going to say, when I saw the Fifth Fleet sortie out of there, that told me very clearly that we're playing a different game. The United States has backed out. We're now playing the deep water game because we never could play the Persian game in the Persian Gulf. We never could. Iran knew that. Russia certainly knew that. China knew that. And the United States Navy recognized that. So we came down when we playing a round of cards. If you ever played a round of poker, a couple hands of poker, it comes down to time when you have to call. Well, Iran called it. They said, okay, let's throw down. The United States played their part. We're backing out of here. We're not stupid. And so now we're playing the outwards out in the, if you could get a map out and really understand the geography, our U.S. submarines are setting up that second net out there. We still have the trump card. We still have the ace in our pocket. Why? We can shut down anything we want. We can blow anything out of the water down there from our submarines. I think that's one reason why we sunk that Iranian naval ship with that SSN. We used to practice attack scenarios hundreds and hundreds of times. As I told you, we would even do approach and attacks to try to get down to less than 5 minutes to how we take out a tanker. A tanker is so easy to kill. So now where we at right now is this is what we've been hammering out for
Just some breaking
21
news,
days of
Andrew, and then
space.
I'll give it straight back to you. This is important breaking news. Let me read the breaking news to you. To the citizens and residents of the city of Ras Al Khaimah in the Iran issues evacuation warning for the UAE. To the citizens and residents of the city of Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE, given the use of this area in operations against the Iranian islands, the city of Ras Al Khaimah is expected to become a target in the near future. Therefore, all residents are requested to leave this city as soon as possible via the routes specified in the images. Explicit and repeated warnings have previously been directed to your rulers regarding the dangerous course of this path and the gambling with the fate of their people. Funny they say the word gambling because UAE wants to change Ras Al Khaimah into a gambling casino area. Nevertheless, they have chosen the path of blind subservience and made decisions that do not reflect the will of their people, but were imposed upon them from outside their borders, meaning Israel and the US, in the absence of true sovereignty. Oh my God, Iran's laying the smack down. Accordingly, full responsibility for all consequences of this path falls upon them. Leave UAE now. Okay, back to you, Andrew, to finish your point.
Yes, sir. I'll finish briefly. That's huge. What Salim just said. If those that don't understand what he's just saying is the Gulf GCC, those Gulf states are literally being come under. Iran is saying, make your choice now. Stop sitting on the fence. Stop playing the Western Zionist. You better come on our side. So we're seeing a major shift. And Angela, I hope that answers like your question. Yeah, definitely we understand what's going on, but we are seeing, we have seen in past, I'm using the past simple tense. it's already happened and is happening, where the United States will be in a completely different position and have to, quote, deal in a way we could not deal with before. So it's just very unsettling times.
Are you saying that there are lots of other places, and that I don't understand whether you're saying that we're going
Yeah,
to start to set up shop there slowly, or will we leave the area and leave it to the
we,
GCC states?
yeah, we've already left in the game in the Persian Gulf. We've left past tense. Not
You,
have left. I don't use the present perfect tense. I'm saying past simple. It's happened past tense. It's happened past tense. It's already happened. Now
oh,
shut up. Oh yeah. Oh, it's happened past tense. We've already left. The game's over there. And Iran knows that. China knows that. Russia knows that. United States knows that. But now, the second game that we're now playing. What do you think? The Taliban? We lost that. No, we set the Taliban up. Yeah, they're helping us. We'll have other little games we play. We're still in the game, but not in the role that we once had. And we're going to have to give Iran so much. So much. We're going to be kissing, and I don't want to say their feet, but we're going to be kissing their feet behind closed doors, saying, let up on us, man. Okay, you get it. But we've already known they've had it. I mean, okay, I'm not at liberty to go to the details about the Persian Gulf, but we already knew that Iran had us by the short hairs in the Persian Gulf. It was a laugh. I was in the Commander Submarine Force Atlantic. I was handpicked on his staff, and we went through these scenarios with submarine littoral warfare. We already knew that. So we still have to stay as long as we can in the game. It's like being in a poker hand. I'm going to sit there in a poker game with you for 3 hands, and then eventually I'm going to have to fold. We folded there. Did we lose the game? No, I still have a million poker chips sitting here, if that makes sense. I'm sorry, I'm rambling here.
Thanks. Thanks, Andrew. I just want to go to news really quickly. I wanted to give this earlier. Thank you to everybody who joined that video. I really appreciate it. It was good. Suleiman, did you want to add anything?
I do want to add a few things. First things first, I need to read these super chats. So let me get into there. And guys, make sure you...
I just sent you a message as well really quickly. If you can just have a look at that, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Okay. So let me just read the super chat, live chat. Okay, wrong one. Super chats. I just want to thank every single person who watched that video as well. Really do appreciate you. It really does help us pump the videos out, and then just gives us that kind of invigoration to try and do that. So we are a team, and we're trying to do this as best as possible to try and get the information out. I can tell you right now, boys, I'm knocked out right now. I'm just trying my best to stay awake. Dapper Dave says, I made this point several times. In my opinion, Trump last year placed the National Guard in Washington, D.C., not for its crime, but for the eventual massive protest when Trump sends troops into Iran. Interesting. So he's saying he's deployed the National Guard because there will be mass protests, possibly rebellions, possibly a revolution in the United States of America, and he's deployed them in order to do so, in order to have them ready when this happens. Great point. Would love to hear people's thoughts on that. Dynamic with a level 1 membership. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for being an important member of the community. I really do value you, and I value all of the members of our community. It really means a lot. It really helps a lot. We're building without a shadow of a doubt the best community in the world right now. No one can test us. No one can beat us. The major W. The Cool says, I remember Manko saying, why has Iran achieved really? Manko, today you're on trial. What you say about the F-35 now? You still puffing your chest? We also have Munia. I mentioned Munia as one. Appreciate it. Let me check the Thingabob. What's it called again? The Ko-fi. Does anyone give anything a Ko-fi? Let me quickly check. Okay, nothing on Ko-fi. Let me check the other one, the website.
Are you talking about Kalshi?
Ko-fi.
The prediction market?
No way. Why are you promoting that on my space, Joe? Don't try this propaganda.
I'm not promoting. I've never even used it.
No, coffee. Like, it's like buy me a coffee, but it's like coffee. I'm banned from buying me a coffee, so I had to use coffee.
Oh, okay.
You guys, your
I'll
body's one of the most
translate that.
Joe
sensitive
like a
guys in the
granddad.
world.
Joe, I don't know
So anyway,
nothing.
that's that. Just
Joe like a,
go ahead, Beatrix.
I was going to say Joe like a rich Davos granddad. He knows nothing what's going out there in the real world.
Beatrix, how much have you donated to Solomon on TikTok? Just wondering.
I've donated thousands and thousands of my time, and you were going to give me a lion on TikTok, and you didn't even give me that, Jonah. Right? You said you're going to give me a lion.
You're not on TikTok.
You said I could have loads of
You're not
lions,
on TikTok.
but that doesn't matter.
It does.
I
How
know,
can I
but that's
send you
just
a
the
lion if you're
obstacle.
not on TikTok?
You know, just I'm not on there, so you just can't then, I guess. But that was Jonah. Do you know what? I'll tell you what happened. You know, the Buy Me a Coffee, the owner of it is Indian guy. So when Suleiman started criticizing India, he suspended Suleiman's Buy Me a Coffee account. I swear Suleiman's the most banned and censored person on earth. He's banned from Xtab, Blue Tick and monetization. He's banned from UAE. He's banned from Buy Me a Coffee. Like the list goes on. Literally, the guy was Indian and he was like, I think you're race baiting. And Suleiman was like, okay, but this did happen in India. It's a factual event. I just posted about it and it blew up his post because he had Blue Tick back then. And then the guy was like, oh, yeah, no, but I can't allow you to be on my platform. It's like, what? Just suspended him. Crazy. So he has to go to the other one, which is buy me a coffee instead of coffee. That's why he's got that. He can't have buy me a coffee.
Got another super chat from Nordic who says, thank you, Sully, Andrew, and Beatrix for sacrificing your time, patience, and sleep to help understand what's really going on in our sad, dangerous world. May God bless you and strengthen your body and faith. Thank you so much. I like that message a lot. I need my body strengthened and faith as well. Appreciate it. For sure. Beatrix, you said you wanted to purvey some news to the audience.
I do. I would like to. I just need to see where it was now. Yes, I would like to. Let me just go to it quickly. So Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei says the war has failed to break Iran, and he claims it strengthened unity. He also accuses the US and allies of trying to sow fear by targeting leaders, saying the effort backfired and boosted public support. This is funny. Dark's gone. I wish Dark was still here. 3:43 p.m. Eastern Time today. 3:43. Trump said, "I don't want to do a ceasefire with Iran." 5:13 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump says the US is considering winding down the war with Iran. He's playing the market. He's definitely playing the market. Deutsche Bank says that China is becoming a more attractive investment destination as its tech capabilities grow. This is good. The German Chancellor said this a little while ago about MAGA. Manco, listen up. He said, the MAGA movement is not our movement. What they're doing with culture and media, how they deal with each other, is not our understanding of democracy. We have a different understanding. They're basically saying MAGA is not even democratic. That's smash from Germany. These guys are usually like spineless little jellyfish. How they've grown a spine, I do not know. And I'll tell you why they've grown a spine. It's all to do with Ukraine and the war, because America's probably threatening them not to give them any bucks anymore for their military weapons. And America shouldn't either, to be honest. They should have been stupid enough to go into Ukraine in the first place. But this is important. Keir Starmer does not have a backbone, so Keir Starmer is a spineless little jellyfish still. He says the BBC reported this, the UK has approved allowing the US to employ British bases to launch strikes on Iranian sites targeting the Strait of Hormuz. So updates expanded, clarified this to include protecting ships in the Strait of Hormuz. If he's going to do that, right? If they're actually going to do that, Keir Starmer, then he's just put a target on our back as well, the UK's back, because Iran ain't messing around. And it's what it is, I guess. Target on our back. That's the news from me. Anything you want to add, Jonah?
Yeah, I just was reading something in the comments. Do you know who Billy the Puppet is?
No, but the name's
Who is
pretty
it?
If you
scary.
can look it up, it's. Can you look it up real quick, Beatrix?
Yeah, is it at Billy the Puppet?
No, just no. Just on Google, Billy the Puppet.
Oh, okay. Let me have a look. There's supposed to be a cartoon or something. Let's have a look. Billy the Puppet. Oh, okay, it's come up.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's the
god.
character from Saw. You ever see Saw?
Oh, I know who that. I know who they're saying. I know what they're saying. That looks like. No way. They're saying it looks like her.
That so looks like Laura Loomer
Oh no
to a
way.
T.
I knew they were gonna. I knew you were gonna say that the minute I brought it up. Oh, that's so
But you
bad.
thought it before I even said
Oh,
it.
they're being
You
rude.
thought it before anyone even said
I
it.
know because I just know how badly they troll. I know how badly they troll. Do you know what happened, Joa? So earlier on, when I came to join this space, because it's the first one in my spaces bar, I always just click on it. And I didn't check that Suleiman's space was to the left and Mario just started. So I clicked on the wrong one. And my God, do you know what some guy was saying when I went in there? I was in there 10 seconds, but do you know what I heard? I heard some guy on the panel and he was saying, the only adult in the room is Trump. He's the only one speaking sense. He has a plan. That's why the world trusts him. And I thought, no freaking way is this our space. I left there so quickly. And they were all like giving him hundreds, saying he's the only one that's speaking sense and he's in charge and he's the only adult in the room. I'm like, get out of here.
No, I listened a little
Should we go
bit
to
today
Angie?
too. It's absolutely insane what's being said on there. Like it's like a different world.
Joa, expound on that. Beatrice, you heard Joa when he went in that space, right? The stuff he heard in there and who they had in there on the panel. It was
Andrew, Joe spends more
shocking.
time in there than he does over here with us. Like,
That's
don't
not
get it
true.
mixed
That's
up,
not true at
Andrew.
Oh
all.
That's his
no,
bestie.
God, that's
That's his
heartbreaking.
bestie
That's
over there.
heartbreaking.
That
Joey, you're
is not
such a
true at all.
cheapskate. You just sent me, you're
Oh,
such a cheapskate. You just sent me a line emoji on here and said, here it goes.
The
That's
people
such a, that's, yeah,
the people taught me how to send you a lion. No, thank you, Noah BTC. He's like, this is how you send the lion on Twitter. So I just sent you a lion. He's so
that's
ungrateful,
such a cheapskate
Beatrice.
move. That's like, that's short arms and deep pockets, Joa. That's what that is. Short arms and deep pockets. Do you know what I mean? Should go to lovely Andy. Let's go to Andy, who's been waiting. Andy's always so patient. He always waits for ages with his hand up. I feel so sorry his hand might hurt. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, going to what Trump is saying, like, yeah, I think this is just probably market manipulation. I don't see him backing out this quick, especially with the troops coming. This does seem like market manipulation. Every time he keeps saying something to try to keep the markets down, especially when he had that thing. He's like, I'm shocked oil isn't higher. And it's like, you know how freaking insensitive that sounds? Gas is up $1. Like, people are struggling. It's completely insensitive. And then when he's like, I have 100% approval, and it's like, 100% approval of MAGA Republicans. What the heck does MAGA Republican even mean anymore? People that watch Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, and Ben Shapiro? Because, I mean, I used to be a MAGA Republican, not anymore. MAGA Republican used to mean no new wars. Now MAGA Republican means Trump said if you don't support Mark Levin, then you ain't MAGA. So clearly, MAGA Republican means people who are don't have issues with Mark Levin. So yeah, Trump of course would have 100% support among the Mark Levin crew because Trump's giving those people exactly what they want. He's giving them the war, he's giving them killing kids and people who watch Mark Levin. I decided to watch Mark Levin a few months ago once for 20 minutes just to see how disgusting it was, and he literally said that some of the that images coming out of Gaza are fake and it's not that bad. He was literally a genocide denier. So yeah, the man's absolutely disgusting. So it would that's what MAGA is. It's people who like Mark Levin at this point and who bashed Tucker Carlson, who bashed Joe Kent, who bashed anyone who speak out against war or who bashed anyone who speak out against Israel. So yeah, this thing I think is definitely gonna escalate. I mean, I don't see Iran backing down unless Iran gets that sanctions relief, and which means no sanctions, and they can actually rebuild their economy because Iran does have the resources to have a thriving country and they deserve to. They're a proud 6,000-year-old civilization. They deserve nothing less than that. There's no reason for Iran to back down. So Trump and whoever's running Israel need to give in to those demands, or Iran is going to keep going.
Do you think, Andy, do you think Trump's playing a game with this thing that I read out?
Yes, I think he is playing a game. Like, I mean, he accomplished almost all of our objectives. We know the launch capabilities aren't degraded. The objective originally started as we're going to free the Iranian people from this regime. I mean, yeah, you're right. This idiot operation is freeing the Iranian people. It's going to free them from Zionist influence. So, yes, the Iranian people finally are going to be free, just not in the demented way that you wanted them to be free. So, mission accomplished, Trump. Thank you for helping free the Iranian people by going along with Bibi's delusional plan. So, actually, Trump did do something right in by not trying to. Trump screwed up so badly, he actually did free the Iranian people.
And it's going to free you guys as well. Hopefully, it'll free us as well, but definitely going to free you guys. After this, there's going to be no more wars for America, for Israel, I mean. Only for America. No way will a president ever be able to stand up in America and do a war for Israel after this. Iran is literally giving you your freedom.
Exactly. That's why I'm rooting for Iran so hard. And it's any country. I mean, just look at the United Kingdom. Here Starmer's like half supporting them, but he's not bringing the fleet, whatever fleet you have, over because he knows how unpopular it is. He's already down at 15% approval. He doesn't want to sink lower. He doesn't want to go into the single digits because that's where he would go if he got involved.
He's doing what Trump's doing, right? But at least with Trump, there's a comedy effect because the guy's got character. Like Keir Starmer's got zero character as well. He's just a wet blanket. So he's like, we're not going to be part of it. It's not our war. But yeah, you can use our bases over here for your B-2 bombers. Course you can. Course you can.
Yeah,
We're not going to be part of it. It's not our war. Oh, but we've got a team sat at CENTCOM already in Florida, and we're sending out some more people to strategize opening the Strait of Hormuz. But it's not our war. And then this news today, that they're literally going to fire at ships. Oh, but it's not our war. So what the hell is not our war? He's going to get hammered, Andy. I'm not joking. The British people are really unforgivable, so I think for things like that, they're unforgiving.
When is
Well,
when's
it is
Parliament
our
gonna
war,
have
but
the no
the
confidence
Strait of
vote or
Hormuz
whatever?
issue is not our problem.
When's Parliament gonna vote to dissolve or have the no confidence vote, whatever it's called? I mean, I just don't see how we can survive until 2029. This is untenable. When are they gonna vote and have new elections?
Well, they wanted to already, but he's holding on for dear life. He's not going to go anywhere. And do you know what he'll do if they push him? He'll actually go all in and say, well, this is what Boris Johnson did just after pandemic or during pandemic, actually. He'll go all in, Keir Starmer will, and he'll say, we're at war now. And therefore, I can't leave because we're at war. You cannot have an election during war. You cannot do a vote of no confidence. We're at war. But I don't think they'll do it. I think he's going to hold on for dear life. He's not going anywhere for a while. I mean, look, you know what?
Do you think
The
there's
old
any chance he stays till 2029 when there's the regular elections are scheduled? I just can't imagine him staying on 3 more years. He's like historically unpopular.
Yeah, that he is. But if Elon and his crew have anything to do with it, then Keir Starmer would be out tomorrow. Keir Starmer is not a great guy on any level, but the alternative in this country, Andy, is going to be worse because it's either going to be a coalition or it's going to be outright reform, which is Nigel Farage's party, which is going to be really bad. That's going to create the civil war in this country. So that's why I don't really whinge about Keir Starmer. If he hadn't have gone for this, if he'd really stuck by his word, right? But none of these guys know what keeping to their word
I
means.
don't
But if he
know if
had,
Reform would
I'm
win
not
outright anymore because Restore is siphoning off those votes. So I don't know if Reform would win anymore because Restore is siphoning those votes away.
Green Party. The Green Party will come in. The Green Party or your party will come in with coalition with Reform. The Green Party's done really well. That plumber chick I was telling you about, she's a plumber and a plasterer, and she became an MP, a member of Parliament, and she just stood for the Green Party. She was just a plasterer and a plumber. She had no backing, and she stood against the Labour Party and the Tory Party candidates who had millions in support in terms of campaign teams, marketing staff, door to door, all of that, and she won. because she's like, I'm anti-war. I'm anti any war. I can't believe they've done a genocide in Gaza. She literally danced on the street corner to Palestinian music on the day of election. The press were hammering her. They were like, oh my God, she's an Islam. She was a white chick, right? But they're like, she's an Islamist sympathizer. She's dancing to Palestinian music on a street corner on the morning of the election. She whacked them all out and she won. And she done a speech and a half. Look her up, Andy. She's really good. She's from the Green Party. All over. They led the headlines all week. So I think the Green Party, because the Green Party leader is a Jewish guy. He's a gay Jewish guy. And he says, we committed a genocide. I'm anti-Israel, anti-war. And that's so refreshing to hear in the UK. So let's see anyway, but I don't think Keir Starmer's going anywhere for a while. So we can talk about it, but it ain't going to
Yeah,
happen.
it's hilarious when he posts on social media and everyone attacks him in the comments. I've been jumping down his throat in the comments just for fun.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at they're trolling on the chat. They're trolling him. Algo saying about Keir Starmer, he's such a typical creep you find in private schools. He is. Absolutely, he is. We don't need Rishi Sunak. Thank you very much. Been there, done that. Got the T-shirt for that as well. So somebody's saying Trump will be forced to resign by the end of the year. Huma saying fingers crossed Zach Polanski's part of the coalition. Absolutely, Huma. Like that's the guy, Green Party leader I told you about, Zach Polanski. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. What else are people saying on the chat? Your party, Green Party, and Reform. No, that would never happen. Okay. If I was America, I would live in peace and harmony with all the world. I would have made more money than scamming everyone. Probably. Okay. Oh my God, Nick, you've been talking to Suleiman. He goes, Beatrix, female plumber sounds gay. But she beat, who am I saying she beat? Matt Goodwin from Reform. Oh my God, his face. And you have to look at the video when she beat him, the plumber chick. When she beat that guy from Reform, he looked like he was going to punch her. And she was a young girl. Somebody's saying here she was a young girl. She wasn't all that young. She's probably in her late 20s. So yeah, about middle-age-ish, really. Okay, let's go to New Era Call.
Thank you, Beatrice. Really appreciate the space. I'm a first time speaker on here, so I appreciate you pulling me up. Thank you, Suleiman. I got a question for Andrew regarding the F-35s supposedly being shot down. I get the shock behind it, that, coming from being an American and knowing that your top fighter jet has been shot down and potentially not being the cream of the crop when it comes to air technology and superiority. But I guess I'm trying to understand why it would be such a shock from where we are from a technological standpoint worldwide. I think that wouldn't it be easier to create a rocket that could hit a plane versus a plane that can dodge a rocket? And I don't know, that just where we are from a technological standpoint. I just feel like almost everybody who has any type of resource and can collaborate with anybody can potentially make military equipment and rockets and planes that can even the playing field. And I mean, am I just totally saying this from the wrong standpoint? It's just not shocking to me that someone like Iran or China, Russia, any of these major countries have the technology to shoot down one of our F-35s, given where we are technologically today. I mean, I hope that made sense.
Yes, sir. It makes perfect sense. You have the floor, sir. You expound on that because you've stated the obvious. The problem is you can take your idea and now you have to go to and face to face the beast, the mighty military industrial complex. In doing so, you're going to face the giants. You're going to we have, of course, General Dynamics, McDonnell Douglas, Raytheon. I could go on, and then the thousands of subcontractors. And one of my prime contractors, after I hung up after 20 years active service as a naval officer, I got a very lucrative career as a consultant. I took my uniform off, put my monkey suit on, and worked there in the Pentagon every day. And I only lasted a year. I had a multi-year contract. I could be making so much money. My friends and very close friends of mine are multimillionaires. My wife asked me about 3 years ago, "What the hell happened to you, honey?" And I said, "Because I have to look at myself in the mirror when I shave in the morning." So to bring this to a landing, I'd like to let you
Wait, Andrew,
expound
are
more
you
on this.
saying you like resigned in protest, like that guy who was the intelligence guy?
The intelligence guy.
Like
Who's
Jack
this,
Kent or
Bankos?
something.
Joe Kent.
Yeah. But see, I did it in a different way. I just one morning I had 2 weeks left on my contract, actually 2 months left on the contract, and I told my boss, "Hey, boss, I'm telling you," and I knew the guy very well. We were very close friends. I said, "I can't do this, man. I'm done." He goes, "What the hell are you talking about, man? What the hell are you talking about? Of course you can," because they needed my resume on the contract that we were bidding on, because we were working with submarine weapon systems, right? So I said, "Yeah, I don't care. Pay me $1 million. I cannot do this. I'm out of here." And I was literally called, "You effing idiot. What's wrong with you? You're the most messed up person in the world." I even had a retired, and I sat with a General Robert Kingston. He was NATO Supreme Allied Commander in Mount Vernon. I sat for hours with General Kingston, and we would talk for hours in his study when I was on this contract, because his contacts were working on this contract. And he would say, "Pull that book down from the shelf there, Andrew. See what you see in there." I said, "Oh my God, it's about when you were in Korea." So I had the contacts, and God is my witness. I'm not trying to flower myself here. I could have done well, but the problem was I saw the insanity of what this young man brought into the point. We're just feeding this military industrial beast. We're playing the same game over and over again. And I'm like, I need out of this. And thank God I regained myself. Now, this is me personally. And I got into teaching and then went and traveled overseas. And I really I said, yes, this is me. Now, we know.
Was that Vietnam? Is that what you're referencing?
No, when I left Washington D.C., Mankos, then I went to that. Later, I went to Vietnam in teaching, and then I came back to the U.S. teaching high school. But there is right now, about 8 months ago, I was at a Navy lab, not there on any business, but in recreation. I have open access to military bases 24/7. I can go there, and I have access to get on there, and I talk to these people in a recreation environment. We're out there on the lake. I love to sail. And we're out there on the lake, and I met an engineer. I'm talking a high-tech engineer. And I said, "Hey, let me ask you a question." He knows who I am. We talked. I said, "Let me ask you a question about the Chinese threat exercise and beyond the level 3 Series 4 missiles against anti-shipping." And he goes, "What the hell?" He said, "We've got work to do, and we're still desperate." I said, "Because when I left, I could see we're not playing the asymmetrical war, are we? We're still in the conventional mindset, aren't we?" And he said, "Hell yeah, that's the battle. That's the battle." But let me tell you, this has awakened us, and even now more so. What do you think is going to happen when we go to the Senate Armed Services Committee with our budget plans for the carrier? Hey, we need to buy 2 more carriers. What do you think that's going to land with? We need to develop more and put more money into missile technology and asymmetrical warfare. The problem is the beast isn't going to go away. Do you think those massive giants, until they've retooled, are going to say, "Yeah, we'll walk away. We won't build anymore"? And I don't want to end up rambling here, but yes, you're absolutely right. It's a battle. The United States is playing catch up, but thank God for the United States Navy. We still have the submarine. We rule, and I'll go toe to toe with anyone on that one. And again, we're the silent service. We're not going to go down and tell you what we do, what we can do. We're the silent service. But make no doubt, the United States Navy right now, we can shut that whole the South China Sea down if we want by our submarines. But again, we say, and I'll land it here. Why did Mankos say, and I've said this again with Mankos, "Hey, Mankos, how come we're not sinking or boarding those tankers coming out?" I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Andrew. I hope that gave you your response, New Era, because if it didn't, then I think we're not going to go through that again, because that's your answer, right? I've got breaking news. The courts have found, completely unrelated to this space or anything we've been talking about, Elon Musk defrauded Twitter investors when he disparaged the company in 2022 in an effort to buy the social media platform for a lower price than his original 44 billion bid. A jury has concluded. The jury has concluded that Elon Musk misled Twitter investors ahead of 44 billion acquisition. Wonder what they're going to do? What would they do, Joa? Do you think they can take it off him?
No, they can't.
I don't know if
They can't
Joa's
take
there.
it. They can't take it off him. They could. They can. They can impose a fine. They can some kind of restitution, but they can't take it from him. But I don't know.
But what
It's
if they
gonna
impose
be.
a big enough?
It's gonna be a difficult one to win. To be honest, I think.
Well, he's already. The courts have already found him guilty.
Guilty of a civil action. Correct.
Yeah. So if they fine him, what if they fine him a massive, massive amount? Would he have to sell?
This is just
Uh,
BS. I think this is Zionist BS. I mean, because they probably want Twitter to go back to some ownership that would suppress us even more. Because think about it, under the old Twitter, a space like this would not exist.
Yeah, Beatrix, at the current moment, as much as you'll doubt it, Grok is the least pro-Zionist out of all of them. Although we've had moments where, you know, it goes back and forth, and we see when it went nuts, they quickly dialed it back. But still today, it is the lead. Like when you ask things about Israel, it is the one that's the most honest out of them all, or at least the closest to being honest. I don't think Israel's happy with X. Like they can't be happy that Solomon's number one space host, and this is the number one show on that platform, right?
Exactly. Under Jack Dorsey, this would never be allowed to happen. Elon brought back Nick Fuentes. He didn't give him a check, but and Elon even said, "Oh, let Nick Fuentes get buried in the by a swarm and ratioed and by community notes," and that didn't happen. It's like under the old Twitter. Just think about how many people under the old Twitter Soli probably would have been banned by now. He would have been banned under the old Twitter by now for sure. There's no way someone like Soli would be allowed to have a platform.
And don't forget, the White House just got community noted, so you know it's not going well for them. But this would be a fine, Beatrix. Even if it can't be a fine that's bigger than. I mean, it can be actually. It could be bigger than the difference. But he has enough shares and things for it to him to pay billions of dollars.
And I think if they go after him, he might just retaliate by loosening guardrails more and be like, you know what, these Zios are trying to destroy my company. Screw them. I'll let Grok go Mecha Hitler. F you.
I'm glad you have that much faith in Elon, but I don't. I think that was the old Elon before he went to go visit Auschwitz and the fake setup of the kibbutzim, where everything was staged for him, just like Hitler did with the Red Cross. By the way, when they went to go investigate, he came back a very different man, very very different man. So they do have some control over him. I just don't think they have total control over him, but I don't think this does it.
Do you remember that, Auntie? Do you remember what happened? Because it made him do a space with Netanyahu while he was out there. Like, I'm sorry, but if I'm in the same place, if I'm in like the same location, if I'm in London and Suleiman's in London and we meet up for a coffee, I ain't gonna jump on a space to talk to him and have everybody else in listeners. If I'm meeting Joa, I ain't gonna jump on a space just to talk to him and have everybody. It was just them two, just Netanyahu and Elon on the panel, and all of us were listening, and they were having a chat, and they were sat in the same freaking room in Tel Aviv. That's how much they made Elon kneel.
Yeah.
And before he went out, he got on that space. You remember that one, Joel, with Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer, Ellen Dershowitz, and a bunch of rabbis, and they made him have a space with all of them. Do you remember that one, Joel? Before he went out, that's when he agreed to go out, right?
Yeah. Look, I don't know if you guys know the story, but when the Red Cross went to Germany, they took them to a camp where it looked like a holiday camp for Jews, and that's why you have some people that are like pro Hitler. They're like, these were pools for Jews, and they had that's what the propaganda was from Germany, where they took them to a specific camp and it was staged. And typically that pool was actually for officers, not for the Jews. But that day they let them use it. So when the Red Cross gets there, be like, look, this is just a place to hold them until we transfer them. The same thing happened to Elon, and there was people, Israeli people, who reported on the fact that the kibbutzim was all staged for when Elon got there to make it look a certain way, and he came back with a completely different opinion. Where, just a month or two before that, he was saying, "Yeah, these people are in charge of America." Right? I forget exactly what the comment was, but it led to that.
No, he said that someone commented about them pushing migration. He commented, "True."
Yeah, there was another one though too.
I can't remember. Charlie Kirk did that video. He said secular Jews are the biggest funders of open borders and neo-Marxist policies, and it's a beast that's coming for religious Jews, and everyone needs to wake up before it swallows us. And and that's true, because you do have, and when you talk about secular Jews, that's referring to people like Soros, that's referring to people like the Rothschilds. They ain't going to no synagogue and practicing their religion in any way. Those people are pure evil.
I got breaking news, guys. I got breaking news. Trump has lifted the sanctions on Iranian oil and petroleum products loaded on ships between March the 20th and April the 19th. So he's done it for a month. He's lifted the sanctions. Way to go, Iran. Iran.
We go to war with Iran to give Iran more money. This is, but Iran's losing. Donald Trump said so on Truth Social.
That's exactly that.
Andrew, we can't hear you.
What's the source on that, Beatrix?
New York Times.
And the Iran Observer is where I've got it from.
It's New York Times is the reference.
But even if it were premature, I'll still do a mic drop. And Suli's been saying it. We've all been saying it. Simon's been saying it. They're going to. If Trump needs an exit ramp, we got to cut a deal. Even though we lost, but we won.
You know what, though? I'll tell you something, Andrew, right? This is like, I know it's not funny, but it is. Because hours after Trump, how many times has Trump told us in the last 3 weeks that the Iranian Navy was completely destroyed? He said it after 24 hours. We destroyed their Navy. We destroyed their military. We destroyed their jet. We destroyed everything.
The threat. It was always the missiles and the drones and the mines. Their Navy was never the threat.
Andy, I know that. I'm just saying what he said because I want to read something out. So we just, all the way through 3 weeks, that's all we've heard. We destroyed their Navy. They have no Navy. So just hours after he told us once again today that the Navy was completely destroyed, the Air Force was no longer existed, because he keeps saying that they have no Air Force anymore, and the Iranian command was no longer there. U.S. military bases in Kuwait and Iraq are up in flames, guys. On fire tonight.
And again, in Vietnam, we were burying the bodies of our men left and right, the carnage coming back in body bags. And here Nixon says we won with honor. We have won. And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, they didn't win. We didn't win, but we did.
They do that with every war, don't they? With every war.
Yes.
Let me just see. Oh, Ben Shapiro's losing roughly 1.4k YouTube subscribers per week, alongside a massive decline in monthly views from 2024 to 2026. I guess Zio Media is not selling no more, Ben Shapiro. You can come up on here on our panel if you want. We got to fix your voice up.
On New Year's Eve to try to get subscriptions for the Daily Wire because he was doing so badly. So as Israel's popularity declines, so is his popularity, because his whole shtick is showing for Israel. So as people stop supporting Israel on the right, less people are going to support him. They're going to watch Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens instead.
Somebody said on YouTube, it's just market manipulation because markets are closed. Rose Van says, is MAGA sick of winning yet? So funny. China probably told Trump that's our role. So that will actually relieve pressure on the US from its allies desperate for oil. It's not the win you think. Okay, let's see. Anyway, sirens in Dimona and Negev Nuclear Research Center, southern Israel. Oh, sorry, go on,
Sirens, yeah.
Suleiman.
Just to give you more information on the lifting of sanctions on the Iranian oil, I did look at it. It is relayed in the New York Times. Basically, they are lifting the sanctions for a month, they said. They're lifting sanctions on Iran's oil that is currently at sea. The stock Besant said that the decision on Thursday is estimated to bring about extra 140 million barrels of crude oil to the market. Iran keeps winning, bro. Oy
Exactly, and that's
Boy.
why the we have not boarded those tankers. Oy vey.
Indeed. So, what's his name again? What's his name again? Joa, what's your thoughts on that from a financial perspective?
I'm just so curious. Like, I'm not even thinking about financially. I'm just so curious as to the cope that's going on right now.
What's the cope?
I haven't heard it yet.
Where's
I can just
Manco?
picture
No, but we
it.
got Manco. That's why we have Manco to hear what the cope is. Manco, what's the? Oh, he's not. He's gone.
He left.
He's gone
Yeah,
to
he
get
left.
instructions.
I mean, financially, you know, they realized that this could ramp up really quickly. I wonder what's going to happen to the gold after this announcement. Hold on one second. Let me see what's happening to oil. No reaction yet. Let me see in the last 5 minutes. Nope. No reaction yet. Let's see. Wait 20, 30 minutes and we can kind of see how the market reacts.
Why is there no
There's
reaction
no big
yet?
reaction
Or
to it.
is it not normal for it to be such a fast reaction?
Not always. Some assets you get a very quick reaction. Oh, actually, now it's not probably trading right now. It's probably closed
Yeah, it's closed
already.
Friday night.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That's why he's announcing it. So we'll probably gap down somewhat.
So somebody said, Joa, Velvet Bloom, thank you for tagging me, and says, and actually, I think she might be the one who said it on the YouTube chat as well. She says this applies to Iranian origin oil already loaded on tankers, not newly produced cargo.
I mean, explain to me how that would happen.
Did with Russia.
I mean, what are your
which I don't really understand, because if they were already being shipped, then you know, they were already diverting the sanctions. What is it doing? Is this just market manipulation? Do you know what I mean? Like, why you like he's lifting the sanction, but only on oil that's already on boats going somewhere? Well, it's going somewhere because they were already not going to use the dollar.
You think it's going to be for oil that's not going to be used for the dollar?
I mean, look, if they lift the sanction and they're like, I can understand them lifting a sanction saying it has to be traded in the dollar. The problem is why would any of these countries do it? The dollar is what is the ball and chain that they're trying to get rid of, because America can just say, okay, can't use the dollar anymore. And now they're stuck with paper in their vault, right? That's why people are revolting. So lifting the sanction, I don't see what that does if it's for only boats that are already in transport.
Well, we've got Simon come up. We're going to ask Simon. But just before we do, guys, there is a shot that's gone out. If you can do me a favor with that shot and you can watch it. It's only like 20 seconds long or 30 seconds long. So if you can watch that shot, I'm going to put it in the nest in a second. It's about Larry Johnson and about the... What's it actually about again? I've forgotten. It's about the nuclear option or something. Let me see what the show was about again. Iran's nuclear secret asset. Iran's
nuclear, because I'm doing this like a secret, getting these out faster, you see, every like hour or so. Iran's nuclear secret. Beatrix, do you wanna? Is she there?
Yes, yes, I do. Have you put it in the nest?
It's going in the nest. I'm about to go to it now. There we go.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Guys, firstly, it's over 2,000 people on this space. Guys, if you look up in the nest, you'll see Larry Johnson, ex-CIA Intel analyst. It's a short. So when you see that tweet, please like it. Please retweet that tweet. Quote tweet it as well. Oh my God, Hunter, how are you asking Grok? What is it? It's 20 seconds. Why don't you watch it? It probably took you longer to ask Grok what it is instead of watching it, Hunter. But just retweet it, guys, share it, and then click on that and just watch it. And when you go in to watch it on YouTube, just give it a thumbs up and press the bell icon so you make sure you subscribe to Suleiman's channel. Also, Siddharth, absolutely brilliant. He's on it like a car bonnet. He's already put it in the main chat. I see loads of you already over here. Thank you so much. I see people liking it. Let me just say hello. Give me 1 second. Oh, you can't do it. You can't have a chat in the
yeah, it's just short. It's like
short.
it's like 20 seconds. It's only 20 seconds, you see.
Okay, well, I still say hello to everybody because our peeps are here.
Tell them to
I really appreciate everybody coming over.
Tell them to hello. Tell them to like it as well. Smash them. Tell them to like it. We need 100 likes. Smash them and comments.
So,
don't be nice,
guys. When you go over to it, right? Let me do it again. Let me see where it is. I'll go from Siddharth's link. Siddharth, in our YouTube chat, in the live chat, Siddharth is posting the link there. Click on that link, and when you click on it, you see a thumbs up button. Press that thumbs up button, and to the left of it is the bell icon. Press that bell icon, and then say hello. That would be brilliant if you can do that. And it's only a short short. Suleiman's done it himself. So you can leave a little comment what you think of it as well. That would be brilliant. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's coming over there. Suleiman, just before I hand back to you, I've got some news that I just sent you, but I'm just going to have a look here.
Can you hear me?
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I think the space might crash. So, guys, if the space crashes, we're going to restart again. This is like the third time it's kicked. Oh, okay, that's fine. Phew. This is like the third time it's kicked me out in like 40 minutes. And it's like, normally I might walk away from the phone and I can't even walk away from the phone because it might crash. So this is like the third time. So I can see now our space has specifically been targeted and attacked. Because this is the third time I've been kicked out in 40 minutes and I'm the host. Like, I understand it happens to the listeners and it happens to the speakers and it happens a lot to everybody. But the fact that they're specifically targeting the space directly says a lot. This is literally the third time. And last time I was away from it and I was like, wait, why's the volume gone? Because I was just going to the other side of the room and I had to quickly run back to like reset it. So they're specifically targeting the space. They don't want us to speak the truth. They don't want you to hear the truth. And so this is, we're trying our best to make sure, like, I'm not even having to, I can't even leave the phone, like, because this isn't a crash. So it's a specific targeting of it. They don't want you guys to hear the truth. They don't want the real news to be out there. So all we ask is your support. If you can retweet anything we put out, but also the videos, if you could share them, if you could watch them, if you can like them, if you can comment on them, that would mean a lot and it would help a lot as well. And it's just like really annoying to me that it's happening. This is first time in Twitter. I've been doing spaces for 3 years. Maybe 4, I can't remember now. But the point being, this is the first time it's like kicked me out so many times in such a short period of time.
Well, it happened to me as well, didn't it? That's why it crashed.
One day long, 20 times.
That's the difference. That's the difference, guys, right? So it happened to her and it crashed many times. It happened to me and look, the space hasn't crashed. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't hosting it. But anyway, DJ says he's been kicked out as well. That's why he's come here. And Prodigy says the same. They can't listen on X. They've tried to. So that's why they've left and come here. And Sakib, thank you very much for your suggestion.
The video. We don't want to hear the life story.
Sakib says Beatrix asked them to comment and not type in the chat. It increases visibility. Guys, Siddharth is posting a link repeatedly on here. Please, Jamuni, I want to see you there. DJ, Prodigy, Nick, I want to see you all. Click on that link that Siddharth is posting here. I'll post it for you as well. And I want you to go there and I want you to like that video. And I want you to...
And comment. We want 60 comments.
Yeah, comment on it for me, please. Here's the link. I'm posting the link now as well. Oh my God, look at them propagandists. They're saying, Sudi, the space isn't crashing. Beatrix has been kicking you out. Like, even that's got to be my fault. Whatever.
Good point, actually. These guys are on it, A really smart chat.
It's so bad. So anyway, I had some news really quickly that I'd like to give and then we can go to Simon. Welcome back, Simon. God, Simon, freaking Trump gives no rest. So much has happened in the 2 hours you've been gone. That guy is just like, he makes your mind not stop. He has not stopped since you've been gone. We've had conflicting statements. We've had actions. We've had to break it all down. So I'm going to go to you in 1 second, pass it to Suleiman in 1 second. But New York Times sued the Trump administration because they said he was trying to force out disfavored journalists, and the judges ruled in their favor. And they said basically a federal judge in the United States agreed to block Trump's administration from enforcing a policy limiting news reporters' access to the Pentagon. Because remember, he did that press pool thing where he said he was going to limit their access because he didn't want them to share the truth and blah, blah, blah. And the judge said that's unlawful. And he can't illegally restrict the press credentials of reporters. Remember when they all walked out? That's what it's all about. So the New York Times sued the Pentagon and Hegseth in December, and they said that the credentialing policy violates the journalists' constitutional rights to free speech and due process. There was a bit of an article on it, but the judge agreed. So that's a legal ruling as well. And with that, Suleiman, I'll pass it back to you. So
yeah,
you
I want to go to Sam, but just before I do, guys, we've got Red Rover with the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. It says he's the #1 fan. Appreciate you. I was gonna say something back and I forgot what I was gonna say now. I forgot what I was gonna say now. Okay, and let's go to Simon because I actually can't remember. Simon, hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts on this latest news?
Can I ask him a direct question?
Go for it, Joe.
Simon, if they lift sanctions only on boats that are already in transport, what does that actually even do? Do you know?
Yeah, hey everybody. Sorry, just in a taxi, so I just pop in for a bit. But yeah, I mean, this is just, you can't make this shit up. Like, you really can't make this up. You pump the price of oil up to $110, and then you relieve sanctions on, for 1 month on Iran and Russia. I mean, so they're saying it's 140 million barrels over the month on the sea. So what's that? $16 billion if the price of oil stays at these prices. Effectively, it just means that Iran can now take the same amount of oil it was selling to China, and rather than selling it at a discount, they can sell it at whatever the prevailing market price is to whoever wants to buy it. So now, I mean, I guess you're taking away a bit of the predatory nature of China, whatever discount they're paying for it. But but this is what happens. As I said, every time you get to approximately $110 to $120 per barrel, they need to make extreme measures. And I'm convinced that the US government has a ginormous short position on oil to try and get the price down. And sanction relief is just one way of trying to get there. So they can't have the price of oil go above this 110 to 120, no matter what's happening in America, because things break. But it's remarkable. Like, war aside, deaths aside, destruction aside, economically, like IRGC is going to have a ginormous windfall, and Russia's going to have a ginormous windfall here. So overall, like, they're crushing it in terms of their numbers. Now, whether it will actually have the desired impact is not really clear either, because it's obviously narrative and optics, to put 140 million barrels on the market, but they were already there because they're on sea already, which means they were just going through the sanction circumvention channels. But now they can go. I'm guessing they can go anywhere. They can be sold to anyone, and they can be sold at higher price. And so, if
But they
China,
don't. But Simon, they don't just put out tankers in the middle of the ocean waiting for a buyer. They're heading somewhere already. They already have a buyer. There's contracts.
yeah, prior to this, there was record oil on sea, in sea. So yeah. So I mean, obviously, China was buying them. Now they'll be able to do potentially force majeure on that, get it somewhere else. And I'm convinced that they're negotiating in the background, and this is just an off ramps towards sanction relief, and this is easing that into the market. And then once you've done 1 month, it will stay or potentially stay. And then this will just make the foundation of the off ramp deal. But yeah, I think they're testing out sanction relief. And these are extreme. They have the perfect narrative for doing it because the price of oil needs to come down. And so, what a great way of beta testing sanction relief with the perfect narrative to do it. I think we're normalizing and moving towards what would be the sanction relief off ramps, in a way of dressing it up as market intervention. And by the way, the whole thing about pricing in dollar, it doesn't matter if you price in dollar. Obviously, people price in dollar because it's the most stable currency. But you settle in any currency you want. So you can price it in dollar, and then there's obviously an FX currency risk that you need to manage through the swaps market. But the point is that you can
But
price it
you
in
can
dollars and
hedge that.
settle in any currency.
I used to hedge currency all the time. Like that's an easy trade. So
Yeah, exactly.
you can lock in the price according to the dollar using any currency you want.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not creating demand for dollars. It's just using dollars as a unit of account and settling in whatever else you want. So now the oil's open to the highest bidder, and IRGC and Russia are just going to get a massive windfall out of this.
You've been right for 2.5 years since I've known you, Simon. You've been right on this. They're the art of the deal. They're working the deals. Deals are made behind closed doors. We see it happening all the time now.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to jump off in a bit. I don't know if anyone wants to.
Yeah, I got a
discuss
question for
anything
you,
on it.
Simon. Just on the current situation. I mean, this alleviation of the oil. Do you think this is going to have a major impact, or do you think it's a very small blip compared to
I think it's meaningless in actuality, but very very meaningful in narrative. And so they did it right after the futures market closed, so you can't see the impact. And now we've got to wait for the Sunday night futures market to open, and we'll know what the impact is. But yeah, I think it will have an impact.
But Simon,
It's a good narrative.
there was almost no impact when they relieved the sanctions on Russia.
Oh, there was. That was when it went from $115 to $88 on that Monday.
No, that was after. That talk came
Oh,
out
right.
the
I
next
wasn't
day.
watching in real time, no, but it was the same day.
No, I'm almost certain it was the next day that they brought that up because then it
Yeah, I
started
think I
going
think
back up.
the full impact happened over 3 days. I think you're right. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna have to jump off now, guys. I just wanted to jump in and chime in. Over to you, Joe. Thanks,
Thanks,
everybody.
Joe. Thanks, Simon. Enjoy your Eid. Have your little samosas and pakoras and your Lebanese food.
Yeah,
Hope
Eid
you're having a
Mubarak.
good one.
You're doing great work, everybody. Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak to you. Just joking. You deserve it. Appreciate you as always. But I am missing the samosas and pakoras. Oh, where's my samosas and pakoras? I need to be home. I need some samosas. Anyway, just what Simon isn't this. Oh, Simon's gone. Sorry, bro. But it says Simon. Someone asked Simon, isn't the sanction relief also because US is planning to take over CARG, so basically control it, and later it's legit oil. Not sure it's off Ramo.
No, they could do that anyway.
Yeah, they could do that anyway. I don't agree with that one.
Yeah.
But it's crazy, bro. It's like why is it's just chaos, but it's not really chaos. I think he's playing. So the oil thing he has to do because he's a desperate. But I think that the whole like double talk where he's like, I'm gonna pull out, but then we're sending troops there. I think he's doing that whole thing. I was saying this before the war. He's trying to make it look like he's trying to keep people confused about what's going on, so that he can enrich himself even more. I think this invasion's coming. I think the invasion is coming. I think the ground troops are coming. I believe they're going to try and take Karg Island at a minimum, probably the Strait. War is coming and it's going to escalate. That's my view.
I think Solomon, look, that's why I needed like a second opinion here. The releasing the sanctions does jack all. It doesn't mean anything because they're already in transport. I just looked how much storage of oil was offshore. It had already been sold because the prices were going up and countries were being desperate to buy it. So there is no like oil at sea for storage right
Joe,
now.
do you think like it's this is I'm asking you if this is what you mean. Do you mean that this oil was gonna get out anyway, irrespective of whether the sanctions were lifted or not? And so this was just Trump being like, okay, I'll give you permission, but like he had no power anyway.
Yeah, it's all theater, like because
it's like you saying, "Oh, Suleiman, I give you permission to run this space," and I'm like, "Bro, I was gonna run this space anyway." Yeah, but I give you permission, bro.
Yeah.
And you're like, "But bro, I was gonna run this space anyway." Is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because Iran does hold oil offshore at times, but because the price was going up and people were expecting prices to really, really go high, people started buying oil now. Like countries started buying oil now. So from what I can see, they didn't have any more in storage at sea. So all this was already sold. So it means nothing. Because he's saying, oh, the sanctions are lifted, but only for oil that's already at sea. Well, thanks. It's already sold. I don't need this like the sanctions to be off. Do you know what I mean? It makes zero. It's all theater.
No, I agree with you, Joe. I don't think they've got the power. But one thing someone was saying was, could this be that basically America could stop the oil coming out, and they're basically saying we're not going to stop it coming out?
They could. I mean, that's my fear. I don't think they would do that now, because that only hurts them even more. But to a degree, my theory. I think they want to crash the dollar and force people to use the dollar at the same time, which is kind of weird to do. The oil was part of it. When they lifted the sanctions on Russia, I told you, I was like, looks like things are playing out my way. Now they're lifting the one in Iran. I think the same thing, where it's funny because Simon's theory is they're making deals in the background. I'm like, they're manipulating the dollar, and the action's exactly the same, and you can't tell which one's true. You know what I mean? And that's what's weird about this conflict. But
that's the bottom line.
But the gold to me shows to me that it is not this like backdoor dealing. The fact that the $15,000, $20,000 gold options are selling like hotcakes show that something else is at play here. Well, I guess in Simon's thing too, it would require the dollar to weaken. So I don't know. I think me and Simon's theory works out exactly the same way. except who's pulling the levers are different. One to me is it's an American failure because they try to save the dollar and they wind up screwing it up. And Simon's is this is all coordinated by those above.
Exactly, Joa. That's what I've been seeing for the past year watching Simon putting it together. And Sully, just a little tiny little bit of pushback. I think they're going to set the invasion up, but I'm sorry, I just can't see them actually doing it where the slaughter fest begins. I can't see that. I can't allow my mind to go there, but God almighty, it could, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know I don't agree with Simon's theory. I know you like it a lot, Andrew, but I think that there's a reason why every single thing I've predicted has been right, because once you understand the Zios run things, you're able to predict exactly what's going on, and this is why we've been able to predict everything. This is how we're able to predict it, because once you understand who's in power, you're able to predict those things. But that being said, in terms of coming back to it, now I don't agree with Simon. I mean, not Simon, Joa. I think that this is just them panicking. Like, I don't think there was ever a plan. And now, you know how like you basically gamble and you lose, and then you just keep on gambling even more and even more and even more. I think that's what's going on here. I don't think this is like an actual plan.
No, but I think the same thing. I think so. I was like, we're not going to attack. We'll do a decapitation strike, but Israel's a wild card, right? They did the decapitation strike. They didn't get what they wanted, and then I thought they were like a chicken with its head cut off. Then when Israel bombs the oil field, that makes America have to stay now because they know that's an attack on the dollar. That's why I don't understand how American politicians. It just shows how much they're sold. Okay, it really shows how much they're sold. That a country that Trump at least says that he did not give permission for them to bomb it, although Israel's saying yes, he did. Well, that's a crucial factor. You just attacked our dollar, right? You just created a lot of pressure on our financial system, and either Trump was with it or he wasn't. And if he wasn't with it, you just did an attack on us, not only Iran, right? And this is the thing: is like politicians aren't even talking about this. It's almost as like, when he was like, "Oh, we're going to be the global reserve, but we're increasing tariffs." It's the people that are like, "Oh, this is such a great idea." You don't understand. Like, math is math. If you increase tariffs, you lower you lower the global reserve. You stop being the global reserve currency. Like, you can't have both unless you use military to do so. And that's why I was like, this is the same thing. It's if you will let Israel attack the oil field, which is no strategic value in the war, then you're causing even more pressure on the oil, which affects America greatly because they're the biggest consumers of it. And it's priced in dollars. So now you have a problem, right? But there's not a single politician talking about it. And that to me is a crucial factor. It's like you either are assisting in the downfall of America or Trump is assisting in the downfall of America, one or the other.
No, but
and we
you
should
think
know
the
who it
opposite,
is.
right, Joey? You don't think your position was that he's not assisting the downfall of America, like he's actually trying everything in his power to save it, right?
No, I think no. What I thought was Trump was trying to took Venezuela in order to control oil prices, to attack Israel to show that we can enforce sanctions, control shipping lanes in order to also enforce sanctions, and then use tariffs for any country that doesn't want to use the dollar, and then weaken the dollar in order to take care of the debt. That was the initial theory, right? But I also said I don't think they're going to be successful, right? It's a huge Hail Mary, right? I think that Hail Mary failed. Now the biggest risk is, and this is why the whole nuclear conversation comes in. Although I don't think they would use nuclear, they would just use other assets that create even more destruction. Is would they bomb if Iran closes the strait and keeps it closed? And would America give up, or would they just bomb it? like crazy to the point where it'd be really difficult for Iran to continue. Although America would probably become the pariah, and then the dollar would fall anyway because everyone would lose faith in America, and then you lose confidence in the dollar. So they're in a really bad spot that I figured they would be, because I didn't think this strategy was gonna win. And the only thing this is the Mar-a-Lago Accords, right? Which are a replica of the Plaza Accords, which was Trump's hotel, and Trump's favorite president, Reagan, to the point where he copies most of Reagan's policies, and he even copied his tagline, "Make America Great Again," was what Reagan ran on, right? Although he takes credit for it all the time. We have the best tagline ever, "Make America Great Again." That was Reagan's tagline, not his. Anyway, he copies a lot of things. And the Plaza Accords is something that Trump applauded a lot. Why? It weakened the dollar, which made real estate boom in the 80s, right? And that's, I think, what he wants to do again. That's why he wanted a weak dollar while he was president. The only reason the dollar strengthened was because of COVID. Before COVID, we were hitting a low we hadn't seen since early 2000s in the dollar's value. So he's always wanted to weaken the dollar. And he's been saying it since the 80s, since Reagan. I just think they lost. I think they messed up. It didn't work out the way they did. And Israel, who I thought was the wild card, did the attacks that make us have to dig our feet in and not be able to try different ways of solving this besides military action.
Yeah, Joe, there's no military option here, honestly, other than a nuclear annihilation. Really, honestly, you know this, you've studied this, you've heard this. Sully's had great military analysts on here. And then everything I've read and talked to and my own experience, and there's no option here. We can bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb. Just have Ryan come back in the space and red pill everyone. Will we try?
I feel like we're talking past each other. Nobody.
Yeah.
We keep saying, and we agree that there is no. Oh yeah, flipping out. What is going on here? We keep saying, and we agree that there is no way that a ground invasion would work. That bit we disagree. I mean, we agree with that. If they attempt to do a ground invasion, they're gonna fail. But that being said, are they going to go ahead and do it? Well, it looks like it. We said that the attempt to take out Iran would fail, but they still did it. We said that the bombing Iran would fail. They did it. We said they going to war with Iran would fail. They did it. We said that them trying to do a decapitation strike on Iran would fail. They did it. So there's two different conversations. One is whether it's going to fail, and the other one is whether they're going to do it. So your position is, just to be clear, that it's going to fail and you don't believe they're going to do it, correct?
Yes, thank you, sir.
So you don't believe they're going to do anything. So you're saying, okay, they're not going to do a ground invasion. So what happens? They just carry on bombing, or they're going to come to an agreement?
They won't do a ground invasion, but they'll keep the insanity of going of airstrikes and fake bombings or whatever. The show, they'll keep putting on the show of we're doing it another way through the air, through air bombings and missile launches.
The thing is, though, Andrew,
well, how long can they carry that on for? Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, limited, and that's very limited, Sully, as you've laid out very clearly. That's even limited. That has a shelf life.
But then then what's your position? So they're going to start bombing, so then they have to stop. Then what happens?
Then Trump's going to have his exit ramp. We won. We've taken out the leadership, meaning we've taken out the hardliners, and on and on. He'll write a rhetoric. He can spin that as the win.
There's going to be a deal. Okay, so what's the deal going to be?
Give Iran 90% of everything they want. Of course, 100% means.
And the Israelis are going to agree to that, you're saying?
Absolutely not, but they're not in any position whatsoever.
So Trump's going to have the power to make the decision to pull out, and the Israelis are going to have to deal with it.
Because China, Russia, and even the United States is playing the game. China and Russia also are involved here.
That's fine. But your position is, just to be clear, your position is that they're going to negotiate a deal. They're going to agree to a deal. The Americans are gonna Iran's gonna get 90% of what they ask for, and what's gonna happen is Israel is gonna not gonna be able to do anything about it, and they're just gonna have to accept it, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So this means that you don't believe Israel has the control of the United States of America where they can force them to stay in the war, correct?
That doesn't mean they still don't have or will try.
I mean, that's
But
huge. I mean, look, if you believe Joe Kent, which I do, because this is my position, Israel forced the United States of America to go into war. They had intelligence saying that this would not be beneficial for the United States of America. They had intelligence that this would fail, and yet they still did it. But you're saying now they're going to have an epiphany, change their mind, and now are going to come to an agreement. I'm sorry, they're going to come to an agreement even though Israel doesn't agree.
It's an agreement that won't be obvious on paper, like, oh, we surrender here, but it'll be backdoor channel deals, meaning you're still going to get sanctions lifted. All these things will happen, but I don't think Israel really has a call here at this point. They're not okay, and I know they're not a superpower, but they're manipulating a superpower. I understand that, I really do. But there comes a time and place and time where they're going to have to try another approach. Like they've been trying. Okay, Israel's been trying to take out Iran for how many years now? Netanyahu's been planning this for 40 years, he said. Has it happened? No. They'll probably maybe want to try again, but their position has been weakened, extremely weakened.
Cool.
But here's the problem I see, Andrew. If America is not successful here, okay, this shows that America's sanctions don't mean anything, right? Because they already get around sanctions, and now they can't even enforce sanctions, right? What does that mean? That means that countries also don't need to trade with the dollar, right? They could trade with other currency, which makes them more sovereign, more safe, because only America has imposed sanctions on countries. No one else imposes sanctions with the currency like that, which is a huge problem. That means you are not sovereign if a country can impose sanctions on you, and it affects all your trade. But then what will happen is other countries will make deals in other currencies. Trump will use the tariffs, and then it'll be up to the countries. Do they still okay, raise the tariff? You're going to do it to every country in the world? Go ahead. Because then that will still have the same effect. It will still weaken the dollar. So, it's. I don't think America, in their mind, most empires don't die down peacefully. They go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah. No, I know where we're going with this. No, I hear you, and I hear what you're saying, Sully. Yeah, no empire wants to let go of it, but we could say all we want. We've already past tense, already left the area. Our president Persian Gulf, and then here's the next thing. How about the other choke points in the world, like the Taiwan Straits, or we don't have that authority like we used to have.
Yeah, I just don't see America saying, "Okay, yeah, okay, let's hand this thing over and go away peacefully," the way Simon thinks it does.
Yeah, I agree.
So we know we can't do it militarily, obviously, but let's say we do. Let's say we try and just keep going and start feeding bodies into the body count goes into the tens of thousands, and it's still going to end up. Sully, Joe, I think you guys will both agree with me. It's still going to end up in the same place.
I don't agree. No, I don't agree with you. I think this is where I disagree with you, Simon, maybe even Joe. I don't know, but I think that what's happening is that such is the level of Israel's control over the United States of America. They've got something on Trump, and so he's just gonna continue to make bad decision after bad decision after bad decision on this.
Oh, wow. Okay, I see where this is going. Now, that's another option. Seriously, the unthinkable. In other words, they'll edge him out and bring in their next guy. I mean, yeah, that's definitely an option. But why also is Israel sucking up to our little buddy Modi? They're sucking up to South America. They see America's position weakening here.
No, I don't think so. So I think what they're seeing is what they were hoping for was, because remember, the meeting with Modi was before the war.
right? So what they were hoping for was that this war would go the way they want it to go. And what the result of this war would have been is, in their view, what they thought, Iran would be extremely weakened and lose. And through that, America would be weakened and then decide to retreat from the region because they leave the region to Israel. Israel would then take control of the region and basically parlay dominance within the region. And once they became greater and greater and stronger and became part of the Pax Judaica was built up, they would then basically later try and expand. And then the next target would then be, in the future, Turkey or Pakistan. And they would go for that target with India and possibly with America, but within America being in a more weakened state. So that's what the plan with that is. I don't think that has anything to do with them jumping ship completely and just.
But you think you believe in the Pax Judaica thing?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yes, he does. Yes, Sully does believe in Pax. Yeah. Now,
it's just not the way we do business.
Sorry.
Go watch that video Sully had. Sully has the receipts why it's very possible, but I don't agree with it either. But possible.
They don't like to be in the forefront. They, by way of deception. What was the motto of Mossad? Like I think they like to be historically going back 1,000 years.
True.
They like to play in the background. They don't like to be on the forefront. I don't see them wanting to be.
I agree with you, Joe, in the sense of this is the way they've acted. But with any great empire, with any weak country or people or idea or group or ideology, as you said, they work through the shadows because they have to work through the shadows till they get to a point where they can then basically dominate. And so I don't think it's gonna it's looking like it's unlikely now because they're losing, but if they hadn't lost, this was the plan.
Yeah, but just losing now, Sully, this is one battle they're losing, but the big long game, they haven't lost the ultimate war. If you're looking at it as Pax Judaica, Joe, you go watch that interview if you haven't. That professor lays out his Pax Judaica plan with quite a bit of evidence.
Oh, yeah. I've been watching him for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it evidence, though, Andrew. I mean, his entire theory makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
As a possibility, I just don't see. Just like I don't believe China wants to be the global reserve because it doesn't make sense based on their production, and that's how they make money. And if you become the global reserve, that changes drastically. And I don't think China's ready for that. I don't think Israel's ready to be the leader of the Middle East either, because they like to. Once you're the leader, you have people who love and hate you. Israel's been playing neutral except for the people in the region. Everywhere else around the world, it's like, okay, it's Israel, whatever. That's played out very well for them, but right now it doesn't play out well for them because the world woke up. I think the reason why they're talking to other countries is because they see, although American politicians support them, the American people do not, and that it's going to take a decade to fix what happened. It's actually easier to go make friends somewhere else where you have support. And Israel has a ton of support in India, which I have no idea why. I still really don't understand it. But they do. And India is going to increase economically greatly because a lot of manufacturing will move from China to India as they build out infrastructure. And the same growth we saw from China in the past 3 decades, you're going to see happening in India very soon. It's already starting to happen.
Well, that's why the Pax exactly. That's why the Pax Judaica thing was making more sense when we saw India coming in, and especially in Latin America, that Isaac Accords, that really got my attention. I had no idea they were that active in the Western Hemisphere. So, but they again, the Zionism, the ism of this, understanding the ism of Zionism It's really call it the beast, the demonic force that's moving like a scourge, a plague upon the earth. That works in every society, in every country, in its system, in its way through, I believe, the banking system, through the money. I'll say the money banking financial system is how they work it. That's how they pull the levers. The names are just names of people behind it pulling those levers. And I wouldn't be at all surprised. That's a good point you brought up, Sully, is Trump being thrown under the bus. Oh, I definitely think he'll be out there hanging out to dry. And then poor little Israel will come out the victim again, the victim. They'll be kind of put in their little spot. They'll be put on the leash. But in reality, do they die, go away? Absolutely not. They're never going to be died. We won't go into all the eschatology and all the end time stuff, but that's still all those. You don't think all the millions of Americans that are little Zio robots? I call them Ziobots, man. Here in America, I talked to one the other day, going on and on about, oh, Israel, make Israel great again. We gotta. I said, oh my God. I said, It's okay to kill the innocent, kill innocent men, women, and children in the name of God. That same spirit is everywhere that spirit operates. So we don't even have to look at the flag.
Just oh crap. Okay, so continue.
Yes, sir. It's still that spirit. And Sully, Joa, I'll just say, look at Christian Zionists here in this country. You see little Ziobots here, and they call themselves Christian. They don't look like a Jew carrying a weight like a Jewish supremacist to me. But you know what they are? They're a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant Bible carrying thumping God bless America MAGA. They're every bit as Zionist as in fact more Zionist than they are in Israel.
Yeah. So Joe, in terms of Pax Judaica, why don't you think that there's that's a strong position?
Because typically countries that become world powers typically they do so because of a technology.
True.
Almost always. Like Spain was gunpowder, Portugal was global trade.
I agree with
there's always some kind of technology.
True.
What technology does Israel have that's like supersedes anyone else? I don't get it.
AI.
But they're not. China kicks their ass.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna explain it in a second.
Mm-hmm.
So what they have is something that's key, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that. So okay, cool. So what they have is this. They have key components that aren't the best, but they have a stranglehold over key choking points on those. And so what they've got is, like, for example, AI. They don't have the best AI, but they've got the they've got the more domineering ones through the various data centers. They've got control over media, and what the media control does is it equivocates by the way, these arguments aren't done by anybody else. I'm not boasting when I say this, but I feel like the two main proponents of Pax Judaica, what's his name again? Professor Zhang, and the other one is David Miller. I don't think they have a very strong argument, because when I gave Dr. Miller like a slight pushback, he wasn't able to answer. So my position is uniquely my position. So just coming back to it, so they have AI. They don't have the dominant level of AI as China, but they have basically AI controlling in the West. They have the extreme level of power that is conducive within AI, but not just AI. Then they have the mainstream media control. They have the entirety of not just mainstream media. They have control of the whole of the media. Now, what the media does is, because we don't realize this because we're part of it, but the media replaces volume of people. So because they have such a small number of people, the media becomes a way of replacing the volume of people that there is. So then you've got that control. So you've got the control of the media. Then you have control over the governments, and so you're able to dictate policy, because a big part of being an empire is having your controlling interests, or it could be, for example, people who are part of the empire, countries that are part of it, places that are part of it, and those people become part of the empire through negotiation, which is what they're doing, and through hard power. This is why I don't think China could ever be a dominant power, because I don't believe that they've got the component of hard power. And then the last component is so you've got media, you've got the governments, you've got the AI control, and then you've got the military capability. And the military capability is done through the United States of America. They don't have that themselves, but they're able to, again, bring that under themselves. So they've created kind of like a unique mechanism where they basically are able to have levers of power, chokeholds, where they're able to control it. So a good analogy of this is in the West Bank. So if you look at the West Bank, they don't have control over every street in the West Bank, but what they do is they have choke points in enough of the areas that they have complete domination and control over the West Bank. So that's what they've done in society. Now, they don't have complete control. So when I'm explaining this, I'm explaining the kind of foundations of what they need in order to take control. And it looks like, for me, one of the main points of that, and then you look at it, for example, Netanyahu was talking about how he wants the pipelines to go from Israel to the Middle East. He wants a basically replacement of the Belt and Road Initiative and various other things. So coming back to it, from their perspective, there's key things that need to happen for them to have that domination, and Iran losing is one of those.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see like
most empires.
Like you believe the fall of the American empire, right?
I don't believe in the fall the way a lot of people describe it. I believe in a multipolar world. So it's not truly like a fall. Do you know what I mean? I think they're going to screw things up, and it's going to happen a lot faster than they think. And the globe, like the U.S. dollar, will be 35% of the global reserve, or 40% by 2030. That's honestly what I believe, which is a huge fall. But other currencies will prop up. Euro will start to trade more. The yen will start to trade more, and there's probably other ones that are trading below 1% today that'll also increase.
I think there's a point. There's an elephant.
But you're just talking about economy, but
that is
but an important part of power actually is hard power. So if you look through history, one of the most important components for domination for empires is actually military as well. So you're saying there's going to be a unique position in history where military power no longer matters?
No, I think it does. That's why I don't believe in Pax Judaica. How does Israel go and attack Saudi Arabia to keep them in check if they needed to, or some other country? They can't. They have jets. That's all they have.
Oh, so that's the American. They'll have the American power for that.
Yeah, but if America can't solve its debt, and right now the second largest payment we make is interest based on what we owe, you need to fix America. You can't abandon America. You can't do at least what Dr. Jang said, where they let America fall, blah blah blah. Like that's
I don't agree
impossible.
with their position. Their position makes no sense. I pushed back when I remember when Sneeko came on. I pushed back. He didn't have an answer for it. So I don't agree with their position.
That's completely impossible. Israel can never be a superpower with
Israel. Pax Judaica isn't Israel. You know that, don't you? Right? For me, it's not anyway. I don't know the other positions.
I don't know your exact stance then.
It's basically it's Jewish power. It's Jewish power that controls the world. So that's American Jews as well.
Yeah. I don't. There is a lot of power. I just don't think they're all Jewish.
That's where the difference comes, Sully, is we agree with you. There is a power and force, and it moves as Zio power, whatever you want to label it, but it's a mixture. Of course, there's a Jewish supremacist in there, but there's a lot of other players in here.
If you say they're overrepresented,
no, 1 second. So I'm not saying right now, they're not in power. They have a lot of control. Jewish Zionists have a lot of control over levers of power, and that's why I say it's the Zionist power, but I'm saying it's moving towards the Pax Judaica, where there's the Jewish power. They'll have these Zionists who will be there Shabbos Goy, but they'll have the ultimate power.
In that aspect, I totally agree with that Pax Judaica. In that aspect, I really do. And when you push back against that professor, that's when I thought you were kind of pushing back against the whole concept. That kind of threw me off a little bit, but I understand now your point much clearer.
I think the elephant in the room that everyone's ignoring is they're the only nuclear power in the Middle East. And that's why their interest with India is so aligned, because they're also another nuclear power that is in between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So their interests align. So, Joe, I think them being a superpower is quite feasible because of the fact that they hold the only anomaly in the region that nobody else has. And if they get their hands on oil, then, I mean, who's going to compete with them, especially with America backing them?
Yeah, but nuclear power is not regional. I mean, look, Pakistan has nukes too. It could reach Israel in a second. Like, I don't think having the nuke doesn't give you superpower. It does put you in a different league where you typically don't get attacked. But that's not
It's
what
like
gives you
basically
power.
saying North Korea is a superpower, which is not.
Yeah.
No, but there's a difference, right? Because they have the power of veto in the UN and have the backing of the American lobby. So there's a big difference between Israel having it
Israel
and
doesn't have the power of veto.
they do if you consider that they control the American lobby.
So America has the power of veto, yeah.
But yeah, that's my point, that Israel controlled the American lobby. So they have all of those pieces, just not in your face, kind of. So you know, they're quite different to Pakistan, because obviously Pakistan is still a Muslim country as well. So they will always be seen, you know, separately to the interests of the American lobby and Israel. So if you combine Israeli nuclear power within that region, and that's why I've been saying, you know, since I've always jumped on that, I think the inevitable outcome is the fact that they will probably nuke Iran, just for the sheer shock element of it, to show everyone that we will do it, you know, and nobody will do anything about it.
Look, so if you were to say that your Pax take is that, mine is just, yeah, they're over. If there was you know, let's just make it 8 families that can kind of control everything, I'd say half of them are Zionists, but I don't think it's all. And I think they're more motivated by money than they are by religion or ethnicity.
They're totally motivated by religion, bro. Like they literally, Israel was. I mean, you gotta think, right? Like, if you look at the history of Jewish people, their entire history revolves around them considering themselves to be the chosen people, and they've been removed from God knows how many places. Even as far as, you know, if you look back at World War, you know, everything that happened in World War, as soon as the Second World War ended, the establishment of Israel immediately after that shows that America, you know, became aligned with them, with the, you know, Zionist parties that started to arise during World War and just before that, you know, when it started to become public. Because initially, the Zionist movement, it came out as a legitimate party, right? And it was divided. There was liberal Zionists, there were conservative Zionists, and
Yeah,
you know,
reformists and labor Zionists, which they were very highly against each other. Einstein being one of them, about what Israel wanted to do. Andrew, when did the Schofield Bible? What year do you know? Was it made?
19 something.
But
And by the
near
way,
the
people
Second World
always
War. I'm just wondering if they align. That's all, because I believe the Schofield Bible is what made a lot of American Zionists.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Now that's my wheelhouse when we get into this subject. That's what I've lived 15 years studying. Yes, absolutely. And by the way, it's not a Scofield Bible per se. It's the King James with Scofield commentary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and that's what created.
they
Yep.
changed certain lines to
Yeah.
we must protect the Jews or protect
Yep.
Israel, and that
Correct.
was never in the Bible to begin with.
Correct. Okay, it's like this. Thus saith the Lord. Da da da. Schofield goes into commentary. When it says this, this is what this means. If that makes sense, it's a commentary because 99% of people that read the Bible just go, "What does that mean?" Honestly, I'm serious. So what Schofield did is says, "Okay, you dumb idiots, this means this." and when you really read it and study it, and I've worked with like brilliant, like Dr. Hinton out of Harvard School of Divinity, and I've studied this. Believe me, in depth at nauseam. It does not say that whatsoever. Schofield was a lying, wicked man, a
Yeah,
liar.
but isn't the big line though, Andrew? Is it's I'm going to paraphrase because I don't know the exact words, so forgive me. But
Sure.
something like "do unto others as they do unto you," and he translated it as, because this is Old Testament stuff, that whatever they do to the Jews, you must do to them. So you must protect the Jews, and this convinced many American Christians that this Judeo-Christian values and we must protect the Jews at all costs type
Yes.
change.
Yeah, that was nuanced, but the specific hardcore stuff really happened in the Old Testament. Genesis 12, 2 and 3. If you bless Israel, it doesn't say that in the Bible, but you got to bless National Zionist Israel, you'll be blessed. If you curse them and act against them, then you'll be cursed by God. That was the most profound. In the Ezekiel 36 and Ezekiel 37, they corrupted. That's what we heard when I was 11, 12 years old in our church. Hey, the dry bones prophecy, the millennial prophecies, the prophetic prophecies of the millennial kingdom, which lines up very closely with Islamic eschatology. They convinced Christians that was fulfilled on May 15th, 1948. That has huge ramifications. So we're to believe, oh my God, OMG, that is the chosen of God that have divine sovereign right and established. Everything they do is God given and inspired by God Almighty. Can you imagine the profound, sinister, and destruction of that translation did? But it did it. It took root, and that was the whole plan.
Yeah,
That's why all. Yep.
I see Paul going crazy with the hand. Go ahead, Paul. Seems like you want to chime in.
Hi, thanks. Is my mic clear?
Go ahead.
No, it's horrible. Your mic's always too low.
My mic's always too low. Is that a little
Oh, it's
better?
fine now. It's fine now. Just now when you
Okay.
spoke, it was fine.
All right. Thank you,
Right.
sir. Okay. Post-Catholic here from two high Catholic families back in Aussie, or down here in Aussie, relative to a lot of you Northerners of the globe. What I really want to know is from the late seems like a very late move from His Holiness the Pope Leo, and it seems how significant was his words and obviously set against the warmongering of the faction that's in charge of America at the moment. How much weight does his word carry, particularly amongst these at least formerly war hawks? I understand Joe Kent is formerly quite the hawk. In fact, he's been considered by the left to be quite fascist for some time. What is the significance of the Western Catholic Church these days, and
What are we talking about here, Paul? This is a space about the Iran war.
well, that's right, but it's
but it is.
It is. It's the papacy came out and said, Hexgeth, you don't get to call upon Christ's holy name or something. Used word basically rebuffs the use of Christ's Hegseth's invocation of Christ, and the whole
Oh,
the Christian
uh,
soldiers that
yeah.
are,
I don't.
you're hearing a lot of
I don't know if
folklore, if
I
you
don't know
will.
if Andrew. I don't know if Andrew will agree with me or not. I'm very curious what he'll say. But America doesn't give as much value to the Pope as it's like. So I wouldn't call it the Western Church because in Europe they do, except Christianity has fallen. And although America, there's a surge in people who are becoming more religious, they're not really tying themselves to the Pope the way they used to, at least in Europe.
Yeah,
Um,
correct.
yeah, it's the Pope is like a figurehead. He's not the
Right.
anything besides
Yeah,
that in America.
yeah, absolutely. And any good Catholic will tell you if Amanda were in here, I've had many hours and spaces with Amanda and other very profound Catholic apologists. They're very upset since the Vatican II Council. The Pope basically is thrown, through the faith under the bus as well. But overall, the Catholic Church has been
How was
immune
it?
from
How did
this
he?
Zionism.
How was that throwing the faithful on the bus?
The worst happened, and Amanda was going over in this. The worst that happened in Vatican II was to align more and more with liberal ideology.
Well, what Vatican II, as an example, what many Catholics have a problem with Vatican II is the fact that I believe the Pope said that something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, that all paths lead to God, and that annoyed a lot of Catholics. But that was his position in a more kind of
Ecumenicism.
perennialist kind of idea. But
Sully,
anyway, let's
that's
bring.
Yes,
Yeah.
ecumenicism.
yes, ecumenism is what did it. Let's all give a group hug. We saw we saw the Pope Francis hugging on, giving a kiss to the Imam, Islam, and then walking up and saying, "Hey, Buddhist, your way is good. We're all one and
You don't like that?
united in one."
You don't like that?
Absolutely, we're all children of God. But here's what happened. What he did is saying that any faith. Now I'm going any faith. Doesn't matter what your faith is. When you say your faith, that means we're united in the quote one and very same faith. No, they're very different, very, very different soteriology between Christianity, Islam. All of them are distinct, and that's to say that the Catholic faith in soteriology, that is salvation, path to salvation, and you got to do this. For example, if I went, Sully, do you have to go get baptized? Do you have to take the sacrament to be saved? And you'll say, of course not. I just
I
believe
think
in
what it
God.
is just on that. There are certain groups within Islam who do believe in perennialism, and this idea or notion within perennialism is that okay, maybe we think our religion is right, but actually other religions may bring you to God as well. Basically all paths lead to God, and maybe God won't get into the minutiae details about, whether a person followed X, Y, and Z. Like, for example, if you're born in a Muslim country, you're probably going to be Muslim. If you're born in a Christian country, you're going to be Christian. If you're born in an atheist country, you're going to be atheist. And so perennialists kind of hold this position that basically all paths do in the end lead to God, even if you believe that your specific religion is right. So that's kind of like a different idea or position. But you find perennialism is what you basically have an issue with in all religions. So there's Christian perennialists, there's Muslim perennialists, there's Jewish perennialists, there's various others.
Exactly.
We also have
So
this little thing called Pentecostalism, which is central to many of the factions within all of the major Christian denominations. Pentecostalism, and the Pentecost itself is this unifying event where magically everyone understands each other and no languages are all unified.
okay, I need to
Yeah,
bring the
it goes off.
conversation
Yeah,
back.
it
I
goes
think
crazy. Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
listeners aren't really interested in the religious talk, and it's kind of going offline a bit. Let's bring it back to the war in Iran. But I guess, Joe, coming back to it,
Can I just give some news quickly,
Yeah.
please? Before we go to Joa, because Joa started this religious topic, and I don't know which topic he might start next. So let me just update people on Iran quickly in between, because YouTube chat's like, where are we going down with this road? So let me just go. It was Davos, Joa. What can I say? IRGC and the official Iran awaiting American infantry on the islands. An informed military source told Tasnim correspondents, "It is obvious that a ground invasion of Iranian territory is a red line for us, and just as we had a surprise in response to every hostile operation, so it will be this time as well." He said, "In response to the start of the war against the people and the killing of the revolution leader, a regional war began. When our energy facilities were damaged, all energy facilities in the region stopped working. And this time we are ready. If terrorist Trump," I like that name, we're going to call him terrorist Trump now. "If terrorist Trump makes a mistake in this regard, to give him such a surprise that he will not even be able to carry the coffins of his soldiers out of our land." Oh, okay. Trump was asked if he's going to send US ground troops to Iran or not. And this is just a short while ago. And he says, "If I told you the answer, my military wouldn't like me very much." So that's despite what he's written on Truth Social. He says, "If I told you the answer, my military wouldn't like me very much."
What
And
does that
Iran's
even mean? Does
published
that
new
mean yes or
footage
no?
showing... I don't know. You'll have to ask Casey, innit? She's closest to MAGA. She'll tell you. Actually, Joel voted for the guy. Ask Joel. Let me finish the news first, and then Joel will tell you. Casey didn't vote for him, though. She might have
And
supported him, but she didn't vote
but
for him in the
Beatrix,
end. But Joel
I
did.
didn't spend 6 years promoting him. You did, so you might know him
Oh,
better.
Doesn't matter if you voted for
I
him.
cannot even
Damn,
mute him.
for real.
That is not a
You made him
checkmate.
co-host. I cannot even. Exactly, it's not, is
That's a
it? Do you know
double
what? He's been
checkmate.
taunting me non-stop since he's been up here. Casey has been taunting non-stop.
Well, I'm here now.
Like, oof, I've been dealing
Joa,
with it.
Joa,
Anyway,
how many spaces do you think?
I
Joa, how
know.
many spaces do you think Beatrix did on supporting Trump?
Bro, it was 6 years worth.
I
Spaces
was
weren't
looking at
even
the
around.
That is
figures.
not
She was
Joa, I
on.
was
true.
She
look.
was on Clubhouse promoting Trump.
Yeah, for real. Joa, I was looking at the figures. I'm not joking when I say this. You may be shocked, Joa, but I think the figure is about 1,800 spaces. I'm not even
I
joking.
believe it.
You're such... Joey, you're doing such propaganda, absolute propaganda. Look, you made Inevitable run away. I wanted to give him that news about China as well. See what he's got to say about his country's people. We need to ask these people when they come. We need to hold Inevitable responsible for all the news coming out from China. I sent him a mic anyway. Inevitable, if you're listening, come back up.
He's here. He's here.
Oh, is he back up? Oh, fantastic. I cannot see him on the panel. He dropped? For me, he
Yep,
dropped
I'm
anyway.
here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm going to tell you something about China in a minute. Don't let Joe run you off like that. Inevitable. Stay, right? Fight your corner. Look, we fight our corner with him, right? Iran has published new footage showing missile launches towards Israel and US bases. Wave 70 targeted more than 55 locations inside US bases of Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, Al Dhafra Air Base UAE, Al Salam Air Base Kuwait, US bases in Erbil, Iraq, and US 5th Fleet Naval Force Base in Bahrain. 2 targets in Israel, Haifa, and Tel Aviv, specifically Hadero, Kiryat Ono, Savion, and Ben Ami. So this is the US targets were hit with Qiyam and Imad missiles plus one-way attack drones, and the Israel-linked targets were struck with Khorram Shahar 4 and multi-warhead Qadr missiles. So this is wave 70, right? Wave 70 of True Promise 4. Now, do you know what? I just want to know how many waves they've got planned. I just want to say, how many have you got? Have you got 7,000? But anyway, Marco Rubio, this will surprise nobody, is circumventing Congress to fast track the sale of up to $16.5 billion in air defense systems, radars, and missiles to Middle East allies that have borne the brunt of Iranian retaliation. And that's Bloomberg reporting that. So make of that what you will. Now let me go to the China news quickly while we have him here. China is becoming a more attractive investment destination as its tech capabilities grow. And that's per Deutsche Bank. That was one of the Chinese news I had. And there was another one somewhere. If I'll find it, I'll read it to you. That was Senator Graham. So you need to be on here when we give the China news. You know what I mean? You miss out a lot. Keep you updated about your country. Yeah, I don't think it's all full of Trump here now. I cannot find it.
He doesn't need you to update him about his country. He's got emails, Sean. That's a low blow.
Yes, true.
He needs to
That's true.
update
That's
us
true.
about Dubai
He
or
got.
whatever's left of Dubai, at least. I think that's what he needs to worry about.
I
Yeah,
have a
I cannot
question for
find it.
Joel.
Oh, this was it actually. In response to, I think I might have covered this with you this morning, but in response to a reporter's question on whether China provides military or dual-use materials to Iran, the Chinese spokesperson said China opposes the illegal military strikes against Iran by Israel and the United States in violation of international law, supports Iran in safeguarding its sovereignty, security, territorial integrity, and the national dignity, and supports Iran in protecting its legitimate rights and interests. In Chinese political discourse, this essentially means yes, as in, yes, we do provide. She didn't say the last bit. I'm saying the
Well
last bit
done.
was written there, that they
Yes.
do support.
Well done. That's the best way to interpret that.
Yeah, they're in on it. China on the right side of history. So that was it as my update. Over to you, Suleiman. Please don't let Joa derail the conversation again. I don't know what he's going to start talking about now.
Joe was managing the space really well, actually, Beatrix.
Yeah, I can even see people who are on stage. You know what I mean? That's an
Joe,
important thing to being a host.
Joe, this chick literally did 1,800 spaces on Trump, and now she's telling us how to run spaces.
1,800 spaces on Trump. Okay, I think it was like one, maybe 1.5 at the most.
Are you joking?
What? Are you serious, Casey?
This is why. This is why you shouldn't eat cats and dogs, because it literally does impact your memory.
My memory is actually, you know, it's funny in Haiti. There's a saying: "If you eat cats, it makes your memory long enough." That's a real. That's actually a real saying. So my memory is perfectly fine. It was like one, maybe 1.5 spaces.
Wait,
And we didn't vote for Trump.
stop. I just want to repeat to the audience what you just said. You said Haitian. You're a Haitian, by the way, for the audience, and you said Haitians say eating cats and dogs improves your memory. Guys, my memory is really good. As a syllogism, that then results in
eating the cats.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
No, stop.
I heard it all my life growing up. It's like this weird, like I don't even know. Like I used to be like, what?
Wait, it's not about hating. You literally just told us on the space.
I'm keeping it real. You know me, I'm keeping it real.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. My memory is real, and Beatrix didn't have all those spaces. And Joa, we didn't vote for
That's not actually
Trump.
true, that girl. I don't know if you're joking or not, but I was when Beatrix, when I met Beatrix, and she was telling me about, all the space the space she's doing. I went and checked, and at that point, there was number 1 ranked person and number 2 ranked person of the most spaces on X. Beatrix was number 2, only 2 Honey Badger. Like these two were number 1 and number 2 of them attended the most spaces on X. So she did actually do the most spaces promoting Trump more than anyone else.
I didn't do them promoting Trump. I did them on Palestine, and I did them. I don't know what you're giving thumbs up for. Fist for Joa. I did them on India. I did them on Palestine. I did my chill spaces every night that you guys used to come to every single night. That was your hangout every night. Who do you think hosted those?
That was on Trump.
No, they weren't.
They were on Trump.
No, they
Yeah,
weren't.
they were. I was the manco of that space because I was the only anti-Trump on there.
Yo, that is perfect.
Joe's right. Joe's right. He used to be the only one presenting the left-wing position, like the anti-Trump position.
And he used to get real bad too.
And the greatest irony is from them spaces. Like I was neutral, obviously, because I used to be neutral. But like everybody, and I'm not even American, but everyone on that space used to attack Joe violently, aggressively, ferociously for being anti-Trump. And 2024 November comes about, and out of that entire space, Joe is the only one who votes Trump, and nobody else does.
Yep.
Yeah, because I said they're both bad decisions. They're both two sides of the same coin. The only reason why Trump is because he's back down to popular opinion, right? And that's my hope, is that he does it again, which he did not do. Because you saw him reverse decisions before when the people got upset. So I'm like, okay, at least they listen, whereas
I,
Biden wasn't listening to anyone.
I think the Iran first war he backed down to. Do you think it was popular opinion or because Israel was struggling? I think it was because Israel was struggling. And it was because of popular opinion
Charlie was in the White House lobbying him, so I think
as well. Yeah,
yes.
and
So
Charlie.
and Charlie had the pulse of the people. Now he doesn't have anyone in his inner circle. He has people feeding him fake polls that the war is popular. So I'm wondering if Charlie was around, could this have theoretically been prevented? Like that's why he was killed.
Yeah, that's
You
why they
should be
killed him.
wondering if that's why he was killed, because
Yeah,
that's what
exactly.
I
That's
believe
what
since day
that's what I'm
one.
saying. That's why he was killed, because he was against this war. And then those text messages that Candace revealed that he said, "I'm getting bullied by the Jewish donors. I lost 2 million in donors. I'm not going to cancel Tucker. I have no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." And then 2 days later, he gets killed. Exactly. That's why I think he was killed. And Joe Kent said he was prevented from accessing certain documents to look further into his death. And by the way, I ratioed Ian Miles' song, so that's nice.
Yeah, but isn't it easy to ratio him? Because someone put a post out today where it showed Ian Miles Chung did a post with 1.2 million followers, paid for promotion from his UAE funds, and only got 30 likes.
Yeah, it's the Jake Shields one. And I pulled up the one, and then I found the screenshot where he posted apparently in 2013, "I'm going to go eat a pizza and try not to think about masturbating fetuses." So I said, "You have no right to talk about intelligence," because he was insulting Jake Shields. So I'm because I'm not going to let anyone insult Jake Shields.
I don't even get why
So
that
somebody's
Malaysian even
asking
became
on the
popular.
YouTube chat, when you're talking about those spaces back in the day, SMN7861 saying, did Beatrix crash those spaces too? Look how bad they are.
Beatrix doesn't even crash
I never
these
crashed in those
spaces.
spaces. Exactly. They're so bad. You know, Suleiman's got them all on my case because they're like, oh my God, Beatrix crash spaces. And then what was it? Who was
I
it
remember
said
one
that?
of the spaces, Beatrix, you fell
Somebody
asleep.
was like,
I remember one of the places, you left your mic on, you fell asleep, you were snoring. I remember that space.
fake
I remember
news.
that too.
Word
Fake
says
That was
news.
that.
fake
Fake
news.
news. Fake
That
news.
was
Fake
true. No,
news.
that was true. It was true, and it stayed on until morning. Like you came on, and I guess there was like 68 people.
Whatever,
Beatrix,
Jonah,
there was like
whatever. They're making
there was
nonsense up
60
now.
people sleeping with you on the space because I went there when I got up, and it was just space with no one talking, but you had 60 people listening.
Yeah, and remember, Joe, we used to change the title of the space and literally say she's sleeping and then just like leave her with it.
Yeah, we did do that.
Yeah, you did that, but I never left the mic on. None of that nonsense happened. Nor do I snore.
It
Ben
did.
Acqui says Beatrix is the only one who engages. I did not. Ben Acqui says Beatrix is the only one who engaged with this chat. Jonah can bish bash
Breaking
off.
news, Iran
Yeah,
fired
Ben.
2 ballistic missiles at US-UK base Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, according to Wall Street Journal report. That's from the Spectator Index. So that's massive.
Yeah, that's true. I posted that 10 minutes ago. But Beatrice distracted me because she derailed the space.
Beatrice, we're on your side, Beatrice. Believe me, check power. Check power
Joe had the
rules.
space under control, well run, well managed, and now Beatrix has come. We're not even talking about Iran anymore.
Whatever. Joe started
Yeah,
talking about
can I
mezuzahs on
ask?
doors.
Can
And
I ask Jonah
Like, where's this
Joe
space
a
gotten
question?
to? Beatrix is talking about her sleeping. That girl's talking about eating cats and dogs. Like, what is going on here?
that's y'all bringing this stuff up, and we are responding to it. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, just real quick about those little spaces. I remember I used to come up and put my hand up and just wait patiently to be called because I was like the
No one
newbie,
believes you.
and I didn't care if it took 2 hours to be called. I never did I've been waiting this long. Okay, so anyway, go ahead, Joe.
No, it's not on me. I'm waiting to hear from the West Taiwanese guy.
Mr. China,
Oh
you have the
my
mic.
God, Inevitable, don't let him attack you like that.
Is that who he's talking to? No,
West
no,
Taiwan.
no,
Oh
China.
my God.
I'm
Whoa, I get
joking.
back to the microphone. I get back to my headset, and the first thing I hear is West type. Holy crap! What is this?
China has a right
Nah,
to defend itself. Go ahead.
I like China. So go ahead.
Can you explain that?
Nah, bro.
It bears it bears
I know he's
no.
gonna mess it up.
Go ahead,
I don't
Inevitable.
know.
Give us your thoughts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just like literally put my headset back on. I was like, "Whoa!" What's the first thing I hear is West Taiwan. I'm sorry. It was. Did I?
Is
What did I
West
miss?
Taiwan like West New Zealand? West New Zealand is Australia, apparently, to them.
I think you're closer to the return of East Germany than you are West Taiwan. I'll put it to you like that. But
What
no, I'm sorry. I
what
like
no
totally missed the last like two minutes of the
yeah.
conversation.
And Ed, well, I'm just curious. Do you have a lot of contacts in China still? Like, what is the sentiment
Yeah,
with this war? What's
I'm
going
supposed to be
on?
in Taiwan within the next month. At least I'm supposed to be. So, even well, as far as this war, yeah, nobody's on America's side for obvious reasons. I think the solidarity is pretty clear. I think ever since October 7th, people have been pretty much like on the same page as it pertains to um, just kind of like everything that we've heard about here. You'll be surprised, especially on social media. People are really you would think that I don't know. It's just like people have all, and there's been this report that China is anti-Semitic, and there's this new report from I think the ADL talking about, or I don't know who it was. It was some Western outlet talking about how like there's been a spike in anti-Semitism. And it's for all the same reasons that you would expect. But China doesn't really care about like appeasing feelings for the little hats. So there's very much a candor in terms of the way that people will talk about just like the Jewish lobby in the United States, and kind of just like outright kind of name it for what it is, right? There's not much. So yeah, it's that's long term, and I think really, especially with this war, everyone's rooting for Iran and China. Like I don't know even in Taiwan, I don't know a single person that's like you, you would think that Taiwan is this like completely zogged Western outpost, and it kind of is from the administrative standpoint a little bit. Like it's crawling with CIA and a few other feds, if you will. But obviously, there's a counter to that, and there has been for decades from China's side. So, or particularly from the PRC, from the Communist Party. So yeah, there's checks and balances to it. Obviously, the West thinks it's their land. They think Taiwan is theirs to govern, and that they can kind of, decide the future of it. You've got guys like Steve Bannon that started a party specifically with the purpose of overthrowing the Communist Party of China, while also in the same vein aligning himself with like this billionaire criminal who, and also aligning himself with the opposition party in Taiwan too. And Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein's bestie, we obviously see what they think about China. They're still kind of stuck in the '60s, so the boomer takes are to be expected from people like that. But most of the sentiment on the island is pretty much like, yeah, like most people are fine with reunification. Even the few who aren't, like the people who are like 55 and up, who like still think it's from back in the day, they'll fold immediately as soon as anything happens. Like all it would take is an encirclement of any kind, and it'd be over. So yeah.
But are you Chinese or Taiwanese? You're Chinese, right? By the flag. So, but you're going to Taiwan. You're going to Taiwan to do business. Like they do trade with each other.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But definitely for one. But yeah, like um, yeah. No, trade is way open. Like between the island, it's just more so administration. That's the I think that's the part where there's like separation. But in terms of open trade, yeah, there's been a bunch. I mean, Taiwan relies on Chinese manufacturing anyway, and there was a period where China quite benefited from Taiwan's like a high scale sort of like obviously chips and whatnot and processors as well. So yeah, there's been communication. It's not like this sort of like Cold War at all. It's mostly a political administration sort of like separation. That's kind of the main thing. That's why I honestly have a theory that it's going to be a bloodless reunification. It's not going to be like a. I don't think it's going to be a battle. I don't think it needs to be, especially after what's been going on in the last month.
I
I don't
feel
think
like
the
I feel
U.S.
like it
has
would be
much to give.
I feel like it would be smart for them to. I mean, it's obvious that China's going to be a superpower if you don't already consider that it is. Like, why wouldn't they want to? Right?
Yeah, I think yeah. Well, I kind of feel like it's almost obvious in a way that China is a superpower, but with the Taiwan situation, they're kind of in a bad situation now due to the oil crisis, and they're gonna run out of oil in like less than 7 days, or maybe like 7 to like 10 days tops. It's really bad. Like they don't have many reserves left at all. Um, and by all means, it would be as easy as just picking up the phone and we can get that handled. But look, they obviously have at least in the political side, like the opposition side, they're a Western. They're handled by the West, and they want nothing more than for the entire island to be a vassal of the West. It's just not going to happen. It's civil war is still on in the minds of many of the top generals in the People's Liberation Army, and the ones who haven't complied have been shown the door, as famously shown within the last like couple of months. So, and by the way, the last guy that Xi Jinping sent out, he and Xi were friends since childhood. But it doesn't matter. Like what matters more is the terminal goal. By 2049, Taiwan's going to be the nexus point of the long-term vision, the 15-year plan that President Xi has for China, and like 99% of people are like on board. 2027 was the year of being ready for a direct military confrontation with the United States in the Pacific. That was the year that was given. That was the date. 2027. Be ready. I'm not saying that that's going to be like when you can expect like silos, obviously, but that's the date that we needed to have everything in order. I think we're already in order, frankly. And mind you, this is at full capacity, not accounting for rare earth limits, not accounting for whatever standoff munitions have been expended, which is a lot of them in Iran, not accounting for anything that took place in the last month. Just full capacity. Our
So
Blue
inevitable,
Water
I
Navy
would
versus theirs.
inevitable. I agree with you. 2027 was the plan, but do you think there's still gonna be the plan based on how bad things have gone this year?
Well, typically, even when there are like external events that occur, I don't believe that I don't think Xi Jinping in particular is known for adjusting what's set in stone, because typically whenever white papers are released and a 5-year plan is released and a long-term agenda is set in motion, it's meant to be in spite of all contingencies, or in spite of all previously beneficial factors. So yeah, I think it's a matter of just cutting many times to strike once. I don't think they're going to try to speed run it. If I had to guess, and I'm not going to say that again. If it happens this year, that'd be great. If there's a phone call that takes place in a few months and we get it handled, that'd be awesome. But you know, time will tell. Obviously, it's a secretive process as it comes to the time and date. It's kind of like the return of Christ. Not to be blasphemous, but you know, no man knoweth the hour, and I kind of think it's like that in a way as well. It could be tomorrow.
Inevitable. Can you tell listeners on how closely connected and working, like for example, the U.S. DARPA works with China? I saw it when I was in Beijing. I told you that. Can you expound on that, please? How much we really rely on each other and are connected?
Well, there's a lot of information that goes back and forth, for one, right? And there's been amicable military intelligence that I think, really, to be honest, well, when I say all, I mean most countries have. Most countries share intelligence to some extent. And I think with DARPA in particular, that's been kind of something that, look, there's been tensions that come and go, and they've had sort of like a screening that took place, and there's been adversarial moments in the past, and a lot of it was risk based. A lot of it really flared up within the last like 5 years, and I think there was like this blockage of what is it called, like grants and contracts that DARPA had per the CHIPS Act when Biden, I think, was that Joe Biden or was that still Trump? Because I think that was 2020 or 2021.
Biden. I think it was Biden because I was following some of the stuff back then.
Right. Yeah, the CHIPS Act was really what separated that, tether that, or rather that relationship that had, or that existed between, at least DARPA. But look, I'm gonna be totally honest, and I don't like. You see, I think I try to be different in the sense that I don't try to be like this like superiority sort of like peddler. I'm not like some Wu Mao poster who's getting like 5 cents an hour posting from the computer lab. You can no, that's a joke. Those don't exist. But like, look, to be realistic, China openly admires and is trying to be honest. Like, there's a deep emulation, an open emulation for the DARPA model. Um, as it exists because of like the next generation weapons, um, and kind of like I think we consider it to be America's edge, Andrew. I think we do. I think that's actually something that we are not afraid to admit that it's like really good, because of how you are able to, through like cyber means or talent recruitment, kind of like get to the like really open up new frontiers as far as innovation. So I think that's I'm gonna be totally honest. Like, I think obviously DARPA since the CHIPS Act has had to become standoffish, but I really don't think we look at it with any bitterness. At least nobody that I know is looking at DARPA like, oh man, CHIPS Act, how dare you go? You don't want to give us grants anymore. I don't think anybody feels that way.
It's
I
still,
understand it.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. I witnessed it with my. If I wasn't there, I would have never believed that I was there. I was shocked, and the DARPA, DARPA, right there. He admitted. He said, "Of course." He said, "We have to. We explore. We explore. They explore. We work on it." Yeah, and I saw how submarines, Chinese submarines, how fast they came up exponentially. And I'm thinking, what is going on here? In
Well,
Russia, same thing with Russia.
there were a shitload of grants and contracts that DARPA kind of like, I guess, commissioned to Chinese engineers back in, maybe you could say around. You said this. The guy that you met, that was in like 2010. That you said, right?
This was in 2010. I grant it.
Okay.
We're going back quite a while. So yeah, 2010.
Yeah, that sounds about right because yeah, like just again, when it comes to breakthrough military technologies, yeah, that's when DARPA, because again, like traditionally speaking, right? DARPA is responsible for like long shot ideas, like wild, like every implementing stealth aircraft and GPS and stuff like that. So I think people need to understand that like the ability to implement that in your overall military structure, and especially as it pertains to advanced research for weaponry. Yeah, I think that's DARPA's like the leading the charge there. And the CHIPS Act was a necessity in you guys' perspective. I can steel man all the way, like kind of why you guys would implement that, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference, Andrew. I think Taiwan's not gonna. It's I don't think that makes a difference in Taiwan.
Next
So some
question: do
breaking.
we control
So
the street?
one second, Andrew. Some breaking news. To bring it back to the war as well, if we can, guys, because this is just getting way off track. Oh crap, where's it gone? Okay, here you go. The White House said that since the first day of the operation, the president and the Pentagon expected that the mission to achieve its objectives would take 4 to 6 weeks. So they're saying essentially that they think that it should basically this war should continue up to at least another 3 weeks. So yeah, that's that, and I kind of switched off it now. 1 second. Where's the other news? Okay, the Diego Garcia, which was targeted by Tehran, is about 4,000 kilometers away from Iran. There's also reports that Iran has a missile which is 40,000 tons. That's crazy. We mentioned about the ballistics. They're bombing Beirut right now. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Guys, in addition to that, there's another shot that's gone out. The tweet is in the comment section of the YouTube. Let me put that in there again. There's about 500 of you guys listening on the YouTube. So if you can watch that video and like and comment on it, at least we can get 50 people to comment and 100 likes on that. That'd be awesome. We only got 73 likes in the previous one, so most people can't be bothered. But if you guys can do that, that would be awesome. Because we're about 2,500 people between the two different from the space and the YouTube. And we've got a few collaborations coming up as well. Let me quickly tell you about them. But yeah, if you can like that video, watch it, share it, comment on it, like it, comment on it, wherever it is. Get 100 likes and about 50 comments. That'd be awesome. Let me quickly tell you about some of the collaborations that are coming on before we bring it back, the conversation back to the space. So we're collaborating with Rathbone at 10 p.m. And then we've got a collab with, I think, Ryan Dawson. That's going to be either today or tomorrow. We're just trying to finalize it. And then we've got Daniel Davis tomorrow at 10 a.m. So be ready for that. I'll have it scheduled. So when we end the space tonight, we'll be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Well, a bit earlier. We'll be back at 9:30 a.m. on the space. Eastern. I might schedule the space, but the problem is with scheduling the space, they've got a glitch with me where if I try and open it, it doesn't open. But I'll try it tomorrow, and if it doesn't, then you just guys have to wait for the next. Like I'll reopen it. Then we've got you know the guy who, I don't know if you guys know Ethan, the guy who's been given the coordinates of all of Israel's nuclear sites, where to bomb him. He's gone viral, but basically he's hilarious because they banned his account on a number of different platforms because he was giving the coordinates of where you can bomb Israel. So we're gonna get him on. I think that's gonna be good content. That'll be bans. So he's coming tomorrow at 12 in the afternoon, so noon. And then at 2 we've got what's this guy's name again? Zachary Foster, because he's done a pretty brilliant thread which demonstrates that the White House plagiarized the reasons for launching the war from the FDD. And the FDD is basically completely Zionist controlled. So we're going to have that conversation with him and he'll break it down for us. I think that'll be an interesting conversation. From a different, like not a different perspective, but from a different angle. So I think those are pretty 2, 3, 4, 5 different cool collabs which look at things from so many different angles. You got Daniel Davis from a military perspective, Rathbone from kind of like an American left-wing perspective. You've got Zachary Foster who's going to give the battle plan on how that was a Zionist battle plan. You got Ethan who's given the actual specific coordinates in Israel which Iran should bomb. So yeah, it's I think those are good collabs. Yeah, we'll check them out. So guys, okay, the tweet in the nest, so we're coming back to it. Everyone should be watching it, guys. Y'all should be watching. Y'all should comment on it. Casey, Brav, Blood, tell him.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to pass me the mic to tell them, let's hype it up a bit. It's not just, good night. I think we could get 100. No, we shoot for the stars. There's no reason why in a space of 2,000 people, we can't get 500 people to hurry up and go like the short. It's a short, guys. It's like, how long is it? Like, what, 40 seconds, if that? Like, come on. I know y'all could do it.
29 seconds, Casey. 29 seconds.
29 seconds. I understand the need for instant things. Guys, 29 seconds. Go ahead, go like the short, because once you guys give it the push, the algorithm will take care of the rest with huge, forceness. Like it'll push it out even faster because you guys go in and it's like you're pushing a rock down the hill, but you got to push the rock first. That's what you guys are doing. So please go ahead, like that short. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet either. I don't know why you haven't, and put your notification bells on, but definitely go like that short, guys. I know you could do it, guys. You guys been doing really good with Suleiman on this, fighting this suppression on the YouTube algorithm, because he is being suppressed, and I can tell. And I'm going to tell you why real quick. I watch your space every day on YouTube. If not all day, because sometimes I'm on it, but like if I'm at work, I put it on with YouTube. There's no reason why it's not showing up on my homepage on my phone, because the algorithm should know I'm looking for Suleiman, right? You are being suppressed, but we can push past the suppression with more likes on the footage, especially this short, guys. Please, let's get Suleiman's channel out there for everyone to see. Back to you, Suleiman.
Oh my God, what a legend. You're so good at explaining things, Blood. It's all them cats
Yeah,
and
I know.
dogs, isn't it?
Yep,
But
told
is
you
that
this.
is
The
that true
cats.
about the suppression? Like, how do you get over it? Because that isn't, because a lot of people were saying what you're saying, that they're not on the homepage.
Yeah, you get over it still because the algorithm, and this is what I've seen with algorithms between Twitter and YouTube. You just have to, and what I've learned throughout the years, it's like you just gotta put your head down and still keep pushing past it. Don't even let it upset you or whatever. Just keep on putting out your material, your content, and everything. It's gonna eventually reset past whatever, however they're doing suppression, and they are doing suppression. Like you can see it. Like my situation took a massive hit. Like, but it's all right. You have to be consistent. Like you've been putting in a lot of work, so you are pushing like this. It's like a wall you're pushing over, like, you know what I mean? You're pushing through it. And this is why, you know, when we ask you guys to hit the like and to engage with the footage and everything, it's not just to be like, oh, because I want all the numbers. This is real news. Literally, if we didn't have this space, we would think that Hegseth, I thank God it's not 2003. We would think these people are telling us the truth, that, oh, we've taken over Iran, the airspace. Yeah, this war is almost over, this, that, and the third. And then guess what? They're looking at another 6 weeks. They're trying to get more money. So many people aren't getting this news because they're watching Fox News, which is a detriment to American society. So this is why this channel needs to be pushed hardcore, especially with all the work that you're putting in. So it's just that you have to keep putting in the work. So if Suleiman's putting out the content and the material, it is up to us to go and engage with it so we could push it through the algorithm, push it past that force field.
That's deep, bro. Listen to her. She knows what she's talking about. Make sure you do it. Make sure you like that video and make sure you watch it. It's only 29 seconds. And it's, what else they got to do? We got 47 likes. Oh, Casey, after that whole speech, we only got 47 likes and 12 comments.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Just go hit like, you know what I mean? Like, go and engage with it, guys. Please, you can do it. You can do it. You still can, and you could be on a space and do it. Once you go, you hit it, and then you hit the like, and you come right back. Your speaker's gonna come right back onto the space. I've done it before, and I have an Android, and this phone is always glitching, but I've done it before, and I'll come right back on a space. You can do it, guys. Please do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. Okay, so back to the conversation. Let me just give some news, and that'll direct the conversation to specifically the news. Oh, what's happened to my phone? Zayo attack on my phone, guys. It's not even working. Okay, I'll have to give the news in a second because my thing's not even working. Okay, let's see. Get this one. Iranian air defense enemies hit targets in the sky. Let's see. Yeah, it's not really. Okay, let's go to Casey. We're gonna say something. If not, we'll go to Chad.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say something about the earlier news that you gave about them saying, oh, it might be 6 more weeks. And now it's starting to make me feel like a little, like I'm remembering how Iraq 1.0 was, that they were doing it. They were saying, oh, just a few more weeks, just a few more weeks. And so finally, they stopped telling us how many weeks. This is always going to go long, and it's always going to escalate because Trump put this country in a position where there's no off-ramp. He took us into a war. And while we know it's like, oh, yeah, Israel, attacked first, and then Secretary Rubio said, so then we followed suit. It's like, yeah, that doesn't work anymore. I know. Trust me, I know the country I live in, but this president was elected to say no, to say, this is crazy, I'm not doing it, and you're just going to have to be mad or whatever, right? And so anyway, Trump has put the country in a terrible position with low stockpiles, fighting a group of people who are focused and have been waiting for this for decades, who knew we were coming, been watching us and how we move. And if anyone thinks that this is going to be a fast, in and out, it's not. It already isn't. So I do pray that this is over quick, but I see the reality of the situation and I see how it goes. Trump has failed this country. This is a betrayal beyond belief. And this, sadly, this, what they call empire, whatever, this American way, it's sinking with every day that we're in this war. It's sinking. It's rapidly sinking now. That's all I had to say.
I mean, another way of looking at that, Casey, is him trying to say that the war's going to end within the next 1 to 3 weeks. I
don't believe him. How? I just don't see how. but they're asking for $200 billion. You know what I mean? They're asking for extra money for this war. And he lies to us so much. We can't even trust what our president tells us. 1 minute, there was a time he said we won the war. Then there was a time he said, oh, it's going to go on a little longer. Like, it's always mixed messaging. One thing with Iran, the people don't get, it doesn't seem to me that they get mixed messaging, because I don't get mixed messaging with them. They make it very clear their objectives, what they're going to do. Everybody knew what they were going to do, to be honest, before we even went in. They said, if we get attacked, we're going to attack American bases. Like, this is what we're going to do. And this time they know that this is why they closed the strait. This time they could have did it before, but they knew this one would be the one, and they're not playing around. And I still think that they have other plans, other, leverages or whatever that they can use that we don't even know about. I still think they have weaponry that we have not seen yet. I don't think they're using all of their new, weapons, or they've been prepared. They are a focused group of people. This society here is, I don't hate Americans, but we're not like that. We've been divided. We've been everything else. We're being, again, lied to. You see Hegseth every time, and I'll make it quick because I don't, but like every time I see Hegseth was making these videos just before the war, and he would be in these rooms with all these little white boys, because, DEI is gone from, this was a focus in American military. DEI is gone, whatever. And so he'd be in a room full of little white boys and doing his push-ups and getting them all riled up. And I'm like, he's getting these kids riled up to go die for Israel, because we knew this was going to eventually happen. This is what this country thinks is cool. This country thinks it's strong to make up rumors about the new Ayatollah, these sick rumors that I will not repeat. They think it's cool to say, hoorah, yeah, we're just going to bomb everything, and yeah, bomb. And other cultures are looking at us and they're like, what is up with these kids? That's how we look. We look like a group of unfocused people. Our messaging sucks horrendously. You don't get this kind of messaging from Russia, China, or Iran. You don't. So I don't know whatever he's saying, I don't believe it. So if he's saying 1 to 3 more weeks, or if this is what they're trying to put out there, I definitely don't believe it, because it came from my government. It's going to last longer. They're prepared for it to last longer until they get all their concessions. So it's going to last longer.
Chad.
Hi. So I wanted to raise a conversation that obviously people are saying that, the US would want the war to end as soon as possible. And Sully, I was saying this before as well, that I think that the US is more equipped to continue for a longer period of time than they're letting on. The reason I say this is because, just as inevitable speaking, I don't think that China's interests, completely align with Iran or with anyone, because China is separated. They've always been separated. And I think that, GCC know that as well. So, they prefer to keep, US security, and they would prefer to protect their investments with their SWFs, So, I mean, if we talk about the US retreating from this war, we're not talking about a slow bleed or a decline. We're talking about total collapse, right? And that's not possible. And I think the other thing that a lot of people think is, oh, well, if the US leave, then we're going to have a multipolar world. No, if the US defeat Iran in the sense of completely decimating the global economy, as well as, their own stock market, it kind of actually works in their favor, because in times of crisis, people buy US treasuries. So it would actually sustain the shelf life of US dollars, right? So what they want to do is install a regime to be able to act as a proxy unipolar node, you could call, in that multipolar setup, right? And without them defeating Iran, the leverage is too imbalanced, right? Because China holds all the cards, Russia holds a significant amount of cards. Europe is completely destroyed because they basically, you know, because people talk about, oh, well, BRICS were dumping the US treasuries. Well, who was buying it off them? It was Europe, right? So Europe is taking the hit heavily, which is why it explains why all these European countries are pissed, right? Because they're seeing the situation, and from the outside, it's like, well, the same as us, that, well, how on earth are you going to defeat Iran? Because it looks like an impossible task. And they know that the longer it takes them to deplete Iran, which is basically what this is, it's basically, as Iran said, is that we're going to destroy you, we're going to make you feel the pain, right? And I think America understands this. So it comes down to a point where, you know, there are different things that are coming together, you know. So from one side you have, you know, they have to take Iran. The idea that people think that they're not going to attack them and they're not going to put ground troops in, or they're not going to consider the Samson option as a worst case scenario, they will absolutely do it, because if they don't, it's total collapse, with the leverage being completely one-sided, right? And this is why all these GCC countries, of course, you know, the Muslim population, the general public, they're going to look at it and be outraged because they see Muslim leaders and they're not defending, you know, the people that are obviously Iran and whatnot in the right. But I mean, the harsh reality is, you know, geopolitics and the world we live in, it's not about who's morally right. It's about strategy, right? And strategically, I mean, it doesn't make any sense for America to not go all out at the cost of whatever it takes, right? And it's not as if they didn't know from before that Iran are gonna make them bleed. They're gonna make it hurt for everyone, right? And you know, the thing that you know, the thing that I think I find interesting, something Inevitable mentioned earlier, is like the rise of anti-Semitism in China. Like, to me personally, that's all propaganda, because it sounds very clear that they're appeasing to their Iranian allies, right? Because what are China really doing in this war? They're seeking information, they're collecting data, right? But everyone and their nan knows that the main thing China really care about is Taiwan. And America knows this, which is the one frailty in an almost perfect situation that China has found themselves in, which is you cannot fight on two fronts. And for the US, they recognize this, and they think, you know, they already have a monopoly on the rare earth materials across China. They already control how to, you know, pretty much process these materials and design them. So we have to go for Iran. If we don't go for Iran, that means that China not only control that, they also control Taiwan on both fronts. Which is why, you know, when I was listening to Joe earlier, to be honest, from the panel when everyone speaks, like between everyone, like I don't agree. I don't agree mostly with what Simon says either. I agree mostly with what Sally says, what Joa says. But the one part I found interesting is, Joa, when you said that, you know, you don't see Israel being capable of being a superpower. I think that's the one part I don't see eye to eye with you, because I think that's the glaring obvious thing right now that they have to achieve, right? And it wouldn't be as a typical American imperialist power that we've witnessed. It would still be, you know, the same thing they did in Syria, where they would install the regime that would just benefit all of the policies that America and Israel would want, building the pipelines and pushing the oil through Israel and controlling those choke points that Andrew was talking about. So if anyone thinks this war is going away or ending, I think they're just being trolled. And you know, I said this before, like Trump's behavior is very consistent in what he's doing, which is he's appeasing to the GCC and Europe by being a flip-flop artist, right? The reason he's doing that is because he understands he can control the price of oil through his erratic words, right? So, I mean, he wants to keep oil at a certain level where it doesn't become too detrimental. And he wants to keep it there for as long as physically possible until they can deplete enough of the ammunitions that Iran has. Because if America, okay, Sally, this is my question. If America do deploy a ground invasion, whether it's after 4 weeks, 5 weeks, oil goes to 200,
stocks are crashing, people are going crazy, right? Do you think that China are going to actually support Iran on a complete and total front? Because in my opinion, it makes no sense, because they would protect their munitions and their weapons for Taiwan, which is their preferred priority. So if they were, and I think that's what the US recognized, right? Which is my question, that eventually Iran are going to deplete their stockpile, right? No matter how long it takes, and they're just going to make it more aggressive, right? So I don't see China coming into this war beyond what they're already doing, or Russia for that matter, right? So I mean, the only logical conclusion is that they will eventually topple Iran.
Let's see what Inevitable says. Inevitable?
Yeah, so I think you have, I think that was Chad, right? Chad, I agree with everything that you said from a perspective of what the West thinks. I think you understand their theory of mind. I think you understand, for the most part, like why they are doing what they're doing. I think there's much reason to believe that the U.S. considers itself capable of absorbing the economic cost. And what do they care if their allies get bitten horribly from it, right? Because frankly, most of what you call allies to the U.S. are vassals in the first place, and they didn't have a choice in the first place. I think maybe just the places that I part with you are the two places that I part with you on are first the collateral damage and sort of like the brush fire effect that would take place economically from a sustained spike oil price. If oil is over, maybe if oil is $200 within the next 2 months, what that does to the international banking system as it relates to the leverage and the extreme hedge that exists, with, say, for example, the Bank of Japan, would adversely affect the U.S. economy in a way that the average American would feel. If, for example, the Bank of Japan becomes not insolvent, but if they have to end up like completely dumping, for example, treasury bonds, for the U.S. Treasury bonds, or if they end up having to, like expend all of their strategic reserves, that's going to absolutely adversely affect the Western markets and the currency, or the U.S. dollar in and of itself. It has strengthened a bit, but there would be an overall economic collapse. You would see a stagflationary depression. Now, I actually agree that that wouldn't stop the U.S.'s military goals for the next year, because they can just simply give themselves the budget and then move forward from there. They can simply act on their long-term plans, no matter how horribly the economy is doing. It isn't as though all operations stopped in Iraq, for example, in 2008 when the market crashed, right? Things still went on as usual in the military-industrial complex. And I think that would be the same exact thing here. The U.S. would, they believe themselves to be capable of pushing forward. And I do agree that they're going for a ground invasion. Now, I do have doubts as to whether or not they're really going to try the Tripoli seizure of Karg Island. I think I'm starting to believe that there's more than meets the eye, that there may be some covert operations that will occur in conjunction with that aerial incursion. That's just what I think, and obviously that's going to be we're a few weeks away from finding out, so stay tuned. But look, your theory of mine as far as what the West thinks they're capable of, I'm in most alignment with that. As far as China goes, China has a non-aggression principle to begin with, right? In the sense that you're not going to see, we're not going to see PLA boots on the ground in Iran, for example. Frankly, Iran's not going to need it. Frankly, a lot of what Iran's doing now and has been doing over the last few weeks has been enabled by its allies. And I'm so glad that spokesperson earlier today that Beatrix read out, I'm so glad that they actually said, they basically said without saying it that China is helping, Iran out in pretty much multiple facets. Because it's true. For one, it makes it easier for me to speak freely. I don't know. I just don't like. I don't know. I don't like snitching, I guess. I think that's the best way to put it. But no, look,
Who you snitching on, bro?
especially in oh, well, I try to wait until China confirms it before I say it, right? Just, but I've said a lot already, so I think it's too late for that. Either way, like, and I'll end real quick. But like, what I'll say here is, the as it pertains to the two major advantages, excluding like the economic side and the continued provision of propellant chemicals, and obviously the chemicals that are needed for Iran to mass produce their ballistic missile system. Take that to the side. The two things that I think are going to be uniquely attributed to China's assistance in this war so far are going to be electronic warfare, and are also going to be anti-stealth capabilities. Electronic warfare even more so. The Beidou satellites have pretty much been the only reason why Iran has gotten this far, frankly, because the US's electronic warfare capabilities are unbelievable. They are. It's the truth. They can jam pretty much like any of the like anything from like the air defense systems that a lot of countries do have. The US has found a way to jam pretty much anything that you can think of. They were successful. I don't think the discombobulator exists, right? But they did successfully use electronic warfare in Venezuela so that not a single air defense system was even able to be engaged. They would be able to stop the Shahed drones directly out of the sky if it wasn't for the well the anti-jamming capabilities that are equipped obviously with Iran's system and its widespread network, including drone management, satellite control, everything that you can think of, the triangulation and pinpoint targeting
Just some
of its
breaking
ballistic missiles.
inevitable.
So
Sorry,
I'll land there.
no, sorry. Just got some breaking news. Iran has fired more missiles towards Israel. It's boom boom, Tel Aviv, big hit, and it's a major explosion. I've just tweeted it out. It's a major explosion in sorry, I said Tel Aviv, I meant Israel. Major explosion in Israel. They hit, I believe it's Holon. So major explosion in Tel Aviv. In addition to that, guys, some more news. So as you know, there is a Republican candidate for Florida governor by the name of James Fishback. James Fishback was apparently invited to Mar-a-Lago last month. And today when he turned up, he was denied entry for his position in Israel. I believe Tommy Robinson's at that Mar-a-Lago dinner. And I think I'm meant to be debating him actually. So your boy's half asleep, but he's gonna have to trek his way to Miami to debate this guy in a couple of days. But that being said, and that being put aside, so Tommy Robinson, a British Mossad operative, is given an opportunity to be a Mar-a-Lago dinner. James Fishback, such was the level of this guy's loyalty to Trump that he went to war with Elon Musk when them both were beefing. But that's not good enough. You could be loyal to Trump, that doesn't matter. You got to be loyal to Israel. And so because he disagrees with Israel, he's been denied entry into Mar-a-Lago. Those are just two of the breaking newses. What else have we got? We've got some more breaking news. I think I posted that already. Yeah. So yeah, that's the two biggest breaking news at the moment, guys. Yeah. Was it inevitable? You finished your point, right?
I'll make one last, like literally 30 more seconds.
Go
The
for it.
last thing that I wanted,
Go ahead.
definitely. Israel tried to send, I think, a swarm of drones into Iran. This was about a couple of days ago. And they were using medium altitude, I don't know the name of it, but they were medium altitude drones and they were long endurance for the specific purpose of striking Iranian military targets. Because they're medium altitude, they actually did fare much better a chance. And I think from my understanding, they're pretty fast and mobile and effective. Once again, the Iranian 358 missile was able to take out I think it was between one or two dozen drones that were sent from Israel that were shot down by the 358 missile. That thing has been a champion. That has been, again, they're going to study this. They're going to study the 358 in like 5 or 10 years from now. They'll look back and they'll be like, how the hell did the Iranians get that set up? And you're going to find that, it was a team effort. I'll put it to you like that.
What about the role? I
Don't
mean,
take credit, Mr.
obviously,
Chinaman.
look, one point he mentioned, which is, I think there is a good correlation with that, is I think sometimes, okay, so the stuff that's going on right now in Cuba, and obviously their attack on Venezuela, the
No, but
Americans.
Chad, 1 second, because you keep flipping from point to point to point. Not that I don't agree with what you're saying, but like deal with his specific point. So he's, as an example, arguing that it's a team effort, and I don't know if he gave this example, but an example of that would be the fact that Iran took out an F-35 fighter jet. Do you think Iran has the internal tech to take that out?
I mean, we don't know what Iran is capable of, right? But we know China is more capable. So the odds are that it was provided by China, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
So
just
the point is, that's an example of them working together, right?
that's an example of them working together in the capacity of pre-ground invasion, though.
Oh, you're talking about ground invasion.
Yeah.
What? And are you asking if China is going to help with military equipment, resources, what?
I'm saying that if there's a ground invasion and China continue to support Iran in the same capacity as they are currently, then it would fall short.
So what
in
you're basically
providing.
saying is, unless you see like loads of Chinamen inside Iran, like my boy Inevitable West, you're not going to see that as help.
It's yeah, because it doesn't benefit. It's China are not fighting an existential threat, right?
So you want Inevitable to
it's
be on the
Iran.
ground in Iran.
Inevitable has to be on the
Oh
ground.
no! He volunteered me for the People's
Wait, Chad,
Volunteer
Chad,
Army.
what country are you from?
Me originally, I mean, my parents are from Kashmir.
Oh, don't trust these
Pakistan.
Pakis, bro. Don't trust these
Bro,
Pakistanis. Inevitable. They play both sides. He's literally trying to be your
No
bro,
friend,
I'm not
way.
paying.
bro. Bro, he's trying to be your friend while he's trying to send you to die, bro. He's worse than Trump. He's
A2
worse than Trump,
Brute.
bro. He's
Oh
worse than
man.
Trump, bro.
Oh my god.
You seen it? You
A2
should know.
Brute.
Inevitable. You should know about these Pakistanis. They say they're on your side, then they're on China's side, then they're on next person's side. Listen, don't trust it. He's trying to send you to
Hey, yo,
die,
look,
bro.
yeah. Look, listen, my lineage does come from like Persian side, so
Oh
like
my
I'm
god, this
playing every
guy's
side
blagging
in
it
my
out. Don't
life.
trust him. Don't trust what he's saying. Joe, why have you got your hand up? Your co-host.
Yeah, I was waiting to interject. Look, I found something really interesting. I think you'll really like this. So I have this thing that basically you take 100 different AI agents and you make them argue with each other for several rounds.
Right.
And I basically just asked it. It takes like 45 minutes, almost an hour.
Okay.
Get the answer. How would Israel become a superpower? And
Okay.
it gave back something really interesting. They
Oh.
said it wouldn't be imperialistic as in the British or the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
It would make other states dependent on them,
Okay.
and more than likely would be through defense because they keep propping up their defensive capabilities.
That don't make sense. What do you mean by defense?
And the fact because they had defense before this whole thing happened. So here's what it says. It says they would sell things like the Iron Dome to other countries.
Nobody wants the Iron Dome, bro.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what it winds up saying. Because this is probably their plan. So much so that Netanyahu had said that they were not going to be dependent on America anymore because they were going to start exporting defensive weapons. And he specifically said defensive. So they sell security, cybersecurity, right? They have the Iron Dome, and I think this was their plan. Like that's what these 100 AI agents are saying was.
Wait, how do
They
you do that,
figured
Joe? How do you get these 100 AI agents to add?
I can walk you through. It takes like an hour and a half to set up,
Oh
but
yeah, walk me through it, bro.
uh,
But just on that, Joe, I don't. That's not how I see it. I get what you're saying. That they'll. I guess the overarching
it was
point.
just a smart idea, though. What it was saying, because it
I
basically
don't
was
think it's
saying,
smart. I think my idea is more smarter. That's why I keep telling you AI is not that smart. I'm smarter. I keep
okay,
telling you
well,
guys
this was
that
smart
AI
for
isn't
AI.
smart. That don't even make sense,
Yeah, it does. Before this happened, it makes
bro.
perfect sense.
Before this happened,
America
I
would.
was telling you Iron Dome shit and it don't work. What you talking about?
Yeah, I understand that, but for the
So I'm
if
better
to the
than AI, bro.
world,
I told you it's an LLM. The only reason it thinks Iron Dome's gonna work is because it's been told it in the mainstream media.
but that's what people believe. People believed it
Exactly. This is
worked
what I'm telling you.
to the
AI
point
is
where
dumb.
Trump was. That's why Trump was like, "Oh, we need our own golden dome."
Yeah, exactly.
Remember?
AI is dumb, bro. So it basically, no, the way they would get power. He's right. He AI is right in terms of certain elements, but not in the overarch. In overarching point, it's right, but not in the elements it's used. So it will exude power through trade and tech relations, and so you're seeing that already happen. So if you look at like, because I've been researching this a bit, especially before the war started. And just like the Chinaman, they've been inevitable knows this. They've been going into a number of different countries and trying to basically create deals and try and create a reliance on a soft power level. So they've done it in, for example, you guys, you're the one of the ones who always talks about the Isaac Accord. So that's in South America. They've done something similar in Africa. I don't know what you call that. The African Accords or whatever. They've done the similar thing they're trying to do in the Middle East. So you've got these kind of overarching trade agreements in these countries, and then you've got the internal agreements. So they're basically doing it where they'll have these soft power controls in these countries as per the way China's model is. And then the hard power comes through, and then they've got the overarching power through these different industries that we spoke about. And then there's the hard power that they're going to use through military, where they'll have the military equipment. And then in terms of the military personnel, if they need to use someone to go to war, then they'll have various countries, and America is one of those.
Is Epstein hard or soft power?
For you, it's hard, bro.
No,
Sorry, bro.
I
Sorry,
was being
apologies, guys.
serious when I
I
asked,
apologize.
but
I apologize. Bro, but guys, I'm really tired. I apologize for that. God, what we said?
no, like an honest question is that
Soft power. Soft. It's soft.
really because you're
Yeah.
blackmailing someone? I
It's just
figured.
not good
Yeah,
look.
that is soft power. Hard power is like actual military power. Is basically an example of hard power.
Yeah, because I feel like, and I was saying this, like the way they would do it would be through making a country so dependent on them. Like example, like America sends all their data, all American data, to Israel,
Exactly.
right? X, all the data goes through Israel. Like it's so much of our stuff goes through Israel. Our borders are surveilled by
I agree.
Israel.
I agree.
Our phones are
And Joe, how
tracked
do you
by
think?
Israel.
And just to give you an add evidence to your point, like the Gulf states, they control them in the same way. The reason they got the UAE is through, as you said, Epstein, through these different mechanisms of soft power. They've not had to go to war with the UAE. So they've been using the China model / American model. They've got a combination of both. They just haven't got the numbers in terms of to go to military physical war. So that's why they prefer the war that requires a lot of tech and advanced weaponry. And in terms of ground invasion, that's one of the ways they'll always be lacking. And the way they can deal with that is to just get people like Manco to go to war for them.
But Suleiman, can I ask?
But isn't that similar to
Okay.
what China's doing too? Like, what's the difference between that and what China does?
China's problem is, and this is what I've always said, and I don't want to boast, but I kind of get all my predictions right. So China's problem is this: China has hard a soft power. There's no doubt about it, and I don't think China is as benevolent as many of you guys, especially Inevitable, who's basically a CCP agent, professors. But that being said, what they do have is, sorry, they have the soft power, but they don't have hard power. So like this is why I had to jump in and defend Inevitable, because as soon as Chad was trying his manipulative Pakistani behavior to try and get poor old Inevitable to go to physical war, I saw Inevitable was literally shaking in his boots. He was like, bro, like ain't no kung fu gonna work in the battlefield. So
Chinaman ain't ready for none of this kung fu business, this battlefield. They're not. They don't exude hard power. Now that could change because they are improving their military prowess quite a bit. But we need to wait and see because they've never been in war, and the wars they've been in, they've kind of lost.
But and Suleiman, can I just say real quick to you and ask you? So soft power, could that also? So that also means like PR and type of like infiltration and stuff.
Yeah,
Because you
blood.
see Israel doing that in these
Yeah,
Latin
G, they got
American
that in it.
churches. Yeah, they're really good at that. Now with China's soft
They're
power,
the
and I
best for
just
it.
want. And of course they are exquisite. You got to give them their credit for what they've been anyway. So but with China's soft power, I'm not gonna front. When I went to Haiti the last time, I saw like Chinese people there, and I was like, what are they buying land? But obviously, I don't think they're there anymore because a lot of people have been pushed out because America wants to keep that for them. It's just sick. But so the extending of help and trade and goods and stuff, that kind of soft power. I mean, for now, I think it's a good. I think it's a good thing. I
You
think
look at
countries should have options.
that girl. You look at every country, and it's literally every Western country. Number one, number two is India and China. India and China, number one, number two in terms of immigration. Inevitable. Where do you live? Do you live in the US or do you live in China?
I'm a traveler. I usually spend most of my time in Hangzhou, but I'm gonna be in Taiwan, like most likely by the end of this month. Although I might have to reschedule. But I'm
Wait,
also on the west. I'm also on the
Hangzhou's
west. Oh, sorry.
Hangzhou. How far is that from like one of the major cities like Shanghai, Beijing, or whatever?
It's pretty much a major city in its own right. But I guess the closest one that I think is probably Shanghai.
Oh, Mr. Chinaman, when I come to China, you're gonna show me around, right?
Yeah, man. Well, don't be like Andrew Tate and just like pretend that you're in China when you're in. Oh, well, okay, he's in Hong Kong, and okay, like that's where we let all the. It's kind of like the lobby, right? It's kind of like the really high end resort lobby where you kind of don't even. That's kind of what Andrew Tate did. I don't know what he's doing there in the first place, but yeah, no, you got to come to the mainland. That's where it's
No,
at.
I'm gonna come mainland now. They changed the law now. In the in the UK, you don't need a visa because the headache was.
Ooh, that's right. Yeah. Well, you
Yeah,
got to
bro.
go to Chongqing.
Yeah, I go to Chongqing, bro, and go to Qingchu and everything, bro. Because basically, what happened was, I was really annoyed because because when I went to Korea and Japan this time, I wanted to go China, and in the UK they only give you like you basically can only go for 5 days without a visa to China, and then other than that you need a visa. Like, and my friends like go there and they're like, oh, it's a headache. Like you got to do the application. It takes like a couple of weeks, and I thought, bro, man, ain't got time for that, right? And you have to go to London because I'm not from London. I'm from the north. I was like, bro, man, ain't got time for that. But now that the Chinaman's allowing us in, I'm gonna probably come down.
You'd love
Come
it.
down to China.
You'd love it.
Go to Beijing and Xinjiang, what you just said, and Xinjiang and all the places. Obviously, I'll go to Xinjiang as well. I want to check it out. I want to check the Uyghurs out. See
Oh,
what you guys are
Xinjiang's
doing to them.
beautiful, dude. Dude, there's this
Yeah, I'm
highway
gonna
that
check them out.
Pakistan.
I'm gonna check what you guys are doing to the Uyghurs.
Well, yeah, we're loving, dude. They're loving life right now. It's the best time in the world
I'm
to
gonna
be a
go see,
Uyghur.
bro. Don't worry about that. I'm gonna see if they're living life.
They are living lives. Yes, they are alive. For the record, just in case anybody had any predilections. But no,
They're
no,
just chained up. They're just chained up in factories.
no, they're having an awesome time. There's that Pakistan Chinese peace and friendship highway or whatever that's called, dude. And it's like an 8-hour drive, basically from
Right.
the highway.
Where can I get the best chendol in China?
Dang, dude. I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, bro, what kind of Chinaman are you, bro? Well, it's not Chinese food, but it should be available in China. Manco. Do you not have any shame? How are you letting this Chinaman dominate this space and tell us how good China is and how bad America is? Like, defend your peeps, blood.
Hey, wait. Just for my defense, I did big up DARPA, the U.S. DARPA program, a few
Oh my
hours
God!
ago.
See,
I gave you guys
this
a
is
lot of
why
credit.
see, Mr. Pakistani, Chad, you're trying to make this guy to go to war. I was telling you, these guys have got the hard power. As soon as he came up in front of a bold, red-blooded American, red, white, and blue, he was like, no, Mr. America, we love America. We good with America. Don't hit us, Mr. America. Like, you saw the tone change. Before Marcos, he was like, yeah, Chinaman take over. We do things, we run things. As soon as she saw, America, we love America. Like, Chad, you expect America, did you expect these guys to go to war? They go with no one.
Right, Manko, now he's
Yeah,
kind of
there's not a
self-defeated
chance.
himself. What do you have to say about Mr. Chinaman?
Yeah, I wasn't here for all that, I guess, because I haven't heard him say anything. I just got here a few
Yeah,
minutes
he
ago.
basically said that you guys are like literally the bottom of the barrel on all aspects. You're all going to be diminishing it as an empire. They're going to take Taiwan. You ain't going to do nothing about it. That's basically what he was saying.
See, that last part is true. The rest, that's just, look. Sully, he's got to sell tickets. You know
He
what I
said, he
mean?
said, he
He's
said, he said they're taking Taiwan. You ain't going to do nothing about it. What do you say about that, Manko?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that what Simon always says, that oh yeah, the US is over, it's going to be multipolarity now, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, he's not. If Inevitable isn't saying multipolarity, he's saying that that's it. It's going to be China, and you are going to be a small empire within the Chinese empire.
Yeah, there
oh
were
my
just some
goodness, this
things.
guy is
Oh,
Don King. I
He
tell
said
you.
tomorrow. He said Trump's going to be basically like a viceroy.
yeah, there were just some things about how they're like, oh yeah, everyone assesses that China's not going to invade Taiwan in 2027 because originally, years ago, Xi Jinping told its military, oh, you need to be ready by 2027, get ready to invade Taiwan. The problem is the military didn't listen to him. So he's purged a huge amount of people in the top of his military. So of course they're not even close to ready now. He's purged more. Originally, when they started the purges, I was like, "Well, this is just going to be a few guys. It's not going to be anything crazy." But he just kept going, and I've seen
Mankos, how
reports.
many?
Hold on,
Oh, go
hold
ahead.
on.
You
I've
got
seen
it.
reports about it where he's purged like a huge percentage of the people in the military leadership in the upper political levels, similar to like what Stalin did.
So how many people? Okay, I'm not gonna do the pop quiz thing, right? I know you don't like it, but I'll put it to you like this.
Listen, I've seen
And
that it's at least dozens in the leadership of like top generals
mm,
and stuff. It's actually a big percentage of them.
I
well,
heard that
look.
as well, Inevitable. I
Mm.
heard that they were trying to take President Xi out.
Oh no, fake news. Total fake
I
news.
heard it's his enemy year. I heard it's his enemy year next year, so that's why they're going to take him out next year.
Actually,
Oh, I know who you
It
heard
was
that
his
from.
friendly year last year. He's born in Year of the Snake, I believe, which was last year. So,
No, I thought.
but
Oh, wait a sec. Wait, I thought he's. Wait, I thought from next year is China's enemy year. That's why he's gonna. That's why China's falling next year.
man, you just made that
Is
up on
that
the
not right?
spot,
Is
didn't
that not
you?
right, Mr. Chinaman? You guys believe in? Wait, don't you
No,
guys believe in
he
all that
got it
stuff?
from Gary. Gary's
No,
the
but don't you
expert
believe
on
in
this
that stuff,
stuff.
Mr. Chinaman?
Well, I'm into lunar astrology, but as far as I don't live by it, but I know
No, but
Gary
I heard that's why
Grinberg
you
has a
guys are.
system.
I heard that's why you're gonna fall next year. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not.
I know Gary would love that. I know he comes on here sometimes. He's big on that.
Yeah, he said that you guys are the ox, right? And next year's the goat. No, is that right? Yeah, next year's the goat. Yeah, so you're gonna
Next year is the go. Yeah,
yeah, so you
yeah.
guys are gonna. That's it. You're going down. You're going down. America's coming for you next year.
Yeah, well, okay. Outside of
I
GG,
just seen you. I
what is
just
it
seen
called?
you.
GG33. Oh, sorry,
I
go
just
ahead.
seen you quiver at your boots at Manco. So I mean, it's not. I think it's.
Look, Mankos is too busy. He's busy in the Middle East. All right, he has a lot to take care of. I don't want to add more to
Wait,
his plate
Manco's
that
not
he
in the
already
Middle East.
has.
Manco's not in the Middle East. He's in Asia, bro. He's pulling chicks in Japan. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
He's in
Suleiman.
He's
We
in
call
West
this
Asia picking up
the
pieces of the
appetizer.
F-35s that were blown up. He's
That's
in
why
West
he
Asia.
hates.
Yes, he's in West Asia picking up pieces of the F-35s that were blown up.
That's why he don't like you, Inevitable, because he's actually he's got an alliance with Japan. Is it Japan or South Korea? That's why he don't like you.
Well, Japan. I don't know how much Japan can do for you guys right now. I would suggest kind of rerouting course there. They've got about
It's
like
not what
what?
Japan can do for him. It's what he can do for Japan.
Have you seen
Japan
Takaichi
is
and Trump?
Japan's going to invade China with Asimo robots.
That's what Manco's wife keeps telling him, bro. So this is the problem you see, guys. Manco would have done an alliance with China, but it's the Japanese who is getting to his head. It's this bad Japanese chick who's getting to his head. This is the problem we've got. Okay, guys, we are going to be collaborating with Rathbone in about 5 minutes. So watch out for that. That's going to be a good update about what's going on. That'll be fun. That'll be interesting. So just let you know that's happening in a couple of minutes. So YouTuber guys, you're going to see the video in about a few minutes. But Andy, do you want to say something because you had your hand up?
Yeah, the whole James Fishback thing with the Taco
Yeah,
Bell
yeah.
was
What do you
just
think about that?
awesome.
Like the Fishback. What happened to Fishback? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. Kareem Pajine-Broller, the Catholic that got kicked out of the Religious Liberties Commission at the White House for opposing Zionism, she quote tweeted James and said, "At this point, anyone removed from the Trump world are the quote kids. Taco Bell greater than Mar-a-Lago." Then James replied, "Come join us for a rally, and I'll treat you for a crunch wrap." And Candace Owens also commented under James Fishback's original post, making it seem like that they've meted up. So that basically means now James Fishback officially has support now from Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens. So basically, all of the big anti-Zionist podcasters are now behind James Fishback. I mean, plus he also has Sneeko, so everyone's lining up behind him, which is big for that race.
Yeah, why does no one acknowledge that James Fishback is very obviously a Jew?
Some people are accusing him of that, but I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you just, number one, you look at his face, and number two, you can just type it, ask his name to any AI, whether it be Google or Grok, and they're like, yeah, Fishback is an Ashkenazi name.
And listen, I want him to win just because what it does is it just gives this idea that if you hold that position, you can win, and it will cause a movement to occur in that regard. But there again, I thought that about Mamdani, and then as soon as he got in power, he just sold out. So they might think like, who cares? Let them
Oh,
win.
he's way worse, Suleiman. Fishback is just saying whatever he needs to say to get in the news. He's not
Yeah.
even seriously trying to win.
So last year he was like full on Zayo. So like he actually was on Jubilee, fighting for the Zionist position on Jubilee. If anybody knows what Jubilee is, so yeah, he did a massive switchover of his position. But yeah, that's just some points on that.
Did you see he said age is just a number earlier?
Age is just a number. I don't get it. What's your problem with that?
Oh, that's like
So the
code
main
for
thing is
wanting to
I
date young
convinced
girls.
Joe.
Ah, okay. Is that what it means?
So, oh shit.
Yeah, in the US, that's how it's interpreted.
Well, what do you mean by young girls? Like under 18 or over 18?
Yeah, because he's saying age is just a number, meaning that if the age is under 18, that's still cool.
Okay. Obviously, I don't agree with that. Did anybody see Professor Morandi on that Fox, on that Newsmax, man? He absolutely obliterated the guy. He absolutely decimated him. Okay, let me jump onto this. Let me sort this out, guys. Let me know if the audio's working. We're gonna just sort this out. We're going live with Rathbone. Okay, it's here. Let's get here. Okay, let me see my cameras because I kind of pushed it. So is it not?
Support from the people, because again, you kill off the Ayatollah, they can say, hey, the last guy was too moderate, look at what it got us, like give us more control.
I get it.
And the Iranian people are going to be like, well, actually, yeah, I don't like getting bombed by the Americans.
No.
doing spaces and video calls, so that's quite a lot. Anyway, how's it going, my friend? How are you doing today? Doing all right. We've just been covering what I think is like the headline news of the day. I wanted to get your take on this, but I want to talk about the latest tweet from Donald Trump, who, I learned from you, who was suggesting an off-ramp, or he seems to suggest that operations could be winding down. And this is going on even as it's being reported that the Pentagon is prepping for a ground invasion. So what is this about? Is it another ruse by Donald Trump? Is he trying to manipulate the markets? Is he trying to buy time? Is he trying to lull the Iranians to sleep so as to maximize the most obvious dead giveaway of the century that we're going to go in on this fully exposed ground invasion? What's your take on the latest developments?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. What is he doing? And I think what Trump is doing, what Trump always does, he basically gives you information from both sides in order to try and make it seem like, anything is possible, to try and get both sides excited, to try and convince people something's not happening. So on the one hand, as per what you said, you have the claims that he's looking for an off-ramp. He says the Middle East project is almost over. There was a report from the White House that said that the original mission was 4 to 6 weeks. It's now gone 3 weeks. Things are going really well, and therefore that seems to suggest that the war is only going to be from 1 to 3 more weeks. On the other hand, as per what you said, the Pentagon has confirmed that they're now going to be sending more troops to the Middle East. They're going to be sending a few more destroyers and a large number of more military assets. So based on the deployment, you're looking at almost 7,000 to 10,000 people now who are going to be sent to the Middle East. So looking at both of those things, Daniel Davis said that his sources say this, and my sources also say the same thing, that the ground invasion is coming. So yeah. I'm convinced that I'm not obviously convinced because you can never be, but based on the balances of probability, I'd say that the ground invasion is more likely than not. This is from myself and the sources I've got and to be honest, those sources who told me, they've kind of been right on point, because they told me about the 12-day war one day before, but I kind of didn't believe them. I was like, okay, thanks, cool. And then they told me about this new war. They told me in January the original war was meant to happen. Then it was meant to happen in February the 11th. Then it was a week before it happened, and then obviously it happened on the 28th. And I was like, okay, it's going to happen this weekend. But those kind of sources have been on point about many of the things they've been saying. So based on that, and as well as Daniel Davis's own sources, he said that, again, his sources told him before this war, they said that in the Pentagon, they were gung-ho about the war, and I'm talking about this current 3-week war. They were gung-ho about the war. They were very confident that they would win the war, and so that the war was going to happen. And similarly, this is exactly what we're hearing again. This is what he's hearing again. His sources within the Pentagon say that the ground invasion's happening. So taking that all into consideration, I think he's just playing a bit of games like he was before this war. Because remember, this war, this was planned for months before it was confirmed that it was. And I think the same thing here. I think the war's happening. It's going to be a ground invasion. And it's kind of scary, to be honest.
Yeah. And, every time Trump makes a statement, I always try to filter it through how would the Israelis react to this? If what he's saying, if what he's posing comes true, what would Israel's reaction be? And I would say that if Trump was actually being sincere and genuine in this winding down of operations, obviously that's an impasse. That's something that could not be tolerated by the Israelis, least of all Netanyahu, who needs to have this war continue at all costs. So, I mean, then, you start thinking maybe the Mossad even wrote that tweet and they're just trying to, deceive for their own political deceptions or their own political machinations. So,
You're
yeah,
so right. You're so right, Rathbone.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Like, that's one of the ways that I predict what's going to happen is just think, what would the Israelis want? And that kind of happens. So you're right.
Yeah. No matter what seems to be the case. So we have Can we talk about how many troops we have there right now? Do we know? I heard a number of 6,000 Marines have already been sent in the deployment.
That's right. Yeah. So they had about something between 3,000 to 5,000 already there. Trump gave the go-ahead for 2,500, I believe, about 4 or 5 days ago. The days are just merging into ones, I can't remember. But, a few days ago. Maybe I said it on your previous show. And then today they said that they're going to be deploying even more. So putting all those figures together, you're looking at, about 7,000 to 10,000.
And then also the 82nd Airborne Division. I mean, I'm learning so much military jargon, but apparently they've also been deployed, or they're going to be deployed. Is that true? I heard about that.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So they've also been deployed. And so the reason for that obviously is that when they try and do the assault on Karg Island, there's going to be 2 modes of going, or they may do one of the modes. It seems like they're going to do maybe both. But in order to take Karg Island, they're going to have to, I think I explained this previously on your show, but they're going to have to obviously get in through the air, so go in airborne into Karg Island. And there's a lot of risks with that. But the thing with that is there's more speedy. And then in terms of speedy, as in you're getting in faster, as opposed to the Navy, if you're going through the sea, it's going to take longer. So they're going to do probably both. They'll probably try and get in through the sea and then get in the air. But I mean,
this is a suicide mission, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I just, because I try and think like from the American side, like what is the plan? Because how can they do it? I just can't get my head around how they would take Karg Island, because unless Iran just blunder and make a huge amount of mistakes, you're not going to get a scenario where you take control over Karg Island. Now, you could take over the Strait of Hormuz. That's easier to take over, less of a risk. But then there's more of a risk after the fact, because then you're basically open to be hit by the Iranians through drone strikes, through missile strikes, and you'll be absolutely obliterated. That's through the Strait. And they've actually been like hitting the Strait quite hard in order to soften it up with this idea that they're going to move in. But even that, I don't think is working. So they've basically, recently, they bombed it with their B-2 bombers, bombed it really a lot. And now what they'll do is they'll probably bring in the additional attack mechanisms, try and hit it through bombardment, and then try and go in. But I don't see that working, to be honest.
We're just lying through our teeth about it all. It's pretty incredible.
I don't know if I don't know if it's lying. I think it's just the Americans have this view because previously they've always fought with much weaker powers. So they've always, it's like normal. Just imagine a boxer who's won like 50 fights. He might have that overconfidence. He might think that he's a lot better than what he really is. A lot of the game plans you used in the past just worked, right? I find that I do make a distinction between the Americans and the Israelis in that perspective. From a military perspective, Americans, generally speaking, their game plans have not been this bad. The Israeli game plans have always been very bad. Like, one of the consistent things you say about Israeli game plans is they'll make the same mistake over and over and over again within the battlefield. With the Americans, it's not the case. The Americans actually do recalibrate. They do try and see the errors they made and try and make sure they don't make the same errors again. I think with Trump, the problem is that he's got it in his head. Well, initially, this was never meant to happen. So it was meant to be a 4-day strike in, strike out, Maduro style. When that didn't work, he's just been going from bad to bad to bad. And I think now what's happened is they've kind of got a game plan where in their mind, they've created this scenario where we're not going to do an actual real ground invasion, which would take 500,000 troops, but we're going to do a specific consolidated ground invasion to take Karg Island, to take control of Iran's oil. Iran's going to be stuck. And then we're going to negotiate with them and say, look, you're going to have your oil back if you open up the Strait of Hormuz. And that kind of creates the leverage. So that's their reasoning for why they do it. Now, the problem with their reasoning is that Iran can realign their oil. Obviously, they'll lose about 50% of it. So let's say they lose 50% of it, but they can still realign. In addition to that, Iran can still hit them. Now, Americans' hope is that Iran won't want to destroy their kind of facilities in Karg Island, because to rebuild that will take many, many, many years. And so Americans are hoping that the Iranians kind of think, look, we're going to just take the hit and we're not going to bomb. and okay, you can take the oil field, realign, we'll take the 50% less, and then we'll negotiate. We'll be in a negotiation position because right now, there is no point in negotiation. Like, what do you say to Iran? Like, please, can you open the strait? Like, please, sir, like, can you open the strait? And they're like, no. And you're like, okay, you saw it. He was like, open the strait. And he's like, no. And then you're like, okay, please open the strait. And you're like, no. Okay, I'm going to get the Europeans. I'm going to get the Japanese. And they were like, no.
Yeah.
And then he's like, actually, I don't even want the strait. Like, I don't even want it. So,
and now he's saying that, oh, well, the Hormuz is just going to open by itself. That's how
exactly. So he's stuck. And so I think this is a way of him trying to get back his manhood, to be able to have a way to negotiate. But you're right in what you said at the beginning. And I kind of elaborated so long to try and get back to the same point that you mentioned, which is it is a suicide mission, because I just can't see a scenario where you succeed. If I was Iran, I would just bomb that island. I would take the hit on the oil facilities. I would take out, I know it's bad. Listen, we are both anti-war completely. We are completely anti-war because we don't want any human beings to die. We don't care if they are Americans. We don't care if they're Iranian. We don't want any people to die. So when we speak about these things, we're talking about it specifically from a military perspective. I hate all of this is happening. And even when I cheer about Israel, it's more about the fact that Israel as an entity is being destroyed. I don't want any human beings to be harmed. And largely speaking, if you look at Iran's perspective, they've never targeted any civilians. This is actually why people are like, oh, Iran's not doing well. We've killed 1,000 Iranians and 3,000 Lebanese, and only 20 or 30 Israelis have died. But that's looking at it from the psychology of the Israelis and the Americans, where lives being lost is a victory, whereas we look at it as an infrastructure being destroyed is a victory. So I don't like any of this. But that being said, this is why I would never be a good leader, because I don't think I could ever make that decision. And I always say that, like, there's certain decisions a leader needs to make which are a cutthroat, which I wouldn't be able to make, and therefore I wouldn't be a good leader. But if they have a good leader in there, my game plan would be just wipe out Karg Island. Like, really hit it so hard that you basically take out all the troops. Because if you take out all the troops, like, that would cause chaos in America. Like, seeing all those Americans die, especially when Trump promised the opposite, that could cause some kind of like protest, rebellion, revolution, something in America, because this is going to end up being that you're going to be in a position of weakness.
And it's not 1944 anymore. I mean, you can't mount a seaborne invasion without being detected, and even trying to assemble it. Yeah. You know, in the advent of drone technology and GPS satellite imagery and all this stuff, it seems like an impossible task. But, you know, as you were kind of outlining how the Americans and the Israelis they had to change their story throughout the 3 weeks that we've been at war, it kind of becomes evident how there's one side that is losing and there's one side that's just maintaining and getting stronger each time, and they've never changed. You know, it's like they've never changed their story, they've never changed their objective. Meanwhile, the Americans, you know, we just see it every day with Donald Trump as Exhibit A. But, you know, and one thing about war is that both adversaries that are pitted against each other, they're trying to advance in a way that makes every new situation, new scenario worse for your opponent. And in that formulation, in that characterization, I would say that Iran is clearly winning this war.
Well, we've been saying that, right? And many people thought that we were in, like, basically delusional, that we was like basically having delusions of grandeur, or, like, you know, being very biased in the way that we were basically assessing the war. I mean, I don't think I am. Like, whenever Iran made a mistake, I've always said it. If you look at the 12-day war, there were certain instances I was very critical about a lot of the decision making. It's just this time, like, every move they've made, I kind of would have made the exact same move. As an example, I was speaking to Colonel Daniel Davis on the first day, and he was like, I disagree with Iran's move. They should have went in harder the first day. Yeah. And I was like, no, I don't agree. I think what they did was right. You basically need to space this out for a very long time, because it's about a war of endurance. And I think I've been right on that. When the Israelis attacked the oil fields, they then reciprocated and attacked the gas and oil fields in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. And then I literally said, oh, guess what? The next day they should attack Haifa, or really they've not done the job properly. And then the next day they attacked Haifa. So it's like, the only reason I'm not critical is because I'm viewing them basically following a game plan that I already set out in my mind. Now, I'm not saying, oh, guess what, I'm a genius, but this is why I'm not critical of what they're doing. But a key indicators of why we think that, why what we're saying is right, is just happening today. So let's look at just some of the incidents that happened today, if that's okay. So the first incident was Trump allowing Iranian oil to be sold. So that's one evidence point that they are having to cede to the financial warfare that is and the economic warfare that Iran is relaying against them, and the reason they've agreed to that is because they want the oil prices to decrease. So that's the first instance where we said, look, there's a stranglehold on the finances. Trump says it doesn't matter to us. The Strait of Hormuz doesn't matter to us. The finance don't matter to us. But then he's agreed to lift sanctions for a whole month on Iranian oil in order to reduce the price of oil. So that's one example of proving that we were right. The second example of proving that we are right was when Israel... So again, there's two stories about what happened yesterday. So the first story is that this deal that went through, Trump was already negotiating this deal yesterday in terms of allowing Iranian oil to be allowed. And the Israelis became cognizant of it, became aware of it. And so what they did was they bombed South Pars oil field in order to destroy this opportunity for this deal. That's one side of the story.
That's a very great point, and I think that's accurate, yes.
Yeah, and then the second side of the story is that Trump lied. He was aware of it, and he just pretended he wasn't aware. Now, that story comes from Axios, which is Israeli-American, but really it's run by Israeli-run media. So I would seem to suggest what you're saying, that likely is the first point. But whatever the case may be, immediately after that, Trump has done the deal. And the second thing is he said to Iran, look, please don't hit any of our oil fields. Please don't hit any of our energy fields. I will promise you that Israel won't do the same again. They were just very angry. What were they angry about? Was it the fact that the war's not going their way? Is it the fact that a deal was being made? But they were angry about summer. So there was another kind of key point in demonstrating that what we said was right. The third incident, and all these things are happening in one day, and so that's why we've just got so much information come out today. The third incident, which is kind of over the last day or two, was the F-35 fighter jets being hit. So, first of all, one of the things that I've always said before this war, I did a video on it, was that my view was that Iran had got Chinese technology. They'd got Chinese advanced radar systems, such as the YLC-8B, and they'd also got some of their missiles, the surface-to-air missiles or various other things. And that was one thing. So that ended up being proven right, because there's no way they would have gotten they would have been able to lock into an F-35, which is a stealth aircraft, without having that Chinese technology.
Right.
So that again demonstrates that what we're saying isn't just delusions of grandeur, but the F-35 got taken out. In addition to that, another thing we said was what's been happening over this war is that the Americans are using, obviously, long-range weapons. They're using Tomahawks, but the problem with those they're going to start depleting. And when they start depleting, what's going to happen is the Americans are going to have to start creeping closer and closer to the airspace. I'm pretty sure I said this on your show before. And so when that happens, they're going to be a lot more of an easy target for the Iranians. And that's what's happened. The F-35 comes in. The Chinese radar detects it. I believe it was the Iranian missile, likely the Bava 373 that basically hit it. And so you managed to take out not one, but two F-35 fighter jets. One of them had to do an emergency landing. The other one was taken out. The Americans lied and said, oh, guess what? It wasn't taken out. But then we had visual aerial evidence that there was a search party for that F-35. And they were unable to find it. So bringing all this together, what does it show us? It shows us Trump is like begging the Iranians not to destroy the oil fields. Trump is removing sanctions from Iran in order to sell the oil. Iran is taking out American F-35 fighter jets. And also they're able to, you saw yesterday, hit Haifa at will, hit Tel Aviv at will. This has been happening over time. And then if you look at it from the other side, the American side, what are they doing that is unique and new? Like everything I'm saying now is unique, new information, which demonstrates an escalation that's occurring in the war where one side is struggling and therefore the other side is accelerating. Look at what's happening in Iran. What's happening in Iran that you would say there's some kind of escalation? Have they taken out more military bases? No, they haven't. Have they taken out anything that is more unique? No, they haven't. What they've been doing is almost scattergunning. So they continue to hit infrastructure. Yes, we know they're the best at hitting infrastructure. They're hitting civilians. Yes, we know they're the best at hitting civilians. Nothing's unique or escalatory about that. The only thing you would say that is escalatory is the decision making about bombing on the shores of the Strait of Hormuz. But even that isn't something that's working, and hence why they're having to escalate. But coming back to the point, I think those are hopefully like points within the war that kind of demonstrates that what we've been saying, what you've been saying, what I've been saying, that this war is going Iran's way and Iran is winning, is just exactly what's happening.
Well, he won't say it, but I will. Suleiman's a genius, and you need to follow him on YouTube and on Twitter. Expert analysis, very succinct. That was great. I want to switch to the Netanyahu press conference.
Where's Netanyahu?
Yesterday. Where's Bibi Netanyahu? Yeah. Where in the world is Bibi Netanyahu? Yeah. What did you make of this press conference yesterday? I'll just tell you, I was so sold. Like the night before, I happened to scroll as I do, and I saw people were noticing his ear in that Mike Huckabee video, and my jaw hit the floor. I was like, oh my God, that was like my moment of revelation there. I was like, this is definitely AI, and then I was just like, I went to sleep. I was like, I know he's dead. He's got to be dead. And then I wake up, and then there's this 30-minute press conference seeming to be live from Jerusalem. And it was kind of bizarre for all kinds of reasons. But what was your take?
Yeah, this is like a common conversation we have on the spaces. Like, is Netanyahu dead or alive or dead? And we're always like, where's Bibi Netanyahu? Look, I think that I was like 50-50 beforehand. I was like, okay, where is he? There is like decent arguments for why he would be alive and decent arguments why he'll be dead. I did a number of polls, and like I think one of the polls I did was like 12,000 votes, and it was like 80% thought he was dead. I did like another poll on my YouTube. It was on like 500 people, and all of them were like 70-80% thought that he was dead.
Well, everybody wants him to be that. Yeah, but
that'd just be like a celebration, be like Eid come early. But I think, in my view, he's likely alive, and I think
so too.
Yeah, I think the press conference yesterday kind of confirmed
sealed it.
Yeah.
People were going, zooming in on the magic sleeve and all this. But yeah, and then he makes some, he actually, maybe we could discuss a little bit about the contents of what he was saying, because he seemed to admit that things are not really going, like, where is this roaring lion? He's got his wish. It's the war with Iran. It's what he's been wanting. And he, to see him to be, basically backtrack on all of his strategic objectives. Now he's saying, well, there's definitely got to be a ground component now. And once I heard that, I was like, well, yeah, definitely. We're definitely going in.
Exactly. Because if you look at the interview, that's what he said. He said, look, we've done everything we can do from the air. We need to go through the ground. And obviously, I'm not going to tell you the details on that. So, like, what does that mean? Like, what is a ground invasion? So there's only like 3 possibilities. One is a ground invasion through proxies. So, like, for example, through the Kurds, possibly the Balochis, and a few other, like, mercenaries that they pay. That's one option. The second option is a full-on American ground invasion. And I'm laughing because, like, it's just hilarious what they said. I don't know if you saw this, but they were like, basically, there's going to be a ground invasion. It's going to be the Americans and the Arabs, but the Israelis are just going to give intelligence. And it's like, good.
Well, he did sort of say something to that effect, because he was like, we'll still be involved in indirect attacks, which is like, yeah, okay, so you're not going to do shit. You're just going to stand on the sidelines.
Yeah, that wasn't directly from him. That was from Israeli.
Yeah.
What was it again? Where did I get that from? It was from Israeli intelligence. Like, they were saying that that's what the plan was. So I was saying that was their plan. But in terms of
business as usual, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Which is hilarious, because the guys are gonna be good guys and go in and attack. We don't want the special ones to be hit. Goive.
Oh, nice. Nicely done.
Yeah. So coming back to the point is, so that's the first option. The second option is American boots on the ground, not Israeli. And that's going to be like 500,000. That's going to take a long time to put across. It's going to take a while, even if you kind of did smaller deployments first and then built up on it. It's going to take a long time. And the smaller the deployment at the start, the more loss of lives there's going to be. So that's the second option. The third option is what we just discussed earlier, which is the invasion of Kaga Island, or possibly the 3 Hormuz Islands. So those are the three options. Either way, all three of them. So I don't think the Kurds said that they're not going to do it. Things could change, but the hope is that the Kurds have realized that they've been the battering ram for all these years. They've been used and abused by the Americans and the Israelis, and they've sold out and they've never got anything for it. It's never been better. It's not been a better situation for them. It's been a worse situation. They've also started to have better relations with the Turks. They've kind of started to have more better relationships with the Iranians. They've started to have a better relations in the region, and so to try and go against that is not going to be smart to do so. So if the Kurds don't go in, then they're stuck. Then it is going to have to be one of the two ground invasions. So when he's saying that, it kind of is going to be a ground invasion.
Yeah. Well, I want to end on a good note. So my last question is, what can you tell us about the ongoing True Promise 4? I mean, I heard that we've reached the 70th wave tonight. Is that true? Like,
yeah.
Have you been? I'm always looking to you for the updates on the ground. What's happening in Tel Aviv? What's happening in Haifa? You know,
it's been, yeah, you're right. It's the 70th wave, and Iran is just continuing. This is the hilarity of what they were claiming. They were claiming Iran's out of missiles, Iran's out of drones, and they've been hitting quite easily. They've still been hitting all the military bases in the Middle East. They've been hitting a large, important assets in the UAE. They just told Ras Al Khaimah to evacuate because they're going to be hitting Ras Al Khaimah really hard. Ras Al Khaimah, again, is a very important area in the UAE. It's kind of like they've been hit for Jeddah, which is another port area in the UAE. But coming back to Israel, they've hit Haifa really, really badly. They hit the obviously the the oil refineries. They hit the oil refineries. I think it was yesterday. They hit that quite hard. They hit the port quite hard. And I would say that I'm hearing two separate reports about that, so we 50-50 on that. I am hearing that it is non-operational, but then the Israelis are claiming it is operational, but the Israelis lie. So let's just take that as 50-50 because that's not confirmed. But if it's not, then you're going to see continuous attacks on Haifa. They also hit the Nevatim base again today. They hit that airbase quite hard. I believe there was a number of hits on the Nevatim airbase as well. So the attacks on Israel have been very specific, very potent, and I think they're going to continue throughout. And obviously, we had the kind of false flag today as well, which I think was a false flag because if you look at the explosion, it didn't look like it was from the air where it was close to Al-Aqsa Mosque. So watch out for a false flag at Al-Aqsa Mosque as well.
I also, that's interesting that you mentioned that because I also heard that I saw that footage and somebody was saying that it was actually an errant interceptor, that it was actually an IDF interceptor that blew up, that it was like within the vicinity, like you're saying, of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And then I heard that the IDF is secretly going under the ground of Al-Aqsa, trying to, trigger or plant charges so that they can blow it up and then blame it. So that's sort of what you're talking about, like the false flag. They plan on destroying the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
This has been a conversation that's been going on for like decades, within the pro-Palestinian movement, where there is this, they've obviously definitely, there's no doubt about this, they've been digging underneath Al-Aqsa Mosque for a very long time. They call it in the name of excavation, but in reality, like they're digging underneath Al-Aqsa Mosque, and many people who are within the pro-Palestinian movement always believe that these guys were basically, as you said, putting explosives underneath there to blow it up. Now, if they'd done that, the kind of view of the people was that this would cause such global outrage within the Muslim community that they would go after Israel. Now, I don't believe that to be the case. I think they're all cooked, but that's a separate point. But one thing is that if you want to blow it up, the best way to do it is to have an Iranian attack. So when Iran attacks, you then blow up Al-Aqsa Mosque and then blame Iran. That would be the move that they'd make, and I think there is a chance they would do something like that. And if you see today, when it happened, I mean, I know you're saying that some people are saying it's interceptor. I did look at it. To me, it looked a bit more like an explosive as opposed to an interceptor as a test.
So you think it was actually from Iran?
No, I think it was from Israel, but possibly.
Oh, you think it was from Israel, but you don't think it was an interceptor?
Yeah, I think it was possibly like an explosive that was tested.
Oh, okay.
Because I need to relook at it. I only looked at it like twice quickly. I guess I need to sit down and look at it properly. But when I looked at it, I was like, wait, that doesn't look like an interceptor. That doesn't look like a missile.
It might not be. You might have a valid point there, actually, because I wouldn't know. But I just saw that.
And don't take what I said as gospel. I need to relook at it as well. But just when when you have a quick look at something, and I was like, that doesn't look like a missile and it doesn't look like an interceptor. That looks like an explosive. But then I didn't have a chance to go back and look because I've been so busy. But I will take a look at it again. But the point still stands with the whole explosive thing.
I was going to ask you, like, how would the Muslim world react to the blowing up of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, because that is such a holy site? And, you know, some people are saying, well, the Israelis would do that so that they could trigger the holy war. That's what they want, you know? But you seem to think that's overblown. You think that's fabricated. That's not actually how it would go down.
I don't think that's the way it's going to go down. So it is the second holiest site for Muslims. But let's just like think about it, right? So if they were to blow up Al-Aqsa Mosque, so Al-Aqsa Mosque is blown up, they'll probably blame Iran for it. So are you talking about the scenario where they don't blame Iran? I presume.
Oh, I'm sure that. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'm sure that they would blame Iran, but I just think that nobody would believe them.
Okay, so in either scenario, I just don't think anyone. Let's just look at the countries. So Egypt isn't going to do nothing. Jordan isn't going to do nothing. Syria is controlled by them already. Iraq is there's some resistance groups there, but that's part of the Iranian resistance anyway. Iran obviously is there. Let's put them aside. Saudi Arabia is not going to do nothing. Qatar is not going to do nothing. UAE is not going to do nothing. None of the Gulf states are going to do nothing. Like Pakistan's not going to do nothing. Turkey's not going to do. Like no one's going to do anything. Like which country is actually going to do something if Al-Aqsa Mosque is taken down? It's just it's kind of like hope of Muslims. Is this kind of like, you know, hope that, oh, like if that happened, I think that would cause unity and things would change. I get it's like hopium without any reality.
Yeah. It's a good point. Well, anything else that we missed? Perhaps
I think those were the biggest points. I think that the ones I mentioned in terms of today, they were just such big news. Obviously, the $200 billion, though, the one which is that they've asked for an extra $200 billion for this war, which, again, if this war is going to end between 1 to 3 weeks, why would he ask for an extra $200 billion? And even that is flexible in terms of trying to increase it. So that tells me that this war is going to go on for a while and it's going to cost a lot of money. And at a time when Americans are suffering a lot. I'm in the US right now, and I take the Uber and I'll talk to people in the street, in the shops or wherever, like restaurant workers, and all of them are like got 2 jobs, 3 jobs, working 80 hours, 70 hours. It's not easy in the United States of America. It's not easy in Europe as well. It's much more worse in Europe, and people are struggling to pay their bills, to pay for their gas and electric. The working class are suffering more than anyone else. And instead, it's these billionaire class, these Jewish Zionist billionaires and billionaires who are basically enriching themselves in order to harming and basically enriching themselves through the military-industrial complex. They're long in the market. They're short in the market. Trump knows exactly what the news is going to come out, where the market's going to go, and they're just enriching themselves based on whilst they're allowing the suffering of the average working class person. So I just think what's happening is horrific, and I think it's time that the people wake up and realize that Trump isn't there to benefit them, but he's only there to benefit the oligarch Zionist class.
One last question I wanted to ask you before we go. You mentioned, how Caroline Levitt referenced Trump's tweet, and she quote tweeted it or whatever, and she said this operation was always going to be 4 to 6 weeks. Was that true? I seem to remember that they said it was going to last 3 days initially, but they're trying to say like, oh no, we always said it was going to be a month and a half or so.
Yeah. So initially, what happened was they said that the operation was only going to last 4 days.
Yeah. Okay.
And then immediately in day 2, when it seemed quite clearly that the regime hadn't collapsed, the government hadn't collapsed, then they said, guess what? It's going to be a week. And then they said, no, guess what? The first phase is going to be a week. And then we're going to see how it goes. And then after that, they did say, it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks. And then after the 4 and 6 weeks, I start hearing about September and midterms, but I didn't really see it. Wasn't able to verify those claims. But yeah,
well, I think also just because of the way that the infrastructure is for the global economy, just to get even if the war stopped today, it'd be like months and months before anything could even be back to normal the way it was.
I have a lot of financial experts on my show. People like Simon Dixon, people like Darkside, people like Robert, and various others, Cardones and everyone. And these guys are very knowledgeable when it comes to finances. That's obviously, I have a very basic understanding, but not to this kind of intricate level that they do. And what they're saying is, if the war was to end right now, this second,
Yeah.
Such is the level of financial impact and financial pain that we're going to feel suffering for more than a year just based on now. Like, if the situation is so bad up to now, if the war was to end this second. And as things continue, it's going to become worse and worse. Their claim is that if the price of oil goes above $115 for more than a week, you're basically going to have a move towards a recession. If it stays above there for long enough, you're going to end up in a depression. If it goes to $160, basically the entire system breaks. So things are a lot worse than we are saying. From a financial perspective, it's anarchy, it's chaos. And the only thing I could say to everyone is just try and stock up as much as you can. Obviously, just take this as a grain of salt in case it drops, because you never know with Trump, but I just don't think it will happen. This is just based on my geopolitical opinion, just based on the moves I'm making myself with my own family, is to just try and stock up, make sure you've got enough supplies.
That's right. Suleiman is not giving financial advice, disclaimer.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm like the worst at it. I'm the worst at financial advice. But in terms of understanding how the oligarch class work, obviously, we're just basing on that. Just try and stock up. Just try and make sure you're comfortable in what situation you are. That's the only thing we can advise.
Well, thank you, Suleiman. I'm enjoying these updates. And I want to say congratulations on getting to over 50K on your new YouTube page.
Thank you.
That's awesome. And I'm going to encourage my audience to follow Suleiman. Great analysis, as you can see. And do you have any upcoming interviews? I see you're doing a lot of big time interviews these days. And
yeah, we have them all the time. Obviously, I love doing these updates with you. I really appreciate you and your audience, and I do want my audience, without a shadow of a doubt, to follow you on X. It's underscore Rath. I memorized this. See what is underscore Rathbone on X. And on YouTube, it's Rathbone with an extra E. Do follow him. He's a great guy. One of my favorite people in the entire social media circle. So I really appreciate him a lot. We definitely need to meet up when I'm close to your area.
Yes.
And in terms of interviews, we've got Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, the one I mentioned in terms of his source.
Love him. He's great.
Yeah, he said that there's a ground invasion coming, so I'm looking forward to that. The second person is what was it again? Who else? The second person is, the guy who has been releasing the coordinates of where Israel should attack.
Oh,
no, where you should attack in Israel.
Yeah, Evan, I think.
That's it. Evan something. I just can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Is it Ethan or Evan or something? Yeah.
Ethan, maybe.
Yeah. So we've got him on because we want to know. We want to know the coordinates.
Live from prison.
Location. Send me location, Habib style. So we've got him on tomorrow, and then who else we got? Oh, tomorrow we got Zachary Foster, because what he showed is he wrote a thread. And why I've got these people is because they're looking at the war from different angles. He's got a thread that he's produced on X, guys. Do check it out. And what he shows is that the decision of the Trump's reasoning has come from a specific policy paper that is completely Israeli controlled and is word for word the same. So I thought it's very good to see that and break that down as well. So that's kind of what we've got planned for tomorrow.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we'll look forward to checking it out, and I encourage my audience to go follow Suleiman.
Yeah, boys, follow me. It's going to be awesome. Jump in for the ride. Appreciate it.
He's your boy. I love when you're like, it's your boy.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly. Follow us. I'm from the ends, Rathbone. I'm just a guy from the ends who read a few books and made it. We made it to the big leagues, Mum. But yeah, appreciate audience, and thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. We'll see you again Tuesday, pal.
Definitely. I'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. So you got to follow Suleiman Ahmed at, let's see. Let me chill out his link one more time so that you guys can follow.
Right, guys. I'm going to put the thing back on again. I have to do that because what happened last time is when I joined his stream, what happened was people started joining it. Like some weirdos tried to crash his stream or something. But just give me 2 seconds and we're going to be back on. I'm just putting the X space back on for you guys. Oops, pressed the wrong button there. And then we'll be sorted. Just press the wrong button there. And then we'll be sorted. Press the wrong button there. The good thing is I remember to record it this time. Guys, let me know if it's working, please, on the YouTube. That would be awesome. Oh my god, why is my laptop about to blow up again? The Mossad's after us again. Wait, why is this crashed, bruv? Okay. Silver spitting nickels, bro. Spitting dollars, blood. Spitting dollars, bruv. Spitting gold. Why you spitting diamonds, BG? Why you saying spitting nickels? Why are you hating on me, Silver? Okay, we're back on the X Space. We're live. Appreciate every single one of you. Oh, I can take this tie off. Actually, wait a sec. Ryan Dawson was about to come on. Let me just make sure he's come. If he's not coming on, I can pull this tie off. I take this noose off my neck. I could take this noose off my neck. Let a brother breathe, brovs. Okay, where's this? I'm just trying to check this. Okay, he hasn't replied, so I will assume he's not coming. He might reply in this one. No, he hasn't. Okay, cool. Okay, sweet. Okay, right, Rathbone's interview. Guys, I actually remembered to record it as well this time, which was really good. Because I was flop, and then I'm always like, oh, Rathbone, can you send me it? And the poor guy has to upload it and snip it for me and all that kind of stuff. But luckily, this time we did it. Okay, let's get back into the space. Appreciate you guys hanging on. Appreciate you guys listening to that. Let's get back into the space. Let's go to, who's got their hand up? Thermo. Thermo, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
You too. Thanks, Suleiman. Hi, everybody. Good to be back. I was joining mainly because of the conversation with Chad earlier. So I wanted to mention a couple things about, he was saying that, like, even if it drags on, Iran will eventually run out of missiles and whatnot. And without the Chinese, they will lose with the U.S. ground invasion. I just wanted to point out something. The U.S. has actually conducted various war games on this topic. And in pretty much every single one, they don't have a victory. And that's without any Chinese intervention. And actually, that's relevant because today, I believe his name is Vice Admiral Michael Thane Franken posted a tweet. I don't know if you guys saw this, but he's a former vice admiral. He was in charge of like the naval strategies for CENTCOM. And he basically posted a tweet begging Trump not to do any type of ground invasion because all the war games have shown that it would be horrible for the US. I also have to mention that a lot of these war games were conducted like 20 years ago. The US, especially after COVID, is in a much more financially precarious situation. Our debt is much higher, interest rates are higher, inflation, there's issues with inflation now, and we've further deindustrialized since that time. Our supply chains are weaker. And so, I just, as an American, I don't mean this towards you, Chad, but just at that idea that you're sharing, it's actually very frustrating, because I think that the idea that you're espousing, a lot of Americans believe that, and it's just objectively not based in reality at all. And the fact that a lot of Americans believe that, I think, is actually going to lead to our demise, at least economically. And sorry, Sully, I know I'm kind of ranting right now, but it's just something that I really take seriously, and I'm actually genuinely afraid of as an American. I mean, if this drags out for 6 months, you have oil prices rising. We've already discussed this 1,000 times. Our whole scheme is that we don't produce anything. We just trade our fake money that we print because we create artificial demand for it for other countries to give us stuff. You screw that up, we can't get anything from anyone. And you're going to have massive social instability in the US. You're going to have literally like blood in the streets. That's like a term used in like finance circles. Like, I think you're literally going to have blood in the streets. And yeah, so I mean, if anyone disagrees with me or thinks I'm being like way too black pill or alarmist, please, I would love to actually be proven wrong on this. But that's the only way I see that going right now.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go
Look,
for it. Respond, bro. He
I'm
attacked you
not.
so badly, bro. He smashed you there.
I'm not in any way an American shell, right? I'm a Muslim. I support, the fact that Iran are standing up. My point is that at the end of the day, militarily, Iran is obviously a very big, geographically is very big. Militarily is way bigger and stronger than Iraq. So I think the idea that I'm suggesting the total defeat of Iran, that's not what I'm suggesting, because that's not what anyone wants, right? Because the US want a regime change, right? So they don't want to destroy Iran. They want to, in my opinion, they want to do something similar to what they're doing in Syria, right? And to your point about if they do that, it's going to destroy the middle class. Well, history would suggest that. I mean, when has the American oligarchs ever cared about the middle class? I mean, the history suggests that, the middle class is dying.
Sorry,
Right?
I just have to
And
clarify. I never said anything about the middle class.
no, as in the fact that there's blood on the streets, right? That it make, obviously, as an American, I can empathize with you because this is the type of thing that could, it will most likely result in, civil unrest and a lot of protests and a lot of movements. And, this is what I'm saying is, the American government, the only thing they care about is their own interests and protecting the interests of Israel because it is a vessel proxy for them in the Middle East, right? So if the stocks were to crash, and here's the thing, if the stocks were to crash, right, the insurance claims are going to eat up most of the liquidations, and it's going to just result in it becoming more privatized, right? America is going to pay the price, in the sense Americans are going to pay the price, right? The guys at the top, they don't care. They're still going to drive their cars. They're still going to go to different countries and live in their fancy houses. It's not going to affect them directly. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just think that you're dangerously mistaken, and here's why. Y- have you ever seen those videos of those guys firing those like big machine guns, and they fire like 1,000 rounds in a row, and the barrel of the gun starts getting like red hot?
Right.
Right. So imagine this, like if I'm firing one of those guns, and let's say all I care about is shooting the gun and I don't care about the gun itself, and I just keep firing the gun, what's going to happen? The gun is literally going to melt and destroy itself, and now I can no longer shoot the gun. So if you view the US economy as like this weapon, like not just the economy, but everything about the US, like the people, the soldiers, the economy, the money, everything. If you just view that as like this weapon being wielded by this elite class against, whoever, whatever interests they have, right? You have to actually maintain the weapon for it to still be effective. You see what I'm saying? So if nobody wants to fight in your war, if all of the soldiers rebel, right? We're already, supposedly, I don't know, people say like, oh, it might have been a missile, but we're, possibly already seeing signs of that with what's going on with these aircraft carriers. Like, you have to understand, you cannot, if you're going to use a tool to achieve an objective, the use of the tool cannot destroy the tool itself. You have to actually
There's a difference. Here, just to cut you short, the point is
the tool is already melting, right? And the idea is that either we wait for it to melt or we disintegrate it now so that we have the opportunity to pick up a new weapon, a new tool, right? Because the Middle East isn't going to be the front for all this military industrial complex going forward. It's becoming the financial epicenter of the world. And the only people that are going to actually suffer the financial consequences of this, it won't even be America as Americans are thinking, because in my opinion, Americans, you know, not directly at any individual, but generally speaking, if you come to Europe, people will say, yeah, American people are arrogant, right? Because they only think about themselves. But the reality is, the impact of this war is not going to be paid by Americans, it's going to be paid by Europeans, right?
No,
And like I said,
that's not true. It'll be paid for by both. It'll be
it will be
paid.
paid by both, right? It will be paid by both. But if you look at the reactions of all of the EU members now, why is it that they're so against this?
Well, yeah, but this is just off
I think
topic
it's a
now.
ruse. It's a ruse. Oh, go ahead though. Keep going.
I was just gonna say
yeah,
that
interesting conversation. Keep going. Sorry.
it's all good. I was just gonna say that's just totally besides the point, though, right? Like, I'm not even talking about what the effects are going to be on Europe. What I'm saying is that regardless of whether Europe has it worse, we're gonna have it so bad. And I think that I get your point about, oh, well, we're just gonna drive the U.S. into disintegration as a tool to achieve this goal. But what I'm trying to tell you is that that's not going to work. We are not going to be able to pull that much more utility out of America to fight Iran, which again, all of the war games, all of the top military people pretty much agree we cannot beat, even under far better circumstances. We will literally collapse before we achieve this objective. That is why Trump is letting Iranian oil into the market right now. Like, these are all signs of impending doom for the country. Every single
I would
thing he
suggest,
says is designed around keeping the price of oil low, because he knows that if that price goes high for just a little bit too long, we're screwed. It's over.
okay, so here's where the double-edged sword comes in, right? Because going to, war with Iran directly, your argument is that that would result in the collapse of the American unipolar empire that we've been in, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and honestly, a bit more than just that.
Okay, so why would that result be any different if they retreat right now?
Because what I'm saying is that will accelerate the collapse. So yes,
Right, but accelerating it is a potential risk, right? It's not definitive.
no.
If
It
they were
is.
to leave,
What I'm telling you is there is no question about it that it is definitive. There is
no, it's not.
literally, it is mathematically impossible. What I'm telling you.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. If the US, here's the thing, right? This is the point. It's a game of leverage, right? So if the US retreat, there is no leverage in their hands. But for them to, this is why I said this from day one, Salman can, testify. When I came in, I said, there is no doubt that they will invade Iran and they will go all the way, because what people start to realize is this isn't just an existential crisis for Israel and for Iran. It's an existential crisis for America, because if America doesn't gain any leverage in the situation in GCC right now, then the multipolar world is happening whether you like it or not, right? Now, the nodes that everyone will operate, everyone is aware of that. UAE is going to be the bank, Saudi is going to be there, Qatar is going to be there, Europe is going to bankroll it, right? China is always going to be around with all the materials they have. What role does America play if they do not get this key point of leverage? That's the point.
So okay. Well, first we have to say, like, now you're talking about two different things, right? Point number one that we were talking about earlier is, can America win the war? right? That's the first point. Now, you're moving to a different point, which is like, if we're screwed anyways, are we going to attempt to win? You see, so we gotta first clarify what we're actually talking about here.
I'm saying that America has to win. They don't have a choice. They have to win at the cost of whatever it takes. Because here's the thing, right? Right now, you guys are trying to save something, right? But the idea that most people are not realizing is 100% of something worthless is still worth nothing.
Wait, Chad. I just want to make sure I understand you before we, keep moving. When you say America has to win, I understand for sure that if America loses, then it's going to suffer. And that's it, from that perspective, America has to win. But but then are you also saying that America will win? Do you see the distinction? Like, we have to be very clear about which point we're talking about.
I think if they go the distance militarily, as great as Iran is, they will exhaust them eventually. Yes.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is that that is not possible. That is impossible. Because what I'm telling you is this isn't just a matter of like, oh, it's going to be so painful that we're going to quit. What I'm telling you is that we will literally lose the physical capacity to win this war. That's that is my point. Because where are you going to keep getting the weapons to use when your supply chains already suck, and you're going to destroy your own currency and ability to purchase them? And you're going to and here's the problem, right? This is what I'm saying. We are going to lose the ability to borrow money. We are already dependent on borrowing money just to sustain ourselves, right? The issue that I'm discussing is that we are actually going to collapse the very mechanism by which we borrow money. So where does it all come from? See, if China has a financial collapse, it's not as big of a deal for them because they actually have a strong industrial society. So they can produce things for themselves. We don't have that. That's the issue. It's all gained through fake paper, like digital currency, essentially.
So do you think that currently what the US is doing in South America, I mean, to me, it seems obvious that it's directly related to this war because it's again about gaining leverage over China, right? Because China has a foothold over the minerals it's because they control the monopoly, right? So they're threatening China. And to cycle back to my point, which is how militarily stocked is the Iranian regime without China continuously rearming them in opposition to America? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, so nobody, I don't think anyone really knows the answer to that question. Okay. Like, I would be lying if I sat here and told you, like, oh, 6 months, 1 year, da 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 da. But what I can tell you is, like, our capacity to fight just exponentially drops as the oil price rises. If they can get Hormuz opened very quickly, then I'm wrong. Then everything I'm saying is wrong, right? But as it escalates, if the price of oil is high and is sustained, right? That's where you start to see the degradation of the US financial system.
Which is already in effect.
Yes, and it's going to, like, rapidly continue to decline.
Which is what they want.
Iran?
That's the point. No, the US, look, so US right now have already accepted that they are not going to be the hegemony that we've seen in our entire lifetime. I think the problem is
Can anyone else hear him? I can't hear him
Yeah,
anymore.
I think Chad.
And by the way, Suleiman, I don't want the conversation to just keep going in circles. I know you want other people to speak, so
No, it's
feel free
fine.
to
You
cut it
can.
off whenever.
No, it's fine. You guys were having a good conversation. It's a good thread of conversation. But he seems like he's crashed out. So
Yeah, I think his mic died. I do think though that I do think Chad actually has a good theory or understanding of their theory of mind. Not to say that, and there's obviously a difference. And Thermo, I think you've kind of even mentioned it already that there is a difference between what they think can happen and what actually can happen. But in terms of what the West is doing, especially the U.S., this is the mother of unforced errors. This is what this war has been from the very start of it. There were other ways to stave off the potential, you know, obviously collapse. And really stave off, I just more so mean delay the inevitable. There was always going to be, especially with the AI tech bubble and the large scale derivative markets, and we hear in this room all the time about what's been taking place with the debt crisis as well that's been taking place, and just everything from the yen carry trade and the bad shape that Japan is in. The dumping of treasury bonds and how they've had to basically buy their own. But the U.S. has had to buy their own bonds, and it's never been sustainable long term. But this is essentially this is making a situation that was already bound to fall apart into just an explosive catastrophe. And I can understand why some people will say, and I can even understand like Simon's theory overall, like his overall if you will, on like ontology as it pertains to this global war or this Middle East war. I can understand where he's coming from, his theory of mind and his frame of reference with it, which is that it seems to be more of a systemic, dismantling of old power, spearheaded by the military-industrial complex, and more of a financial, multipolar leaning new power that is meant to take the reins. And I'm not going to litigate whether I think it's like fully informed by that or whether that's the basis to everything that we're seeing. However, there's no denying like what we've seen is one thing. If the U.S. has done one thing, it has made essentially a cataclysmic mistake, and it has done so on behalf of a nation state that it has proven through decades of behavior that it is beholden to. And I think, yeah, they're going to operate. And one thing Chad said that I think is absolutely true is that they are operating on an existential level as it pertains to Israel, and maybe for the best, because Israel, and when I say for the best, I mean on their behalf, mind you, not for the world, but on Israel's standpoint, you have Hezbollah to your north, and they've only gotten stronger, not weaker. Iran's capabilities have been vastly underestimated. They really believe that the infiltration of Mossad through the within the IRGC was like the number one project of the last 12 months. They put everything they could, not just into infiltrating Mossad as well, but infiltrating Hezbollah, or attempting to, through Beirut, with their headquarters being in the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon. They've tried everything. They've implemented AI. They've implemented facial recognition software. They've implemented the lavender software. Anything that you can think of, anything that has like a signal, anything that has like a battery, an Intel or a microprocessor, or an Intel processor, or anything that has Western microchips. Any device has been tapped into and utilized as Ryan Dawson says best, basically a spy in your pocket for Israel. And in spite of all of that, in spite of the economic starvation, the sanctions, the demoralization campaigns that were heavy and obviously prominently featured in Iran, it wasn't enough. They thought that they had enough inroads to crumble the foundation of the IRGC. And they also vastly underestimated exactly how prepared that Iran was for a long-term, large-scale, protracted attritional war. And like you just said, Thermo, they have done the war games. That war game that they did in 2003 specifically. That was literally the same scenario, except it was projecting a war game scenario in the Strait of Hormuz, and it was against a version of Iran that didn't have nearly the capabilities that it does now. What a screw up! But this is where we are.
Yo, my phone died. I don't know if you guys can hear me now.
L.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know where the conversation went, but I was intrigued to hear what Joa had to say about the EU behaving as a ruse.
In what
I
way?
don't think I said anything about the EU.
Oh wait, the rules. So I chimed in. Someone mentioned how Europe is basically like refusing to send warships, and I have reason to believe that some of it is a ruse. Now, obviously, some countries do mean it, like Switzerland and Spain especially. They're serious, like they're not gonna get involved, but Britain and France, I wouldn't necessarily believe everything that they say right now. Look, there's a reason why Iran sent the Chromosar to the what is it, the USS Diego Garcia? I think that's what it's called, the aircraft carrier. There's a reason why, and even when you think about it, the fact that they're sending anything in the first place, if they really had a honest sort of like good faith assessment of what's going on in this war, then why? Then you have to ask yourself, well, what are you doing setting up any defensive posture against a country that is defending its own self in the first place, that has been antagonized by your ally, right? I never really, it's hard to believe. It was always hard to believe this concept that, oh, Britain is just going to be defensive and that's why we're sending our aircraft carrier. Totally, yeah. We're just sending it to be defensive. Yeah, sure. All right.
I think we are seeing a shift in alliances as well right now in real time, because I think the EU is aware that supporting this would obviously result in, you know, slowing down of production and reliance of, gas and energy from the GCC, which would only push them towards two places, right? Russia or the US market would come into play to eat that share. So again, when I look at the war, I think it's because here's the thing we have to be careful about. I think Thermo was saying is you can never come to language which says things that say never, right? Because anyone is fallible, right? The Americans could go there and completely collapse, but realistically, I don't see that happening, right? Also, causing chaos in that region would actually, people say it's going to push the GCC countries away, but I think it will cause an opposite effect. The more, they invade the region, because they would basically be subject to, well, if we misbehave, we know what happened to Iran, right?
Wait, but Chad, when
So
you say realistically, like if America goes there, we could collapse, but realistically, you don't see that happening. What do you mean by realistically? Like, what's your basis exactly? Like, what's your analytical basis?
the analytical basis is that, okay, at this point, the sovereign wealth fund of GCC countries,
Chad,
they
just some
essentially,
breaking news, and I'll give it straight back to you. It is a violent explosions rock Kuwait, and can be clearly heard from the Iraqi side. So violent explosions hit Kuwait. Sorry, back to you. And actually, Hezbollah conducted 55 operations today. So Hezbollah are dominating on the ground. But sorry, back to you.
so
the seven wealth funds, they control your economy. They own your economy. They decide your pace in AI, and China control your manufacturing. America is what is just you would consider the longest and most successful Ponzi scheme. But like every Ponzi scheme, it will inevitably fail because it's built on a house of cards. And the only way to continue it is to somehow find new points of leverage. Now, if you don't go to this war, what exactly does America have to offer to anybody, to Europe, to GCC, to China? Because the military industrial complex, what they're going to shift it to South America? They're gonna try and affect their relations with NATO partners in Europe. What exactly does America bring to the table if they do not have a seat in the table of the center of the world? That's my question.
Okay, but so again, I just want to bring us back, like ground the conversation again, right? Because I just keep hearing you discuss why we are highly motivated, right? But like you could be the most motivated person in the world to achieve a certain goal. That doesn't mean you have the capability of achieving it. Like someone could put a gun to my head and say, "Hey, you know what? If you don't like get Zendaya to marry you in the next 3 months, then I'm going to kill you and your whole family." Like, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to achieve the goal. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you, again, I asked you because you said realistically, so I asked you for an analytical basis upon which you believe that the US will not collapse. But all you're giving me is why the US is
By
highly
invading Iran?
motivated.
By invading Iran?
Yes.
Because they would. Are you asking me why they would not collapse militarily or economically?
Well, both. They're tied together, right?
Okay, so I covered the economical part, right? Because they would gain, they would gain a regime that would control
No, no, no,
the
no, no,
inflow and
no, 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 no,
outflow.
no. Hold on. You're putting the cart before the horse. We might not collapse economically if we win. You're assuming that we've already won. I'm saying, why do you think we won't collapse in the process of trying to win?
Right. Okay. So here's the thing. Let's say I told you that if you don't go to war, you face certain death. But
Mhm.
if you do go to war, then there's still a high chance that you might fail, but there's a chance you come out the other side. What choice are you going to take?
But again, Chad, do you see like
I have never said that they're not fallible, right? But what I'm saying is militarily,
no, but
if
I'm
they
going.
ignore the economic consequences, militarily they will overpower Iran because militarily they are stronger than everyone, right? That's a fact. So,
Yeah. But I think you're missing something here. Is you can be stronger than someone, right? But that doesn't mean you can beat that person. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? So you could have two militaries, and one is far more powerful than the other. But it's a whole different story of, like, yeah, if Iran tried to invade the US, would they perform as well as if the US tried to invade Iran? No, definitely not. Nobody would deny that, right? But that doesn't mean that the US can successfully invade Iran.
of course they can.
Why?
What's the value of Iran? What is the value and the leverage that they hold with China and GCC
But
nations?
I guess can you help us figure out like how they
Chad,
could, or
Chad,
what's the successful plan?
yeah.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Sorry,
The
Chad,
point
Chad. Let
I'm
me just
making
say
is it's
something before you finish, Chad. U.S.
yeah,
does
go on.
have a stronger military. There's a big difference when it comes to being the defender and the attacker. There's plenty of battles in history, some of them famous, the Spartan one. There's one in Portugal where 4,000 men beat 30,000 Spaniards because because the Spaniards were invading Portugal. This happens very often in history. Like it's repeated over and over and over. And that technology at the time was the same. When you're defending, you're much, much better position. You have much more leverage. That changes the game. So just because US has a stronger military, they're not competing on who can invade the most countries. They're competing on, hey, we have a defensive system and you have a portion of your military here. It's not their entire military. They can't move their entire military there. Do you understand? So when you make the assumption that it's stronger, you're not looking at the fact that only a portion of the military can be there at one time.
I get what you mean. Yeah. I mean, the thing is I don't see it as the total destruction of Iran because they want to inherit Iran, right? So they wouldn't want to totally dismantle them. I
But no one's
understand that.
talking about that. That's not. We're not saying that like they're only going to lose if they seek the cultural destruction of Iran. That's not what
You're
anyone is
talking
saying.
about the feasibility of actually destroying a decentralized armed nation that is in a defensive posture and prepared for over 25 years,
And
right?
implanting its
And
own, yeah.
right, and I mean, to do something of that scale, they would eventually have to show to, they would have to look like what. Okay, let me ask you this: why are they so interested in going for this island? Because it's a pressure point, right?
Sure. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just like a strategically stupid decision. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like a, fake out move or like if it's just for headlines. Like I couldn't
Yeah.
honestly tell you.
So 1 second. So it's a strategically strategically incorrect decision to make. But it's not an illogical decision. Like the reasoning, there is like logical reasoning behind it, even though we know based on a military perspective it will probably fail. But it isn't just some random thing like let's just take Cog Island. Like there is kind of a reasoning for it, right? You want to take it in order to get leverage over the Strait of Hormuz. That's kind of going to be the aim for the mission.
Yeah.
Because your hope is you take Cog Island, you don't fail. Obviously, we think they're gonna fail, but your hope is you take Cog Island, you don't fail. They think that Iranians have less numbers on Cog Island. You take Cog Island. Iran then doesn't bomb Cog Island because they don't want to destroy their oil, which could take many years to rebuild. And then you're able to negotiate and say, guess what? We'll give you back your oil, open up the Strait of Hormuz. So that's kind of the reasoning of what they're trying to do.
And it's also holding China hostage by doing that because China has a massive deal with Iran for supplying, their oil to them in advance. So all that money gets held hostage by the US from China.
I don't get it. That doesn't make sense. Inevitably, you let him talk smack like that.
Well, I was just gonna say that they can always redirect flow of oil, in the first place, just because that's the main thing. It's obviously going to be difficult for sustaining the tanker activity from Carg Island, but that's not necessarily where it's centrally produced or distributed anyway. Like they have other ports that would be able to be used. But I get your point. Like everything that Chad has said, almost everything that Chad has said is actually quite reflective of the Western theory of mind heading into this, the U.S. Israeli theory of mind. It's actually, so I appreciate kind of what I've heard so far from everyone's side, but in his case, like he is actually speaking on literally the basis to the decisions that we're seeing play out. So that's pretty cool. Like it's pretty impressive.
I appreciate that. I think, and also I just want to clarify that I'm not communicating my belief system. I'm just communicating what I consider the material reality that exists.
Yeah,
Well,
you're just being descriptive. You're just
Right.
being descriptive. You're not being normative. But I just, again, the last thing I'll say on this is don't fall into the empire is God trap, because if you read history for just like even a few hours, okay, you will see that this happens every time there's an empire. And I've said this before on this space. Every time there's an empire, they think we're going to be able to do this. And that is what inevitably leads to the collapse of the empire. So that, like, this is not just me saying this. This has happened literally every single time.
Yeah,
No,
Thucydides'
I
trap.
agree. I agree.
Thucydides' trap. It's
Yeah.
literally every empire in U.S.'s position does shit like this throughout history. To your point, so yeah, that's a yep. And mind you, I'm sure a lot of what they're doing is motivated by slighting China. I mean, how many times do you look on X and see something that says, "Well, this is why this is bad for China," right? By some Western shill, right? Like, it just never fails. But go ahead, you guys got it.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. I mean, the fundamental basis of my point is America is going from an imperialistic power to a position where they don't even have a seat at the table of the multipolar uh, future. So that's a massive fall off, right? So this is their attempt to force themselves onto that seat because that's where they found themselves. Because obviously, America has always functioned under the premise of bullying people, right? But with the way the world is headed, that's not the sustainable reality anymore. And I think a large understated reason why a lot of these GCC countries and all of these people, they're aware of the fact that they don't want to upset America and they don't want to go against these guys is because I think we were talking about, like, if they do, let's skip over the fact that, look, militarily, the outcomes of the war and how it's going to play out, this is something that we can all debate. And it's not something I'm suggesting that I know how they would pull, right? And what I'm saying is if they control Iran, what would really be the fundamental cause for chaos in Middle East? It would disappear because that's what they've really wanted for 40 years, right? So why would there be a reason for war? Why would there be a reason for destruction? It's going to be a financial center because, America will finally have the one thing, and Israel by vessel will have the one thing they've always wanted, right? So, and of course, there's other things such as theological arguments and beliefs and radicalism and all these things that play into this effect. But the idea is that I'm not talking about an empire as God. I'm saying that these guys have no fallback. You look at Britain when they fell. What happened to Britain when the colonialist empire fell? What happened to all the money? What happened to the hegemony?
Yeah, but
Right?
again, Chad, you're really conflating motivation with ability. That's what I'm really trying to drive home here is that you are conflating how motivated someone is with what they can actually accomplish. And I haven't heard like a decent answer from you on,
Who's going to protect Iran? Because the reality is,
but I
Iran
haven't
is a
heard an
very
answer from you on
powerful.
how, even if no one protects Iran, the US is going to beat them. I haven't actually heard that from you. That's my problem. I've only heard from you how why the US is motivated to do so.
Right. So the what's the word? Like the basis for that argument, the slipping out my head, but the ability to defend that point. I think yes, the burden of that proof, I would say, is on your feet, right? Because you're the one suggesting that argument to me,
Well,
right?
I've given
All
you a
I,
lot of proof. I've given you explanations economically, and I've given you proof from the US itself with all the war games, right? And I even cited a former vice admiral's tweet from today discussing that fact. So that's my proof right there. Basically 2 points. So I've offered that. Now the burden is on you to actually offer something in return. But the only
okay,
thing
I'll
you
give you something in return. I'll give you something in return, right? The the Iranian regime,
Breaking news.
the Iranian
Breaking
regime.
news.
Go on.
Breaking news. Breaking news. We've got some missiles heading towards the Negev, the very place we wanted to go. To the Negev, we got missiles going towards the Negev. It is going down. Okay, Chad, go ahead, wrap up this point, and we'll change the conversation because it's kind of dragging out now.
The list of all of the commanders and leaders of Iran. Do you think that it's infinite?
Well, no, but what does that have to do with
That's what makes them fallible, because eventually they will become fallible. Because once they killed Soleimani, that was a massive hit, right? It gave them control over Syria. It destroyed the Axis. Now it gets to the point where they've killed a significant amount.
That's not even true, but do continue.
I mean, it plays into it because
No, it doesn't.
obviously they just
Syria had nothing to do with
it.
No, it didn't. Syria. What happened in Syria had no relation to the assassination of Qasem Soleimani.
I mean, it is related,
How was it related?
because
How was it related?
because it allowed them control of Syria
That's-
within 2 weeks after he died.
No, it didn't. When did
So how is it
Qasem
not?
Soleimani die?
It gained them control of Syria 2 weeks or 3 weeks after what's his name, Assad fled, right?
Yeah,
and
'cause he
that was
leader.
a chain reaction
Wait,
after.
Stop. You're conflating now. So first you said Qasem Soleimani, who is a totally different person,
Yeah.
who died years before Bashar left Syria. Now you're saying when the leader of Syria left, that's when Syria fell. Yeah, well, that's obvious. What's that got to do with anything?
But it's the speed at which they replaced him.
Bro,
right?
What? So you expected you're not making sense at all. Like, I just heard the last bit.
Assad, they tried to negotiate with him to allow him to open pipelines so that they can basically control the gas from Qatar for Europe, right? But Assad was a pain in the ass for them because they couldn't control him, because he had his own agenda.
So I agree with that. But when did the Syria war start?
I'm not sure. But
when did the rebellion start?
In Syria, that was, I don't know the exact years, but what's your point?
So you do know it took like 13 years to overthrow Bashar.
Right, but then as soon as he left, they had someone ready for him.
They didn't,
and
bro.
Him. Okay, how long before that? How long before was? Okay, wait.
What you're basically.
How long before did Soleimani die?
You're making no sense whatsoever. Let me explain to you what you're saying. I feel like I'm having a conversation. This is like very low IQ conversation. I'm not hating on you, but I didn't realize that this was the level of conversation that was going on because I was quickly trying to tweet stuff out. So, what you're basically saying is there's a guy in charge of a country. There's other people rebelling and trying to invade that country. When the guy who's in charge of the country is overthrown, someone replaces him, and it's like, God, you do know that it took like a week for him. It wasn't even 2 weeks out of it. You do know it took like a week for him to replace him. It's like, yeah, because you just overthrew the guy. So the guy who got overthrown was replaced by the guy who was the overthrower. But you do know it happened straight away. Like, that makes no sense at all. So what's the overarching point? Makes no sense. You're wrong about all your key facts. So Qasem Soleimani,
the chronology of the events
of what you're saying just makes no sense. So Qasem Soleimani died a few years before all of this happened, which I already mentioned. Qasem Soleimani is an IRGC commander. Syria is a totally different country. Bashar al-Assad was basically the leader of Syria. He managed to defend Syria against the rebels for a very long time. At one point, the rebels were about to defeat him, and the Russians came in and basically saved Bashar al-Assad. Then he remained in power, and there wasn't kind of any inkling that his power was going to be overturned. And then what happened was the Israelis and the collaborators, the Turks, the various others, worked together to overthrow him. They overthrew him, and they took control of Syria. So I don't get what that's got to do with anything at all based on what you're saying. You're literally talking to someone who's an expert on Syria, who's been covering this from a geopolitical and religious perspective for like the last 13 years. Like, what you're saying makes no sense whatsoever.
Okay, correct me from this is my theory with this point. Go on.
Chad, can I ask you a question before we go on too long with this? Look, you were talking about a point about America and things. I'll walk you through. There's 4 steps. Okay. Almost every empire ends this way. There's exceptions, like an earthquake in Portugal. The Spaniards went to Mexico and the Aztecans caught diseases that they never had before. There's exceptions, but not many exceptions. Typically, the empire looks huge. The empire brings on a lot of debt or is suffering financial problems because of how big their military is. Okay. They have one battle that typically seems like they would obviously win, but it exposes a weakness, and then the allies defect because they now look weak and easy to take down. This is almost every single empire. Does America fit any of those 4?
I mean, if you look at modern empires, the last empire that fell, who would that be? That would be Britain, right?
Yeah, it would be
And
Britain. And look, Britain was huge. Okay. It had a huge amount of debt, was trying to collect its taxes. When it went to America, a bunch of guys in Boston basically showed that, hey, all we need to do is tell Britain to get lost and they won't collect their taxes. That showed the weakness, and Britain couldn't be taxing its empire anymore because then no one paid them anymore. So they fell. Exactly the 4 steps I just talked about is exactly what happened to Britain.
but Britain still had some leverage, right? Because they told the Saudis and all these people, well, we're going to hold the money in the Bank of England, right? So what does my whole thing is?
Britain had a special circumstance. Britain was a bit different than most because of Benjamin Franklin. In all reality, it used the banking. A lot of the Zionist banking moved their banking to America. They instituted a lot of the. Typically, empires don't adopt the last empire's way of working. America did. That's the only reason.
So that's what it is, and that's why I guess I hope I'm wrong, right? Because my argument is always from the perspective of the devil's advocate, right? Because I want to be proven that yes, America is fallible, because I obviously I don't want them to win, but it's just the
America does look
transferability.
huge. They have the most debt ever in human history. They are now in a battle that seems to be showing their weakness. They can't impose their sanctions, which they've used as a weapon. And if they're not able to impose sanctions, which a lot of allies are, the only reason why they keep using the dollars because they're forced to. Once they see they don't need to be forced to, that shows that there's a chink in the armor, and things start to unravel.
Also, Chad, keep in mind that like we haven't actually been able to do what you're suggesting for decades. Like basically since World War II. Like we've tried
Never
many
basically.
times and we haven't been able to do it with countries far weaker than Iran.
I think the reason why I agree with all of you, right? I think the element of my theory that kind of drives it for me is my personal fear of theological um, factors, you know, and I think that's where my own theory can be fallible, right? But that's what it is. It's just that the element of theology is something that kind of scares the living crap out of me with this specific war. That's what it is. So perhaps I'm not entirely logical to the end point. But yeah,
But
that's my
the
perspective.
theology is always added on to get other people to join. Even one of the wars that is most known for being theological, which were the Crusades, were actually because the noblemen's sons had nothing to inherit. So they inflamed the rage, so they had land to inherit once again, and then they called it the Crusades. You look at history over and over and over, religion is used after the initial strategies developed. So
That's a
the
good point.
leaders,
Yeah.
the leaders are not actually theological. Like I don't think Netanyahu is actually theological. I think he's just a madman, and he uses religion like a human shield, right? He's like, oh, it's gonna, you need to fight because you're Jewish, blah blah blah. Like, it's bullshit. He's just a madman.
You don't think that they're not. You don't believe that they're driven by theology?
Majority of the country's secular. Majority of people in Israel are not religious. They don't go to synagogue.
No, I'm talking about the oligarch systems that, control the outcomes of broader foreign, wars and what's happening now. Obviously, it's not the average person isn't going to have a say in whether or not Donald Trump decides, right? It's the guys behind the curtains that decide that. Do you not think that those
The
guys
guy
are?
behind the curtains uses religion. They're not religious.
That's interesting because see,
I mean,
that's what I think they
look at
believe it.
Rothschild. Look at Rothschild. He saved the rich Jews. He made a deal with the Nazis to save the wealthy Jews, not all the Jews. That is someone who is not theological. That is someone who's driven by money, right? Completely different objective.
And in this case, how would
He
they?
literally sent people to negotiate with the Nazis. Oh, just give us the rich ones. The other ones can stay.
So in this case, you would suggest that, I mean, they would make this grand attempt, fail, destroy the American economy, privatize the debt, and just control an insane amount of the supply of everything, basically. That's what they're driven by them, logically,
I mean, that's what
in
they've done
destroying
with
it.
That's what they've done with every war.
Yeah. I mean, the element of Israel is frightening, though, because I think these guys are, I mean, you read some of the stuff they have in their books,
Chad,
it's
they
wild.
literally built their model on exactly what you're saying. What made them powerful wasn't actually their banking, although that helped a lot, but they're all alternatives. Which made them powerful is they had information because of how close knit Jews were and how they would be able to transfer messages. They were able to get information about what was happening on the front line before the leaders of the empires could figure out what was happening on the front line. So they were able to position themselves in ways that made them an asset to both empires, except they played both sides. Do you understand? Like, it's like they had a courier pigeon, let's say, that the empires didn't have. That's actually what they built their model on. And then they learned that you can actually increase inflation in certain areas and cause wars when you need more business. Because all wars actually come right after high inflation periods. So you can actually induce wars whenever you want simply by causing problems with money, which they control and they print and they set the policies for.
So the transfer in their control now, you're suggesting would be that they're going from manipulating the masses in regards to war to just manipulating the markets purely out of the fact that they will own 99% of it.
They do both.
Yeah, that is a fair point. I didn't think of that. I mean, it's definitely worth considering. Because for me, I was sold on the fact that these guys are radicalists, radical theologists that are driven by that
No, but
idea.
the people who will follow them are. So they need to talk that way. Let's say.
Also, keep in mind, Chad, that at least for me personally, I'm mainly talking about the success of America. That is not necessarily equatable to the success of Israel. I don't know how Israel's going to come out on the other end of this, right? Like they can still succeed in their surrounding areas, even though America loses in Iran. So those are two separate questions.
I think that's the point that I struggle to see how would Israel recover from that, because Israel is funded off the back of the reparation money that they collected from World War II, and all of the design that America took in growing their economy and building Israel. You can't just suggest that America's gonna fail and then Israel's just gonna pick themselves back up. Israel is a protected state in a place that is surrounded by enemies.
Well, I mean,
Well,
look, I don't know that this is going to happen, but this is just like a possible scenario if if you're having a hard time like imagining it. But You could imagine a scenario in which America and the Gulf countries are preoccupied by Iran, and they go through a long, brutal war. Both sides expend themselves, and then Israel can swoop in and take land from the Gulf.
And wait, you just said something that just, I'm sorry, it irks me. They're surrounded by enemies. Who has invaded Israel? Who's made the
No,
first move on Israel?
I'm talking from their perspective, right? That's not my belief. So just to clarify, as in,
Okay.
if they're in that
But
situation, they're
but
dead.
but from their perspective, okay, they right before October 7th, they sold a port to India. They sold another port to China, which America told them not to do. America bid for the port, and they denied America's bid and gave it to China because China was willing to pay more. Right? Although America kept saying, if you do that, we're not going to send you as much. Do not do that. Do not do that. They did that. Right? Israel plays all sides. When after the sanctions on Russia, Israel had higher trade with Russia, not lower, and then they got called out for it, and then they reduced it. Israel's playing everyone. They're not. They're not. I don't think they're. I don't think they're as dependent on America as many people think. They are right now, but they have created other partnerships. Like Russia's against Israel, but at the same time, Russia does a lot of trade with Israel. They did, at least. China seems like they're against Israel, but they bought a port there. Why? Because they're in a very strategic location, and just so happens every single port, because this is how they got power, every single port in the Levant is bombed or not working except for Haifa. Do you understand? So any
Yeah.
boat that wants to go there, Haifa is the only option. That's why this whole thing, like when that port blew up in Beirut, I'm sorry, I've looked deeply into that. That it makes no sense. The size of the explosion was that, and even forensic architecture, which is the one who does forensic studies for the UN, and it's an Israeli man who did it, who also exposed the thing that happened to Hind Rajab. They're like the depth of that hole is way bigger than what the explosion should have been, and they assumed that was hit, right? So it just so happens they have the only port. As long as you have that port, countries around the world need to use it. Look, they're playing both sides. They're not as dependent on America. That's why I'm with Thermo. I don't know what will happen there. Israel
I mean,
is a wild card for me.
America's actions in South America, Israel's actions in Somalia as well. I mean, America's actions on tariffing the Taiwan shipping routes. They're both kind of hedging themselves against each other, basically, isn't it? At the same time. So yeah, I mean, I didn't think of that. I didn't know that as well. So I appreciate that. That is interesting insight. I hope you are right, because yeah, that's what I was trying to get to see, like, because I don't know. I just Andy's got his hand up. Go on, bro.
Yeah, let me go to Silver Sailor real quick. I think it's around the time he chimes in, and then I'll go to Andy.
Hey,
And Andy,
thanks,
jump
Joe.
in
Thanks for the mic.
sometimes.
Can you hear
Yep.
me?
Yep. Go ahead, Silver.
Hey, I just want to make a quick correction. Something that Inevitable said earlier about those 2 ballistic missiles that were launched towards Diego Garcia, which is a critical supply island in the Indian Ocean. So I'm pretty sure he's going to that's going to start spinning up his brain there as far as if that hit or not. But here we go. Welcome to today's segment of Anti-War Veteran Minute with Silver Sailor. I'll be reading a quote from Christopher Hitchens. Here we go. I respect those who say that the United States should simply withdraw from the Middle East, but I don't respect them for anything but their honesty. Thank you.
Thanks, Silver Surfer. No, Silver Sailor. Andy, go ahead. And Andy, jump in a while. You're always up here and you're always
Yeah.
super patient, and
Okay.
sometimes you
Yeah.
forget.
So I found this conversation interesting. I just don't see how the U.S. can win this in Iran. And what does winning even look like? Does winning look like invading on the ground and losing 50,000 soldiers? Because sure, we could absolutely do that and conquer Tehran, but I feel like this country there'd literally be riots in the street probably. And that would make the George Floyd riots look like a picnic if it ever got to that point. I just don't see the public having any appetite for that. I mean, just look, you already see people getting upset online about this war, and then the second the bodies start coming home in the social media age, I couldn't even imagine. I mean, people got upset with Vietnam, and there wasn't any social media. That was um, channels on TV. So if we had a repeat of Vietnam, but in the social media age, just imagine all the influencers on the left, plus you get your Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, everyone else. I mean, plus you'd even have some of these, a lot more of MAGA turning against it. I mean, who would even be left supporting it? I mean, like, you'd have pretty much no one left supporting it at that point. It would be a complete disaster. And about Israel, I don't see how Israel can accomplish any of their goals of swooping in and taking anything. Like their whole plan on doing that, it is contingent on Iran falling. So if America loses here, which is looking likely, this whole Greater Israel project ain't going anywhere. Israel can't even defeat Hezbollah, so they ain't going to be able to take diddly squat if Iran's still around and America has to retreat.
Yeah, to your point, I was surprised at all the pushback Trump was getting on Truth Social. But Marty, go ahead, jump in. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, from what I've been listening, it seems like we're dancing around something that nobody's talking about. Is that from the get-go, if you really watch how all this spun up from years ago, we can look at the Iraq War, we can look at 9/11. The idea of this just being about religious wars and whatever else people want to spin it as, I say you got to take a look at the Bank of International Settlements, the plans that they had going back to Bush, George H.W. Bush, the whole idea of a governmental type a world government. And not to get into the discussion about the New World Order, but a lot of the things that they're doing here is setting up for the future when everybody's felt enough pain
Just some
that
breaking
you can come
news.
to the.
Just some breaking news. More rockets going towards the Negev. More rockets going towards the Dead Sea Negev area. This is the third time records in the last hour, a couple of hours, I'd say, and that rockets have been fired towards the Negev and the Red Sea. Sorry, back to you, Marty.
Yeah, thanks. I would say start taking a look at how this is setting up the future for the reset that everybody wants. There's no discussion. Remember, you used to hear about saving Social Security and all the things that they would worry about with our debt, etc. They've obviously have a plan for dealing with all that, and this is how they're going to sell it to the public without getting into who's accountable for where all the money disappeared to, etc. Because if you started getting into that conversation, there's no way they're turning around and they're changing course on our debt and all the things that are happening here. It all figures into the cake mix. And there's going to come a point where people are going to feel enough pain that they're they're going to accept explanations for the solutions that they give us because there's really nothing else they can do. Now, I know that's pretty much putting it in general, but I think you have to start looking at things like how they would like to set up the whole, countries being sovereign. I mean, the BIS, the banking cartels aren't even, they're their own sovereign nation, so to speak. So a lot of what you're watching when it comes to the global financial system is is a false premise, and it's kabuki theater. And that's where I think you really need to look at. It's not just a matter of the money, it's the control and what they can do to countries with it once they have the system in place that they really want. And I'll go ahead and yield there.
Yeah, Marty, you said one thing. You said that everyone wants. When you say everyone wants, who's everyone?
Well, I'm sorry, that wasn't a good way to put it. But I'd say the people that really run everything that we're watching happen for the last couple of decades. And when I talk about that, people talk about the deep state. That's just something that's been accepted as of recently, and that's sort of a description, I would say, of the tool that is Washington. Everything that we talk about here, when people get into geopolitics, etc., then you're talking about the shadow government. And whoever you want to label as being the people at the round table, so to speak, that make those decisions, a lot of people point to the Rothschilds and others like it. It's the people that you don't hear of. When you look at the George Soroses and people like that, and you know, the people you see up front running the corporate fascism. When I say corporate fascism, I can point to things with United Airlines and companies that it's corporate fascism, but it's not a sovereign country type thing. It's not, hey, here in the U.S. they're making decisions they're making global decisions, and they're making decisions not exactly on how the people perceive the countries or how the world economic system works today. They're making decisions for things that they're looking 10 years out and 20 years out on how they're going to make it work. And they're going to create the problems like they always do and have the solutions ready for you. So when you look at what's going on in Iran, you can't forget the white papers from the Rand Corporation before 9/11 and figure all that into the mix. I mean, it's a difficult thing to do, but you can't look at it from 10,000 feet. You got to get up to 50 and 100,000 feet because these are long-term plans that have been in the works for a couple of decades already. And who knows what they have planned for us next. So we need to start looking into the future. I hear too much about hearing about Iran in the past, which much of it is legitimate. However, they don't look in the past. The people that are when I say they, I mean the really powerful that are running the show behind the scenes, they look at the future. They'll make adjustments because they don't always get it right, but it's easy for them to do if we're sitting there not looking at what we really should be looking at, and that's the control that the financial system gives them. Look into the Bank of International Settlement. Look into the banking cartels, BCCI, HSBC. Look at what a scam all that is and how untouchable they are. The idea that you would pretend, like Bill Barr appointed Mueller to look into BCCI, nobody goes to jail, et cetera, with HSBC. These things tell you things. And there was another key thing that happened. It gets so ridiculous that nobody even squawked when they levied fines against HSBC for all the laundering they did. Nobody went to jail, but then allowed Eric Holder to divert some of the penalties that were levied against him to, and direct that money to NGOs. And the media and everybody sat back and was like, no big deal, didn't squawk about it. These are the things we have to start looking at of where are they taking us? Because I think they're taking us to where people feel enough pain that they can come up with a solution that nobody would have accepted, at least in the U.S., until this situation was set up for it to happen. And I've
Exactly.
there.
Exactly, and that's what the new world order is, where you will own nothing and be happy. And I think it's possible maybe they are using the Iran war to accelerate that. If they can get to $200 a barrel, they can collapse the economy, and we'll be like, hey, we have a solution. It's going to be an AI Palantir state, and you'll have your universal basic income because you're all poor now, but you have to play along and follow the rules and accept this. And people wouldn't have accepted that 10 years ago. But if no one can afford anything, or very few people can because of that, most people, unfortunately, probably would accept that.
Well, and I would add, all along the way, they lay the foundation for setting up the villain and then the hero. I was out of Chicago. It drove me crazy when Obama would say things like, electricity prices are necessarily going to have to skyrocket, and all the media would just sit there with dumb looks on their face and not even ask them why. We punish our enemies and we protect our friends. I mean, they tell you every step of the way what they're doing, but it's convenient because now you have those villains that they're going to pretend as though they're going to drag them in front of committees and all the other crap they're going to do. I'll make a prediction right now. They're not going to lay a glove on James Comey. because if they were, they would have taken the information I gave them years ago about him committing treason and smoking gun evidence, and couldn't
Marty,
even get.
what's this got to do with the Iran war?
I'm sorry.
What's this got to do with the Iran war?
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear what you were asking.
What you're saying, what you're talking about, what has this got to do with the Iran war?
Well, I think they all have to do with each other. Go read the white paper that they published before at the Rand Corporation that they published before 9/11. Get educated on that whole setup. Most people don't even know.
1 second. I don't need to get educated on it. You come on my space. You want to explain your position. Explain to me how your position has anything to do with the Iran war. Go.
Well, do you see where that can have an effect on?
I want you to explain it. Tell me where I see, or tell me to go read something else.
Well, everything has an effect around the world. Do you think the Iraq war had?
Okay, my existence has an effect.
Well, do you think the Iraq war? What do you think we went to war in Iraq for?
Can you listen? Don't.
What do you think we went to war in Iraq for?
What Marty is saying is fairly interesting, though.
Yeah, and you can do your own space on it if you want to talk about Andy. Go ahead. You can leave and do a space with him and speak about it. But this,
yeah.
This space is about Iran. I don't know what is going on. The last hour or so, the space has completely derailed away from the Iran war, and it's just about random stuff. This isn't a random. This isn't a random chit chat show. This is specifically about the Iran war. So I'm gonna bring this back. Okay, I'm just gonna remove this guy from the space as well. Okay, I'm gonna bring this.
Sorry, my fault. Sorry if it's my fault. I thought I felt like he was talking about the banking cartel, and then he went a bit wide, but he was talking about the banking cartel.
He went very wide, and to be honest, like the last hour's been like this, which isn't your fault because there isn't many people on the panel, but. Bro, he just going off on one. And all I was asking for clarification is I was like, oh yeah, but why don't you go read some? It's like, bro, just explain it. You're honest best. Explain your position. Explain to me what this specifically got to do with the Iran war, which you're unable to do. The reason you're not able to do it is because what happens is they go on these kind of conspiracy. What it is X has this thing. Let me be clear on it. I know what I mean, but I want to keep this conversation about the Iran war. That's why people are here. And my chat's been crying for about an hour about it as well, to be honest, on YouTube. Probably longer than an hour to but anyway, the point is what happens on X is there's these kind of like dark corners where people just spend all day talking about conspiracy theories 24/7, and yeah, you can link anything to anything, like the Illuminati, they're involved, and all this kind of stuff. And what happens is they basically go down this road, and then when you ask them like what's this got, everything's linked. Listen, the Illuminati control everything, so therefore it's got to do with Iran war. It's just ridiculous. Like, we're talking about the Iran war, we need to be specific on it, and we need to specifically keep it on the point. Okay, let's go to Venarkis. Go ahead, Venarkis. Tell me what your view is on the Iran war. Okay, drop you. Let's go to Sia. Sia, what's your thoughts on the Iran war?
Can you hear me okay?
No, your mic's not great.
All right, let me turn the Bluetooth it off.
It sounds like you
All
swallowed
right,
your
can you hear me better now?
Yeah, say it again.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say first off, thank you for the space. I mean, I come here. I was here. I live in California. I kind of have a unique perspective. I'm kind of coming from the place of poverty. My thoughts on the Iran war, I think it's just something that's leading to something bigger. I'm not too intelligent, so I don't really have any deep insight. But I do think, at the core of me, I think everything is kind of spiritual. And I think really that the physical projections or things that we see happening are a reflection of spiritual things that are happening. And that's really just kind of my dull insight. But thank you for the space. And this is the best place to come. I was here when you did the 12-day every day. And I've probably spent about 140 hours in the last 20 days since you've been here. I mean, yeah, no one is doing this. No one is offering information like this. There's no one out here who stays like this. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Iluella, I saw you going crazy with the emojis. Go ahead. Thoughts on the Iran war? Uella, or however you pronounce your name.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the mic. It's Uella. It's pronounced Uella. Um, yeah, sorry. It was some time ago. I was actually on the stage and then I glitched out the room and I've been trying to get back ever since. Um, if everyone agrees that boots on the ground is going to be suicidal, why on earth would the Americans do that? And I wondered if the reason might be because they might have, I don't know, robot combatants in mind. Is the technology there for that? Does anybody have any insight into that? Whether they might be thinking of using robots?
Well, I
I
mean,
don't think so.
I've heard reports, but I don't know if anyone here heard about that. That was happening on Andrew. I don't know if you heard about it. That they were using robots in Ukraine. But I haven't looked into it that much, to be honest. But I don't even understand how that island helps America strategically either. It just seems like a place that Iran can hit, and it feels like it's an excuse. It's sending our soldiers to be sacrificed in order to increase the violence that America can use and get support from Americans. That's my rationale, but that's gut. That's not evidence. That's just what I feel like is happening because I don't see what that helps with. It's so far away from the strait. Um, I really don't know. Do they think they can get the oil, increase the oil, but then they just remove the sanctions? They could get the same result. So I no longer think it's that, which is what I thought it was.
Yeah, I think they're going to build a template from there. Also, I don't know if you heard about NATO removing troops from Iraq. I have a feeling that that's going to be a platform that the U.S. uses for further invasion, probably from like 82nd Airborne. But like the Karg Island, I don't think they're gonna. They shouldn't try to get anywhere near it. Just keep it like in near the Arabian Sea, right? Maybe the Gulf of Oman if you want. Don't try to go into the Strait. Use that as a bedrock, as a template, and then get your stupid international coalition like you're trying to do anyway, and then go forward. I think that actually seems like what's going to. That seems feasible. They definitely have something up their sleeve, though. I don't think they're just going to march them in without anything else. I think they have a few other um, underhanded methods that are at play. We just don't know right now.
That's why I was wondering if they had robots in mind, because Trump mentioned something about some great surprise, didn't he? So I just wondered if that was just all posturing or whether they had something in mind.
Yeah, as far as robots go, there's nothing I've heard or read. But if someone can else weigh in on that, but I certainly haven't heard or read anything about that.
Yeah, nothing wartime ready. That's for sure.
How would they get?
Yeah,
How would they
exactly.
get on the island anyway, Andrew? Amphibious units, but from where? From Kuwait?
Yeah, the whole Marines would be amphibious landing, coming in. Well, the insanity, of course, would be right there at the Strait area, onto the that island there. But what makes more sense would be to the south, and I think a couple days ago I was talking about that. But even then, there again, there's nothing. The landing. The areas are not real suitable for an amphibious landing. And we could talk about this for hours, but the ultimate bottom line is Marine Corps doctrine, United States Naval doctrine is very clear unless there is established pure air superiority, not even have air supremacy, but superiority has to be established. If it's not, it's not even on the it's not even in the realm of a possibility. For example, I would refuse those orders, and I pray to God that any commanding officer down to as far as the Navy side of the house, even down to the department head, would refuse any orders to do that. I would never in hell would ever bring my men into harm's way in an obvious kill box like that. it would be not only suicidal, but it's immoral. So it's why it's unthinkable and fathomable for me
Do you think
personally.
they're being
Now, saying
you think
that,
they're being sacrificed?
let's go ahead. That's right. Joel, what's that?
Do you think they're being sacrificed? Because that's the way I kind of feel. I know the Marines, like no offense if someone's a Marine, but they're the most brainwashed out of all U.S. military. Um, and I feel like they would follow orders because of that. But I feel like this is to get an American reaction to support this war, and these kids are going to die.
Yeah, that's very possible. That's very possible. And yes, I served with the Marines directly for 3.5 years, and when you say that, you're right. They're terrifying. They're terrifying, honestly. Once they get that mindset and they get the go, they're it's yeah they're fearless. They're insane. It's there's no question, and we saw it happen in Beirut, Lebanon, when the Marine amphibious. We used to call it the MAU, but now it's an MEU that we had in Beirut in 1982. Our MAU that I supported, literally from shore, from the amphibious objective area to shore, were dug into we took care of the airport. The Marines had the airport, the most difficult part of the whole task. And the living conditions were intolerable. They were literally dug in holes with sandbags. In fact, when I would go a couple times, I'd be ashore visiting them to bring supplies and or change out men as a boat officer. I was like, this gunny would say, "Come on in, have a cup of coffee, Lieutenant." And I was like, "No, thanks." And then you'd hear a snap, a crack sound, and it'd be. I said, like one day, for example, I said, "What in the world?" And the gunny, an E7, this gunny sergeant said, some idiot's shooting at us. I said, "Good God, I'm out of here, man. I'm not wired for this. I'm not paid for this." But no, my point is, it was extremely difficult that they were living in. And then they said, that relieved us, let's put the Marines in the barracks. They were going to put them in a building. Our colonel, who is in our very wardroom on my ship, said, quote, "There's no way in hell we would ever be in a building. We can't defend it." Sure enough, I believe it was a blood ritual. They took those Marines and put them in a building. And then we saw what happened in 1982. I was there in 82, 83. So in 83, I'm sorry, it was the bombing there. And they blamed that on Hezbollah. But I believe with all my heart today that it was the Mossad was behind that 150%. I'm getting off the subject, but it's unthinkable what has happened in our history. And that's why I'm so vocal.
Sorry to butt in. This is Catkins. Andrew, there's been reports of the US Army. I'm sure you've covered this already, right? But speaking on from what you were just saying, the US Army is preparing to deploy the 82nd Airborne Division into the Middle East. So you're talking about 8,000 Marines going on their way to be sacrificed.
Yeah, the Marines are coming in from the water, the ocean. If you could look at a map here, the 82nd Airborne are what is coming in on land at a different point. And
just want to
that's
welcome
different.
So there are
financial
two
That's from a
lots.
different.
So you've not only got the waterborne, you've got the airborne as well. So you got a lot of boys out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, exactly. There's more than two. There's more, if you want to look at pure numbers, there's more than total of 5,000, which would be the Marines. That's 2 Marine amphibious units, one from the Tripoli, then the LHD coming in from San Diego, the Boxer, the LHD. But the Army, the 82nd Airborne, they're at a different position there on land, coming in from the land. And that is a completely different operation. But even then, even Colonel Aguilar said very clearly, Colonel McGregor said it, Lieutenant Colonel retired Daniel Davis has said it. It's insane. Could they do it? Would we do it? Sure, we could do it. But the objective is unfathomable because there's no clear win there. Meaning,
Objective.
without air superiority, yeah, it'd be crazy.
They're gonna do an
Andrew.
air assault in Carg Island too, and they're gonna do that. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna do a beach landing per se. I think they're going to try to soften targets first, and that's even if they get that close, which they probably won't. If they do, then either Iran somehow is degraded, which they're not, or I don't know, something else would have allowed them to get that close. For them to get as close, get close enough to get even like an Osprey over Karg Island for troops to drop down. Yeah, that's going to require like air superiority, as Andrew keeps saying, and they don't have it. So we're gonna find out. We'll see.
Yeah, you can't do that while they're still
Andrew,
shooting down drones.
just to add on
Exactly.
to Joe's point, Andrew, the military that you're saying they're going to deploy, is that more of like generally an opening move, or is it more like an end game strategy?
Oh no, it'd be an opening move to establish. The 82nd Airborne are kind of like the Marines when it comes to a beachhead landing, to establish a beachhead or a point of insertion. But the actual movement of power on boots on the ground, overwhelmingly, we would need to see 500,000 U.S. soldiers and allies. And we don't even see close to that. I was at the Pentagon for Desert Storm 1, and the surge that we used, imagine hundreds of container ships, oilers, refuelers. We took, in fact, I was even had United Airlines. I was personally involved with a phone call to Marshall United Airlines to reflag their carriers from remove seats from their wide bodies to make them troop carriers in cargo carriers. Yep. We don't see anything like that, not even close. This was Iraq, which is smaller and nothing compared to the complexity and power of Iran. Do you see the insanity of why someone like me, especially the experts, and again, I do not consider myself, nor would I ever, God forbid, consider myself a military quote expert. I'm only giving you my personal experience from giving my whole adult career serving as a military officer, and then afterwards as a consultant, and then following closely with Naval Institute. It's beyond insane. All of the officers I talk to, retired officers, except for some hardcore MAGA, and they're in a cult, and I pray for them because they're in a brain. It's like they're zombified in a cult. It is a cult. We saw it happen at Quantico when Hegseth, the little corporal, walking around like Mr. Badass, and Trump told an apolitical military, you're taught from day one to be apolitical, to take no loyalty allegiance to any party. Yeah, you could have your opinion, fine, but are not driven to an ideology or a political party. They were told clearly, you will no longer be apolitical. You will be of the MAGA cult. You will follow the law. If you follow the rules, when we say jump, you will say how high. When we say move, you will say go. If you have a problem, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. We're no longer the Department of Defense. We're the Department of War. I went into a rage. I was so angry when I saw that. Where is the outrage? Many officers resigned, but you didn't hear about it. Great men like Alvin Halsey of CENTCOM. He said, the hell with this insanity. And I know Admiral Ketcher, the director, the JCS, he was fired immediately. You know why he was fired, that naval admiral? He saw the pure absurdity beyond reason. And that's why, and I cannot stand, I have no respect whatsoever for Raising Cane, my boy. He's a yes man. He's a lapdog. I have no respect for that man whatsoever.
Yeah, I just
Andrew,
looked up.
there's also another
Catkins,
news.
1 second. The 82nd
Yeah, sorry,
Airborne,
Josh.
I just looked it up, and it said that they specialize in parachute attacks.
Yeah, exactly. 82nd Airborne and 101st Airborne are assault. They do assault by air. Yeah, exactly. That's their specialty. And that means that's just like Normandy and D-Day. If you want to do some history, they always come in as the advance to set up to take out beachheads and stuff like that. But again, it's a suicide mission.
Go ahead, Catkins. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. Yeah, so Andrew, so there have been reports coming out. I've been wondering that this count of 12 bodies only is a bit of a fabrication of not being true. There's been reports that says that 1,100 soldiers of the United States have been brought home in caskets. Do you have any verifications of this?
We won't really know a number, but I promise you, I guarantee, I swear before God Almighty that these absurd numbers that they've been giving us, you can 10 times 10 that. I saw it happen in Vietnam. I saw it happen when I was active duty. I've told the story many times. I was involved in a terrorist attack. We lost, 20, 37, 38, almost 40 people were either injured or dead. 10 were murdered, killed by a terrorist attack. You know what we were told? You don't talk to the media about it. You don't talk about it. Nothing happened here. Yeah, it sucks. Oh, well. And then the news, I was shocked. We heard, well, first of all, ask anybody that was even alive back then in 1979, December the 3rd, 1979. How many people heard about it? Very few people even heard about it. It was just a little second, third page news. Yeah, the sailor was wounded or killed. Yep. No, we lost a lot more than that. When we will learn the real number, we will learn the real number. Oh, it's when those corpses, those meat sacks, they just look at them as a meat sack. They throw them in a body bag. It's a very kind of a cold-blooded thing. It sucks. Throw them in a body bag, zip them up, tie them, throw them off. For example, when I was in the North Atlantic once, before I began my submarine service, we lost 20. I think it was about 20 Marines died one morning off of the transport that I was in support of. You know what we said that morning for breakfast when we got the report? Damn, that sucks. Hey, what's for lunch? Not that we're killed or calloused or we don't care, but your brainwashing is conditioning. Yeah, we're doing our thing. Life sucks. But when we will really learn the numbers is when those bodies of those precious men and women that start coming home from Dover Air Force Base, when they're sent home to their families, all of a sudden that nameless hunk of meat in that bag becomes personal. When the beloved family starts seeing their loved ones coming home in those coffins, those flag draped coffins, no longer will you be able to keep those numbers secret. I want everyone to, if you've ever been to a military funeral, to try it. It's a very heart-wrenching moment. When I was in Bakersfield, California, and my son, who I lost him later. He told me he was a platoon commander. He was a great man, greatly beloved. He was a man greatly beloved by his men. One of his leading sergeants was killed, and my son escorted his body back. And I was invited to go to the funeral. I didn't want to do it. I said, no, thanks. I can't deal with that right now. But my son said, Dad, I need you there. I went there wearing I was a civilian. I was wearing my civilian suit. The wife of that sergeant, this young Mexican woman, she didn't even hardly spoke English. Let's send in our poor and our underprivileged. Yeah, let's send them to go die. Who cares? Yeah, so what? This beautiful young Hispanic woman, Mexican woman, she could barely speak English, and if she found out I spoke Spanish, I'm fluent in Spanish, and she asked me, ¿Por qué lo hicieron? Why did this happen? And do you think I told her the truth? Do you think I told that young 20-year-old mother with two little children who is now without a father, do you think I was going to tell her the truth of why her husband died? If I would have told her the truth, I would have told her, for nothing, ma'am, for nothing. Your husband was sacrificed on the blood altar for Baal, for National Zionist Israel, for nothing in a needless war. This war on terror, this war to find weapons of mass destruction. When my son came home in a gunfight, found out that one of the combatants that my son personally was involved in shooting was a 12-year-old child, and it broke my son's heart. Do you think the hours and hours and hours I spent seeing how he was mentally just destroyed from that sweet, kind person, that young man? He was a tall, 6'2", a handsome, strong, intelligent young man. I saw him being dismantled mentally, emotionally. It tore me apart, ripped me apart inside. Why do you think I spent hours and hours and hours on this space to pray, and I keep praying, and I keep speaking out, saying no, just say no. Stop this insanity. Say no.
Thanks, Andrew. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense announces another missile and drone attack on the country. That's happening right now, Kuwait. And actually, there is a theory that I'm not sure about it because I haven't really thought it out, but I read it somewhere and I was thinking, that's interesting. Which was this claim that they might try and invade. That basically, if the US tries taking Karg Island, then Iran's response may be to invade Kuwait. Now, I don't agree with that, but it was just an interesting point I heard someone say. Now, what's it again? Okay, let's go to Kev. Kev, jump in, give us your thoughts.
Okay, good evening. Great space to everybody, Suleiman, and all the speakers. I've been listening for a good while. Good commentary, so on and so forth. I'll just kind of give my quick thoughts on the question in the end. I don't think anybody has posed so far. I think it's a good way. I look a lot of my life, I kind of take the worst case scenario, be it work or some personal situations, but I also look at that in this situation in that I remind myself, we all know who controls the US government. And they've been waiting for a long time for this opportunity. And when I hear these talks of, Trump wants an off-ramp or this or that, I personally don't believe it. He might put out a little feeler statement like the one last night about possibly wrapping up things. I think these are just little appeasement, little crumbs for the masses to distract them and whatnot. I would much more think of the US government as almost the Terminator, run by the Zionists, of course. And they've been waiting for this for a long time, and they've hijacked the US military. They're playing with house money and house lives for the most part, if not in whole. And they're going to use that. Everybody here, you would like to get 10 free lottery tickets, would you not? You can only win, right? I'm not saying there isn't a losing option, but at least you got 10 free lottery tickets. You get the analogy. So just kind of keep that in mind, and I would maybe keep worst case scenario. In other words, the US, they can only print so much money out, like the 200 billion just proposed yesterday. And I emailed my friend, we go back and forth. He doesn't have X. And I said, my theory was 10 days or 2 weeks ago was, money is not a thing. I'm surprised they didn't just print out another trillion or 2 trillion. Where's the limit? And I get it. I heard Thermomo mention, the system will collapse. I understand that in theory, but it never seems to, and it never does. And again, these are not things I want, of course. I'm putting aside what I want. I'm just looking at X's and O's and what I kind of foresee. But okay, all of that aside, I'll get to my question. If you can kind of jump ahead, or let's say if this war ended tomorrow by whatever miracle, is a factor of, let's just take Iran's stance. Are they thinking, okay, whenever the bombing stops, we have China to help us rebuild. You got the huge manufacturing base, and we could sell them mass oil, whatnot. Are they taking that into account of the amount of damage they can incur? And Israel, of course, well, we know the U.S. taxpayer will front that bill for their reconstruction. But that's my question, is the rebuilding aspect. Thanks.
Rebuilding a what, sorry?
The rebuilding aspect. Does Iran have more, if you will, playroom because they know ahead of time China's going to help them rebuild?
So you mean basically the rebuild of all of the countries that have been destroyed from this war?
Yes.
It's a good question, actually. So obviously the GCCs will cover the bill for their own countries. It's going to cost a lot. Then the other question marks is America going to rebuild those military bases? If they do, I think it'll be like a joint payment, 50 them, 50%. Like as an example, certain amount them, certain amount GCC, because the GCC are cooked. I think the Israeli rebuild will be financed by the United States of America. And the Iranian rebuild, depending on what situation they're in, obviously that may be, it'll be China again through the discounted China deal that they have with the oil. But then look, with all of this, it all depends on who wins the war as well. Because if Iran wins the war, they're going to be in a very good position anyway. They'll already, as I mentioned this, they would be a powerhouse in the Middle East. They'll be a powerhouse in the world. They'll have so much resource to sell. they'll have control over the Strait of Hormuz. They could put a levy on that. There's going to be so much money for Iran to make that, you know, they'll be able to finance that rebuild with China. And the Chinaman does rebuild at a very cost-effective way. Isn't that right? Inevitable.
Yeah, he sure is.
I mean, you look at anything the Chinese do, they do it at such a cost-effective manner compared to the West. Like, there's a lot of wastage. There's a lot of wastage in the West. Like, you have three models, right? You've got the American model, you've got the Chinese model, and you got the kind of GCC model. So a Western model, so American European model is they'll have a project, they'll have a certain cost budget, and then they'll pay like maybe 5x more of that. The Chinese will produce the same thing for like a quarter of the price and in a quarter of the time.
That's exactly what I mean. You hit the nail, the hammer with the
And
nail.
the GCC, they'll literally just like use slave labor and have people die to rebuild their country. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Brutal intro. Go ahead.
It's true though, isn't it? Where's the lie, Mr. Chinaman? Where is the
Honestly, yeah. I was gonna say no punches pulled there.
Where's the lie, Mr. Chinaman? Just want to welcome Moffat. Moffat, how did you just creep up, bro? Have you got? Oh, you still got the thing from when I wasn't even looking at the screen, so I'm glad you just managed to come up. He's like, it's my boy, isn't it? He just gets in like
Facts. You're speaking absolute facts, brother.
Okay, I'm just gonna sit on the sofa while I'm having it. Okay, Joa, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Can I just say thank you for allowing me to speak? Thank you, Suleiman, Joa, everyone. Thank you. Good night, and Eid Mubarak to everyone as well.
Eid Mubarak. Not sure about the posh voice, but the rest of it's cool. So, Joa, your best mate's up here.
Yeah, I see. He owes me some money. If he didn't put up his IQ test, I did.
Tommy, have you paid Joa his money? Or you being a typical Jewish guy and not paying up?
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't, but I did take the IQ test and I did post it.
What was what was the score?
140.
Yeah, I expected a score for you from Joa. Is it like do you do an online one?
Yeah. I just did the Mensa one that they typically use. It's pretty standard.
Yeah. All right, Tommy, do you want to unmute your mic, or have you just come here to sit around?
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Yeah, how come you haven't done your IQ test as per your promise?
Well, I never said that, and the challenge was a proctored IQ exam, not your AI aided online Mensa test.
My AI aided. Okay. First off, you never said proctored. I'm willing to do that. We go to the same proctor and we could see. I'd be more than happy.
Organize it, Tommy.
I will organize it. Any national testing center, and I'll pay for it.
It has to be online. I'm not in the country right now.
No, it has to be in-person proctored test.
What? Wait a minute.
Well, it could be anywhere in the world, though, right?
Yeah, they do it online. They do it online where the proctored teacher, he'll like watch both cameras, and then they print out the final result on a certified piece of paper that you can't like fake or else you could get.
Yeah, and they watch your screen to make sure you're not cheating.
Is that all right, Tommy?
We'll have to see which one you're talking about, but it'll be a proctored exam for let's see, which IQ test? There's the. Hold on one second here.
Wait, are you gonna do it yourself as well?
Yeah, I'll take the same proctor test.
Cool.
And
So
then
what was the drama about? Like, who's more brainy?
No, he came up and talked about how he became a millionaire at the age of 2, and then
At the age of 2 he became a millionaire?
and that he was smarter than everyone else.
You brought up IQ first. You brought up IQ first,
bro. You brought up IQ. People with IQ don't bring up IQ.
That's true.
Do you understand? That's why as soon as you brought it up, I'm like, this guy's a dummy.
I agree.
Yeah, you brought it up.
That's actually an indicator. Like most people who talk about IQ actually aren't that smart. And it's not always the case, but generally speaking, unless that's the only kind of thing they got going for them, then it's a different story. But yeah, generally speaking, that's how it is. But what's the what was
Let's
the
hear his
drama
brainy.
about? So
Let's hear his
wait,
brainy takes
and you
on
think
Iran.
that he didn't become? You think that this Azayo didn't become a millionaire by the age of 2? Like these guys inherit wealth, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he did. Like that doesn't matter. But that's when you talk about the fact that you have money. You typically don't have money. When you talk about the fact that you have a high IQ, typically you don't have a high IQ. I mean, that's just typically how it works, right?
Unless that's the only thing they've got, then it is. Although,
Well,
like Gary is wealthy, and that's all he talks about. He's like, I'm so rich.
but he's Russian. That is the culture to flash wealth. Do you know what I mean? Like Tommy is, I believe, Jewish or God knows what. Maybe Italian. I don't know. It's
I
not
mean,
really
it's an
the
anonymous profile. We won't know, but one has to guess that he's probably Jewish, but we don't know.
Yeah. Although he says his profile's public, there is no Tommy Casanova in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, you're just making it up. So Tommy, what did you, Joe? What did you destroy him on last time? What topic?
It was on Iran, but everyone in the comments were just saying that he's a troll. So I'm waiting to hear his new take, his new angle on Iran.
Okay, go ahead, Tommy. What's your angle?
Well, we're only about 10 days away. Like I said, the IRGC, the Iranian regime, will be completely annihilated by
From
April
now?
1st.
Oh, by April 1st.
It's done. They're cooked, right? 10,000 targets. You realize, Haliman, that even with Trump's latest comments, that what the United States is going to do is we're going to give them the treatment we gave Japan post World War II. That's demilitarization. That's regime change. We're going to militarily occupy the country for the rest of the century.
And so that's
the 70 million Iranians that are not Muslims are going to lay waste.
Can I ask a
what's
question?
left of them.
Ask a question.
Yeah.
It's just you can talk if you want, but isn't it a bit boring? So, just these kind of predictions you're making, these will all happen by April the 1st.
There will be an interim government taking over all the Iranian institutions by April 1st.
Oh, by April 1st. So there'll be okay. I appreciate that because you've been.
Did you choose April 1st because it's April Fool's Day, so it's just a joke?
No, it's really just the 30-day, the normal 30-day window before the intelligence apparatus of the State Department kick in. Once the IRGC is basically nothing but an insurgency group, then basically you're going to see U.S. backed police forces being developed in the country.
Okay,
The Iranians are going to wait.
Tommy, can we just chill for a bit? 1 second. So April 1st, there's a regime change. April 1st, like literally, America is within the country and is essentially running the country.
We are in the country.
You're in the country.
It's ours.
It's yours.
It's ours.
What about do you think there's going to be boots on the ground, or is this going to happen all through aerial bombardment?
The United States will never fight a war like that ever again. We will not put U.S. boots on the ground. What we will do, though, is once we've brought the country to heel, in all likelihood, it's demilitarized, and the United States will move forward operating bases in country.
1 second. So April 1st is when they're demilitarized, right?
Yeah, they'll be fully demilitarized. There won't be a single ICBM or piece of military hard left in production by April 1st.
Okay, cool. And okay, cool. So that's no ICBM. The complete regime change by April the 1st. And what was the other thing you said as well? You said a third point.
I'm not sure. I think
you said no ground invasion. What about the Kag Island invasion? You think that's not going to happen either?
Well, there was no invasion there, right? We're just making it. We're demilitarizing it. We demilitarized the island.
So Yeah, okay, but okay, bro? Like, is there gonna be American boots on the ground or not in Carg Island?
Maybe, probably.
Okay,
In limited
you're not,
capacity. We
you're not
go
sure about.
in and out. What we're doing
You're not
is
sure about that.
we're eradicating the IR. We're basically eradicating the Islamists, right? That's what we're doing. We're eradicating
I'm
them.
not asking. I'm not asking. I'm just asking set points. Okay. The regime gets changed. There's no military capability. No bomb. Then, if there's no military capability, there'll be 0 missiles being fired from Iran, right?
Correct, but there'll be an insurgency, right? Because the IRGC is going to act like terrorist cells in the country moving forward.
What do you mean? Explain. How will there be an insurgency? How will that affect you?
Well, it is now. It's fractured, right? It's headless. So you got little commanders in control. Think of just like pockets of militia groups. They're all hiding.
Wait. But one second. So, can you see the contradiction in your point? Because what you're saying is, I'll explain to you what you just said. You said that there's going to be complete demilitarization by April the 1st. But then what you're saying is, which you're quite right about in the second bit, which is that the Iranian command is decentralized. They have a large number of locations throughout Iran. And
2 million, about 2 million people.
2 million people doing what? What do you mean?
2 million people. We're gonna kill every one of them.
Oh, you're gonna kill 2 million. So April 1st, 2 million people are gonna be killed as well, right?
No, that's going to be a long-term goal, and it will be the 70 million non-Muslim Iranians that do that part.
Okay, so okay, how's it going to work? So wait a sec. In your world, there's a demilitarization, there's a new leadership structure, America controls the country, and then 70 million non-Muslims. So 75% of the population, allegedly, according to you, is gonna go and murder 2 million people within the country.
No more than 30% of Iranians identify as Muslim.
So, but you hear
only 30% of Iranians identify as Muslim, and that's only under threat of death.
Yeah, 1 second. So, this is what you're saying is actually wrong, but it's like you're just saying so many things wrong, but then you're saying so many crazy things. I'm like, I need to address each one at a time. So what you're basically saying, bro, you are mental, right? And I think you're assuming that people from Iran have your mind frame, which is a psychopathic.
Oh, they do.
1 second, can you not interrupt me? Because I can't bother muting. So you're basically saying people in Iran are as psychopathic, extremist, and terrorist as you are, because what you're saying is you're going to have a scenario where there's a new leadership. They're going to be completely in control of this new leadership. There's going to be demilitarization, as in nobody's going to have military capability. And then what you're saying is, and I haven't gone back to your contradiction point, because you kind of talked about something else. You talk about so much crap, it's hard to like keep up in terms of the stupidity and fallacies on. But anyway, so what you're saying is there's going to be a new leadership in Iran. There's going to be Americans in charge. And by the way, what you're saying, this is why Iranians have stuck together, because they know this is your guys' plan. And then what you're saying is that allegedly in this warped brain of yours, that 70 million Iranians are going to go and murder 2 million of their own Iranians. Because sometimes, like,
terrorists,
in a family,
domestic terrorists.
2 billion
domestic
people.
Terrorists. 2 million domestic terrorists the Iranians are going to eliminate.
Okay, you are flipping crazy, and actually you're the terrorist, but that's a separate point. So now going back to your other contradiction, you basically have it where you contradicted yourself, because 1 minute you said there's going to be demilitarization, you're going to have control of the country, but then you're saying actually there will be militarization because Iran is decentralized and they'll be able to hit Israel or GCC countries with missiles. So you've contradicted yourself. So can you just clarify that contradiction? Because maybe you have kind of some
I'm separating the Islamic regime from Iran as a country. The Islamic regime it's going to be total annihilation for them. They don't. It's not their country anymore. It's going to be
No, you're not
given
making
back
sense.
to
I'm not asking the
Iran.
question. You're repeating talking points. I'm not asking you to repeat talking points. I thought you said you had. I thought you said you were smart. I'm just asking you a clarification. Don't repeat talking points. Listen to what I'm asking and answer the question. So what I'm asking you is, there's decentralized command who are part of the Islamic Republic, the IRGC, and they're throughout the country and they have military capability. You said on the April the 1st there will be no militarization, military capability anymore. And then I asked you, wait a second, if there's not going to be no military capability, then do you mean that these different decentralized units will not use military equipment, military attacks, because you said there's going to be demilitarization. And then you said, no, they might be there, they might still do it. But then they're still militarized. So again, I asked you the same question. If the IRGC is demilitarized, will there be any missiles that are fired from Iran after April the 1st, or sorry, on April the 1st, out of their country towards Israel and the GCC countries? Please answer.
No, I don't think they'll have any missile capability left to fire
Now
after
you
April
answered it.
1st.
Now you're consistent, even though I disagree with your point, but at least you're consistent now. Before, your point was a contradiction. So no problem. Thanks for that clarification. Now, in terms of your claim that 70 million people within Iran are not Muslim, can you explain to me where you got that figure from?
Yeah, so there's.
I've got my
I
phone out.
posted.
One second.
Yeah.
Tommy, I've just got my phone out, and I'm gonna type in exactly what you tell me to type in order to find the reference for your claim that 70 million people in Iran are not Muslim. Go. I got my phone out.
Yeah, I'm actually pulling up the polling on this, and I can just link that in the purple pill for you. Hold on 1 second.
Brilliant, thank you.
These Hasbaris are getting lower and lower quality, man.
But he said he's a high IQ. He said he's higher IQ than Joe, and Joe is a very smart man. Like, I might disagree with Joe. No, I'm not insulting, bro. Joe, why are you laughing? I'm actually serious.
No, I'm laughing at him. That's all.
Okay. I thought you thought I'm being sarcastic, but I actually wasn't being sarcastic. I was about to say, like, I may disagree with Joe sometimes, but at least I know it's based on like intellectual rigor as opposed to something else.
I challenged Joe to an IQ test. I don't know what IQ means, but yeah, I know I'm smarter than he is. What's IQ? What does IQ mean anyway?
Intelligence quotient.
So what?
I
Joe?
should ask Tommy what that meant, but he's busy pulling up the calculator with his mega brain.
I already know what you're not.
From the year that
I've done, you see.
This is what happens when you listen to Fox News your whole life.
This is worse than Fox News.
This is very good. Yes.
Okay. Joe, what was your disagreement with this guy?
I don't remember. I mean, listen, it was something just as ridiculous as this, like something that even mathematically makes no sense. How are they going to kill 2 million people in 2 weeks? Not even less than 2 weeks.
That's not what I said.
You literally said they're going to kill 2 million people by April 1st.
No, I didn't say.
No, he said they were gonna be demilitarized. Then the 70 million non-Muslims, which is an inaccurate number, are gonna kill the 2 million people who are, in his eyes, terrorists.
I dropped the survey in the purple pill, but and I think it's the closest, most accurate. And the thing is,
what's the survey from? One second. What's the survey from? Is it Gaman?
That's correct.
How do I always know what they're gonna come up with before they come up with it? Tommy, how do I know what you're gonna come up before you come up with it? Am I Nostradamus?
Here's the interesting thing. We don't have to speculate, right? Because in the near future, when there is a new government in place, a secular constitutional republic, we're probably going to rubber stamp American jurisprudence on Iran. And then military occupy them for the remainder of the 21st century. What will come from that is the Iranian people.
One second, Tommy, just take a break before you tell us this the Fox News propaganda. Joe, can you do your bit, what you normally do, which is, can you look at the survey?
I'm not going to touch that link. It's not coming from Gummin. It's coming from Google. It's probably traceable. He wants my IP. No, thank you. And I don't suggest anyone else do it.
No,
if you're going to share a survey, share from a primary source, please.
Yeah. I'll tell you what the survey is, Joe, if you can not use his link. It's Gaman. It's by a guy called Amma Maliki. He's basically a Iranian reformist, secularist guy. The guys are like more pro monarchist guys, and they basically hate the current government.
Okay, I'll look it up. When was the survey?
Gaman.
What year?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I have it. Is it the religion survey from 2022?
I think it was from 2020, but it could be 2022 as well.
There's one from 2022.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, just to inform you, Tommy, while Joe is checking that survey, like, the country is largely Muslim, so I don't know where you got that from. I mean, I know where you got it from, but it's fake. That being said, like, bro, you're literally saying 2 million human beings. Okay, in what time frame do these 2 million people get killed, Tommy?
It'll take 10, 20 years.
Wow, it'll take 10, 20 years to kill 2 million people. How do they get killed?
When Iranians gain control of their government back from the Islamist terrorists,
you're saying
they'll build.
Tommy, one second. But you're saying it's going to be America in control, so it's not Iranians in control; it's America in control, right?
No, we'll have to teach Iranians how build their government. So
you're going to teach these Iranians.
The country has been ran by. No,
I'm not asking that. 1 second. You need to stick with a thread of conversation, because what you do is we have a conversation about a specific topic, and then you go to your talking points, which we know what the Fox News talking points are. That's not what we're asking you. So can we just stick to the specific question? So these Iranians who are they more obviously they're more congruent with your ideas. Are they the monarchists or are they not the monarchists? If you could just answer that question, then rather than do some talking points.
No, all human beings want liberty. People want a government that's almost invisible, that exists only to defend basic human rights. So
Pahlavi is not going to be the leader that is put in place in your government, correct?
I'm sorry, who?
Reza Pahlavi.
Yeah, no, I think because he has a social profile that he will have some type of role in an interim government, but no, they're not going to go back to a monarchy. I hope they don't. I hope they don't make that mistake because it's my thesis that
that's fine, no problem. I don't need to hear that. I'm not really bothered about your opinion. I'm trying to understand where you come from. So what you're saying is that these Iranians who disagree with the current government, right? They're in conflict with the current government. They are so incompetent, and it's not incompetent. They lack proficiency, and so you need to educate them on how to run the government correctly, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you got 3 generations of Iranians that have not been in control of their government, so they don't know how to institute a secular constitutional republic. And the United States leads the world, and we're the shining city on the hill in liberty, aren't we not?
Not really occupied, but anyway. So coming back to it, in terms of just to see your game plan, what happens is there's 0 missiles fired after April the 1st. The United States of America may or may not take Karg Island, by just bombing in from the air for the next 10 days. Oh, wait, is it 10 days? What's the date now? Yeah, 9 days. Not 10 days. March 31 days. So for bombing from the air for the next 10 days, you have somehow the entire Iranian Iranian government goes down. The America takes complete control of the government, and they have zero weapons capability at all, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, military
Okay.
capability.
Can I
I mean,
ask
there'll
you?
be small arms.
Okay, can I ask you specifically? How does, like, explain to me, rather than give me talking points, explain to me step by step how you end up with within 10 days a new government that is completely in congruence with the United States of America.
Not a new government in complete congruence with the U.S., but what we're going to do is support an interim government to
Yeah,
take
that's
over.
what I mean. How are you gonna? Okay,
Because there's a vacuum.
1 second. How are you gonna how is that government gonna get in place in the next 10 days? So tell me.
Well, I mean,
step by step.
we have a massive. Sure, we have. So one, it begins with our intelligence apparatus and all of our connections that are unknown to everyone because they're classified. The same reason we were able to kill.
There is no connection
What's
with the people.
what's this
People
connection?
in Iran.
You keep talking.
Can I explain it, Suleiman, to him?
No.
I'm Iranian.
No, 1
I get
second.
in touch every day with Iranian.
Kim, I'm gonna give it to you in a second, and I want you to educate him. But I wanna, for my audience, I want to demonstrate to them how this guy just doing talking points as opposed to anything that's logical. So, can you explain how that happens? Go ahead. So, what was this intelligence? Well, you mean intelligence inside Iran?
Oh yeah, we already have that.
Okay, what do you mean? Explain.
Let's see. Our intelligence budget is greater than the GDP.
Again, these are talking points. I'm not asking. Tommy, you're really struggling.
That's not a talking point.
Tommy, you're struggling to understand very basic questions and then be able to answer those questions. So try and listen to my question. I'm not asking you to explain why it would work. I'm just asking you step by step. So you'll be like, look, Suleiman. For example, I ask you, Tommy, how do I walk into this room? You'll be like, Suleiman, you basically open the door. If there's a lock on it, you open the lock, you walk through the door, you get in the room. I won't be like, guess what? You know, keys, they came, we've got the best keys. You go to Tampa, they produce the best keys there is. The door, it's got the United States of America produced the best door, so that's why you're able to flexibly open. Like, I'm not asking that. So just, can you see how I explained it, how you enter a room? Now, I want you to explain to me how that happens. Go.
Well, right now there's a vacuum, right? The Islamic regime is pretty much been beheaded. So you have to work your way down the elites that are still alive, and preferably the elites that are non-Muslim, and that will be aligned with building a secular constitutional republic in the country.
Suleiman, can I explain him something, because you go nowhere with him.
I know.
Darling,
Kim.
90% of Iranian are Muslim, and I'm just going to explain it to you.
Kim, can you just not interrupt while I'm having this conversation? Then I'm going to give it to you to explain to him. You keep interrupting, and the thing is, this guy, he does his same nonsense all the time. This is why I'm trying to... Oh, God. Oh, Kim, should I just drop you and then I'll bring you back and then you can give your view? Because I just want no one to interrupt because he's getting this opportunity.
No, I will be quiet.
Yeah. So go for it. I even forgot what the line of thought was. But Tommy, explain. So wait a sec. There's the government. There's people in the government who are against the current government. And then what?
So where we left off? What part of this are you not catching?
I'm catching all of it. I want you to continue.
So I mean, it's pretty simple and straightforward. So it's almost gonna be the same formula in which the United States demilitarized Japan. Okay, we dictated what their country was going to look like economically, politically.
Tommy, you're very, very much struggling with what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you to give comparables. I'm specifically saying, explain X is going to happen, then Y is going to happen, then Z is going to happen, and it's going to happen in this order. Why are you struggling so hard to explain something like this? It's not that
I'm not.
hard.
I just don't think you understand, or
I
you don't like
understand it.
the
You're just
answer.
acting. I understand everything really well. I want you to specifically, and the reason you're failing is because you've not thought it out or you're not smart enough to do so. I'm specifically asking you step by step exactly what happened. Don't give comparables. Don't give explanations like this, this, this. Don't clarify what's a good thing. Don't clarify what's a good thing or why it's strong or why it's going to work. I'm not asking those things. I'm specifically asking you step by step, explain what happens. Go.
Sure. The U.S. is already anticipating complete demilitarization to the point where the IRGC won't be effective to interfere other than domestic terror. You let me finish what I'm saying. To interfere with an interim government. That interim government will consist of.
Bro, this cannot. Joe, were you arguing with this guy? This is crazy. Like, this guy can't even explain the same thing. He's saying, oh, they're not going to interfere with the other government. I'm asking you how the other government gets into place from this current situation. Like,
well, I'm trying to explain that to you,
you're
right?
struggling.
So,
You're struggling.
what are
Okay,
the challenges?
should I put a poll up and ask, like, if this is you or if it's me? Maybe it's me, but I know it's not me. Like, this is just struggling. I'm asking you very simply, what's the date today? March the 21st. I'm asking you, March the 21st, we're in this current situation. What happens from March the 21st where your new government is in place? It's a very simple question. What are the steps that are going to occur? Directly, don't give me examples, metaphors, analogies, explanations of what happened in history from a cyclic perspective. I'm specifically asking you from March the 21st to April the 1st, when the new government's in place, what happens? It's a very simple question. You keep going back to April the 1st. There's a new government in place. They're going to listen to us. La, 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 la. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you from now till then, what happens?
So, okay, so the beginnings of an interim government will take place by the beginning of April. And then
again,
through
April again, you're struggling very hard for instructions. I'm not asking you about April the 1st. I'm saying it's March the 20th. Tommy, listen. Okay, let me go a bit slower. Tommy, right now, it's March the 21st. We're looking at the current situation. What happens from now to get us to April the 21st? So I'm asking 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, and then first the new government in place. I'm not asking about the first, I'm asking in this gap, what happens? Guys, you might be asking why is
demilitarization. I've already answered this.
Wait. Guys, you might be thinking, like, how is Suleiman so patient with this guy? How is he able to break it down in such a scaffolding manner? Well, I used to go to the special unit and really help these kids out. And so I'm always willing to break it down into the granular level for these people. I know how to work with these people, but this has been my most difficult task in my entire life. And I've been to many. I even went to the Peru for a day and tried to help out these special kids. And there's nothing wrong with them. Them kids are brilliant, but this guy's struggling a lot. So coming back to it, once again, Tommy, 20th to the 31st.
Demilitarization. You want to know the details of what that looks like?
No, not what it looks like. How does it happen?
Overwhelming aerial force. We're gonna bomb everything, and there won't be anything left. Period.
Okay, so you bomb everything in the entirety of Iran, just Tehran, like which area?
Why are you being intentionally obtuse? Military targets, demilitarization. Okay. Demilitarization, bombing for the purpose of demilitarization.
Okay, so in the next
the number of bombings has been going down.
So in the next 10 days, you bomb every single military site, military capable place, and you demolish all of it, correct?
Correct. The tempo is going to increase over the next 7 days.
Okay, no problem.
Greater than what you've seen before.
No problem. And then what happens? You've bombed all these places. And then how does the government come into place, the new government?
So the U.S. State Department, intelligence community is probably already begun this process, is going to find elites within Iran, right? Probably industrial leaders, Iranians that are against the Islamic regime, and they will make the beginnings of that regime change.
Okay.
It's going to be,
So
but like in any regime change, it's going to be messy.
Also, but when you bomb from the air, you end up killing every single Iranian army member and IRGC member and government member, or like what happens?
Oh no, 90% of the current Iranian military will just go home. It will be that minority 10-15%. That's the 2 million figure. They'll be the problem children. The hardcore pedophile followers.
1 second. Those problem children, how is your new leader going to be able to make sure he jumps on the leadership podium when you've got those 10% who are going to try and stop him?
No, just 10% of the regime, not 10% of the population.
10% of the regime. 10% of the regime, which you clarified is 2 million people, according to you. So 2 million people don't want this industry leader to be in charge. How does he make sure he becomes in charge?
So it will be the buildup of a new domestic police force that goal will
so
be
this
to
new domestic police force. Does it start getting into place now in these 10 days? Because your new leader is in place on April the 1st. So this new police force gets into place now while the bombings happen, or what? How does it go?
Well, there's a transitional period, Suleiman, right? You're being intentionally obtuse.
No, I want to know what this is. Because you said to me April 1st, all this is happening. So I'm trying to figure out when.
I know this. I know this is highly disconcerting for you, but this is happening no matter what. So
this is so funny, bro. I find it hilarious because you don't make sense. So this police force, does it rise from the ashes when on like March the 27th or 26th, or when does it?
Actually, it will be very easy to recruit Iranians that have been brutalized by the Islamic regime.
When will this happen, though? I'm not asking that. I'm asking when will it happen?
It's already happening.
Oh, it's already happening. Okay, so this Iranian force.
It's already happening.
Okay, this is so funny. Okay, this was just like the most retarded conversation I've ever had in my life.
Can I ask a question?
Can I?
Tommy,
just 2 seconds.
Now, 1 second, Joe. Let Joe go. 1 second, let Joe go. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah, Tommy, since you're a genius, if you do a survey, if you have 6,572 samples, okay, and you do a survey which is A or B answer, would the credibility of the test be plus or minus 5% or plus or minus 1%? What's most likely?
Who's speaking, and why are you asking me this?
I'm asking because if you understand math and you're a genius, you would know this answer. It's very obvious to anyone who understands math well.
For one, I didn't say I'm a genius, and I'm saying is when somebody says they're a genius or their intelligence is higher than mine, I simply say, let's find out, and I will pay for a proctored IQ test. And it ends there.
Okay, 1 second. Just let's get to the point because Myron's here. I want to speak to him. But about the survey, Joe, debunk him on it.
Let me get to I'll be quick to the point. Look, this is obviously a horrible survey. It's saying 95% credibility. That alone already shows that it's bad. But the big points are, first, these were interviews done through a VPS. 82% of the respondents were university graduates, when in Iran it's 25.6%. It's 81% were male, when in Iran it's 52%. 20% were between 15 and 29 years old, when in reality it should be 9.6%. So the weighting that they did from what the actual Iranian population is, and then they would even change the weights on depending on what insurance you are. So for example, there's an insurance called Ruta. I don't know what Ruta is, but that insurance, they brought it down to almost zero when it's 10% of the